My wife came to my door with her lover to demand a divorce, not only forcing me to leave with nothing but also demanding I give up custody of our daughter. I immediately stripped the male homewrecker naked, then turned my wife's clothes into disarray, and finally took a photo of them together. Now, the situation is this: I've caught you two red-handed. Honey, you wouldn't want your affair to be exposed, would you? The thing is, I'm a transmigrator. I initially planned to follow the original host's spineless personality and just sign the divorce papers, leaving this pair behind to start a new life. Unexpectedly, the original host's daughter looked at me pitifully and asked, "Daddy, can I go with you?" Her adorable expression made me hesitate instantly. At that moment, the original host's wife, Ruan Xin Yao, shook me angrily and said, "Are you sober yet? We've made things clear. Are you going to sign the divorce papers or not?" I shook my head in dissatisfaction, thinking, what kind of mess is this? But I had to admit, the original host's wife was quite beautiful, her skin so fair it seemed translucent, and her figure flawless, truly captivating. Seeing that I didn't respond, the man beside her sneered disdainfully, "Cut the crap. Ruan has suffered enough with you these past 5 years. She doesn't even want this dump of a house. Let's part ways amicably." I steadied myself first, trying to make sense of the situation. Ruan Xin Yao impatiently said in a low voice, "Xiao Yuan will stay with me. It won't stop you from moving on, and given your circumstances, you can't provide her with a better life anyway." I glanced at the little girl beside me in confusion and was utterly shocked, wondering what kind of divine genes could produce such an adorable daughter. If she were my daughter, I'd be willing to spend at least 500 million to make that wish come true. The man sneered, "Is this really necessary? It's just a divorce. Look at you pretending to be crazy. If I hadn't gone abroad back then, could Ruan have ended up with you?" Hearing this, Ruan Xinyao glared at him angrily and said, "I have nothing to do with you. Stop spouting nonsense in front of my daughter." I stared wide-eyed at the two of them, fragments of memories flashing through my mind, and finally realized that Ruan Xinyao was my wife, Song Xiaoyuan was my daughter, and this man, Xin Shou, was my classmate, a shameless jerk. "I'll sign the divorce papers." I quickly signed my name on the divorce agreement in front of me, then pushed the paper forward and said, "2 copies, Miss Ruan, you can sign your name now." Ruan Xinyao and Xin Shou exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand why my attitude had changed so drastically. Just a couple of days ago, I had been stubbornly refusing to divorce, yet now I was so compliant, and the formal address of Miss Ruan was also strange. I continued, "Miss Ruan, we've only signed the agreement for now. Are you available tomorrow at 9 a.m.? We can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to officially register the divorce. After all, there's a 1-month cooling-off period for divorces, but since we already have the agreement, you can go ahead and do whatever you want. It won't affect anything." Hearing this, Ruan Xinyao instinctively reached out to touch my forehead, but I dodged her. I said, "Ms. Ruan, please behave yourself. We have already signed the divorce agreement, so theoretically, we are no longer husband and wife. Let's avoid such impolite behavior." Xin Shou sneered, "Song Qian, stop putting on airs. Ruan will live a better life without you." I nodded with a smile and said, "I completely agree with you, so let's sign the agreement quickly." Ruan Xinyao looked at my smile and seemed somewhat reluctant. She said, "If you don't want to sign, I can give you time. I know this is hard for you to accept." I chuckled lightly and replied, "Ms. Ruan, this is actually very easy to accept. As the ancients said, it's better to forget each other in the vast world than to cling together in hardship. These past few years with you have been very pleasant, and I'm grateful for everything you've done for this family." As I spoke, I instinctively extended a hand for a handshake. Seeing the shocked expressions on Ruan Xinyao, Xin Shou, and the little girl, I awkwardly lowered my hand, silently cursing my damn professional habit. Ruan Xinyao looked at me, gritted her teeth, and signed her name. I clapped my hands and said sincerely, "My place is a bit messy, so I won't keep the 3 of you for dinner. Ms. Ruan, you should have my number, right? Tomorrow, when we go to register the divorce, please be punctual. Don't forget to bring your ID card, household register, and marriage certificate, otherwise, the queue will be a hassle." Ruan Xinyao glared at me and said through clenched teeth, "Are you really that eager to divorce me?" Her words left both Xin Shou and me silent. Xin Shou quickly interjected, Ruan, didn't you always want to divorce him? Now is not the time to be soft-hearted." I also chimed in, "Absolutely, Ms. Ruan, divorce requires resolute courage, and I believe this is the result of your careful consideration. You're a respectable person, dragging this out would only make things ugly." Ruan Xinyao took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I'll meet you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9. With that, she picked up her luggage, took the little girl by the hand, and prepared to leave. However, the little girl suddenly rushed over and threw her arms around my neck, asking, "Daddy, can I stay with you?" Having weathered life storms for 30 years, I thought I'd seen it all, but this was a first for me. I froze for a solid 3 seconds before gently peeling her hands off my neck. Silently, I marveled at how beautiful this child was, then smiled at Song Xiaoyuan and said, Xiaoyuan, you'll have a better life with your mom. Tearfully, she insisted, no, I want to stay with daddy. Tears streamed down her fair little face as she tried to hug me again, but I quickly leaned back, leaving her arms empty. Ruan Xinyo said gravely, Mommy has already found us a new place. Once we're settled, I'll enroll you in a new kindergarten, and we can start fresh. Xin Shou hurriedly added, don't worry, Xiaoyuan, I'll get you into the best kindergarten and arrange for someone to pick you up every day. But Song Xiaoyuan turned a deaf ear to their words, looked at me and asked, Daddy, you don't want me anymore, right? My lips twitched, the repeated cries of Daddy were truly unbearable. She asked again, and I remained silent. This little girl was indeed heartbreaking, but after all, I wasn't close to her. Song Xiaoyuan wiped the corners of her eyes, opened her arms to hug me, and said, Daddy, when I'm not with you, you must eat well, drink less alcohol, and don't just focus on work every day. If you miss me, come see me. I'll save all my pocket money to buy you new clothes, and I'll also visit Grandpa and Grandma. As she spoke, she cried, and finally kissed my cheek before turning around, dragging her little suitcase toward the door. Just as she was about to reach the door, I shouted, wait! All three turned back, looking at me in confusion. I pointed at the bedroom door and said to Song Xiaoyuan, Xiaoyuan, go back to your room first. I need to talk to your mom about something. Song Xiaoyuan happily agreed and trotted back inside on her short legs. Xin Shou glared at me impatiently and asked, Song Qian, what are you up to now? I replied, what else can I do? I stood up, invited them to sit on the sofa, poured 2 cups of hot tea, and placed them in front of them. Then, I bowed slightly and said, sorry. Ruan Xinyao frowned and asked, what do you mean? I said, just sorry. With a slight sigh, I punched Xin Shou. Xin Shou yelled, Song Qian, have you lost your mind? Why are you stripping me? Amid his shouts, I tore off all his clothes. His face twisted in pain, and he was so ashamed in just his underwear that he didn't know where to cover himself. I glanced at the bewildered Ruan Xinyao, reached out to rip her clothes and tousle her hair. Though I didn't expose anything inappropriate, she looked utterly disheveled. When Ruan Xinyao snapped out of it and was about to scold me, she saw me pull out my phone and start snapping pictures of them, saying, yes, look a little more panicked. Ah, that's right, Miss Ruan, get a little angrier. Though it's quite embarrassing, could you two hug each other? My tone was polite, but Xin Shou and Ruan Xinyao's anger had already reached its peak. Xin Shou cursed and lunged at me, but I knocked him to the ground with a chair, saying, Mr. Qin, could you make your expression a bit more ferocious? That's the right vibe. Would you mind waiting a moment? Let me grab a knife to place beside you, and we'll take another photo. Half an hour later, the room was in complete disarray. I have to admit, Xin Shou was quite resilient. It took 3 broken chairs before he finally calmed down. Ruan Xinyao stared at me in shock the entire time. I said, now we're good, then gave a slight bow to both of them before tossing a set of clothes from the wardrobe to Xin Shou. Ruan Xinyao yelled angrily, what the hell are you trying to do? I said, Miss Ruan, Mr. Qin, both of you are respectable figures. I presume you wouldn't want to see these photos circulating online or presented in court. Song Huching pulled over a stool and sat across from the two with his legs crossed. So, let's re-sign an agreement. I want custody of Song Xiaoyuan. You're ing nuts, aren't you? Xin Shu burst into anger. You want that drag bottle to say directly, you are guilty of making such a big, ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he received another stool. Mr. Qin, please watch your language. Song Huching loosened the cufflinks of his shirt and politely said, if you keep mouthing off like that, next time I'll just hit you over the head with an ashtray. By the way, Ruan Xingyao and I haven't officially divorced yet. This behavior of yours is considered adultery. In other words, you're an adulterer. I'm afraid I don't have much mental burden even if I break one of your hands. You, Xin Shu was stunned. He and Song Huching are college classmates, and the two of them have known each other for almost 10 years, and he realized that he is not understanding this at all. Mr. and Miss, like a human being, moves to literally beat him like a dog. Song Huching, are you crazy? Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. If you doubt it, we can get a psychiatric evaluation. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders with a bemused expression. That's not what I'm talking about. Ruan Xingyao shook her head with a bitter smile. Just can you shoulder the responsibility of being a father? I want to try, Song Huching said with a straight face. But, Miss Ruan, compared to this Mr. Qin, I at least wouldn't call Song Xiaoyuan a procrastinator. Chapter 3, what does it mean to be in the immortal class? Me and Qin Chu. That's your business, MS. Gwyn. Song Huching waved his hand and interrupted Ruan Xingyao's words. I don't want to know what kind of relationship is with this Mr. Chin of yours, and even if there is a relationship, unless you and I fight for custody, I won't take this to sue you. Ruan Xingyao stared at him in a daze for a long time before shaking her head. Song Huching, you've changed in a way I don't recognize. Ms. Nguyen, people grow. Song Huching extended his hand and shook hers. I'm sorry to see our marriage come to an end, but I wish you the best of luck in meeting a good man. You, Ruan Xingyao's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything. I'll see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Song Huching laughed lightly. That agreement is still valid, but only if you don't fight me for custody. Fine, but I have to see Xiao Yuan every weekend. Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. It's the right thing to do. You're her mother. Song Huching made a pleased gesture to the two men. Softy, I'll send you back. Qin Shu showed his teeth and grinned. No, Subaru came over to pick me up. Ruan Xingyao shook her head before looking at Song Huching again, before carrying her own small bag and walking away. Softy, wait for me. After Qin Shu glared at the grinning Song Huching, he also sprinted after him. When the two left, Song Huching looked at the mess all over the place and eventually sighed. Song Huching, you're really crazy. He sat quietly in the living room and smoked a cigarette before he knocked on Song Xiaoyuan's room door. Zira. The door to the room opened. Daddy. Song Xiaoyuan jumped into his arms. Hungry? Do you want me to take you out for something to eat? Song Huching rubbed her head. Mommy said that you're not allowed to eat after 8 o'clock at night. Song Xiaoyuan rubbed her small stomach and said, your mom's right, but her word doesn't count right now. Song Huching picked her up and set her on his shoulders before heading toward the door. Song Xiaoyuan, as if for the first time horseback riding, vigorously embraced his head and laughed nonstop. The two of them got off the elevator and went out the door, only to see Qin Shu and Ruan Xingyao still standing downstairs, and on their side, there was a girl who was even more gorgeous than Ruan Xingyao. If Ruan Xingyao was the kind of small family girl, this girl was the kind of beauty that wreaked havoc on the country. Nothing derogatory, she's really pretty, taller than Ruan Xingyao, wearing a black half-sleeve, wearing a black skirt with backless high heels, even if it is summer. Her body reveals a stranger do not approach momentum. Where to at this hour? Ruan Xingyao walked over. Casual stroll. Why haven't you left yet? Song Huching laughed. Song Huching, what's wrong with you? That beautiful woman walked over. Her voice was clear and cold. You and Soft together for so many years. When you encounter a problem, solve the problem. Must go to this step of divorce? What can be solved is called a problem. But there is a problem that cannot be solved. Then solve the person who raises the problem, is not it? Song Huching laughed lightly. You, that beauty choked. Su Qing, you cut the crap with him, I think he's crazy. Qin Shu said angrily. Song Huching, I'll slowly settle this account with you. You wait for me. Well, you have a few individual pictures that I'll post on the door of your company. Song Huching joked. You, Qin Shu's face changed drastically. Song Huching, don't mess around. Qin Shu is the president of the company. How can he still go to work if you make a mess like this? Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face. Softly. Subaru frowned and pulled her. Ms. Nguyen, say the words 3 times light as water. Goodbye. After Song Huching nodded politely at her, he led Song Xiaoyuan towards the outside of the neighborhood. Bye, Mom. Song Xiaoyuan turned around and shouted before hugging Song Huching's head again. Hey, Su Qing sighed. Soft, first come to my place to live for a period of time. This matter has to be thought about slowly. Don't be in a hurry. No, Su Qing, which end are you from? Qin Shu said angrily. How much does he Song Huching earn a month? 6,000. This house is still alone. You see how long has Soft not bought new clothes? I don't want to talk to you. Shut up. Su Cheng glared at him before looking at Ruan Xingyao. He asked me to go to the civil office at 9 o'clock tomorrow to register for divorce. Ruan Xingyao tilted her head to the side. He initiated the date? Subaru's eyes widened. Yeah, he initiated the date. Ruan Xingyao sighed. Su, you also know that he doesn't have much motivation. When he comes home, in addition to washing clothes and cooking, he is watching TV. A man like that, I really don't see a future with him. I'm tired of my job. I don't want to be so tired. And I don't want to spend my life with a fag. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Su Qing was silent. Song Huching, that character. Indeed, there is not much motivation. Come and stay at my place for a while. I'm close to your company. Su, thank you. Ruan Xingyao reached out and wrapped her arms around Su Qing. Qin Shu, who was on the side, however, gritted his teeth in hatred, but everything was still too late. Song Huching originally thought that Song Xiaoyuan was very difficult to handle, but unexpectedly, this girl, not to mention only 4 years old, can be very self-reliant. The two of them went to the noodle shop at the entrance and ate 2 bowls of ravioli afterward. Song Xiaoyuan let Song Huching put water on her, and after brushing her teeth and taking a bath herself, she climbed into bed to read a picture book, and fell asleep in no time. Song Haching looked at the broken bench crumbs in the living room and couldn't help but sigh. It is better to find a cleaning to clean up tomorrow. He was thinking that when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Repayment reminders. Mortgage, $2,600 a month. Dated the day after tomorrow. Mortgage? Song Haching was dumbfounded. Buzz. Suddenly the head felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. The host does not belong to this era. Activate the auxiliary draw system. Note, the auxiliary system is better for the purpose of integrating the host into this world. Points are awarded for completing tasks, and points can be raffled off. Occupation, deliveryman. Mission, 5,000 orders. Remarks, the unit price is doubled tenfold, and the reward is provided by the system. What the hell? Song Haching was stunned. He's a Golden Tripod Award winner and he's asked to run a takeaway? Who is this looking down on? With that time, why not look into financial modeling? Buzz. The brain vibrated again. Newbie bonus, 3 free draws. As Song Haching froze, an electronic screen appeared in his mind. There are a wide variety of rewards. Growing taller, increasing charisma, and 10 million. In cash. He had originally disdained it, but when he saw that ultimate prize, his whole body was dumbfounded. Ranked among the immortals. Just these 4 words made Song Haching freeze in place. You don't think so? Become immortal? Really? Chapter 4, Are You Her Mom or Mine? Ranked among the immortals. Just 4 words, glowing orange. There were no odds on it, but Song Haching knew that the probability of winning this thing was nothing less than winning all 6 red balls and 1 blue ball. And the order couldn't be wrong. But who can resist the temptation? Song Haching hesitated for a long time and finally clicked on the lottery. First draw. Get the height-enhancing pills. Obscure. Song Haching cursed with a gloomy face. What the hell is a height-increasing pill? It's just a way to grow any height up to 15 centimeters taller. He's about 6'3" now, and he's grown 15 centimeters to 6'8". But what's the point? Can it compare to someone who's 6'6" driving a Ferrari with one hand? Second draw. Get the glamour Dan. Dog. I'm going to curse. Song Haching gritted his teeth and cursed. Third draw. Acquisition of Apulia RS660, fully documented and licensed. Well, Song Haching froze. Apulia RS600 he recognized. Although he was not a motorcycle enthusiast, he knew that this thing was over $100,000 a piece. Hey, Song Haching sighed, and after sneaking a glance at Song Xiaoyuan, who was already asleep, he took the elevator to the underground parking lot. His family is carless. After all, it's hard enough to keep a house in this condition, let alone a car. It was only on the negative floor that a motorcycle as black as ink with orange wheels was parked at the moment, and as much as it pained me to admit it, it was indeed a handsome bike. He got on it and tried it out, and to be honest, it was a little high, and he had to stand on his tiptoes to hit the ground. After riding around the parking lot, he once again parked in his space. This parking space was the one that Wan Xingyao wanted to buy back then. It has been many years, but there has never been a car parked. Occasionally a temporary car would park, but also Wan Xingyao would drive it away and then throw a tantrum at home. Back at the house, Song Haching looked at the 2 porcelain bottles in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally took a mouthful. It's not that I want to be taller and more handsome, it's just that I can't even ride a motorcycle for delivery, so it's not appropriate, is it? Just as soon as the pill hit his stomach, he felt his stomach begin to roll. Asterisk. He cursed and then rushed to the toilet. 5 in the morning. Song Haching was paralyzed next to the toilet. He had already pooped 29 times and taken 8 showers, but the black substance still kept coming out of his body. 2 hours later, the state stabilized and he grew a little bit in height, about 3 centimeters, but he knew that it wasn't the limit. He had received a reminder when he swallowed the height-increasing pills. His final height should be 6'8", spread over 3 months to grow taller. After all, stretching the bones at once would be too much for a person to handle. Song Haching stood in front of the mirror, looked at himself, and couldn't help but skim his lips. Originally, the predecessor belonged to the kind of looking past, and now after taking the glamour pills for micropigmentation, it is really a little bit good looking. But good looks don't make a meal, do they? Daddy! There was a knock at the door. Song Haching opened the door and saw Song Xiaoyuan standing in the doorway. Yeah, Daddy! Why did you shave your beard? With a beard, people would think I'm your grandfather. Song Haching laughed and scolded. Not at all. It looks good with a beard. Song Xiaoyuan hugged his thigh. Hurry up and wash up. I'll take you to kindergarten. Song Haching rubbed her head. Hey. After Song Xiaoyuan answered obediently, she carried a small stool and stood in front of the sink, only looking at Song Haching from time to time, as if she wanted to see him clearly. Song Haching stroked his long hair and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This divorce lawsuit has been tormenting him for more than half a year, not to mention the loss of his job. and his hair has grown long. He smoothly wrapped up his long hair and tied it in a ponytail before giving Song Xiaoyuan a pill head. Yeah, daddy, how come you still comb your hair? Song Huching was momentarily speechless. You can't say practice makes perfect to your own daughter, can you? It's so pretty, much better than the way mom combs her hair. Song Xiaoyuan stunk at the mirror. Why do you want to follow me? Song Huching said softly. Because. Song Xiaoyuan tilted her head and looked at him. Because I like daddy. Mommy often loses her temper and I'm scared. I like to stay with daddy. Aha. After Song Huching pinched her face, he turned around and went out. Song Xiaoyuan tilted her head and looked at his back, and also went back to her room to change her clothes. Not for a moment. Both were out the door at the same time. Yeah, daddy, you're dressed so handsome today. Song Xiaoyuan instantly transformed into a little fangirl. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Pretty normal wear. Less ass kissing. The front is average, but Nguyen Xin Yao's clothes are good. So the clothes that were bought for him were not bad at all. He wore a pair of bright yellow pants today with a white shirt on top and a pair of boots on his feet. It's not that I didn't look good in this outfit before, but I didn't have the body I have now, did I? 6'5", with a waist and arms, and 8-pack abs, who can handle that? Song Huching carried her small school bag on his back, then smoothly set her on his shoulders and walked towards the stairs. The two are eating noodles at a noodle shop outside their neighborhood. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Subaru? Song Huching was slightly stunned and picked up the phone. Where are you? Well, where are you now? The other person repeated it again. Little noodle house at the front of the neighborhood. Toodaloo. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Song Huching couldn't help but skim his lips. This woman is so rude. Daddy, is it Auntie Susu? Song Xiaoyuan said curiously. Aha. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Ow. Song Xiaoyuan glanced at him and continued to lower her head to eat the noodles again. What a divine daughter this is. Song Huching sighed inwardly. Not only is it pleasing to the eye, but you don't have to worry about a thing. If anyone had told him he could have a daughter like that, he would have gotten married a long time ago. He sighed and wiped his mouth before lighting a cigarette. But before he could take 2 puffs, the cigarette was snatched away and thrown on the floor. Why are you smoking in front of Kun? Well, Song Huching tilted his head to look, and was met with a pair of sulking eyes. And, why don't you cook at home? Su Qing wrapped her arms around her chest and attracted the gazes of all the men in the noodle shop. May I ask, if you are her mom or my mom? Song Huching said helplessly. Pounce. The whole noodle shop erupted in laughter. Daddy, don't be ridiculous. If Auntie Susu is your mom, isn't that my grandmother? Song Xiaoyuan said in dissatisfaction. Well, you have a point. Song Huching sighed. Ha ha ha. The crowd couldn't strain themselves and burst out laughing. You. Su Qing was so angry that her face turned red and she glared fiercely at Song Huching. Why didn't I realize before that this guy was so oily? But, this cleanup seems to look a lot better. Chapter 5, Su Qing, why don't you take an oath first? Have you eaten yet? Want a bowl? Song Huching lit one again and laughed softly. This noodle shop stuff is still okay. No food. I'm full of gas. Su Chung huffed and sat on Song Xiaoyuan's side. Don't be mad at me then. Song Huching let out a laugh and beckoned. Boss, another bowl of noodles. Okay, the owner answered and started to get busy. Do you really plan to divorce Softy? Su Qing frowned. It's not something to joke about. Song Huching shook his head and said, Miss Su, although they all say to persuade and not persuade to leave, but at this point, there is no point in saying this. Hey, Subaru sighed. Song Huching didn't speak again either, just quietly watching Song Xiaoyuan eat her noodles. Not for a moment. Su Qing's noodles were also served, and she ruffled her long hair with one hand as she ate with the other. Seeing this, Song Huching pulled out a leather band from Song Xiaoyuan's small school bag and smoothly pulled up her long hair to tie a pill head as well. What are you doing? Su Qing looked at him rather alarmed. Nothing. See you inconvenient. I had to do a favor just. No thanks. Song Huching's face was breezy, but he kept beating his hand under the table. What a ing handful. I can't control myself when I see a beautiful woman. You. Su Qing flushed, especially after seeing the derisive eyes of the other people in the noodle shop. She immediately lowered her head. Song Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, looked at her and reached out to poke Song Huching. Daddy, do you want Aunt Susie to be my new mommy? Screw you. She's thinking about it. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Song Huching. Subaru raised her head and glared at him. No, I said I think beautifully. I think beautifully. Song Huching smiled sardonically. Puffing, the crowd in the noodle shop laughed again. Laughing my ass off. Don't even have to go to work, what? Song Huching laughed aloud. Boss, hurry up and kick them out. This is still occupying a seat to watch the theater after eating. Ha ha ha. Now even the noodle shop owner was shaking with laughter. Seeing this, Su Qing's face turned even redder and she accelerated the speed of eating the noodles. 10 minutes later, Song Huching got up and settled the bill, holding Song Xiaoyuan in one arm and ready to leave with his school bag in the other. But before I could take 2 steps, I heard a dripping sound. Well, he looked sideways as a small white Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Subaru rolled down the window. No need, it's just a few steps. Song Huching shook his head. Get in the car, Su Qing said in a deep voice. Gotta. Song Huching had no choice but to throw Song Xiaoyuan into the backseat and get into the passenger side himself. Poof. Su Qing's face slowed down a little. At least the guy didn't really think of her as a driver. Song Huching, however, looked out the window, unimpressed. His neighborhood wasn't exactly luxurious, but there was still a kindergarten, and it was at most a 15-minute walk from his house, so there was no need to drive all the way. None of the 3 spoke. When they reached the entrance to the Fairview kindergarten, Song Huching reached out and carried Song Xiaoyuan down, leading him to the door. At that moment, a pretty little girl greeted him. Daddy Xiaoyuan, why are you the one who brought her to school today? What are you shouting at me for? Song Huching laughed. Little garden daddy? The little girl hesitated. Since I'm her father, is it unusual for me to send her to school? Song Huching laughed lightly. Puffing, the little girl burst out laughing. Drip! A car horn sounded. Got it. What's the rush? After Song Huching turned back and shouted, he reached out to the little girl and said, Little Qin teacher, Xiaoyuan will trouble you. My part. The little girl reached out and shook his hand, took the book bag, and held Song Xiaoyuan's hand again. Let's go. I'll pick you up tonight. Song Huching rubbed the little girl's head before turning to leave. Mr. Xiao Qin looked at the Mercedes and was quite surprised. Garden. Your dad bought a car? No. Song Xiaoyuan said bitterly. He went to divorce with my mom today. Divorce from Mr. Xiao Qin's eyes widened at once. Mercedes on. You and Softy. Is it really impossible? Su Qing broke the silence. I'm more likely with you than with her. Song Huching bristled. No offense, but this fact. Actually, there's nothing between her and Qin Shu. Su Qing said seriously. So? Song Huching laughed softly. He can bring a man home and trample on his husband's pride with impunity. Do you think that this is the meaning of the existence of marriage? Su Qing opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Song Huching didn't speak again either and looked out the window. Half an hour later, the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Shu and Wan Xingya were already waiting there. Good morning to you both. After Song Huching smiled at them and greeted them, he looked at Wan Xingya. Did you bring all your documents? Bring it all, Wan Xingya said in a muffled voice. Well, let's go inside then. Song Huching smiled at Su Qing and Qin Shu before heading inside. Wan Xingya lowered her head and followed him in silence. Luckily, there weren't a lot of people filing for divorce today, and it was only a 2-hour line before it was their turn. After refusing mediation, the 2 registered for divorce with a 1-month reflection period. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Huching looked at his cell phone. There's no need for you to remind me. In a month's time, I'll be waiting for you here, Wan Xingyo said in a deep voice. That's better. After Song Huching nodded with a smile, he greeted Su Chang and Qin Shu again and turned to leave. Poof! Wan Xingyo huffed and got into Qin Shu's car, while Su Qing hesitated and followed Song Huching. What are you following me for? Where are you going now? Your idol? Song Huching was surprised. Look at your situation. Should be very busy, right? After all, who wouldn't go out in a professional outfit for nothing, right? My family's company. It doesn't matter if I go or not. Su Qing downplayed. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. That's fine. Go to the Judicial Paternity Center. As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he received a big mouthful. You suspect that Kun is not yours? Su Qing was shaking with anger. Who are you insulting? Softy or Little Garden? Hey! Song Huching rubbed his face. A big man to go to the Judicial Paternity Center to do identification is not the biggest insult to himself? Su Qing was immediately choked. That, it seems, makes a lot of sense. Bye. Song Huching shook his head and was about to leave when he was stopped by Su Qing. I know people at forensics. I'll take you to, acquaintance? Song Huching was a little hesitant. Su Qing, why don't you take an oath first? You will never collude with Wan Xingyao to hoodwink me. Brush. Su Qing raised her hand and slapped again. But this time, Song Huching has long since learned to be smart, and directly stepped back to avoid it. Song Huching, you are really not a thing. Su Qing gritted her teeth and said, you really know me. Song Huching looked at her playfully. Hey, Subaru let out a long sigh. How did this guy turn out? Chapter 6, The Black Knight. An hour or so later, Su Cheng and Song Huching walked out from the forensic laboratory. Only her eyes were rather complicated. After all, it had gotten to the point where she was going to have to take a paternity test, so there was no point in her saying anything else. Why don't I buy you lunch? No need. Su Qing sighed. You don't have a job now, and you still have a mortgage to pay. Back it's best to save your money. Well, yeah, thanks then. After reaching out to shake her hand, Song Huching then reached out to call a cab. Su Qing looked at him, wanting to say something, but finally could only wave goodbye. Where to, brother? The cab driver asked. Go to the Judicial Identification Center. Another. Song Huching laughed. Well, the driver couldn't help but look back at him. Dude, was that your daughter-in-law just now? That's true, Song Huching said with a bitter face. You said such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Now you want to divorce me. That's got to be appraised. The driver sighed and couldn't resist handing him a cigarette. Condolences, bro. Hey. Song Huching also let out a long sigh and did not speak again. Only when he came out of the other forensic laboratory, he saw a very familiar white small Mercedes-Benz being parked there. Song Huching, you're such an asshole. Su Qing was so angry that her face turned blue. Hey, what's an asshole or not? It's a lifetime thing. Song Huching shrugged. He didn't even trust the people on his pillow. How could he trust Su Qing, a stranger? And the other party's attitude is so attentive. It's either rape or theft. Here, count this as a loan from me. Subaru handed over a card. No, what do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. Sister, if I remember correctly, you and Ruan Xingyao are bosom friends, right? And as far as I remember, I've only known you for a few years? He wouldn't be so narcissistic as to see a beautiful woman and think that the other party liked him. It was just that this Su Qing's attitude was a bit too strange. Do you believe me when I say that I just don't want to see Xiao Yuan suffer? Su Qing said seriously. I'm sure, but I really don't need it. Song Huching set the card on the center console. I think I can still do it to feed a little girl. If it can really be done, then why does Softy still want to divorce you? Su Qing didn't have the good sense to say. That's her problem, not mine. Song Huching frowned. She likes a better life. She should not have married an ordinary man in the first place. Of course, I am also responsible for this matter. I am such an ordinary man. I should not be dead shameless to pursue the woman who should not belong to me. An ordinary boy who can't be any more ordinary. If by some fluke he gets a goddess in college, must first break up after college graduation. After all, if you don't mention it, it could be as long as a year or as short as 6 months before she sweeps you off your feet. Of course, it could be more extreme. Get married right after graduation so you can still delay the separation for a few years. Su Qing stared at him in a daze, as if she wanted to reacquaint herself with him. You gave so much for softness back then, and now if you divorce. She didn't keep her words to herself, but he was sure Song Huching could understand. It comes down to a question of sunk costs and timely stop losses. Song Huching rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Although my sunk costs are a bit large, I can't possibly go on indefinitely internally with Ruan Xingyao like this, and I have to start my new life. Instead of making it so ugly, it would be better if we all got together and parted ways, wouldn't it? Su Qing looked at him and eventually fell into silence. An hour or so later, Song Huching rode his Apulia to a specialty store for electric cars, but the people in the store looked at him and were slow to come over. Come one that breathes. He couldn't help but shout. Sir, my name is Chen. I'm the store manager here. What can I get you? A man in a shirt came over and said apologetically. Sorry, we thought you were here to find someone. After all, your car is too racy. A friend. After Song Huching babbled, he pointed to a row of electric cars and said, introduce me to a car with a long range and more horsepower. Sir, at the risk of sounding presumptuous, what are you buying the car for? Shopkeeper Chen was curious. Running takeout. Song Huching took out a cigarette and handed one to him. Brother, you have to give me a serious introduction, or the car has a problem. I can come to your store to find you. Big brother, don't kid yourself. You run a takeaway? Store manager Chen said with a bitter face. This kid looks non-rich. That car at the door is over $100,000. Not to mention whether it's his or not. Even if it's borrowed from a friend, that's not something an ordinary person can borrow, is it? I'm not kidding, I really do run takeout. Song Huching skimmed his mouth and said, hurry up and introduce me to A. I am still waiting to start work here. Okay. Chen shopkeeper hesitated, and finally introduced him to a black electric car. Theoretically the range is 200 kilometers, but generally able to run to 156. Wider, the back is good to put the box, and by the way, if you really go to run a takeaway, now we can recommend. We'll send you a box from our store when the time comes. Vest. Song Huching listened to him ramble on, probably understanding the mainstream 3 takeout groups in this world. Donut takeout in yellow vest, and takeout in blue vest, and black knight in black vest. To be honest, in his world it was 2 families against each other, and it was already almost like he didn't beat the dog's brains out, and this world was still a 3-part world, so he didn't know what was going on yet. Brother, if you really intend to rely on this to support your family, I recommend you to go to Tuanzi. Chen shopkeeper whispered. After all, AtoZ is famous for having a large number of orders, and there are also a lot of beautiful women who like to use AtoZ to order. Why is that? Song Huching was curious. Because there are a lot of handsome men in the group, Chen shopkeeper rather obscene said. Delivery of takeout well, in case, you know, that is not a step to heaven? Asterisk makes sense. Song Huching was greatly surprised, then laughed. Then give me a set of Black Knight's vest. Black Knight? Shopkeeper Chen froze. Brother, you have to think backwards. The group everyone knows that there are more handsome men. That means that there are fewer handsome men in the Black Knight, is not it? If you choose the Black Knight, you will first lower the other party's psychological expectations. Song Huching leisurely said. At that time, let's go in front of the other side. Won't it make people's eyes light up? And the competition is also small, isn't it? Damn, that's right. Shopkeeper Chen was instantly amazed at his theory. Song Huching, however, inwardly despised. These people really that what to see too much. The takeaway staff Wind and Sun do not know how hard many people to the summer are to cover themselves tightly. Who knows what you look like? It's enough to think that you're going to get ahead in one step. The two talked to each other. Finally, after paying 3,908, Song Huching let him go for the license plate formalities, while he himself went to the hospital. After all, takeout workers need health certificates too, don't they? Wait until 3:30 p.m. Song Huching came to the kindergarten entrance to pick up the people. Did not expect to bump right into Ruan Xingyao, just less Qin Shu by his side. Chapter 7. Our family doesn't play with uneducated kids. MS. Ruan, what do you mean by that? Song Huching was surprised. It doesn't mean anything. Tomorrow weekend, I want to take Xiao Yuan over to live. This is also part of the agreement, right? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Tomorrow weekend? Song Huching glanced at the cell phone, then laughed. The spirit of the contract still needs to be there. By the way, taking the liberty of asking, is Xiao Yuan going over to live with you? Or is she living with someone else? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I can actually take care of her if it's not very convenient. After all, it's not like it's going to be a problem for anyone else, is it? My house will take a few more days for others to vacate. I'll be staying at Su Qing's house for now, Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. If you don't feel at ease, you can follow. No, I still have more trust in you. Song Huching laughed, then said excuse me, went to the side to make a phone call, and only after getting Su Qing's affirmative reply did he let out a sigh of relief. Only when he walked back, he saw Ruan Xingyao glaring at him angrily. Song Huching, is this your trust in me? Ruan Xingyao opened the flying message and laid it out in front of him. Softy, Song Huching called just now. Is something wrong again? Su Qing, hey, you can't be too careful. Song Huching looked at her without blushing. You, Ruan Xingyao was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only glare at him fiercely. At this point, Song Xiaoyuan was let out by teacher Xiaoqin's hand. Only she kept her head down the entire time, her mood not too high. What did you encounter? Song Huching frowned. It's just that some of the students made fun of Xiao Yuan's name earthy, and our teacher has already tried her best to be persuasive. I'm really sorry. Little Qin teacher smiled bitterly. Many of the parents who were picking up their children also showed their contemptuous glances. What era is it now? Still called Xiao Yuan? Why don't they call it Xiaofang? Name Earth? Song Huching, when I first. Shut up. After Song Huching frowned and glared at Ruan Xingyao, he looked at teacher Xiaoqin with a smile. Actually, if we didn't have to do it for the convenience of going to work, we really don't want to put Xiao Yuan in your place. After all, the parents here, or the students, are really generally educated. Mr. Song, this, Mr. Xiaoqin looked at the indignant parents around him and didn't know what to say for a while. The name of the small garden comes from the poem Little Plum in the Mountain Garden. The original poem reads the fragrance of all shakes down and is only pleasant to the eye, occupying all the flavors to the small garden. Song Huching said aloud, the so-called great vulgarity is great elegance, no culture. Naturally feel that these two words are plain and strange, but where if you read more, then you can't say such words. Of course, if the quality is higher, you won't make fun of other people's names. Xiao Yuan, and Mr. Xiaoqin goodbye. Goodbye teacher. After Song Xiaoyuan, whose eyes were glowing, bowed deeply to teacher Xiaoqin, she then took Song Huching's hand. By the way, Xiaoqin teacher, if anyone makes fun of Xiao Yuan's name again, please let his parents come on Monday with their academic certificates. Our family does not play with uneducated children. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching set Song Xiaoyuan on his neck and walked towards his house. Ruan Xingyao froze for a moment before she sprinted to follow. Mr. Qin, who is this man? And what class is what little garden in? Is that her dad or her brother with a flyer? Push me. Many young mothers surrounded teacher Xiaoqin, while teacher Xiaoqin looked at Song Huching's back, slightly lost in thought. Shoreline, When Song Huching returned home, the house had already been cleaned by the hired cleaning, only that the smashed stool was also taken away. There was only one stool left on the dining room table, and it was sitting there all alone. Garden. Mommy is taking you for the weekend, so pack your things. Song Huching rubbed Song Xiaoyuan's head. Okay. Even though Song Xiaoyuan was a bit reluctant, she knew that she couldn't resist anything. Ruan Xingyao looked at the spotless living room, hesitated, but sat on the other end of the sofa. That poem you were talking about earlier. Oh, I made that up. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Only the old man's name is not good. What era is it? Still called Little Garden. You made it up now? Ruan Xingyao exclaimed. Where else do you think it came from? Song Huching spread his hands, helpless. It wasn't that he was helpless towards Ruan Xingyao. It was just that the poem was written by a poet from his world. This world didn't have this person at all. In case Ruan Xingyao was a deadbeat and really went to examine it, then it wouldn't be a break? I said how come I've never heard of it? Ruan Xingyao snapped. Then you still make people bring their academic certificates too. Is there something wrong with you? That was a scene. Song Huching sighed. Why do people bully Xiaoyuan? Isn't it because her parents are so easy to bully? But where we act a little stronger. Isn't this solving the problem for her? Ruan Xingyao was instantly choked, and didn't speak again, just glaring at him fiercely. In the past, this guy wouldn't have talked to her like that. Song Huching, however, didn't think so much about it and just leaned back on the sofa to figure out how to get some money. After all, money is a man's guts, isn't it? If you meet a girl you like, you can't go out and ask her to spend money, can you? How inappropriate. The two were just silent for a long time. Only then did Song Xiaoyuan drag a small suitcase out. Here. Song Huching opened his wallet and threw $1,000 to her. What do you want to eat to buy yourself? Not enough money to come back and say to me. Song Huching, she's still so young. What do you mean by giving her so much money? Ruan Xingyao chided. Ruan, I hope you won't use this tone to talk to me. Again I let you come to see Xiaoyuan because you are her mother. And how to educate Xiaoyuan, that's my business. After Song Huching finished frowning, he squatted down and rubbed Song Xiaoyuan's head. Remember my phone number? Remember. Song Xiaoyuan nodded. If you suffer any grievances there, don't hold back. Call me, no matter what time it is, I will definitely come to pick you up. Song Huching said seriously. I know, Daddy. Song Xiaoyuan reached out and hugged him. Okay, I'll walk you down. Song Huching held her with one hand and picked up the suitcase with the other. Ruan Xingyao silently followed him, waiting until she entered the elevator before she ventured out. Song Huching, why do I feel like you've grown taller? That's because I used to be too short for you. Song Huching joked. Ruan Xingyao was suddenly silent again. Downstairs, Su Chang's little Mercedes was parked quietly. After Song Huching greeted her, he put Song Xiaoyuan's suitcase in the tailgate and instructed her a few more times before turning around and going upstairs. Chapter 8. Do you believe I'll go over there and greet his ancestors now? It's night. Song Huching looked at the empty house and was satisfied. After all, home was the most private place in his mind, and he never brought chicks home. After ordering a takeout and settling for food and drink, he began to wonder how to get money, but after half a day's thought, he finally sighed. If he gets into a big company, with his second degree, I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air, and it's even harder to get ahead when you start at the grassroots level. Song Huching is an optimistic but realistic person. He has always known that his parents give him a lot of help, but now it seems that he is still too underestimating the ability of his parents. He got up and tried to find a computer and make a financial model, but after seeing the computer that was estimated to be older than Song Xiaoyuan, he finally gave up. This thing is used for modeling. Don't burn him then. The next day, early morning, Song Huching registered as a Black Knight's deliveryman, put on a black vest, mounted an electric bike and set off on his journey. He'd never delivered a takeout before and didn't know exactly how long it would take to run 5,000 orders. Ding dong. New orders have arrived. Please check. Well, here it comes. Song Huching, who was at the end of the street, put his helmet down and followed the navigation towards the store in a frenzy. Only when he arrived, there was a crowd standing outside the door. All three colors of delivery men. Damn. Try to cheat. Song Huching cursed. The donut takeaways are almost all middle-aged men in their 40s, while the Black Knights, by contrast, are almost all young men in their early 20s. He should have thought, Black Knight, what a handsome name. The hell with the donut takeout. The milk tea store is busy at the moment. While the knights were all chatting outside, Song Huching dug in and carefully watched the shopkeeper operate. 10 minutes later, his order arrived. He put down his helmet and sped off. The destination was a large office building. The security guard at the door reached out and stopped him, then tapped the sign in front of himself. No takeaways allowed. Gotta. After Song Huching parked his car, he took off his vest and strutted in under the surprised gaze of the security guard. It was only when he got to the elevator that he was stumped again. The elevators here are card-based and you can't get on without a card. He glanced down at the order and couldn't help but be deep in thought. 19 floors. I'm afraid this is going to kill people. While he was in a dilemma, a fragrant breeze brushed by his side. Song Huching looked sideways, only to see a beautiful woman was looking at the elevator entrance without slanting her eyes. Her height was only 1.7 meters, but her aura was afraid to be 2.8 meters. The woman seemed to notice that someone was looking at him and couldn't help but look over sideways, only to meet Song Huching's eyes right in front of her. Song Huching didn't move his gaze away, just looked at her and smiled. Instead, the woman frowned and averted her gaze. Sume? Song Huching glanced at the work tag on her chest and withdrew his gaze as well. That's when the elevator came. Both got into the elevator at the same time. Sume swiped her elevator card. Nice. Song Huching was greatly blessed. As the elevator started, Sume couldn't help but look sideways. Who are you looking for? Well, is there only one company on the 19th floor? Song Huching was surprised. Yeah, there's only one company. Sume said seriously. Who are you here to see? You can tell me, or I'll call security. Is it against the rules for your company to order takeout? Song Huching asked without a clue. It's not against the rules to order takeout, but our company generally doesn't receive outsiders other than customers, Sume said in a deep voice. Okay then. Song Huching shook the takeout in his hand. I am here to deliver takeout. Your company ordering takeout is not against the rules, but it is not illegal for me to deliver takeout, right? Well, Sume looked at him quietly, then turned her head away. The two just went up the stairs in silence. Song Huching followed her into the office, and when he saw the decorative style of that office, he couldn't help but be happy. Chino, with the two large characters of dragons and phoenixes, coupled with the strong smell of perfume, he could tell at a glance that this company was either in the cosmetics or clothing business. Sure enough, after walking in, he saw a pamphlet describing the company. This company does more than just perfume. It also represents many big foreign brands. Song Huching put the milk tea on the front desk and was about to make a call to the customer after explaining the situation to the receptionist. I didn't expect a man to run out in a huff. He had a high nose, deep eye sockets, and was rampant, like a wild boar, and he wasn't even of the local breed. Mr. Gamal, please wait a little. Sume led the men to sprint after them. The man jabbered on for several sentences, but Sume and her men were still confused and their faces were a bit ugly. The man saw this and became even angrier. What he means is that you are so insincere that you didn't even arrange for an interpreter. Song Huching couldn't help but speak up, and he also said that the $50 million order was just a preliminary test of the waters. But if your perfume wants to be sold in their cart, you'd better show some sincerity. You understand? Sume was shocked. Arabic. What's there to understand? After skimming his lips, Song Huching turned his head sideways and gibbered to Gamal. Gamalton's face softened a little then, and he spoke to him again. I asked him why he didn't bring his own interpreter, and he said that his interpreter had been hospitalized yesterday because he had eaten too much seafood, but he was going to be rushing back to the cartel in the afternoon, so he's giving you guys 20 minutes to find an interpreter to come over. Song Huching was ready to retreat when he finished speaking, but was stopped by Sume. Sir, I would like to ask you to act as our interpreter. Well, is it okay to pay at an hourly rate of 5,000 an hour? No, I have things to do. Song Huching blankly glanced at her and was about to retreat, but was stopped by Sume again. 10,000 an hour. No way. 20,000 an hour. Get out of the way. I gave you a bad review. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching stopped in his tracks and looked at her in surprise. Damn, you ordered the milk tea? Right. Sume said with a red face. I will give you a salary of 20,000 an hour, and you act as an interpreter, or I will immediately complain about you. Song Huching looked at her as she raised her cell phone, rather helpless. 50,000 an hour, or I won't translate for you even if you give me a bad review. 30,000 at the most, or else we'll all die of fish, Sume said in a deep voice. Deal. Song Huching smiled and nodded. Just now 10,000 an hour almost stopped without a fight. Sume looked at him and couldn't help but bite her teeth. I'll give you 5,000 an hour and you'll do it, right? You can try. Song Huching bristled and said, do you believe me or not? I will now go over to greet his ancestors, and then say to him that you got a meal of roasted suckling pig to treat him. Sume instantly glared in exasperation. If this business deal gets messed up by this guy, she's going to bite him. Chapter 9, please follow the customs. Xiao Zhang, get a suit for this man. Halfway through her sentence, Sume looked sideways at Song Huching. What's your name? Xin Chu, Song Huching said in a serious manner. Good. After Sume gave him a look, she ordered her men to do something. After Song Huching went into the locker room to change his clothes, Xiao Zhang immediately came up and took a picture of him with a camera. then printed out the photo and put it in the work card. Chino, Chin Chu, position, translator. I say, are you guys that sketchy? Come on, Gamal is a big client of ours. We can't afford to be unofficial. After Xiao Zhang let out a laugh, he looked at Song Huching and said, this dress kind of fits. Your boyfriend's? Song Huching snickered. Screw you, our Mr. Su. Xiao Zhang bristled. That's her boyfriend's. Song Huching laughed. She's always been alone. Where did she get a boyfriend? Xiao Zhan laughed and scolded. And whose clothes are those? It's not like she's into cosplaying men, is it? As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he felt a cold chill on his back. He glanced sideways and was met with a small, thinly veiled face. I'm going to go do something first, Xiao Zhang said with a lowered head and then slipped away quickly. Follow me. Sume glared at Song Huching before walking towards the conference room. Gamal was sitting there by now. Hello Mr. Muhammad, I am Song. I am acting as the interpreter for your business this time. After shaking his hand, Song Huching smiled bitterly. I'm very sorry for our presumption, but our interpreter also ate seafood yesterday. Perhaps the same one your interpreter went to. Ha ha ha. Gamaltan laughed out loud at that. Song, you're a very interesting man. I hope we can reach a cooperation. Song Huching laughed. I wish. Gamal smiled before looking over to Sume, who was standing on the stage, signaling that she could begin. Sume started to talk about the background of Chino and the current main models very professionally. Song Huching also dutifully began to translate, but after 20 minutes, he and Gamal yawned at the same time. Song, this is boring. I think so. Song Huching sighed. This old boss of ours, she understands perfume, but she does not understand women, even less understand men. Oh, what does that say? Gamal wondered. What is perfume? It's not a fragrance at all, it's really the seasoning of time, so that memories can carry a bit of excitement. Song Huching pointed to the perfume and said, flavor is used to stimulate the sensory nerves, especially perfume. It will make it easier for men and women to indulge in it, isn't it? Fair enough. Gamal gave a thumbs up. Perfume is just the seasoning of time, so that the memories can take on a little excitement. That's a great line. Can I use it as a tagline? Of course, if the contract is signed. It counts as a gift from us to you. Of course, if you don't sign the contract, then you're ready to receive a lawyer's letter. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders. Ha ha ha. Gamaltan burst out laughing. Muhammad, you've actually been thinking about this for a long time, haven't you? Song Huching laughed softly. For people in your country, as long as it carries the word huaxia, that's enough. As for who to choose as a partner, as long as it's not too unpleasant to smell, basically you're okay with it, right? Right. Gamal joked. Now our country is obsessed with the Chinese culture, especially the classical incense you introduced in the beginning. I think that if that thing appears in our country, it will definitely trigger a frenzy. That doesn't make it so. Song Huching pointed to his nose and said, you shouldn't look at the PPT to buy perfume, but you should trust your nose. But your plane ticket should be tomorrow, right? How do you know? Gamal was surprised, because if you don't connect or charter a plane, the only flight to Cardi is one tomorrow in Shanghai, and we don't have one at all in Linshur. Song Huching shrugged. Since you've already thought about it, why don't I take you out for a walk? It's no fun to listen to this here. Song, this is business after all. Before Gamal could finish his sentence, he saw Song Huching pull Sume to his side and sit down, then took out his cell phone and clicked several pictures. These pictures are enough for you to get back to dealing with. How about I take you somewhere where there are lots of beautiful women and you can make small talk? Well, Gamal was rather a bit embarrassed. Song, you know our teachings. Don't allow us to do those out of the ordinary things. Mr. Gamal, this is business. Although you are party A, you cannot be so unselfish and brush off our good intentions. No? So please also follow the customs. Song Huching's face was full of seriousness, which startled Sume and the others. Song, you're right. Gamal also said seriously, I think I should follow the customs. After all, I am a businessman. Let's go then. Song Huching got up. Good. Gamal stood up as well. Give me a card. Then give me the car keys and license plate, and I'll bring the contract back to you before work. Song Huching said to Sume with a sideways glance. You. Sume gritted her teeth and said, I'll agree to all your demands, but I have to follow you. It's also possible. Song Huching shrugged indifferently. Half an hour later, Footbath City. The three of them changed clothes and then lay down for a massage. Compared to the mortified Sume, Song Huching and Gamal were both calm. The two even order a bottle of brandy and chat over drinks. When half the bottle of wine had gone down, Song Huching clapped his hands. Two hairy girls immediately came in from outside and looked at Gamal with smiles on their faces. Muhammad, is your English okay? Do you want me to be your translator? Song Huching joked. No need. I think body language better expresses what I'm feeling right now. Gamal took a deep breath. Be my guest. Song Huching smiled and waved his hand. Gamal immediately walked out in a serious manner. Song Huching, on the other hand, glanced at his massage little sister. Count your full bells and go rest. Ha, I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Yes. Massage little sister glanced at him and then at Sume, turned around and walked out. Who the hell are you? Sume gritted her teeth. The delivery man. Song Huching lifted his hand and glanced at the actual. That guy needs at least one more hour. Together to count you 100. 000 well, more than an hour. How do you know? Sume froze. Because. Song Huching dropped a pill box on the table. Viagra works for about that long, though I only used half a pill. You. Sume's pupils contracted violently. This guy is crazy, right? Chapter 10, Mr. Shao Qin. At this point, buzz off. Sume's phone rang. Hey, Mr. Su, the interpreter we hired has arrived and is now coming in your direction. An assistant's voice came over the phone. Good. After Sume hung up the phone, she looked sideways, but saw that Song Huching had already changed into his own clothes, and his suit was hung up on a hanger. Maki, 100, 000. Add a flyer and I'll transfer it to you. Okay. Song Huching opened his cell phone and let her scan it. After the two of them added friends, Sume transferred 100, 000 over. Thanks a lot. Song Huching smiled at her and prepared to retreat. Chin Chu. Sume couldn't help but shout. Mr. Su has something else? Song Huching was curious. Do you want to join my company? I will give you 15,000 monthly salary. Sume lightly bit her thin lips and said, the position is assistant to the president, and there will be a year-end bonus at the end of the year. Better not. I don't like soft food. After waving his hand, Song Huching walked towards the door. Asshole, what's with the soft eating? Sume angrily rebuked and was about to send a message to scold him twice, but a big red exclamation point made her giggle. He actually deleted himself? Asterisk. One run a day. That's 5,000 runs for 10 years. After Song Huching cursed, he took a taxi to the office building and tried to ride his electric bike back, but as soon as he arrived at the downstairs of the building, he was dumbfounded. Where is his big electric car? Looking for a car? The guard smirked. Yeah, where's my car? Song Huching handed over a cigarette. Here. The guard nudged to the side. Song Huching looked sideways and instantly blackened his face. At this time a group of people were moving parked vehicles to their cars, and the arrests were for motorized vehicles. He went over to negotiate, and after enduring the pain of paying a $500 fine, that's when he pushed the car off. Under the gloating eyes of the security guard, he helplessly straddled the car and began taking orders on the spot. From 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., Song Huching ran a total of 5 orders, and one was complained about because of a delay, which docked him $5. 10 points. He dragged his tired body back home after eating a bowl of noodles at the noodle shop downstairs, took a shower, pressed on with no other thoughts, and fell back to sleep. The next day, early morning, Song Huching got up early in the morning and ran out on his electric bike again. He really didn't believe it. He could even do complex financial modeling and still be stopped by a takeout? But the reality is very cruel. Near noon, he only ran 4 orders, total income of $16.99. Hey, Song Huching found a roadside stall and sat down. And after ordering a bowl of wontons, there was suddenly a ringing in his head. Achieve 10 single achievements and get 3 draws. Well, is there such a thing as a good thing? He was overjoyed and then started the raffle while eating the ravioli. First draw. Receive a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Well, Song Huching was dumbfounded. He doesn't need this now, does he? Second draw. Get $100,000 in cash. Cut. Song Huching rolled his eyes. Third draw. Gain the path of the underworld, body scent. All you. Song Huching immediately spat out fragrance. Another $100, 000 in cash would be nice. He's a big man. What does he want with body odor? After half an hour of cursing, he eventually stopped. After all, pissing off at the cold raffle machine isn't much of a bird's eye view. Smoking a cigarette, he set off on his journey once more. I don't know if it's the cause of the light. He was an afternoon. Actually ran 8 single, but did not wait for him to be happy for a long time. Suddenly a pot of cold water poured down. Another order of milk tea, but the place to deliver it is by the river in Lincoln. By the time he got to the place, the EdUp client wasn't actually answering his phone. Damn. After Song Huching cursed, he gritted his teeth and pressed the confirm delivery button, and then began to look for it. Lincoln River in the evening is almost all people, and still a bunch of situations. He kept calling, but the other party just does not answer. Still true to his professionalism, he hit it over and over again. When he was almost at the end of his walk, a sudden ringing of the phone caught his attention. A woman was sitting in front of a recliner at the moment, with a nice figure, only her hair was covered. and a compact cell phone was ringing nonstop on her side, and it was very cool with flashing special effects. Song Huching hung up the phone, and then stood still and typed once more. The other man's cell phone rang again at once, and he couldn't help but take a long breath and take 2 steps forward. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. He couldn't help but frown, reaching out and pulling on the other man's. "Hey sis, wake up." Well, the other woman was still alert, and with just such a slight movement, she snapped out of it. The hair slipped down, causing Song Huching to be startled. Little Mr. Sheen? He couldn't really tell that the teacher was wearing school clothes, which were sweet and unusual, but now she was wearing a halter top with jean shorts and strappy heels underneath. Scary body, not to mention those long legs were longer than the life of that security guard at the entrance of Chino. "Are you, little garden dad?" Mr. Xiao Qin also stared at him in a daze. "Aha." Song Huching looked at him and smiled bitterly. "Sisters, what have you encountered? Not to drink so much?" Mr. Xiao Qin looked at him and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "This is my own private matter." "Okay then." Song Huching sighed and set the milk tea in front of her. "This is your milk tea. Then I will leave first." After he finished speaking, he was ready to retreat, but was shouted at by the other party. "Daddy-kun, can you stay with me for a while? I can pay you for it. I'm almost ready to leave work, so I don't need to pay." Song Huching sighed and sat down on her side. "Walk one?" Mr. Xiao Qin handed over the wine. "Stop it. I'm riding my bike." Song Huching laughed and scolded. "Isn't this the end of the day?" Teacher Xiao Qin laughed. "Well, also." Song Huching glanced at the electric car not far away and hesitated. "Why don't we drink somewhere else? My car was just towed yesterday and I was fined 500. Puffing. Mr. Xiao Qin couldn't help but laugh. With this smile, she revealed 2 shallow pear swirls, causing Song Huching to be slightly stunned. "Good man. It's a good thing he's a good man. If he were a bad man, how could he hold it? Then find a place and count me in." "Okay." After Song Huching gathered up the bottles on the floor and threw them into the trash can, he led her towards his electric car. Many people on the road stopped in their tracks as they looked at the black knight's vest on him, and then at teacher Xiao Qin who was following him. "This chick isn't his, is she? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn. If this pretty girl gets on an electric car with him, I'll jump in the river on the spot." Many of the men were whispering, especially a few college students who were betting on it. Chapter 11, 20 years less traveling. "Sis." Song Huching ignored the whispers and simply walked over to his little electric motor and straddled it. Teacher Xiao Qin didn't mind and sat directly in his back seat, just very measuredly not to embrace him. But Song Huching pinched the gas pedal and then slammed on the brakes. With that, Ms. Xiao Qin slammed into his back, and her arms unconsciously wrapped around him. Just before she could open her mouth, Song Huching made a beautiful U-turn and backed the car up, stopping in front of the college students who had just spoken. "Buddy," said jumping river can must jump so many people watching. "You." A few college students were suddenly blushing with shame. Ms. Xiao Qin, however, laughed out loud. This person was much more interesting than she thought. Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at the few college students and sped off with a turn of the gas. After he rode his electric bike to the charging post underneath the shore Zeitungland to charge it, he took Mr. Xiao Qin to the night snack stand in front of the district and waved for some kebabs and beer. Mr. Xiao Qin didn't say anything, just propped up his chin and looked at him. Song Huching didn't say anything either and just looked at her quietly. Late night snack stall is not noisy. The main do is also the business of the neighborhood. We look up and see. No longer have the quality, cannot do anything out of the ordinary. There was just a young singer in his 30s who was sitting in front of the booth with a guitar playing some unknown song. Your string. The owner of the night stall is a middle-aged man in his 50s, running the business with his mother-in-law, but he doesn't seem to have bought a house in the neighborhood, but lives in the attic of the facade. Thanks. After Song Huching said thanks, he pointed to the singer and laughed. Business is good but also invited a singer in residence. What singer residency? That I am son. The owner of the late night snack stand said bitterly, almost 30 years old, and there is no proper behavior. Every day dreaming of being a star. It's good to have a dream after all, isn't it? Song Huching handed a cigarette over. But singing at a night stall is very difficult to get ahead. How about finding a large bar or something to bump into? Went, but people returned him. The owner of the night stall skimmed his lips, saying that the singing is not distinctive, and the guests invited him to drink and did not drink. Fake innocence. Ha! Song Huching was instantly happy and took out a red ticket and handed it to the boss. Let him sing one of his best songs, counting on my point. Ooh, the owner of the night stall looked at him incredulously. Xiao Song, this can't be allowed. $100 a song. Where is such a good thing? Well, you know me? Song Huching was slightly stunned. I've lived here for almost 7 years. The residents of this neighborhood don't dare to say that they all know it. At least 9 out of 10 I am familiar with my face. The owner of the late-night snack stand laughed. Your mother-in-law's surname is Ruan. She's very pretty, and she's a celebrity in our neighborhood. Hey, so I'm still in her good graces. Ha! Song Huching feigned a sigh. Ha! The owner of the night snack stall burst out laughing, and then made a self-introduction. My surname is Xie. I bought a house in this neighborhood and live in the building next to you. Only that house I gave my son to live. I and my mother-in-law live in the store. So it is. Song Huching drifted off, and then the two of them chatted a bit more. Seeing that he insisted on asking his son to sing, Lao Xia had no choice but to walk over with the money. When Xia received the money, he was first stunned, and then with a face full of joy, he sat forward and began to show his singing voice. Does he think of me as a mistress? Teacher Xiao Qin laughed. That's hard to say. Song Huching joked. It's so late. A pretty girl and a middle-aged man drinking at a night snack stand. It's not father and daughter. It's father and daughter. Puffing. Mr. Xiao Qin couldn't help but laugh, then raised his beer and said, Go one. Walk one. Song Huching lifted his beer and clinked it lightly with hers, taking a drink. With that, he began to listen to the song while jerking off. After 3 bottles of beer, Ms. Xiao Qin's pretty face was slightly red. My name is Qin Zimo. Well, Song Huching was first stunned, then nodded with a smile. My name is Song Huching. Song Huching, very nice name. Qin Zimo said softly. Don, you want to ask me why I drink? Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. At your age, you're either in love or in money. I can't help you with either. So what's the point of me asking you? Ha ha ha. Qin Zimo laughed out loud. You're right. So tell me if I'm trapped by love or money? For love. Song Huching pointed to the bracelet on her wrist and said, This chain on your hand. The price is around 30,000. Fake. Qin Zimo snickered. Really? Then the Guerlain perfume you're wearing is also fake? Song Huching teased. Well, you know Guerlain? Qin Zimo was greatly surprised. Is this rare? Song Huching bristled. This Guerlain of yours is still a classic. Winged be scented by a 5th-generation perfumer. Hiss. Qin Zimo sucked in a breath of cool air. Who the hell are you? Even know about this? Base. Song Huching let out a light laugh and raised his beer glass to clink with her. Damn. Fortunately, in Chino's idle boredom to look at a few eyes and smell a little. Otherwise it really cannot bluff this little girl. TSK, the average guy, knowing a Chanel and being able to smell it is amazing. Qin Zimo shook his head. You can actually know Guerlain. Is rare. That's because you've met so few men. Song Huching joked. When you reach my age, you can know everything. Puffing, Qin Zimo immediately laughed again, and after laughing for a while, he was quite lost. I broke up with my boyfriend today. It's normal. He doesn't deserve you. Well, what does that say? Because he doesn't even know what perfume you use. Then naturally he doesn't know your worth. He thinks you are just an ordinary kindergarten teacher. Such a man doesn't even try to make money. There's nothing upwardly mobile. Song Huching said carelessly. Ha ha ha. Qin Zimo laughed forward and backward. Being said by you. It seems like he has little motivation. That's not? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. And look at your dress. Walking a very usual small fresh route. That means your boyfriend is an ordinary white collar. And, Qin Zimo was curious. He thinks he works hard, but in reality he is a stupid egg. Instead of trying so hard to please his boss, he should try to please you. Song Huching shrugged and said, 20 years less of a detour. Sister. That's not true. I'm the only daughter in the family. Qin Zimo also joked. If he marries me, my family has 3 buildings for rent in Yangcheng. Ooh, 3 buildings? Self-built buildings? Song Huching was surprised. No, the office building. Qin Zimo slightly raised his eyebrows. How? About wanting to take 20 years less of a detour? Chapter 12 Song Huching, Xiao Yuan Mom, how can I divorce you? Want how? To give me a chance? Song Huching said in a serious manner. But you have to think clearly. I am a second marriage with children. If it's someone else I would have to think about it, but I like Xiao Yuan. A lot. It's not something that's hard to accept. Qin Zimo laughed lightly. It's just that, you said my boyfriend doesn't deserve me. So do you deserve me? Hey, empty-headed. Drink. Song Huching bitterly raised his glass. Oops, giving up so soon? Not more contact? Qin Zimo laughed. What's it going to take to make contact? Let's find a place to lie down and talk about life after drinking at night? Song Huching raised an eyebrow. Okay. Qin Zimo agreed in one gulp and confirmed. You're divorced, aren't you? Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Sis, stop it. If you're really such a casual person, your boyfriend would be willing to break up with you? He just broke up with mine because I was too conservative. Qin Zimo laughed bitterly. So I am also reflecting on whether I did not do it right. Well, at the risk of asking, how far have you gotten? Song Huching was curious. Which step? What do you mean? Chin Zimo was surprised. Holding hands, hugging, kissing, and then a home run. Song Huching spread his hands and said, falling in love is roughly divided into this 4-step process, so it depends on which step you've gotten to. Well, Chin Zimo immediately reddened and whispered, the first step, holding hands? Song Huching said with a stunned face, how many years have you been together? 6 years, been together since freshman year. Chin Zimo said with a wink, then it's only right that he breaks up with you. Song Huching sighed, if I'm not wrong, you guys should be living in a 2 or 3 room house, and then you have 1 room each, and you don't even share the bathroom, right? Yeah, how did you know? Chin Zimo was surprised, with you which is in love this is invited a female bodhisattva Song Huching laughed bitterly, you have neither the intention to get married nor hang on to someone else so much, it is not very appropriate Nonsense, I have plans to get married. Chin Zimo's almond eyes rounded, my intention is to get married after our jobs have stabilized. Stable job? The corner of Song Huching's mouth twitched, sister, how much do you get paid a month? Can you and your boyfriend's combined salary outrun the house price? Why run up house prices? My family. You didn't tell him about your family either, did you? Song Huching raised his wine glass and interrupted her words. You will make him very desperate, spiritually or physically, almost no solace. Then what does he figure with you? Well, Chin Zimo cocked his head and looked at him. Silent. Have a couple more drinks and I'll take you home. Song Huching got up and opened 2 bottles of beer. It's a bit of a shame that a man who can put up with you for 6 years. Chin Zimo didn't say anything. He just picked up the wine and drank it. At this point, Xiao Xia ran over holding the guitar, and said with a face full of expectation, Brother Song, what else do you want to hear? I will sing it to you, without money. Well, Song Huching tilted her head to look at him and stretched out her hand and smiled. Why don't I sing you a song? You? Shay's eyes widened. Hey, who wasn't a literary youth when they were young? Song Huching joked. Well, Shay hesitated, but eventually handed him his precious guitar. Chin Zimo, on the other hand, blinked her wide eyes and propped her chin up to look at him, holding his guitar. Song Huching crossed his legs and started tuning it. Instead, Shay moved his own upright microphone and set it in front of him. Oi 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 oi. Song Huching smiled into the microphone. A very old song for everyone. I hope you will like it. Well, the people who were having a snack couldn't help but stop talking and all looked over sideways. Song Huching's slender fingers plucked at the chords and his mouth hummed softly. No matter how offended you say I'm a liability, staying with me is tantamount to dying uninterested. Was or is who I am. His voice is clear and very recognizable. Xiao Xie and Chin Zimo widened their eyes at the same time, especially Chin Zimo, who sat forward and looked at Song Huching seriously. After all, she was a native of Yangchang, and there was a natural affinity for listening to people sing Cantonese songs. At this point, the chorus kicks in. Is love 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 dead to love? Greedy glad for a good-natured perfunctory but realistic kiss. This is a terrible ending for us. A love-hate that can't be distinguished from truth. Song Huching doesn't sing too seriously, but it exacerbates the sense of hopelessness about love in this song. Cool love. Everyone watched him in silence, and when the last note fell, the room erupted in applause. Good to hear, dude. One more song. Out of pocket 2. Encore encore. Dedication. After Song Huching got up and bowed slightly to everyone, he looked sideways at Xiao Xie, who was holding up his cell phone, and smiled. Go back and compose the song yourself. This song I authorize to give you. You to take it to the competition or not? How can I do it? I don't charge you money. Really? Really? Shay said in surprise. If you disappear now, what I said is true. Song Huching laughed softly. I'll disappear immediately. Holding his guitar in one hand and a microphone in the other, Shay flew towards his store. Song Huching, how could Xia Yuan mom divorce you? Chin Zimo sent out a sole inquiry. Because I am not stable. A delivery man which is worthy of the phoenix? Song Huching joked. Nasty. Chin Zimo immediately reddened. Ha! After Song Huching pointed at her, he said aloud. Old Xie, settle the bill. Don't bother, brother Song, this meal is on me. Xiao Xie shouted. Cut the crap. One size fits all. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and walked to the store to scan the code. Lao Xie pushed back twice, couldn't push back, and could only quote an extremely low price. Song Huching didn't treat him politely this time and swept the code away. Curbside. Chin Zimo walked to his side and tilted his head. Song Huching, do you really want to send me back? Well, what's the problem? Song Huching was surprised. You have to think clearly. My family can have 3 office buildings. Chin Zimo said in a serious manner. That's too bad. Song Huching sighed. If I'm not married, not to mention 3 buildings, your home has a building. I'm dying to pursue you not? I don't believe you when you don't have a word of truth. Chin Zimo smiled and rolled his eyes. That youthfulness made Song Huching look a little lost in thought. Chapter 13, Song Huching, You liar. After the two of them got into the cab, Song Huching sat in the passenger side. 20 minutes later, inside a still relatively upscale neighborhood, Song Huching and Shin Zimo stood in front of a house. It was only the gasps and women's screams coming from inside that made Song Huching a bit dazed. Still want to go in? Shin Zimo laughed. Am I getting a little old to read you guys? Song Huching lit a cigarette. I'm not sure if I want to marry him, so I can't give myself to him, but he's a mature man. He also has his own needs. What's wrong with him addressing his own needs? Shin Zimo spread his hands and said, suppose I make an analogy. Song Huching helplessly said, if he and unclean women that what? And then contracted a disease, and then married you at that time, do you think this is good for you? Ha! Shin Zimo took a step back in shock and covered his mouth. Song Huching was about to say something when the door to the room opened. A rather handsome young man was stark naked, frowning at the two. What are you even doing back here? And who is this guy? Hello sir, I'm the Black Knight's delivery man, and this MS. Shin hired me to come over to carry her luggage. Song Huching said in a serious manner. It's just a few pieces of rags. Why do you need to move them? The young man sneered. Wait here, I'll go in and get them for you. He didn't close the door when he said that and turned straight inside to start packing. I don't want those clothes anymore, Shin Zimo said bitterly. Then you can't stay here either, can you? Song Huching bristled. What if those practitioners he shouted at wore your clothes? Stop it, I want to throw up. Shin Zimo covered his chest and braced himself against the wall with one hand. Less than 3 minutes. A large box was then thrown out, and with it the door was locked. Song Huching couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the mess all over the place. You think you seem to be doing a generous job, but in reality, you are still a child's heart, pretending to be mature. With that, he began stuffing clothes into the suitcase. Shin Zimo, on the other hand, was pale and did not speak. Song Huching didn't bother to say much about her, carrying the box and leading her downstairs. Let's find a hotel for the night and make do, then find a house tomorrow. Can I go to your place to stay for a night? Shin Zimo blushed a little and said, don't worry, it's fine for me to sleep with Xiao Yuan. No, Song Huching blankly glanced at her. I'm still in a cooling off period with my ex-wife. In case I'm seen or photographed bringing a woman home, this will affect my fight for Xiao Yuan's custody. Find your own hotel. You, Shin Zimo was instantly furious. Then I'll find a hotel next to your house. Is that okay? Whatever. Song Huching skimmed his lips before leading her to the cab. Just dropped her off downstairs at the hotel and let the driver drive without even going upstairs. Song Huching, you coward. Shin Zimo was so angry that he stomped his feet. Instead, the cab didn't even stop for a second, but instead sped up and disappeared before her eyes. She looked up at the hotel in front of her and was dumbfounded. This hotel is at least half an hour away from Shore Zeitingland, probably more. After Song Huching went home and took a shower, he quickly fell asleep. After all, even an Iron Man can't handle being tired from morning to night, can he? Just the next day, he slept until 10 o'clock, as was his habit. That means even if you are busy, you must take one day off a week. After all, the day off was the only thing that would make him feel like a person and not a machine. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Song Huching went to the charging pile and ripped off his electric car, then parked it at the motorcycle parking place before humming a little tune and walking towards the parking lot. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz Big G was quietly parked there. After he got in the car, he double-checked the paperwork to make sure it was all in order, and then he started the vehicle. Shoreline is not a particularly wealthy neighborhood. Mercedes-Benz Big G is still rare. Out of the parking lot attracted a lot of people's attention. Song Huching parked his car on the side of the road and then walked into the breakfast place in front of the neighborhood. Boss, a bowl of noodles. Okay, the breakfast store owner responded before snickering. Yo, why didn't you bring your girl's new mom over today? Puffing. Many people in the store laughed. After all, we are all working people, and it is a normal operation to sleep in until after 10 o'clock on Sundays to come for breakfast. You cannot bowl asterisk 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 asterisk, but also the new mom. I cannot even keep her old mom. Song Huching laughed and cursed. Don't make this joke. I don't want to be ashamed, but other girls still want to be ashamed. Hey, the owner laughed softly and didn't continue the conversation. Song Huching was about to find a seat when he realized that a familiar figure was looking at him with a puff of anger. Song Huching, you liar. Well, everyone looked sideways. No, sis, you don't talk nonsense. What did I lie to you? Song Huching hurried forward and sat across from Shin Zimo. Dude, bull. A male comrade at the next table gave a thumbs up. No, this is a friend of mine. Song Huching hurriedly waved his hand. Old Wang, next time you have to ask his girl if this is a new mom. Someone said aloud. Puffing, the whole breakfast place was laughing. Stop it, stop it. Song Huching hurriedly arched his hand to the surrounding area. then looked at Qin Zimo with a bitter smile on his face and said, "If you don't go to find a house, why did you come here to eat breakfast? My house was found in the morning, in this neighborhood." Qin Zimo's face slowed down a little. "I squatted you for a morning. You liar, yesterday also said to send me to this neighborhood. Hey, I'm not also do not recognize the road of Linchang." Song Huching face not red heart not jump said, "Sisters, eat no. I invite you to eat breakfast as an apology how I ate earlier." Qin Zimo wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at him with a puff of air. "Come on, forget it then." Song Huching smiled sarcastically and took the noodles handed over by the boss, stirring them before eating them slowly and methodically. "Well, why are you dressed like that today? Not planning to run a bill?" Qin Zimo curiously said. "I'm a human being, and if I'm a human being, I have to rest, don't I?" Song Huching joked. "There are still times when cows and horses don't work. Then where are you planning to go later?" Qin Zimo asked again. "Go to the mall to shop, buy a few clothes for my daughter." "What's the matter? You have no place to go?" Song Huching laughed. "Not at all. I have many friends," Qin Zimo said slightly vainly. "Then you can go play with your friends later." After skimming his lips, Song Huching lowered his head and continued to eat his noodles. "You," Qin Zimo blared at him fiercely, itching to lift the table. Chapter 14, Hammer Scissors. 10 minutes later, Song Huching contentedly drew paper to wipe his mouth and walked to the front of the store. "Boss, what did that girl eat? I'll check it out together." "Her bill paid itself," the old king cheerfully said, "but she was in my store more than 8 o'clock and named her name to wait for you." "Well," Song Huching glanced at the puffing Qin Zimo and helplessly swept the code to pay the bill before saying aloud, "Sister, I'll leave first, you take your time." "Poof." Qin Zimo snorted coldly and also followed out with his bag. A group of guys who were watching the fun also walked up to the door, only to see the black Big Ben. They were all dumbfounded. "No, isn't this guy in the middle of a divorce?" "Yeah, well, it's all over the homeowners group. He's so rich. Is his mother-in-law crazy?" The old king is also a bit froze. This guy cannot be, is trying to get rid of his mother-in-law? In the past, they all took the bus to and from work, and now they are divorced and driving on the Big Ben. Song Huching, however, didn't know what they were thinking and was about to get into the car when he was tugged by Qin Zimo. "This car is yours? I'm no more shameless than to move someone else's car, right?" Song Huching spread his hands and said, "Not. How come I've never seen you drive Xiao Yuan to school?" Qin Zimo said in surprise. "My family is the richest man in China. Do I have to tell you too?" Song Huching rolled his eyes. "Stop it. I still have things to do. You find your friends to fool around with." "No, you lied to me. You have to make it up to me." After dropping a sentence, Qin Zimo pulled open the passenger door and got into the car. "Compensation?" The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched, and he got into the main driver rather helplessly. Qin Zimo looked at the purchase procedures in the car and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "You bought this car yesterday? Teacher Xiao Qin, this has nothing to do with you, right?" Song Huching frowned. "Just because I have a drink with you doesn't mean that we are friends. You are too borderless. You." When Qin Zimo heard this, he was furious and his face turned red. "Why are you like this? How come the two of us aren't considered friends? And you have this formalities right here in the car. How come I can't look at it? What friends? Don't bull asterisk 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 me." Song Huching lit a cigarette. "Is a friend such a cheap thing? You are at most my daughter's kindergarten teacher. You're such an asshole." Qin Zimo huffed and pulled open the car door. Phew. Song Huching was about to take a long breath, but the other party sat back down. "Song Huching, you're purposely making me angry to get rid of me? The door is not even there." Qin Zimo laughed coldly. "Anyway, I'm relying on you today. What's up? Come on, count me out then." Song Huching laughed. "It just so happens that I have to buy clothes for my daughter. Test your business ability." "My business skills? What do you mean?" Qin Zimo was surprised. "It's your knowledge of your students. What clothes Xiao Yuan wears, what colors she likes, you won't be unaware of, right?" Song Huching joked. "If you refer to clothes she doesn't like, then I can doubt if yours is a good teacher. Can I still not know what she likes?" Qin Zimo was quite disdainful. "Drive to Linchang Plaza. Success. I'll navigate a voyage first." "No, you really don't know Lincoln well, do you? Or do you think?" After Song Huching rolled his eyes, he turned on the navigation and then sped off. Linchang is actually considered a new first-tier city, and there are quite a lot of large and small plazas. And because it's the capital city, there are a lot of universities here. There are more places in the university where people are more or less out of sorts. After all, the brain circuits of college students are not something that can be guessed by ordinary people. Linchang Plaza is considered a landmark building in Linchang, and Linha is just across the road. And Linha River is the dating mecca for college students, many people riding bicycles there to enjoy their youth. Song Huching, however, did not have this leisure and elegance? Straight after parking the car into the parking lot, he took Chin Zimo into the elevator and started to wander around. Aren't you shopping for clothes? The clothing section is on the 3rd floor. Sisters, when clothes cannot buy this came not to take a good stroll? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Steal half a day of leisure. You're the only one who can talk. Chin Zimo gave him a blank look, but followed him. Want some milk tea? Song Huching suddenly said. You invited me? Chin Zimo laughed playfully. Please you how meaningless let's hammer scissors. The loser to buy into it? Song Huching laughed. Sure, come on. Chin Zimo put his hand to his back. Hammer scissors. Cloth. Little garden. The moment the two reached out at the same time, Chin Zimo subconsciously looked sideways, and Song Huching also immediately changed his hand gesture. Where is little garden? Oh, wrong look. Song Huching said lightly. You are cloth. I am scissors. Line up to go. What you drink I drink. Less sugar. Well, Chin Zimo's eyebrows knit tightly, and he was about to say something when he saw the two figures suddenly emerge on the large screen next to him, as well as the entire process of Song Huching's cheating. Hey, buddy, you shoot as you shoot. Why are you so unethical? And put it on the big screen. Song Huching laughed sideways at the shooting team in the distant mall. Ha ha ha. The cameraman was also a wonderful man, only to see him say in a loud voice, You're a big man. How can you bully your girlfriend? I'd love to. Shoot someone else. After Song Huching shouted, he reached out and put his hand on Chin Zimo's shoulder and said in a serious manner, Little mister, Chin, you're a teacher. It's only right that you're willing to gamble and accept defeat, right? You. Chin Zimo punched him fiercely, then huffed and puffed towards the milk tea store. Song Huching, on the other hand, found a stool around and sat down, crossing his legs and looking at the surrounding crowd. He was too busy in his previous life. Even on Sundays, there were countless people looking for him, and even if his cell phone was turned off, there was always someone who knew where he was, talking about coincidental encounters, but actually talking about business. Such a tranquil life was one he could rarely enjoy. A stage was set up not far away, and a number of people gradually gathered around it. Song Huching glanced at it and lost interest. Lin Chang Plaza Amateur Singing Contest, an event organized by the shopping mall, but the prizes were not bad. A Hello Kitty cat that was bigger than others, and cash $5,000. It wasn't that he thought the prizes were that rich, it was just that the thing was voted on live, and as long as there were live audience chants that met the requirements, they would get the prizes. Since it's publicity, we should get a live broadcast and then build up momentum at each university in advance. Well, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh dumbly when he was halfway through talking to himself. Occupational hazard strikes again. Chapter 15, You're too much of a show. Here, your milk tea. Chin Zimo handed over a cup of milk tea. Thanks. After Song Huching took a sip, he appreciated. It tastes good. You have good taste. Sure. Chin Zimo immediately cheered up. I often come to this milk tea store, although it is not as good as the one on the 2nd floor, and this is the only flavor that can be drunk. Nice. Song Huching nodded with a smile, then joked, There is an event there. Do you want to go sing a song? Don't you like Hello Kitty? Who told you that I like Hello Kitty? Chin Zimo was surprised. I accidentally saw it yesterday when your boyfriend threw out your clothes. Song Huching laughed. You. Chin Zimo immediately made a big red face. Hello Kitty's clothes? That's all flattering. Why is this guy so bad? Didn't you say that we are both friends? What is this? Song Huching joked. So big a Hello Kitty, afraid it can also be worth a lot of money. To try it, anyway, do not enrollment fee. What do you think I wouldn't dare? I'm a teacher. Chin Zimo slightly raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't say you didn't dare. Since you're out, let's go have some fun. Song Huching held the cup of milk tea in one hand and pulled her hand with the other, burrowing toward the crowd. Chin Zimo's body suddenly went rigid, and his mind even went blank for a few seconds. The way this guy was pulling his own hand, it was almost too skillful. Sign up, Chin Zimo. Song Huching smiled at the wilting cameraman from earlier. Ooh, it's you? The cameraman laughed and scolded. What's the matter? You don't go on your own and you're signing up for your girlfriend? If you replace this thing with a battle Tyrannosaurus Rex, I can't guarantee I'll be on it. Song Huching pointed at Hello Kitty. Ha ha ha. Everyone around them laughed out loud. Chin Zimo, however, blushed a little. How old is this person? He still likes fighting Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts. What song is your girlfriend singing, and do you need accompaniment? The cameraman asked. I'll sing Zhao Xinyan's Heart Rain. Chin Zimo whispered. Okay, I'll have someone tune the accompaniment for you. After the cameraman snapped his fingers, he turned his head sideways and spoke to a young man before the other party immediately led Chin Zimo towards the stage. Dude, want it? Song Huching took out 2 cigarettes after placing 2 cups of milk tea on the table next to him. Thanks. The cameraman reached out and took it. and was about to clip it to his ear when he saw that Song Huching had already handed over the lighter, so he had no choice but to light it on fire. Song Huching, however, looked left and right. "No, what are you looking at?" the cameraman couldn't help but ask. "I will see if anyone comes to arrest you. After all, what if this mall is anti-smoking?" Song Huching honestly said. Cough cough cough. The cameraman coughed and cursed with a laugh. "Good boy, you've got me as an ing bright light, don't you?" "Hey, you can't say that. You're still a staff member after all, right? At most they'll tell you not to smoke. They won't fine you or kick you out, no?" Song Huching laughed. "So true." The cameraman skimmed his mouth and said, "Smoking is not banned. In the Pro City Plaza, don't worry about smoking." Success. Song Huching nodded with a smile and looked at the stage with a cigarette in his mouth. Chin Zimo wore a black dress today, with a colorful hair band on her head, and her feet stepped on small leather shoes and small white socks. The whole person was both retro and youthful looking. "You're all college students, right?" the cameraman said without words. "Ooh, where did you see that?" Song Huching was surprised, and pretending. The cameraman skimmed his mouth. "This little girlfriend of yours, at first glance, is the school flower. As for you, like an old man, it looks like there are a lot of chicks. Hey, why are you smearing people's innocence out of thin air?" Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. "Can't I be a ing schoolmaster?" "Ha!" The cameraman couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't say that you looked bad. I just said that you are an old oil man. What happened? Been hit by me? Go go go. Cut the bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Song Huching cursed with a laugh and turned his head to look at the stage. Shin Zimo's voice condition is good. Singing is not bad, only the shouts from the stage are not very high. Not that people don't like it, just that a lot of boys look at her motionlessly, as if they want to eat her. This aroused the discontent of the majority of female compatriots, so they shouted, as if they had been strangled, and could not make a sound. "Gotta lay off." The cameraman gloated. "This kind of stage, girls are at a great disadvantage, especially the particularly beautiful ones. Just for fun." Song Huching shrugged his shoulders, quite indifferent. "That's true." After the cameraman saw Chin Zimo bow and walk down, his eyes turned. "Beauty, your boyfriend compelled you to go up and sing. You don't let him go up and sing a song, in case you get the doll?" Chin Zimo, who was a little lost, suddenly brightened up, grabbed Song Huching's arm and said, "Yeah, you go up and sing a song, to help me win Hello Kitty." "Stop it, I can't sing worth a damn." Song Huching hurriedly waved his hand. "Song Huching." Chin Zimo huffed and puffed. "What's wrong? You write songs for people because you see them as pitiful. Why is me asking you to sing me a song like it's killing you? Didn't you say we are friends? Pals? Friends?" The corner of the cameraman's mouth twitched a little. The kid was playing with more flowers than he thought he was. "Not friends now." Song Huching made a gesture to leave. Suddenly felt a fragrant wind brush past, his back slightly sunk, and his neck was embraced by someone. "Song Huching, you can either go up and give a song or you can go shopping behind my back." Chin Zimo chirped. Asterisk 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 sisters don't thrive on that. Song Huching hurriedly said. "What does it look like in public? Hurry down. Say it ain't coming down." Chin Zimo wrapped his arms around his neck and said, "Come on, go up and sing me a song. Just sing the one from yesterday would be fine." "Stop it." Song Huching reached out to grab her, not expecting to touch a soft mass. Hiss. The cameraman had a bit of a toothache. Yikes. Chin Zimo also covered his chest with both hands as if he was electrocuted, and his ears turned red. "No, man, smoking is allowed here, but hooliganism isn't," the cameraman reminded. "Stop it," Song Huching said helplessly. "I don't have eyes behind my ing back, how do I know?" Song Huching, you get up there and sing. Chin Zimo also went out on a limb and reached out to put his arm around him. "Damn, you guys are so showy." The cameraman couldn't help but sputter and tilt his head to the side. "Sing, sing, sing, let go of me first, will you?" After Song Huching said rather helplessly, he looked at the cameraman. "Is there a guitar? Lend a guitar." Chapter 16. You can't be like this. Your family has 3 office buildings waiting for you to inherit them. Forget the guitar. I'll turn out the piano and drums for you. The cameraman let out a laugh before waving his hand at a short distance away. The youngster immediately ran over with a guitar and handed it to Song Huching. "No, how did he know we wanted guitars?" "Well," Song Huching was only halfway through his sentence when he realized that the stage was empty, and the audience underneath the stage, as well as the big screen, were facing him and Chin Zimo. "Isn't this better than the TV show?" The cameraman grinned. "Ha ha ha." The onlookers burst out laughing. "And who doesn't like to look at handsome men and women? Come on, count on you." After patting Chin Zimo's face, Song Huching took over the guitar and tuned it, then walked towards the stage. Snap! The stage erupted in applause. "Hello everyone, My name is Liu Yong. Song Huching had just finished introducing himself. Shin Zimo then bent over in laughter, while the cameraman blacked out and flipped the work badge around his neck. This guy is a real dog. I'm going to bring you a song called Garden Party. I hope you all have a good day today. Song Huching began to pluck the strings of his zither after giving a laugh into the microphone. Yeah, nice intro. He has a nice voice too. Handsome guy too, I guess. I wonder what school he went to. As he listened to the whispers of the crowd, Shin Zimo couldn't help but puff out his chest and move forward. And in the process, he also gripped the 2 cups of milk tea that were placed on the registration table in his hands. The cameraman also had the good sense to point the camera at her. Shin Zimo's figure immediately appeared on the large screen behind Song Huching. The two were framed together, but it was a sigh of relief for many men to say yes. Amber dusk like sugar in a very beautiful distance. Your face has no makeup and I'm madly in love. Thoughts are stretched with the shadows in the evening. Ah. Screams resounded throughout the square. No, he's coming for real? The cameraman looked at Shin Zimo. Which university are you from? He wrote this song himself, right? I'm not telling you. Shin Zimo's eyebrows were slightly raised as he looked at the stage with a soft gaze. I'm up against the sun. Just want to hold the umbrella for you. You lean on my shoulder. When Song Huching played the chorus, the mall lobby was already filled with people inside and outside. Screams rose and fell, while the big screen behind him was always aimed at Shin Zimo. By the time the last note dropped, the youngster was waiting off stage holding an overwhelming doll and $5,000 in cash. Thank you all. My name is Liu Yong. After bowing deeply to the stage, Song Huching carried his guitar towards the stage. Not waiting for the crowd to shout one more song, he quickly took the milk tea in Shin Zimo's hand, and then stuffed the doll into her after pulling her hand and dashed away. The cameraman snarled. Damn. I was just focused on filming this kid's girl. Underground parking lot. After Song Huching stuffed the doll into the back seat of the car, he complained quite a bit. This thing is also too big. What is the name of the song you just sang? Shin Zimo said with a red face. What? Song Huching didn't react for a moment. It's called the Garden Party, isn't it? Shin Zimo whispered. Well, after Song Huching set both cups of milk tea in the car, his hands grabbed Shin Zimo's arm. Sister, you wake up. Buddy is a divorced old man with a baby. You cannot be like this. Your family has 3 office buildings waiting for you to inherit it. Song Huching, why are you so annoying? Shin Zimo's petulant rebuke resounded throughout the underground parking lot. Promenade Mall. Song Huching walked in front of him, and Shin Zimo huffed and puffed as she followed him. But after walking for a while, Song Huching suddenly felt his arm being tugged, and when he looked sideways, he saw Shin Zimo wrapping his arm around him. What are you looking at? No, I thought you said you had a conservative personality. Song Huching said helplessly. What's going on with us? How long have we only known each other? You're just starting to snuggle. This isn't appropriate, is it? Q. Shin Zimo's almond eyes rounded. I'm single. You're also single. I'm now officially dating you. Can't I? No, you're not. Besides, don't I realize the problem you're talking about? If I keep this up, no boy can stand me, right? Shin Zimo beamed. I mean, it's fine with me if you have any problems, but I don't want to go out with you. Song Huching said seriously. I just jumped out of my cage and you want to pull me back in? You're thinking beautifully. You. Shin Zimo was so angry that he was trembling. Then he opened his arms and wrapped them around his neck and buried his head. Why are you still biting? Song Huching cried out in pain, then took 2 steps back and covered his neck. Next time you dare to talk nonsense, I'm not biting you here, Shin Zimo said with a stern face. Well, Song Huching unconsciously lowered his head and covered his little old man. Song Huching, you're going to die. Shin Zimo screamed and lunged. Song Huching scattered his legs and ran away, and she chased after him with her skirt in hand. After running for a while, both of them sat down on chairs in the mall. Out of breath, Shin Zimo hesitated and leaned against him. Go on. What's wrong with you for not having any bones? Song Huching shook his shoulders. Song Huching, don't force me. Shin Zimo gritted his teeth. If you push me again, I'll fight you. With that she was ready to lift her own skirt and straddle him. Come on. I'm sorry. Song Huching hurriedly pressed her hand, sweat seen on his forehead. Poof. Shin Zimo's face slowed down a little and she snuggled into his side. Instead, his eyes looked at the surrounding stores, and when he saw the name of one, he couldn't help but light up, reaching out and pulling him along. No, where is this going? Song Huching was surprised. Shut up, you're coming with me. Shin Zimo turned around and chided him just a bit before he led him inside. No, it's a couple's outfit for sale, and a ING student's outfit. You don't bowl ***** me. How old am I? Song Huching looked at the store's furnishings and couldn't help but look bitter. Even though he was only 28, He was a little embarrassed to be asked to wear this. If you don't say it, how will others know? Shin Zimo rolled a playful white eyes. Just now that cameraman also thought that we two are college students. Hurry, clothes do not want you to pay money. I buy to give you. Don't be into it? Song Huching laughed bitterly. No, do you believe me or not? I'll drag you along to the fitting room. Now, Shin Zimo said with wide eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you're not possessed by a ghost, are you? Song Huching reached out and stroked her forehead. Spitting, you and your boyfriend only held hands for 6 years before. You shouted at me to go to the fitting room? Chapter 17. Where is your family's ancestral grave? Can you show me? Song Huching was worn out by Shin Zimo and had no choice but to take the clothes and go into the fitting room. But only when he took the top off, the door was pushed open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He immediately tried to put his body against the door, but the other party moved faster and drilled right in. That's a nice body you've got there. Shin Zimo was quite surprised. Song Huching naked upper body, gossip abs neatly, not to mention that biceps is also very powerful. Let her quite a bit, cannot move her eyes. No, sis, that's not right. How am I wrong? Shin Zimo bristled. I changed my clothes and came in to see if you changed. What? Is this also against the law? No, this. I really can't see where you are conservative. Song Huching laughed bitterly. If you want to behave so well in front of your boyfriend, he shall not be mesmerized by you? Maybe. I don't like him. Shin Zimo sighed. When I was in college, he was very good to me, and it's not too much to say that nothing is too much. So I got together with him in a haphazard way, but after being together for so many years, I still feel that I can't accept him. You don't like him, you just enjoy the feeling of being pampered. Song Huching sighed slightly. If you really liked someone, you would hate sleeping with them every day. Well, you're right, Shin Zimo said with a red face. Maybe I really didn't like him. Then get the hell out of here, slag girl. Song Huching reached out and grabbed her head, then pushed her out, then locked the door to the fitting room. Yikes, Song Huching, you asshole. Shin Zimo fiercely kicked the door of the fitting room, attracting many sideways glances. 5 minutes later, the door to the fitting room opened. A campus-style Song Huching walked out, causing the originally exasperated Shin Zimo to instantly light up. The small blue suit with the small vest and small shirt, coupled with that upright figure, even the ready-made clothes were worn with a tailor-made feeling. Well, Song Huching laughed. Not bad, sloppy. Shin Zimo boarded his little face. Here, this is the leather shoes I chose for you. You wear them together and try. With that, he bent down to change his shoes. Sisters, this cannot be allowed. Song Huching hastily shrunk and sat on a stool to change his shoes. You're more conservative than I am. Shin Zimo snorted and sat down on his side, propping up his chin to look at him. It's summer. It'll be hot with your hair so long. Do you want to get a haircut? Sure. Song Huching bristled. This long hair is hard to wash and hard to take care of. Just what? It's just that. In this heat, are you sure we want to go out in this? Song Huching pointed to the clothes he was wearing. It's not like I bought it to wear now. Shin Zimo's pretty face reddened, and then she picked out another thin shirt and tie to signal him to change into, but she herself walked away. Hey, Song Huching sighed and walked towards the fitting room again. 5 minutes later, he changed his clothes and walked out, only to see Shin Zimo already carrying 2 or 3 bags. I'll settle the bill. Come on, I'll take you for a haircut. No, my clothes. Oh, right. Shin Zimo immediately took his clothes, and after folding them in 3 or 2 times, she put them in the bag, and then she took his hand and walked outside. Sister, you have 3 buildings to collect rent. Money cannot be spent like this, is not it? Song Huching helplessly said. This trip at least consumed more than 7,000. Top your 2 months of wages. I'd love to, wouldn't I? Shin Zimo blankly glanced at him. Besides, if I'm hiding, like before, what if I get a boyfriend again and he runs away? But, we are just friends, right? Song Huching said timidly. Can't I use you as a test subject? Why are you so nagging? Go. Shin Zimo pinched him impatiently, then led him straight up to the 6th floor. Song Huching looked at the barber store in front of him. No, this should be called a barber studio, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This thing is open in a mall and it's by appointment only, so I don't think the spending will be low. As rich as he was in his previous life, he stayed away from places like this. After all, being rich and being stupid are 2 different things. But Shin Zimo had already gone up and communicated with the store manager, and before Song Huching could react, he was pressed against the stool. Click. The rather feminine but bearded barber cut his long hair right off with a pair of scissors. Keep it brief over here. Yes, less. It's going to be a little bit of bangs. It could be a little bit shorter. The color. Pick a linen. Slightly brown. Shin Zimo didn't move away. He stood right beside the barber and kept directing the barber to cut his hair. I say sis, if you don't know how, don't command blindly, okay? Song Huching said with trepidation. Who said I wouldn't? My dad raised me from a young age by cutting hair. Chin Zimo rationalized. If I don't get into college, I'll inherit the family business. Well, Song Huching widened his eyes. Your father bought 3 office buildings by cutting hair? Are you sure it's a haircut, not karma waste? Puffing, the barber couldn't help but laugh as well. Asterisk 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 Q. Chin Zimo saw Song Huching did not believe, directly pushed away the barber. His own personal hands. My family's office building is because they expropriated my family's land. My father was not very short of money, simply into the partnership, which is not more and more big. And finally up 3 office buildings. Song Huching was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. Where is your family's ancestral grave? Can you take me to see it? Ha ha ha. Half the barbershop laughed. Song Huching, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shave your yin-yang head. Do you believe me? Chin Zimo said angrily. Shin, don't you dare mess around. Song Huching immediately closed his mouth. After all, whoever saw the scissors gesticulating in front of his eyes are a little afraid of not. 2 hours later, Chin Zimo sized up Song Huching and was satisfied. If it weren't for the fact that you're taking little garden, it would be even more handsome to get you a granny gray. Want another tattoo? Song Huching did not have a good mood. If that is the case, I still open a fart of labor. Also, Chin Zimo shrugged before pulling out his cell phone and scanning the code to pay. Song Huching couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he listened to the voice broadcast in his ears. He now believed that this girl's family really had 3 office buildings for rent. Otherwise which ingrate would spend more than $2,000 for a haircut? Or do it himself? Come on, put your stuff away and eat. Chin Zimo very naturally took his hand. Song Huching drew a little but didn't draw it off, so he could only let her go. Chapter 18, Dead Licking Dog. What are you talking about? Chin Zimo was in high spirits today and made sure to drag Song Huching to Thai food. Song Huching protested a bit, saying that Thai food was bad, but Chin Zimo simply ignored him, and went straight to the restaurant with him directly on his arm, and also wanted him to order food. He had to go to the restroom first. Song Huching had no choice but to go into the dining room and sit down first. But I didn't expect a tiny person to walk up beside me before my butt was even warmed up. Daddy! Well, Song Huching looked down and was dumbfounded. How come this girl looks so much like the one at his house? Why are you here? An exclamation of surprise sounded immediately afterward, causing him to glance sideways. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Song Huching looked rather helplessly at Su Ching and Ruan Xingyao, as well as Ruan Xingyao's little licking dog. A follower is a follower. What's coincidental about it? Shin Chu bristled. Mr. Shin, are you trying to become a celebrity? Song Huching smirked. Shin Chu immediately changed his face. Song Huching, what are you doing here? Ruan Xingyao frowned. I've come to watch you eat. What else could I do? Song Huching hugged Song Xiaoyuan and sat her down on her side. Watch me eat? Ruan Xingyao's pretty face blushed and whispered. This is a public place, not a place to talk about those things. No, are you out of your mind? Song Huching helplessly said. You don't think I really can't afford to divorce you, so I followed you here, right, sister? Seriously, I now can't wait to divorce you right away. Everyone is better off. Song Huching, why are you talking like this? Su Ching frowned. Although you and Soft divorced, but in the end you have a small garden, not to make such a mess, right? So what do you want me to say? Song Huching helplessly said. I came to eat. You guys said that I came with me to sit in the restaurant. You guys asked me what I came to do. In the end, is it me who has a problem, or you guys who have a problem? Su Ching was instantly speechless. Song Huching, what are you doing? Suddenly a soft bellowing voice came. I go to the restroom and you start hitting on little girls, don't you? Well, everyone was dumbfounded. Ruan Xingyao looked at the youthful and lively Chin Zimo and couldn't help but clench her fists. What you're holding here is, well, little garden. When Chin Zimo saw Song Xiaoyuan, he immediately changed his smiling face, his tone sweet and greasy. Xiaoyuan, why are you here? Who did you come with? With my mom. Song Xiaoyuan pointed at Ruan Xingyao. Mom? Chin Zimo glanced sideways and was meeting Ruan Xingyao's eyes. Are you, Mr. Xiaoqin? Ruan Xingyao said with some uncertainty. Hello little garden mom, my name is Chin Zimo. Chin Zimo nodded to her graciously, and then called out to the waiter and asked for a children's chair to be placed on his side. You are with Mr. Xiaoqin? Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. Not for a while. Chin Zimo lightly laughed. Song Huching is a responsible father. He wants me to get in touch with Xiaoyuan for a bit more before deciding. After all, I am Xiaoyuan's teacher, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the child to accept it at once. I thought you were more infatuated, Chin Chu said in a conspiratorial manner. This is only a few days. There is a new person around. Me ba, dead licking dog. What are you talking about? Chin Zemo said with a sideways glance. Don't think that I don't know you. I've seen you drive Ms. Ruan over to pick up Xiao Yuan from school when Song Huching wasn't divorced yet. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. The phrase dead lickers is a bit of a stretch. Do you believe that I will go to complain about you? Chin Shu said angrily. Complain all you want. Big deal. I quit. What's the matter? I'm not afraid of you? Chin Zemo sneered. Oilhead in powder face. Like a pussy. Still complain about me? Hurry up and go. Dead puffer. Ha ha ha. Song Huching burst out laughing. Su Qing also couldn't help but lower her head and pinch her thighs violently. Mr. Xiao Qin, please speak with respect. Ruan Xingyao squarely said. Qin Shu and I aren't together, and he's only taking me to pick up and drop off the kids on the way. So I didn't count as wrong when I called him a dead-licking dog, did I? Qin Zemo laughed lightly. Since we can't talk, then just don't talk. Thanks, handsome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. A little something. After Qin Zemo slightly raised his eyebrows, he then looked at Song Xiao Yuan again with that sweet and greasy voice and said, Xiao Yuan, do you want to eat shrimp? The lemon shrimp here is delicious, but I'm here to sit and eat with mom. Song Xiao Yuan hesitated. It's okay, it's the same as eating with your dad and teacher. Qin Zemo rubbed her head and said, Teacher Xiao Qin will order you a piece of cupcake and then peel lemon shrimp for you to eat, okay? Song Xiao Yuan glanced at Ruan Xingyao before looking at Song Huching. It's almost time. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Go back with me later. Song Huching laughed. But my clothes are still at mom's. Song Xiao Yuan whispered. It doesn't matter. Later for dinner. Your father and I will take you to buy new clothes. Qin Zemo pinched her cheeks and said, Originally, we came to the mall to buy clothes for you today as well. It just so happened that we met you, and you can still go and try them on. Really? Song Xiao Yuan tilted her head and said, Really? Song Huching nodded with a smile and said sideways, Ms. Ruan, I'll pick up Xiao Yuan later. As for the clothes she stored at your place, put them at your place for now. You can still pick her up if you miss her over the weekend. The weekend isn't over yet, and I came to buy clothes for her too. Ruan Xingyao frowned. Then let's each buy our own. It doesn't matter. Qin Zemo laughed. Poof. Ruan Xingyao hummed lightly and didn't say anything. Qin Shu didn't dare to speak either. This little was too tough. The phrase dead-licking dog almost broke his heart. After Qin Zemo ordered a table full of dishes, he didn't eat a bit himself, but instead served Song Xiao Yuan first. I was busy peeling shrimp, wiping my mouth, feeding the cake, and wiping my mouth again. I'd say, you're almost done. Song Huching couldn't help but knock on the table. Stop acting. Hurry up and eat. Acting what? That's how I fed her in kindergarten too, alright. Qin Zemo bristled. Well, Song Huching looked towards Song Xiao Yuan. Yes, that's how teacher Xiao Qin fed me in kindergarten too. Song Xiao Yuan proved. You're 4 years old. You're not a child anymore. You need to eat on your own. Song Huching said helplessly. I know. Song Xiao Yuan hurriedly took the cutlery herself and ate by herself. She is only 4 years old. Do you think it is 14 years old? Qin Zemo dissatisfied. You let her peel the shrimp by herself. In case she sticks her hand, what to do? Xiao Yuan, don't listen to your father. The teacher will peel the shrimp for you, she said, getting back to work. Ruan Xingyao looked at the harmonious family of three. Really no appetite. Chapter 19, This little mouth is like poison. Qin Zemo was really patient. She fed Song Xiao Yuan before she started eating herself. It was during the meal that he kept talking to Song Xiao Yuan for fear of leaving her out in the cold. Song Huching, did you find a job? Su Qing suddenly said. Found it. After Song Huching returned the favor, he continued to eat slowly and methodically. What's the job? Ruan Xingyao asked with a frown. Run the takeout. Black Knight. Song Huching laughed. Takeout? Qin Chu immediately sneered. You used to earn 6,000 a month even if, now you still go to run outside. Can earn 6,000 a month? Dead-licking dog. What's it to you? Qin Zemo disdained. See, you wearing a body or not more than 5,000 yuan. Is not as expensive as a piece of jewelry of my mother. You show what superiority? Lousy wasn't talking to you. Qin Shu said angrily. Song Huching isn't talking to you either. So you better keep your mouth shut or I'll stick a fork in you. Qin Zemo raised the fork in his hand and raised it. You. Qin Shu was half choked, but he didn't dare to provoke this crazy woman. Can you feed Xiao Yuan by delivering takeout? Ruan Xingyao sighed. Why not? Qin Zemo lightly laughed. Ms. Ruan, actually you're overthinking. Song Huching to run a takeaway, it's just his hobby. Ms. Qin, you've only known him for a few days? And how well do you know him? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. At least, should know a little more than you do. Qin Zemo winked and said, have you ever thought that he might be 100 times? Or even 1,000 times stronger than this dead-licking dog beside you? No matter in which aspect. Song Huching, in the end we are husband and wife. You must not go and do something stupid. Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. Borrowing online loans and stuff is to be paid back. Are you clear about that? Net lending? The corners of Song Huqing's mouth twitched a little. Qin Zimo's eyes also widened. She finally somewhat understood why Song Huqing had divorced Ruan Xingyao. This woman, after all, looked down on Song Huqing from the bottom of her bones. Teacher Qin, you're still young. You'd better look around more. Ruan Xingyao sighed. After all, Song Huqing, he's already struggling enough to raise a child. Of course, if you don't mind Xiao Yuan can live with me. No need. Qin Zimo frowned. Ruan, I can't talk to you. If I'm with Song Huqing after we get together, I'll take on the obligation to support Xiao Yuan. He doesn't have any money. I do. Yoo-hoo, that's pretty big. Qin Shu sneered. Teacher Qin, how much money do you have? Let us open our eyes as well. At least smashing your broken Porsche isn't a bit of a problem. Qin Zimo said in disgust, driving a 6-year-old used Porsche and waving it around. Do you think that women nowadays are all cuties? No? Well, how did you know that car was secondhand? Song Huqing wondered. Thought he had a provisional license plate when he first drove it here, but a 6-year-old model. Qin Zimo bristled. Qin Shu felt like he was going to explode with anger. If he wasn't in a public place, he really wanted to fight this. That little mouth is like it's coated in poison. You are sharp-eyed, Song Huqing complimented. Otherwise you think kindergarten teachers are so good? Qin Zimo laughed and scolded. Not only do I have to deal with the children, but I also have to deal with the children's dads. I don't know how many people send me strange messages. Puffing, Song Huqing couldn't help but laugh. No wonder people say it's hard to be a kindergarten teacher. It's really quite difficult. Okay, have you eaten yet? Eat well and go shopping. Qin Zimo laughed. Success. Song Huqing stood up and was about to hug Song Xiaoyuan, but I didn't expect Qin Zimo to pick Song Xiaoyuan up, put her on the ground and stand, and after retying her shoelaces for her, he recombed her hair. Kun, I'll see you tonight. Goodbye, teacher. Song Xiaoyuan placed her hands in front of her body and bowed slightly to Qin Zimo. So good. Qin Zimo hugged and kissed her before going to the front desk to pay the bill. Ruan, will I pick up Xiao Yuan at night, or will you send her back? Song Huqing laughed. I'll send it back. Ruan Xingyao shook her head and said, Song Huqing, if you really are in a relationship with Teacher Qin, then talk to her about the situation at home. I will. Enjoy yourselves, all three of you. After Song Huqing hugged Song Xiaoyuan, he waved at them and then walked towards the door. He changed. I don't even recognize him. Ruan Xingyao said with complicated eyes. Maybe that's really him. Su Qing spread his hands and said, I have been thinking for the past 2 days. Is he changed? Or is this the real him? What do you mean? Qin Shu frowned. Back then, he gave up a major university for you and went to the same school as you. Then you realized that he gradually became mediocre. Su Qing sighed. I'm not an education-only theorist, but I think that someone who can go to the capital university, how can he be mediocre? Ruan Xingyao's pupils contracted violently. You mean, I made him mediocre? That's not true. Su Qing laughed bitterly. I think he just wants to see if you really love him or not. What do you mean? This guy spent 6 years trying out Softy? Qin Shu was surprised. He can be much smarter than you think. Su Qing said without a clue. It took 6 years to test Soft. I think it is a normal thing. Perhaps, he is not as mediocre as you think? No way. He's always been like that. Ruan Xingyao gritted his teeth and said, since college, he has been playing games or going out with his friends in addition to playing games, and he has never thought about earning money, or even graduating, and he has not much of an upward mobility, and this is something that you know all about. Maybe, Su Qing is too lazy to argue with her, just pointing to the smiling Qin Zimo said, that skirt on her, Chanel, more than 40,000 yuan, bracelet on her hand is almost more than 20,000 yuan, and the perfume she sprayed is Guerlain, a bottle of more than 600,000. Now what do you think? Is she smart, or are you? Ruan Xingyao fell into silence. Qin Shu was also taken aback. He was rich, but not that rich. Over $600,000. How many chicks can he play with? Alright, since the divorce is over, let's start a new life. Su Qing shook her head and said, I feel that Song Huqing is also living a good life. Now at least, he is more thoughtful than you. Yeah, he thinks better than I do. Ruan Xingyao let out a long sigh, then looked at Song Xiaoyuan who was staring with wide eyes. Song Huqing had never looked at him squarely from the moment he entered. The attention was on Subaru, all more than on her. The two had been together for so many years. She could feel it. Chapter 20, I've done this before. It doesn't quite work. Your ex-wife doesn't have a good eye. Qin Zimo bristled. Hey! Song Huqing shouted out in displeasure. What's the matter? Am I wrong? Qin Zimo coldly grunted. She put you don't want. Actually go to want that dead licking dog. You look at that licking dog's appearance, outside strong and dry, look as if it is very rich. In fact, it is just average. Don't judge other people's business out of hand, Song Huching helplessly said. If she is a stranger, it doesn't matter if we judge her, but she is Xiao Yuan's mother. If we are so mouthy, it's not good for Xiao Yuan. Well, Qin Zimo froze and looked at him. You are doing it for Xiao Yuan? That's why you don't like me talking about Ruan Xingyao? What else do you think I do it for? For love? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, arguing with you here for someone I don't love. Do you think I have nothing to do when I'm full? Hey, too. Qin Zimo was happy again for some reason and reached for his arm to enter a branded children's clothing store. This time Song Huching didn't say anything else, but just followed behind her and picked out her clothes. That's a nice dress. Hey, this little set of straps is nice too. Hairpin. Waiter, get me that crystal hairpin. Qin Zimo didn't know whether it was because she was inspired by motherhood or the clothes here didn't cost any money. She frantically picked out the clothes, surrounded by 3 attendants to help her with the payment. Seeing this, Song Huching didn't bother to follow her, instead sitting on the sofa and flipping through a magazine. That's quite a coincidence. Meeting twice in one day. A fragrant breeze brushed past, and Su Qing sat across from him. Well, Song Huching looked sideways, only to see that Song Xiaoyuan had just wanted to run over, but was halfway pulled away by Qin Zimo. Seeing this, Ruan Xingyao also helplessly walked over and sat on Su Qing's side. What about Mr. Qin? Song Huching was curious. His company has something temporary. He went back first. Ruan Xingyao sighed. Song Huching, what exactly is the relationship between you and Mr. Qin? I don't think there's any need to explain this to you, right? Song Huching closed the magazine. Just like the matter between you and Mr. Qin, I never ask about it. It's basic courtesy, isn't it? Qin Shu and I have nothing. I want to spend a few years to adjust myself, Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Ms. Nguyen, I'm going to repeat myself to you. Song Huching laughed bitterly. I respect you, because you are Xiao Yuan's mother, but it doesn't mean that I want to hear about who you are happy to be with and what you are happy to do. I can accept it, but be a man and have some sense of boundaries, and please don't ask questions about my business. What I'm doing, what I'm with, that's my business. You, Ruan Xingyao frowned and was about to say something, but was stopped by Su Qing. Song Huching, Softy is also just concerned about Xiao Yuan's life, nothing else. You all don't have to worry about Song Xiaoyuan's life. I can support her, and if you think I'm treating her poorly or that she's not having a good time, you can take custody back. Song Huching lit a cigarette and said softly, of course, this one, we can add to the divorce agreement. Ruan Xingyao fell silent. By the way, how's the takeout market now? Is it good to run? Su Qing was curious. Not bad. Song Huching laughed. Running a takeaway is actually a very interesting thing. You get to meet a lot of different people and a lot of very interesting things. Like what? Subaru teased. This is not good to talk to you, because it involves other people's privacy. Song Huching smiled and said, on the contrary, what is the situation of wearing professional clothes every day and hanging around like a street skater? Asterisk 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 you're the street skank. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. My company doesn't have a lot of things. It's all my sister who is dealing with her. That person's strong character. I can't get along with her, but she refuses to let me not go to work. So it's just like this Mino. Oh, where did this kind of fairy sister come from? Introduce me to her. I also want to not work, but someone is supporting me. Song Huching joked. No, isn't Ms. Qin rich? Can't you not work if you're with her? Su Qing lightly laughed. This is not good. Song Huching shook his head. After all, I am married with a baby. People are still union unmarried little girl. I am with her. She still has to go and break up with her family. It is not good to harm people. You're not with her and she's still so defensive of you? Su Qing narrowed a pair of peach blossom eyes and said, friends. Song Huching bristled. She treats me as a friend. I treat her as a friend. Friend is bullied. Not to say two ribs. Righteousness is still doable, right? She doesn't treat you like a friend. Ruan Xingyao said coldly. That's because she's young now. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders and said, she actually doesn't know what it means to like it yet. She just thinks it's kinda fun to play with me. So that's why. That's actually kind of nice. Su Qing laughed. While people are young and don't know any better, get married first. I've done this before, and it doesn't quite work. Song Huching sighed. Ha ha ha. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ruan Xingyao, on the other hand, glared at him with a red face. How did this guy become so foul-mouthed? 20 minutes later, Qin Zimo sat down on Song Huching's side with great interest, pointing at Song Xiaoyuan and saying, do you see how the clothes I chose for her look? At this moment, Song Xiaoyuan was dressed in an aqua blue Princess Elsa dress. Her hair was recombed and pinned with a crystal hairpin, while her feet were wearing a pair of small white socks and small leather shoes. The whole person looked both delicate and cute. Good eye. Song Huching first gave a thumbs up, then curiously said, "But, sis, this is a spring and fall outfit. The sun is shining outside. Wearing this thing will be hot." "Oops, I'm not wearing it to show you." Shin Zimo laughed and scolded. "I bought her a lot of summer clothes, and this is the only set of spring and fall clothes I bought. Then I can trust your vision." Song Huching got up and walked towards the counter. Seeing this, Shin Zimo just wanted to follow him, but after seeing Ruan Xingyao and Su Chang, he sat back down. "What? Worried that he doesn't have the money to settle the bill?" Su Chang laughed lightly. "That's not true." Shin Zimo snickered. "I'm just worried that Ruan will regret it when the time comes." "I regret it?" Ruan Xingyao was laughed out of raw anger. "Mr. Shin, you may not know what kind of person he is, but I've lived with him for 6 years, and I know very well. You're being too absolute." Shin Zimo shook his head. "After living together for 6 years, you don't necessarily know what kind of person he is, as long as he doesn't want you to know." "What does mean?" Ruan Xingyao froze. Sweep successful. FMS arrived in the amount of $74,800. Chapter 21, Has he been lying to me? Over 70,000? Not only Ruan Xingyao, even Su Ching was taken aback. "No, sis, what did you buy? Why is it so expensive?" Song Huching walked over. "That crystal hair card is the real thing. More than $30,000 ah." Shin Zimo laughed. "The real thing?" Song Huching came to Song Xiaoyuan and looked carefully for a long time. "Not. What brand is this thing? A little bit of broken diamond sold so expensive?" "Hermes." Shin Zimo pointed to the store's logo and said, "Didn't you look when you came in? Hermes Children's Clothing Collection." "Okay," Song Huching helplessly said, "but this thing to bring out is not too flashy. In case in the school was broken. This is not harming people? Asterisk 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 Q. How can this thing be brought to school?" Shin Zimo laughed and scolded. "Usually put it at home, when we take Xiao Yuan out to play on vacation. Then put this hair card on." "All right." After Song Huching gave a laugh, he turned his head sideways and said to the clerk, "My car is full of things. These things are afraid that they can't be put down. Later you send me over according to the address." "Okay, Mr. Song." The waiter hastily nodded his head in agreement. "Are you guys still going to hang out here, or are you planning on going back?" Song Huching looked at Su Chang and Ruan Xingyao again. "You bought her so many clothes, it seems like there's no need to buy them for a while." Ruan Xingyao shook her head. "We're also ready to go back. After dinner, I'll send Xiao Yuan over to you." "Okay." Song Huching patted Song Xiaoyuan's head and let Shin Zimo take her to change into a set of summer clothes before he set her on his neck and walked towards the elevator. Ruan Xingyao was about to say something, but she was pulled back by Su Cheng. She hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. "By the way, what floor is your car parked on?" Shin Zimo asked. 3 floors, what are yours?" Su Cheng laughed. "I think it's 3 layers. 2. Shin Zimo looked toward Song Huching. "Yeah, 3 levels." After Song Huching answered, the elevator doors opened. The group headed toward the underground parking. "Your car or Song Huching's car?" Su Ching suddenly asked. "Of course it's his. I didn't buy a car in Linchang." Shin Zimo joked. "And it's not necessary for me to buy a car when I live close to work." "Buy a car?" Ruan Xingyao immediately frowned and said, "Song Huching, the mortgage is not yet paid off. Why do you want to buy a car?" "Well," Song Huching stopped and looked at her rather helplessly. "Soft." Su Cheng pulled her back and said rather unpleasantly, "You are now divorced from him. Whatever he wants to do, don't mind your own business. He is Xiao Yuan's father. He took out a loan to buy a car. In case there are problems with his credit in the future, it will affect Xiao Yuan." Ruan Xingyao said seriously. "Ms. Nguyen, you're so full of yourself." Shin Zimo sighed. "Do you really think that Song Huching doesn't deserve you?" Ruan Xingyao opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't have the heart to say anything unpleasant. "Ruan Xingyao, I think, if it's not necessary, we should not meet in the future." Song Huching laughed bitterly. "Seriously, you can't hold anything at all except for being a bit better looking." "What did you say?" Ruan Xingyao angrily rebuked. "Facts." Song Huching sighed. "Being with you will really be very suffocating. Every word you say will make people feel uncomfortable, and even make people feel like they are failing." After he finished speaking, he put Song Xiaoyuan down and pinched her face. "Daddy, don't argue." Song Xiaoyuan hugged his thigh and said, "No fight, just a few words." Song Huching laughed softly. "After dinner, if no one sends you, I will come to pick you up. Tomorrow you still have to go to school. Don't be too late." "Okay." Song Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. Song Huching smiled at Su Cheng before walking towards his car. Shin Zimo also followed behind him at the same pace. Ruan Xingyao wanted to say something else, but she saw the headlights of a Mercedes-Benz Big G not far away flash, and then her eyes widened. This car is more than $2 million, even if it is a loan. You have to pay several $100,000 up front. Su Qing shook her head and laughed bitterly. Soft, maybe Qin Zimo is right. You are really very unaware of Song Huching. Impossible, he obviously doesn't go out every day when he goes home, and his performance in the company is average. How can he afford to buy this kind of car? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Some people earn their money by working, some don't. Su Qing sighed. Song Huching is actually a very smart person. When you wanted a divorce, I thought he was unable to give up you. In fact, he was convincing himself to give up you. Look at the way he dresses now, and look at the way he talks. With humor and generosity and confidence, he's just hiding in front of you. He's been lying to me? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Does he know how much I've given for this family? How much did it pay? Su Qing said helplessly. It seems like the earning money to support the family has always been in his hands, right? When you guys didn't have enough to live on, it was also his parents who were supporting, right? You. Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious. Drip. The big Mercedes-Benz G blasted its horn twice before speeding off. Ruan Xingyao suddenly felt a heavenly spin and her entire body fell to the ground. Shoreline. After Song Huching parked the car in the parking lot, he walked out of the car with the doll in his arms. Carry this thing home yourself. What's the point of giving it to me to carry? Asterisk 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 Q. Qin Zimo glared. We're on our way. What's wrong with you helping me carry it? By the way, Song Huching was surprised. You live in the same neighborhood as me? It's not just one neighborhood. I also live upstairs and downstairs with you. Qin Zimo laughed lightly. No, isn't there a young couple in the house above me? How did they rent the house to you? Song Huching was curious. Not rent, buy. Qin Zimo squinted. I added 100,000. Even the renovation fee to them. They will pack up today, and move in a week at the latest. Having 3 office buildings is pretty ho-hum. After Song Huching sighed in admiration, he was wary again. No, they won't move for a week. Where are you following me here? Follow you home. Qin Zimo rationalized. Aren't you going to run a takeaway? In the morning I take Xiao Yuan to school for you, and in the evening I take her home with me when I get off work. You take advantage of a great bargain. Okay, well, Song Huching was slightly stunned. Free babysitting? That doesn't seem to be out of the question. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Qin Zimo pushed him. Gotta. Song Huching walked helplessly towards the elevator, inwardly wondering what to eat for dinner. Chapter 22, Qin Zimo. Do you believe me when I say I can fly? Shoreline, 19th floor. Qin Zimo looked at the spotless house and couldn't help but be shocked. Are you so clean? No, it's the cleaning lady who loves to clean. Song Huching bristled. It's not like I love cleaning up the house. With that he opened the fridge and pulled out 2 halls of beer, tossing one to her. Well, I should have thought of that. Qin Zimo helplessly pulled open the pull ring of the beer can and filled himself with a mouthful. What do you want to eat tonight? Song Huching asked, leaning against the sofa. You're cooking for me? Qin Zimo exulted. No, it does it for you. Song Huching shook his phone. How to say that we are also peers. Not working on the weekend. Take care of the business of peers. Nuts. Serious people who eat takeout. Qin Zimo gave him a blank look and said, what's in the fridge? I'll do it. She didn't wait for Song Huching to answer and pulled open the refrigerator straight away. Well, what's there? Song Huching wondered. There you go. Qin Zimo did not have a good mood. You have nothing but beer in the refrigerator. Not even a Hall Coke. What's the matter? Let's drink beer dry at night? Look at what you're saying. Can't we order takeout? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Asterisk 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 you. Go with me to the grocery store. Qin Zimo reached out and pulled him up. No, it's okay for us to eat takeout. Have a big hotel dinner. Your money fell from the sky. Ha, hurry up and go. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Zimo pushed him out without a second thought. It was also fortunate that it was a combination lock, or he wouldn't even have had time to bring the key. An hour or so later, the 2 men sat on the ground and set up a small wooden table. The table was at this point having a steaming hot pot with various side dishes being sold around it. Sisters, with all this tossing and turning, it's better to eat takeout. Song Huching said helplessly. What do you know? That's life alright. Qin Zimo placed a piece of fatty beef in his bowl after it was scalded. You used to live like this with your boyfriend? Song Huching wondered. Asterisk 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 you. How is that possible? Qin Zimo bristled. I get off work at 4 o'clock, and he doesn't arrive home until more than 7 o'clock. I'm waiting for him to eat, not to starve to death. So you do you alone? Song Huching asked again. Nuts. I eat takeout. Qin Zimo rationalized. Order a takeout, even do not need to wash the bowl. Convenient and fast. Well, Song Huching didn't speak again. Qin Zimo looked at his odd eyes and couldn't help but burst into a rage. You're a little cutie. I don't like him. Why would I cook for him? Scum girl. Song Huching despised. Yo, how good do you think you are? Qin Zimo sneered. You're obviously so rich, but you lied to Ruan Xingyao that you don't have any money. What's wrong? You're not a scum? You. Song Huching was speechless. It doesn't seem like a good idea to explain this in any way. Let's big brother not say two brothers. Go A. Qin Zimo raised his beer and said, damn, it suddenly feels like complicity. Song Huching bitterly touched her. Maybe we all just think we like other people? Qin Zimo sighed. Well, it's the first time I've heard someone talk about slag in such a refreshingly uncluttered way. Song Huching sked. You roll. Qin Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Halfway through the fondue, the doorbell rang. Qin Zimo immediately went barefoot and ran to open the door. Little garden. Well, why are you here too? Ruan Xingyao's eyes widened. Oh, ms. Gwyn. Qin Zimo's enthusiasm subsided by a few points. Anyway, there's nothing to do on the weekend. Let's have hot pot with friends. Fondue? Su Qing glanced inside and couldn't help but laugh after seeing the two just sitting on the floor. You guys are really romantic. There are a few stools missing at home. I don't know where they went, so I had to sit on the floor to eat. Qin Zimo shrugged. Do you guys want to come in? This doesn't bother you guys, right? Su Qing hesitated. Hey, what's the interruption? After Qin Zimo let out a laugh, he took 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe rack and gave them to them before pulling Song Xiaoyuan over and putting on her shoes for her. I feel like you are more like her mom, Ruan Xingyao said with complicated eyes. Right? Qin Zimo covered his mouth and laughed. I like children, especially well-behaved children, or else I wouldn't have enrolled in the kindergarten teacher major. No? Then why don't you have one yourself? Subaru teased. It's not like I haven't met the right person yet, Qin Zimo said rather confidently. When you meet the right person, not to mention giving birth to one, give birth to 10 or 8 can be. Ha ha ha. Su Qing was instantly amused by her. Ruan Xingyao, however, couldn't laugh and led Xiaoyuan into the living room. Daddy. Song Xiaoyuan jumped into Song Huching's arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. Have you eaten yet? Didn't eat a little more? Song Huching laughed. Eaten. Ruan Xingyao laughed. It feels like you're more comfortable after you got divorced. See what you mean by that? Song Huching was amused. Who doesn't feel comfortable being divorced? Aren't you doing quite well now? Also, Ruan Xingyao sat down on the sofa and looked at him curiously. When did you buy that car? How come I didn't hear you mention it? Oh, my parents paid for it. Song Huching face not red heart not jump said. They are not aware that I am divorced well, afraid that I am sad, so just out of money to give me a down payment for the car. Not a word of truth comes out of your mouth. Ruan Xingyao glared. I just videoed Xiaoyuan her grandparents in the afternoon. None of them know about us yet. Oh yeah? Song Huching spread his hands and said, that is the money I borrowed to buy. Here, see that little rich woman. Her family has several office buildings. Puffing, Qin Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching, don't you have a word of truth for me? Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. It's not like I'm trying to share your property. You do not share my property. You care where I come from. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, you every day and interrogate the prisoner like, you're not annoyed? Ah, where do I come from and what do you have to do with it? You. Ruan Xingyao immediately reddened her eyes. Song Huching, don't be angry. Softy, she is also just concerned about Xiaoyuan's future life. Su Qing hurriedly rounded off the conversation. The problem is that she doesn't believe every word I say, but then she likes to ask, what's wrong? What do I owe her? Song Huching said helplessly. Ask anyone else. Who believes what you say? Ruan Xingyao angrily rebuked. Qin Zimo, do you believe me when I say I can fly? Song Huching said with a sideways glance. I believe. Qin Zimo nodded fiercely. Ruan Xingyao was first stunned. Then she was speechless. This little girl. In the end by the Song Huching in the end filled what soul soup. Chapter 23. There has to be someone to control me, right? Otherwise I'll be too lawless. You guys are getting along. Su Qing joked. If they don't get along, then why be friends? Song Huching shook the beer in his hand and laughed lightly. You drove a car, right? There's Coke in the fridge. Get it yourself. Success. With her long legs, Su Chang went to the refrigerator and took 2 hauls of Coke as well as a bottle of orange juice before sitting back on the sofa. After Song Huching sidled up and spoke to Song Xiaoyuan, he saw Song Xiaoyuan nod and then went to the kitchen to get a set of dishes and set them in front of her. Xiaoyuan, didn't you say you were full just now? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Can't you eat more when you're full? Song Huching said helplessly. Ms. Ruan, I don't know if it's because of the marriage that caused you to become this, but this look of yours is really annoying. I'm offensive? Ruan Xingyao was angry and laughed. I have to transport Xiaoyuan to and from school every day, and I also have to go to work, and come back from work and still have to serve you guys. Do you know how suffocating this life is? Then why did you get married? Song Huching sighed. If you feel that marriage is a cage, then you should have divorced me a long time ago, and even, You shouldn't have married me. You. Ruan Xingyao was immediately choked. Song Huqing, weren't you the one who proposed to Softy back then? Su Qing said quietly. I proposed. That's because I don't feel that marriage is a burden. And she feels that life is suffocating. Isn't her own choice wrong? Song Huqing said slowly. Marriage and a person are not the same in the first place. Not even the same as falling in love. This should have been mentally prepared. Then let's get married? Su Qing said coldly. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Ruan Xingyao was also in disbelief that this would actually come out of her best friend's mouth, and that too when she was in her cool-down period. Song Huqing, don't you want a smooth life? We can get married. I don't hate dealing with firewood, rice, oil and salt, and I will learn how to be a good mother. Su Qing forced herself to calm down and said, Brush. Ruan Xingyao, Qin Zimo, and Song Xiaoyuan, who was biting into a piece of meat, all looked at Song Huqing. Miss Su, I fell for it once. It's hard not to fall for it a second time? Song Huqing bristled. Besides, you and I have no emotional foundation at all. With your conditions, the men in Linchang are at your disposal. That's not the kind of thing you'd come up with to help a friend out, is it? Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. I see you say so grandiose, as if you are the victim of marriages. Now it seems that you also feel bad about this marriage. Well, I just slapped a mess. Ruan's left face, and this slap of yours went on her right face. In the end, you're still bosom friends, ha. Song Huqing smiled and said, You. Su Qing was instantly infuriated and hurriedly explained. What I mean is that marriage is not a problem for one person. You and Softy both have big problems. Well, what's his problem? Qin Zimo said curiously. He obviously doesn't have to worry about money, so why is he putting so much financial pressure on Softy? Su Qing sighed. Look at what you say. Is he less MS, Ruan to eat, or less MS, Ruan to wear? Qin Zimo did not think. We are all ordinary people. Ordinary people words. Then live an ordinary life. You like to live a human life? Why not go to find a small open? Over $30,000 for a hairpin. Is this the life of an ordinary person? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. That's what I bought for Xiaoyuan. I didn't intend to let Song Huqing pay for it in the first place. Qin Zimo rolled his eyes and said, I spent my own money. Is that a problem? You. Ruan Xingyao was so angry that her face turned red. She picked up her own small bag and stormed out. Soft. Su Qing immediately chased after Qin Zimo after making an apologetic gesture to him. Awesome. Song Huqing said as he raised his beer can. It's only 30% played and she can't take it anymore. Cut. Qin Zimo touched him rather proudly. At this point, a small bottle of orange juice came along and touched the two whole beers. Well, Song Huqing and Qin Zimo glanced sideways and both laughed out loud after seeing Song Xiaoyuan's delicate little face. Cheers. It's night. After Song Huqing took a shower, Qin Zimo had already cleaned up the house. Xiaoyuan is asleep, so don't bother disturbing her. Got it. After Song Huqing answered, he pushed open the door of the room while Qin Zimo went to take a shower. Song Xiaoyuan was quietly lying on the bed at this moment, her eyes tightly closed. Don't pretend. How can you sleep at this hour? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. Hey. Song Xiaoyuan opened her eyes and opened her hand. Song Huqing took her in his arms and walked to the living room, then turned on the TV and put on Cat and Mouse. Daddy, are you going to be with Mr. Qin? Song Xiaoyuan whispered. That's hard to say. Song Huqing spread his hands and said, What's wrong? Don't like Mr. Qin? No, I just think that Auntie Susu meant it when she said she wanted to marry you earlier. After Song Xiaoyuan whispered, she ran back into the room and then lifted out her small suitcase. What is it? Song Huqing probed and his eyes widened, only to see that underneath the clothes in the small box, there were 10 bundles of brand new red tickets being neatly stacked. This is Aunt Susu put in my box. She said to count it as her loan to you, and also I don't want to talk to Mom. Song Xiaoyuan whispered. Hey, you said, what the hell is her relationship with me? Song Huqing curiously said. How come I don't seem to have much of an impression of her? You're asking me? Song Xiaoyuan pointed at herself and said, I'm a 4-year-old child. How would I know about you adults? Well, you're right. Song Huqing touched his chin and said, How do I feel? I've only met her a few times. By the way, she and your mom are high school classmates, right? Yeah, they seem to be high school classmates. Song Xiaoyuan did give a positive answer this time. And Aunt Susu said that when she was in college, she also went to find you guys to play. Yes? Song Huqing cocked his head and thought for a moment, not understanding. Daddy, what about the money? Song Xiaoyuan glanced at the bathroom, quite a bit nervous. Puffing, Song Huqing couldn't help but laugh, reached out and knocked her head. People are small and big. You want Aunt Susu's money again, and you want Teacher Qin again, right? Can I have them all? Song Xiaoyuan hugged his neck and said, Teacher Qin can play with me, and Auntie Susu will take me out to buy delicious food. What about your mom? Song Huqing joked. someone has to keep me in check, right? Otherwise I'm too lawless. Song Xiaoyuan sighed. Ha ha ha. Song Huching burst out laughing. This girl can be so much fun. Chapter 24, Song Huching, do you believe in love at first sight? When Qin Zimo came out, he saw that Song Huching was holding Song Xiaoyuan and watching TV, and he couldn't help but smile. Good for you, Kun. Pretending to be asleep just now. Ha? No, I fell asleep just now, but my father came over and woke me up again. Song Xiaoyuan shrugged it off. Hey, what's wrong with you? The child is asleep. Why are you waking her up to watch TV? Qin Zimo glared. It's not playing with her. Song Huching bristled. She is eating and sleeping all day long, and I am not pro. I have to work during the day, which is not only this time to play with her. Poof. Qin Zimo grunted lightly and turned around to go into the bathroom to blow dry his hair. Hey! Song Xiaoyuan poked her tongue out at Song Huching, only to have his face pinched and rubbed several times. Only when Qin Zimo blew his hair dry and came out, he realized that Song Huching was the only one left in the living room. Well, where's Kun? Here. Song Huching pointed to the clock on the wall. She goes to bed at 9 o'clock sharp? Qin Zimo was surprised. Right. Song Huching said rather smugly. This girl in my house can be very self-conscious and doesn't need me to worry about her life at all. Cut. Qin Zimo blankly glanced at him before sitting on the sofa as well. This sofa is a bit small. Do you want a bigger one? What else is this for? Song Huching said lightly. Tomorrow go to buy a few stools to make up for it. Forget it. Wait for some days. I will earn some money and buy a big house. Ooh, no more pretending. Ha? Qin Zimo laughed and scolded. You are also really pretending what poor? Now it's good. The wife ran away, right? You don't understand. Song Huching shook his head and said, the fundamental reason for my problem with Wan Xingyou is not out here, but in her group of little sisters. Little sister? You say bosom friend ah? Qin Zimo was surprised. I see that Su Qing is also quite good. She won't urge you to divorce, right? So Haru and we don't even go to the same school. Song Huching bristled. This time it was Wan Xingyou's group of little sisters who traveled in a group. That's why they didn't come to get involved. They're bunch of fake celebrities. I don't even care to talk about them. He also now has the reasons for their divorce sorted out. The two actually had problems, but the days actually went by. Don't look at his salary is only 6,000, but the year-end bonus is still 2 to 3,000, and it's almost more than 100,000 at the end of the year. And Wan Xingyou's salary is a little higher, almost 7 to 8,000 in hand. The two of them together amounted to more than $200,000 a year, which was actually quite good in the new first-tier city of Lincheng. And more importantly, both of their jobs were stable. That was the main factor in the two men's decision to get married. And, of course, it could have been a major factor in the divorce between the two. After all, anyone who has lived for a long time will also be annoyed, right? If you don't pretend, Wan Xingyou would be a real celebrity. Qin Zimo laughed lightly. I'm actually not as rich as you think I am. Song Huching sighed. At least there is not much money now. I'll be damned if I believe you. After Qin Zimo laughed and cursed, he suddenly said seriously, my parents are now also urging me to get married. Originally, I planned to take my boyfriend to meet my parents at the end of the year. So, Song Huching was surprised. So what? So you go back with me in the new year? Qin Zimo glared. As for Xiao Yuan's matter, you don't have to worry about it after we get the license. I will take care of it myself. This is only half a year away from the new year. Is it so hasty? Song Huching was surprised. I think the longer two people are together, the less they will get married. Qin Zimo seriously said. Instead of this, it would be better to get married first, and then grind it out. We've only known each other for 2 days, right? Song Huching carefully said. Isn't it a little too early to talk about this? I know you don't want to get married for the time being, so I've thought about it. Qin Zimo laughed softly. When the time comes we'll just say that we've got a license, and then we'll look for 2 marriage licenses to take a picture of it, and just deal with my parents. And anyway, I don't intend to go to Yangcheng to live. Just in Lincheng is quite good. Aren't you being a little too coarse? Song Huching laughed bitterly. You are an only daughter and have a family business to inherit. How could your parents let you settle outside? It's something I can handle. Qin Zimo said seriously. Song Huching, do you believe in love at first sight? Feel free to throw up. Anyway, a cleaning will come over to clean it on January 3rd and 5th. Song Huching shrugged. Nasty. After reaching out and patting him, Qin Zimo glanced at Song Xiaoyuan's room before reaching out and wrapping his arms around his neck. I'm serious. Do you believe in love at first sight? I don't believe it. Song Huching skimmed. The son of the barbecue stall owner downstairs, Xiao Xia. He is not married either. Would you fall in love with him at first sight? Puffing, Qin Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Asterisk 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 you. He is almost 30 years old, but still have a star dream every day. This is even if, hair cape, not male and female. I look at him to be annoyed. Che, I'm almost 30 years old, and I still want to go to the delivery. What's the point? Song Huching was unimpressed. There's no such thing as love at first sight. It's just love at first sight. Ha! Shin Zimo laughed out loud. Yes, I just see the color. I like you this one, so I want to be with you. Can I? Could be. Song Huching also laughed, but you have to think clearly. This one of mine is not a good thing. Scum 3 Nose, have you heard of it? Which 3 Nose? Shin Zimo curiously said. No seduction, no rejection, no responsibility. Song Huching reached out and climbed onto her white thighs, smirking. Don't come crying when something happens, it's no fun. Didn't you say I was a scum girl? A scummy man with a scummy woman. Wouldn't they be a natural pair? Shin Zimo said with a slightly trembling tone. No regrets? Song Huching said seriously. Regret is for later. Shin Zimo tightened his arms around his neck after dropping a sentence. Strawberry. A thought flashed within Song Huching. The next day, when Song Huching opened his eyes, a splash of fish belly white had already turned up outside the window. He felt someone staring at him and glanced sideways to meet a pair of somewhat glowing eyes. Well, good morning. Good morning. Shin Zimo pulled the covers rather shyly. Yo, you're in 2 states here with the lights off and without? Song Huching joked. Nasty. Shin Zimo let out a pout, then reached out and wrapped her arms around him. What's the matter? You still want to do a little morning exercise in the morning? Song Huching joked. What morning practice? Oops. Song Huching, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Shin Zimo lowered his voice as if he was afraid that Song Xiaoyuan next door would hear him. Chapter 25. No. Am I reading this right? Is this guy a delivery boy? I don't know how much time has passed. After Shin Zimo blankly glanced at Song Huching, he put on one of his shirts and walked out, only to sneak a few glances towards the door before going out. Seeing this, Song Huching couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Why are you acting like a thief? Last week's reward settlement. The host earns $142 and is rewarded with $1,420. Well, Song Huching couldn't help but be dismayed as he listened to the settlement information in his mind. He originally thought that the 10 times the unit price reward was a bluff, but he didn't realize that it was settled on a weekly basis. It's not a lot of money at over $1,000, but it's actually not that little if he can run a couple hundred a month. It's just that, 5,000 orders, he has not even accomplished a fraction of it, and he does not know when it is ahead. Knock knock. Daddy! Song Xiaoyuan called out from outside the door. Well, Song Huching looked at the splash of red on the bedsheet and hurriedly covered it with the quilt before shouting, Come in, Zira! The door to the room was pushed open. Song Xiaoyuan glanced at the door and whispered, Daddy, why did teacher Qin sleep on the sofa yesterday? No, where is she going to sleep if not on the couch? Is it hard to sleep with me? Song Huching laughed and scolded. She can sleep with me, Song Xiaoyuan rightfully said. My bed is so big, it can sleep 2 people. Your teacher Qin is a very borderline person. How could she sleep with you without your consent? Song Huching said in a serious manner. But you can invite her to sleep with you today. Okay, Song Xiaoyuan shouted before wrinkling her little nose. Gotta get up or I'll be late for school. Got it. I'll be up. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he waited for her to go out before heading towards the master bedroom's bathroom. Half an hour later, he washed up and walked to the living room, but saw 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the table and couldn't help but look at Shin Zimo in surprise. You did? I can't be the one to do it, can I? Song Xiaoyuan blanked him. Ha! Shin Zimo couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyuan is so good. Eat a loose egg. Thank you, Mr. Shin. After Song Xiaoyuan said politely, she lowered her head and ate. Nice touch. Song Huching looked at the layered ham and greens on the noodles, plus that loose egg sprinkled with a bit of onion seasoning. It was indeed appetizing. That's for sure. I'm pretty good with my hands. Shin Zimo was complimented by him to be happy in his heart. Hurry up and eat. I'll send you guys to school afterward. Song Huching laughed lightly. Xiaoyuan and I can just walk there. It's not that far anyway. Shin Zimo hurriedly said. You're still delaying your work by sending us. How about, you drive my car? Song Huching laughed. I drive your car? Shin Zimo was first shocked, then grinned. This is not good. I am afraid. I drive your car to wave through the city, wait for others to gossip how to do. Also, forget it then. Song Huching shook his head. You. Shin Zimo was instantly furious and glared at him fiercely. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? After Song Xiaoyuan glanced at her and then at Song Huching, she wisely chose to lower her head and eat her noodles. After Shin Zimo gritted his teeth and finished the noodles, he reached out and wiped Song Xiaoyuan's mouth for her, and was about to leave when he saw a handful of car keys dropped on the table. Keep this key. I have a spare. Song Huching said gently. Poof. Shin Zimo arrogantly tilted his head and didn't bother with him. Don't, then. Before Song Huching could finish her sentence, Shin Zimo quickly grabbed the key, then ran out the door with Song Xiaoyuan in his arms. I'll take Xiao Yuan to buy car interior decorations after I get off work later. You'll come straight back after work. Got it. After Song Huching answered, the corridor went silent. He finished his breakfast slowly and methodically before wandering off towards the electric car parking shed. Only he had just rolled out his electric car when he saw many people looking over with odd eyes. What's the matter? What happened? No, bro, where's your Big Ben? A middle-aged man in his 40s came over. That was borrowed. Where did I get the Big Ben? Song Huching laughed. Don't bull asterisk 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 me. It's all over the homeowners group. Another little flathead skimmed. Your girlfriend just went to the property to register your car info. Well, did you guys spread the news so quickly? Song Huching was surprised. You're not in the owners group? Pinky was surprised. Not in, this is not. Well, maybe my ex-wife is in. Song Huching snapped. Come on, man, add a flyer. I'll pull you. The little flathead did pull out his cell phone enthusiastically. Song Huching is also not good to brush off the face of the other party. Sweeping the other party oh, the dream of 900 million girls. Brothers, your name is wild enough. Xiao Pingtu exclaimed. Puffing, everyone in the parking shed laughed. Seeing and laughing, Song Huching arched his hand and said, my side is still waiting to start. Going, have time to drink a drink together. After he finished speaking, he pulled out the black knight's vest and put it on. Then with a twist of the throttle, the electric car sped off. No, am I reading this right? This dude is a delivery runner? The little flathead wiped his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You believe him. The middle-aged man skimmed his mouth and said, these days the rich people are not all like this. Running takeout, running drops, anyway, idle is also idle, is not it? Well, that makes sense. The crowd thought deeply, but sighed secretly. These rich maniacs. After Song Huching rode to the city center, he suddenly saw peers gathered around the entrance of almost all milk tea stores, and couldn't help but get over and hand a cigarette to the middle-aged uncle. Brother, what's going on? They're checking the milk tea store up there? Well, after giving him a sideways glance, the middle-aged uncle bristled. Newcomer? Yes, yes, yes. Your eyesight is so good that you saw it with a single glance. Song Huching said with a smile on his face. Then it's no wonder you don't know. Uncle skimmed. From the day before yesterday, the State Trade Center and crazy like 5,000 milk tea orders every day. Everyone is waiting to take the job. 5,000 orders? Song Huching was surprised. Did they order 5,000 cups of milk tea? Why don't they just send them all together? That's the weird part. Uncle spread his hands and said, 5,000 cups together. That's a bit of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But the State Trade Center doesn't know what's going on. It's just a single order. Damn. A day of just drinking milk tea is tens of thousands of dollars. What a bunch of crazies. After Song Huching cursed, he immediately opened his cell phone and started taking orders. Drip, you have new orders. Yo, so soon? The uncle rather egg-pain said, but I squatted for a while. No, breakfast. Song Huching said helplessly. It's a bit far apart. I'll go fetch the meal first. See you later. Don't bother. I'll pull you into our FMS group. The older man reached out and pulled him back. Success. After Song Huching scanned the code and added him, he sped off. After all, time is money, isn't it? Chapter 26. It's not easy to be a stepmother, is it? There were almost all takeout workers outside the milk tea stores in the whole Linchang. After all, who wouldn't like an order with a clear destination and money when you take it? But Song Huching simply do not go there. He specifically caught the surrounding breakfast store hanging around. A morning down, but let him pick up 7 or 8 orders. When it was near noon, he was trying to find a place to squat and eat. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Buddy, the South County Hotel. The note reads, Senior Brother. Song Huching looked at the positioning sent by the other party, and then realized, isn't this the uncle we met this morning? But what the hell is the South County Hotel? 10 minutes later, Song Huching to a piece of electric car sea of flowers, a large square in front of the door. Almost all of them are all kinds of electric cars. There are also Tart, riding a motorcycle. 50, 000, 60, 000, 70, 000, 80, 000 can even be seen. Buddy, here. Suddenly a man stood up. Well, Song Huching looked sideways. It was the same uncle from the morning. After he sprinted past, a table of several people looked over. This is the new entry of the young old brother. Looking young, we can all be black knights. Everyone see help hand. After the uncle said, he introduced, I am called Old Joe. Old brother, you also introduce yourself. Everyone just call me Song. Song Huching hurriedly said, hello seniors, I just joined the industry. I don't know anything, please take care of me. Well. Several people laughed. What to eat? Just order. This meal on me. Old Joe was very righteous. Don't bother. This meal is on me. Song Huching hurriedly said. You, don't grab it from us. A black-faced man joked. How many orders do you run a day now? More than 10 single top day, right? You are still in the learning stage. Money can be saved. This is old 5. After the old weak laughed. He is right. You are only now in the line. Slowly, to sink your heart, you look at the list of how many orders others run a day? And, there's a list? Song Huching was surprised. Sure. Old 5 pulled out a cell phone with a broken screen and tapped it a few times before pushing it in front of him. Black Knights. Weekly list. First place, Zhang Yuan, 41 singles. Second place, Ah Chung, 41 singles. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching's eyes widened. It's only been one morning. Running over 40 orders? Are you kidding? What? Think people swipe? Ha? Old 5 snickered. It's a bit fake. Song Huching said frankly. People are 5-star Black Knights. The old weak laughed and scolded. There are single are sent first. Plus people ground familiar. You a trip to run a single. He a trip to run 5 or 6 single. You naturally than others. TCH, spaced out. Song Huching sked. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. You, take your time to learn. Old 5 shook his head and said, when you run ripe, get a 5-star Black Knight, with extra subsidies every month. Then I'll have to ask all the seniors to teach me more. Song Huching laughed. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Hurry up and order. Order and get to work. Old Joe pointed at the menu on the wall and scolded. Well, Song Huching looked over and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The so-called South County Hotel is actually a small restaurant in the middle of nowhere. And the only reason why it has become a gathering place for takeout workers is because there is a deserted driving school where they can park and charge. But the owner of this restaurant is also very conscientious and the meals are very cheap. Not more than $12 a meal. Watch it yet? Old 5 prodded. Have a bowl of noodles. Song Huching laughed. Boy, teach you a lesson. Lao Joe laughed softly. Our business can also be physical work. Noon must eat. And the evening dinner time is also our busiest time. That point cannot be wasted. Makes sense. Song Huching readily accepted good advice and switched to a chili pepper stir fry. With that, he pretended to go to the bathroom and went to get a bunch of drinks over. You boy. Old Joe and Old 5 as well as a few old-timers at the same table all laughed. This kid is very good at what he does. The food was served quickly. In fact it was just a big pot of rice and then just covered with vegetables. Song Huching was not polite and wolfed it down. After all, when it came time for the real meal, they could and had to work. 10 minutes later. Drip. The first outfitter set off. And when the others saw this, there was an immediate sense of urgency, and they then straddled their seats to follow. Song Huching rinsed his mouth and wiped it clean before following the army of electric cars. Whoever's on the south side has a list. Just now I'm out of the way. Old 5. I'm up north, and there's a lot of singles here. 2. Old weak. Come to Hushy at the speed of no single. Old Sheen. Song Huching ran and read the messages from the group, and suddenly had the feeling of finding an organization. He also kind of understood why Old Joe and the others were pulling him in. A delivery person may seem to be working alone, but in reality it's still up to everyone to share where there are more or fewer orders. I do not know whether he belongs to the lucky, or belongs to the kind of talent. An afternoon actually broke the record of 16 single. Let him all feel while some incredible evening. 8 o'clock. After parking his electric car in the parking shed, Song Huching went upstairs and returned home. Gee, so busy today? Chin Zimo immediately greeted him, took the vest in his hand, and threw it into the dirty clothes basket. I met a group of peers today, and with them leading the way, it went much smoother. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he glanced at the bathroom with the lights on. Xiao Yuan is taking a bath? Yeah, Chin Zimo laughed. After she and I ate dinner, we went downstairs to take a walk for a while, and then came back to watch TV, before she went in to take a bath. TSK, it's not a good job to be a stepmother, is it? Song Huching snickered. What stepmom? It's hard to hear. Chin Zimo snapped. She has her own mother. I am her aunt. She called me teacher is also okay. Anyway, left and right is not a title. Hard work, Song Huching said seriously. What's hard about it? Chin Zimo said with a red face. Anyway, I am also alone after work. Now I have Xiao Yuan to play with me. I don't know how happy I am. Song Huching didn't say anything, only reaching out to put his arm around her. When the weekend comes, I'll take you guys to the zoo to see the tigers. Asterisk 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 Q. Chin Zimo laughed and scolded. On the weekend Xiao Yuan's mom is going to come over to pick her up and take her over to wait for the summer vacation before we go. She won't be able to pick it up more than a couple times. Song Huching shook his head. When time passes, she will get tired of having a new life of her own after all. No, maybe. Chin Zimo was non-committal and gestured for him to go wash his hands for dinner. Chapter 27, You've mistaken me for someone else. It's night. After Song Huching came out of the shower, there was no one in the living room. He originally wanted to go check on Xiao Yuan, but after seeing the clock on the wall, he eventually gave up. After all, it was already 10 o'clock. Only when he went back inside and turned on the light, he found Qin Zimo lying on his bed reading a book. Well, what are you doing here? Where am I going if I'm not here? Qin Zimo blankly glanced at him and said, Xiao Yuan went to bed very early. I am used to sleeping late and she cannot sleep well if I sleep with her. Still a teacher after all. That's a good excuse. Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 you. I'm telling the truth. After Qin Zimo glared at him with a red face, she then continued reading. Song Huching lay on the bed, wanting to speak. What are you trying to say? Qin Zimo looked over sideways. She was in her pajamas, but she was cool. Just a glimpse of the chest. You've got the book backwards. Song Huching sighed. He was so ashamed that he punched him hard before reaching out and pulling down the table lamp, but before she could lose her temper, she was embraced by Song Huching. Mr. Qin, why don't you teach me to read? Nasty. Qin Zimo's body went a little soft when he heard this address. The next day, the three had breakfast. Song Huching had just left the house when his cell phone began to vibrate. Little Song, China World Trade Center. Go. Lao Wu, coming. Old 6. After Song Huching returned the sentence, he flew on the electric bike and sped away. The group of commuters in the neighborhood looked dumbfounded. Is this ING takeout run an addiction or what? ITC. Song Huching just arrived, pulled out his cell phone and got to work, but to his dismay, it was almost exclusively the list in the ITC. Brothers, this won't work. There's no elevator in the ITC building. People will die. Old 6. Stupid. The elevators open at the ITC. Get to ING work. Old Sheen. Damn. Why didn't you say so? Old 6. After Song Huching sent a red envelope of $8 and $8 to the group, he immediately began to take orders. Asterisk 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 $8 and 8/8 and 20 bonus points. Old weak. Ha! After Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh, he took 4 orders in one breath, 3 of which were from Qianhua. A cup of milk tea, 3 donuts and soy milk with buns. Donuts and soybean milk are something good to deal with. Get there and take it away. Milk tea is not. There is still a long line outside. A few clerks' hands are almost make a stump. Come on, it's going to be time out. There was a big brother of the group who shouted, shout a ball. You do it right. The store manager roared, causing all the takeout workers to shrink. Why don't? I'll do my own list. Song Huching took a step forward. Everyone looked at him. I've worked in other milk tea stores before. I can. Song Huching hurriedly said. Fine, then do your own and hurry up. The store manager gritted his teeth and led him into the operating room. Song Huching glanced at the list to confirm it and began to operate. It's not that he's a bully. It's just that with this pearl milk tea thing, don't you have hands? If it had been a different, more complicated one, he would have been afraid of getting a bad rap. After getting the pearl milk tea done in 3 tries, he found his own on a long list of orders, pasted it on and dashed off. This guy can really do it. Ha! The store manager muttered as he watched his back. ITC. After Song Huching was sent from the 15th floor to the 18th floor, he didn't bother to wait for the elevator and rushed up the stairs directly, but he didn't expect to knock one person over on the ground. Gone you mother? You don't have eyes, do you? The man fell to the ground rather angrily, on all fours, like a king. Right? No. Well, Song Huching just wanted to apologize, and when he saw the man's face clearly, he immediately said, damn, bumping into you is bumping into you. What's wrong with it? He even kicked the other party when he finished. Then after putting the milk tea on the front desk, he ran down the stairs quickly. Then after taking off his vest on the 17th floor, he smoked a cigarette, which made him enter the elevator with a big strut. Downstairs in the lobby, Mr. Sheen, recently there are too many takeout workers coming to our Guamao. This person is really hard to find. The security guard laughed bitterly. Just now we also checked the surveillance. The stairwell is the dead center of the surveillance, and we didn't capture that person. Are you ING dead? Shin Shu was furious. The Black Knight side asked me to submit monitoring evidence. What to hand over to them without monitoring here? Why don't you ask Chino for surveillance? The security guard said helplessly. They should have it at the front desk. They go in there a couple hundred takeaways a day. What's the point of having surveillance? Shin Shu gritted his teeth in hatred, and there was a large footprint on his shirt right now. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh, then walked towards the door. But just before taking 2 steps, I heard someone shout Qin Shu. He thought at first that it was an acquaintance of Qin Shu's and didn't care, just walking towards his electric car. But then, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, his arm was pulled. What are you running for? Well, Song Huching looked sideways and was met with a pair of thin angry eyes. Miss, which one of you? Well, the other man also visibly froze for a moment, then sized him up carefully. I'm sorry, I have to work. What can I do for you? Song Huching looked at Su Mei without blushing. Today Su Mei was wearing a snow-white shirt on top but a long red skirt underneath, which made her look a lot more lively. You're not Qin Shu? Su Mei frowned. I'm not. You're recognizing the wrong person. Song Huching laughed. Mistaken identity? Su Mei let go, a little uncertain. After all, that guy had long hair, while the guy in front of him had short hair and the wrong hair color. There's nothing to do, so I'll get to work. After Song Huching smiled, he turned around and straddled the electric car and sped away. Su Mei stood still, looked at his back for a moment, and turned to enter the hall. Mr. Su, this is the Qin Shu you are looking for. Xiao Zhang immediately greeted him and whispered. He is currently serving as the deputy general manager of Lin Cheng Supermarket, which belongs to their family's family business. Well, Su Mei looked sideways, just glanced at Qin Shu and lost interest, but after looking at the huge footprints on his body, she couldn't help but ask one more question. What happened to his clothes? He just went to the stairwell to smoke, while waiting for you on the 19th floor, then was knocked over by a black knight, and the other party kicked him. Xiao Zhang laughed bitterly. Black knight. Su Mei was violently shocked, then angrily said, that guy actually lied to me again? Ha! Chang was taken aback. Qin Shu, however, revealed a smile after straightening his clothes. Mr. Su, you go back to, well, Su Mei was halfway through her sentence, and then a smile appeared as well. Have you offended any of the outfitters lately? Especially the Black Knights. Chapter 28. Woe is not as bad as a wife and child. What does it have to do with Song Xiaoyuan? Noon. South County Hotel. Asterisk 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 can be. Old 5 exclaimed. Almost 20 orders run in one morning? Key do not 6. The noon drinks are on me. Song Huching waved his hand. Go to your, say you fat also really asthma on. Old Joe laughed and scolded. But you are really talented. This is only the first few days. A morning can run 20 single, into the hands of quite fast. It's better for you seniors to point it out. Song Huching arched his hand and said, if it wasn't for you guys reporting places, I'd still be wandering around like a headless fly. Ha! All of them laughed and were quite pleased. After all, who doesn't like people who know what they're doing? Business had been good for the past 2 days, so they didn't spend much time chatting, and after a hurried meal, the group set off on their journey once again. Evening. Song Huching parked his car in the carport, but he heard a vibration in his head. 100 single rewards have been delivered, giving 3 chances to draw. Ooh, 100 singles too? Song Huching was quite surprised. If this counts up, wouldn't it be up to 1,000 orders? 5,000 orders are sent to the lottery? Perhaps. It is really not difficult to draw to rank in the immortal class. Of course, provided that this lottery system is a person not a dog. First draw. Gain proficiency in milk tea making. Well, it's kind of atonement for blowing awesome. Song Huching shook his head and chose to draw again. Second draw. Gained culinary arts, beginner. Give or take. What the hell is a junior? After Song Huching spat out a sentence, he closed his eyes and felt it. The so-called culinary proficiency, that is, egg fried rice, egg fried noodles and a series of other things in the snack bar or food stalls. The big dishes are basically nothing. The only difference is that the dishes he makes may taste a little bit better. At least that's what he thought. Third draw. Electric vehicle driving skills. Song Huching was quite pleased. At least he had drawn a more useful item. He opened the door to his home with satisfaction, only to see Xiao Yuan and Qin Zimo fiddling with a few stools. Daddy! Song Xiaoyuan jumped into his arms, and after being scooped up by his smooth hands, she hugged and kissed his head. What are you guys doing? Went to a yard sale and pulled out some stools. Qin Zimo lightly laughed. We can't keep sitting on the floor to eat, can we? It doesn't matter to the two of us, but Xiao Yuan is growing her body. She needs to have the correct sitting posture. You know how to live your life. You actually know how to go to a yard sale? Song Huching laughed. Or do you think I'd spend it? Qin Zimo wrinkled her agaric nose, and was quite joyful inside. The guy actually complimented her. Hey! After Song Huching rubbed her hair, he turned around and went into the bathroom. I'll go do the laundry. Xiao Yuan, you watch some TV first. Qin Zimo laughed. Good. Song Xiaoyuan climbed onto the sofa obediently, then watched the TV. After observing her for a while, Qin Zimo unscrewed the door to the bathroom. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you a hooligan? Song Huching immediately covered the important parts. Asterisk 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 you. After Qin Zimo spat at him, he whispered, I took the clothes and washed them together, or else I'd still have to wash them separately for you. She looked at Song Huching twice more after she finished speaking, before she took the clothes he had changed out of. Just after the bathroom door closed, she immediately stomped her foot with a red face. How could she have done such a thing? However, she looked at the clothes Song Huching had changed out of and rubbed them before subconsciously sniffing them. Ha, what's that smell? Jin Zimo was slightly stunned. The clothes don't smell like sweat at all, but instead have a light fragrance. What perfume? So long-lasting? She was just thinking about it when suddenly the bathroom door was pulled open. Sister, it's not really out. You actually have this kind of fetish. Song Huching sighed. You. Jin Zimo was instantly humiliated, and after ruthlessly throwing the clothes in his face, she wanted to run to the room, but she didn't take 2 steps before she stopped, because at this moment Song Xiaoyuan was looking at her in surprise. If she rushed to the master bedroom, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? At this point, Song Huching walked over and joked, "It's okay, I won't laugh at you." And you say. Jin Zimo felt his image crumble. After all, that action just now was odd when she thought about it herself. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. After Jin Zimo stepped on him, he ran to the sofa to watch TV with Song Xiaoyuan. Song Huching, on the other hand, sat alone at the dining table, looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup inside. There still needs to be a woman in this family. Jin Zimo sniffed, her pretty face filled with color. This guy knows his stuff despite his nasty personality. 9:30. Song Huching was sitting at his desk, writing and drawing with a pencil in his hand. At that moment, a pair of catkins wrapped around his neck. What's doing? Studying the map of prosperity. Ha! Song Huching laughed softly. Our line of work will be at a disadvantage if we are not familiar with the route. Well, you have to study maps to deliver a takeaway? Jin Zimo was surprised. How refreshing. Song Huching laughed and scolded. If you don't eat the map thoroughly, this business can't be done at all. Of course, you can also familiarize yourself with it while running, but that would be too much of a delay. Why do you want to go to delivery? Jin Zimo couldn't help but ask. Looking down on the takeout guy, Song Huching played with the flavor. No. Jin Zimo hurriedly shook his head. I just think, you should do whatever you do well, and delivery is not bad, but it is too delayed. You leave the house at 8 in the morning and don't get back until 8 at night, and we don't even get to spend time together. Song Huching fell into silence. A good half hour. He lit a cigarette and squared his shoulders. Actually, I don't think my job is a good match for yours, and we spend very little time together. You should go find one with a more decent job. Snap. Jin Zimo backhanded him and gave him a big mouthful. The cigarette immediately flew out and fell to the ground. Asterisk. Song Huching just shouted out. Instead, Jin Zimo darted over, picked up the cigarette and stuffed it back into his mouth. No, sis, we don't have to save to this extent. I will relight one. Song Huching said with a bitter face. I just mopped the floor at night. Very clean, okay. Jin Zimo gave him a blank look. Just mopped it to make it dirtier. Song Huching said helplessly. That mop has been sitting in the toilet for who knows how long. Well, after thinking for a moment, Jin Zimo reached out and took the cigarette off his mouth, wiping it with a wet wipe before stuffing it back into his mouth. Asterisk. Song Huching couldn't help himself and snuffed out his cigarette in the ashtray. It was dirty a while ago, at least it was still smoking, but now it doesn't even smoke. Song Huching, if you dare to say break up with me again, I will send Xiao Yuan to her mom. Jin Zimo glared. No, what does it have to do with her if the trouble is not as bad as her wife and children? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Because I'm going to die with you. Jin Zimo showed his teeth. Song Huching was instantly silenced by the dry. He had a feeling this chick wasn't kidding. Chapter 29, Boys Out of Doors to Protect Themselves. I didn't mean to look down on the takeaway man. Jin Zimo softly said. It's just that you also know that in the eyes of the elders, delivery is ultimately not a long-term solution. I am afraid that you will be disliked when you meet your parents. Well, it's something I'll think about. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Seriously, I think our progress is too fast. How long has it been before we are already talking about meeting our parents? Deep down, he's still resistant to getting married. After all, while he wasn't particularly capable, he still didn't have much of a problem supporting himself, and marriage was just a little too far away for him. I know, but isn't this coping with my parents? Jin Zimo bristled. I'm not getting any younger, and it's not a problem for them to keep pushing, is it? Did they find a good match for you? Song Huching said carefully. There have been a few times that I've talked about it, but I don't like it. Jin Zimo shook his head. If even the marriage is arranged by the family, then what am I still alive for? It's actually important that the door is right. Song Shilian sighed. I'm not against pursuing love, but if it's not door to door, you'll encounter a lot of problems in the future, at least more than you're experiencing now. Jin Zimo furrowed his eyebrows. She didn't expect Song Huching to be able to say something like that. Okay, go to bed. I'll think about this. Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Anyway, if you don't want me, I'll fight you. Chin Zimo bit lightly on his neck, but sighed inwardly. The next day, noon, South County Hotel. Song Huching was having lunch with Lao Zhou and the others when suddenly a black Mercedes-Benz business slowly drove over, attracting everyone's attention. This car must be over $1 million at least, right? Old Zhou swallowed hard and said, Turtle, at least 2 million. Old Chin disdainfully said, 2 million? The crowd looked sideways at the car in surprise. After all, $2 million is almost always astronomical for them. Song Huching, however, lowered his head and continued to dry rice, inwardly wondering where to go to run a few more orders in the afternoon. Xiao Song, look, there's a girl, Lao Wu suddenly shouted. Sister? Song Huching glanced sideways and immediately put his head down. What's this woman doing here? Song, she's coming over. She's coming over. Old Zhou was so excited that he pinched Song Huching's thigh, and it hurt him so much that he grimaced. Stop yelling. It's embarrassing at your age. No, she's really here. Lao Wu looked agitated as well. Don't look at her. You'll be arrested as a molester later. Song Huching was close to burying his face in the bowl after he whispered, but at that moment, an ethereal fragrance suddenly emerged from his side. Brush. The entire South County Hotel went quiet. Song Huching, you liar. Ooh. Hundreds of outfitters leaned back tactically when they heard this. The younger generation, even more so, was green in the face. What has this done to the human girl? Mr. Su, long time no see. Song Huching raised his head and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Poof. Sume coldly grunted and glanced at Lao Wu. Lao Wu immediately understood, and after drawing a clean stool, he moved himself to the side. Thanks. After Sume said her thanks, she sat down on Song Huching's side and glared at him fiercely. Stop it. What do you want to eat? My treat. Song Huching said helplessly. Well, old Zhou and the others were all wooden. He came in a Mercedes and you're treating him to this? After Sume glanced at the menu on the wall, she said softly, give me the next bowl of noodles. Hey. After Song Huching answered, he said aloud, old son, another bowl of noodles, with lean meat. Good. The boss responded and immediately started to get it up, but his eyes couldn't stop glancing towards Song Huching. Why did you lie to me? Sume said in a deep voice. No, what did I lie to you about? Song Huching was surprised. You deleted my FMS. That's even if you even told me the name is fake. Sume huffed. Sisters, this out of the house. How important the name ah. Song Huching said in a serious manner. My mom has educated me since I was a child that boys should protect themselves when they go out. Pust. Old Zhou and the others who were tactically drinking water spurted. Goddamn boys should protect themselves out of doors. You. Sume's pretty face was reddened by what he said, but she didn't know how to refute him, so she could only wrap her hands around her chest and glare at him fiercely. At this point, Old Son walked over with the noodles and tremblingly placed them in front of Sume. Enjoy. Thanks. After Sume politely thanked him, she glanced at Song Huching. Old Zhou immediately picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks from the table and handed them to him. The others were making furious glances. This kid usually looks smart. How come he's like an elm brain at this time? Not open-minded? Hey. Song Huching sighed, unwrapped the plastic covers of the chopsticks, and handed them to Sume. Poof. After Sume hummed lightly, she smoothly tied up her long hair, then lowered her head and started eating the noodles. Everyone looked at her and then at Song Huching, not knowing what they were thinking. 3 minutes later, Song Huching got up and went to settle the bill, then walked over to Sume. I have to start work this afternoon, so take your time eating. Well, old Zhou and the others looked at him incredulously. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? You're not allowed to leave. I still have something to say to you, Sume said with a straight face. Stop it. Song Huching said helplessly. I really have something. It's almost mealtime. How many people are waiting for me? Cough cough cough. The entire square was filled with coughing. I'll pay you by the hour, Sume said in a deep voice. No, it's not about the money. After Song Huching sighed, he frowned and shouted. I said that you guys are still watching the show. Wait for the entire Lin Cheng takeout system to be paralyzed. Asterisk 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 it's almost 12. I don't know who shouted, and the entire square was suddenly in chaos. Countless people reluctantly straddled their seats and sped towards the city, while others secretly instructed Old Son to keep a good eye on them, so that when they came to dinner in the afternoon, they would be aware of the follow-up. Although Old Zhou and Old Wu and the others wanted to watch the play, earning money was still more important in the end. Just before they left, they gave Song Huching an encouraging look. If Song Huching really got together with Sume, then he would be a legend in the Lin Cheng takeout world. Sister, $20,000 an hour. You sit. It's not about the money. $50,000 an hour. And if you still want to leave, then I'll run you over with my car later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Son Huching eventually wimped out and sat rather aggressively on Sumei's side. And is eavesdropping on the old Sun people numb? It is difficult to. Delivery is easy to be a rich woman to see. This is true. Chapter 30, let Shin Zimo come up and talk to me personally. After Sumei slowly and methodically finished her noodles, she took out water from her bag and rinsed her mouth before looking at Song Huching. How much do you make a month delivering? Less than 100,000. Song Huching sighed. Less than 100,000? Sumei looked at him with a stunned expression. She hasn't really understood the takeout market. It's hard to believe that delivering takeout is really so promising. Sister, ask him exactly how much. Old Sun joked. Well, Sumei froze slightly. How much exactly? More than 4,000. Song Huching said rather shyly. Sumei was hanging on for dear life. 4,000 a month. And you can say less than 100,000 inch? Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and didn't say anything else. You follow me. I employ you as my assistant. Hanging the title of vice president is also possible. Sumei squarely said. A base salary of 30,000 a month, with dividends at the end of the year. Hiss. Old Sun immediately felt some toothache. If you can make 30,000 a month, why bother delivering? Mr. Su, good intentions are appreciated. I'm a person who is used to being free and lazy, and I don't like sitting in an office. Song Huching sighed. It's not that he doesn't want to settle down, but if he didn't have this assistive system, he wouldn't have agreed to it. But now he could try to rank in the immortal class. Even if the chance is small, he still wants to try, right? I know you're more devastated by your ex-wife right now. No, wait a minute. Song Huching's eyes widened. What does this have to do with my ex-wife? I just don't want to go to work. Also, who told you about this? Sumei pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She couldn't say she'd sent someone to investigate him specifically. Could she? Forget it. Song Huching shook his head and said, Mr. Su, is there anything else? If not, I'll go to work. If you are really afraid of people gossiping, why don't I hire you as an interpreter? Sumei said seriously, I'll call you if there's a job, and I'll pay you by the hour. Do you think that's okay? Mr. Su has spoken to this point. If I still don't agree, it would be too ungrateful. Song Huching stretched out his hand and laughed. Thank you for Mr. Su's lifting up. You're welcome. Sumei reached out and shook his hand. We have an event next month. The specific time flow I will notify you at that time. This time, you are not allowed to delete my Feishuan again. You're my gold master. How can I delete my gold master's flying messages? After Song Huching gave a sarcastic laugh, he pulled out his cell phone and added her back. Poof. After Sumei gave him a blank look, she got up and walked towards her seat. But when she walked to the car, she still couldn't help but look back at Song Huching, only to see that the other party had already straddled her little electric car and ran quickly towards the city. This guy, she sighed helplessly, not really understanding what was so great about delivery. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Song, you don't want $30,000 a month to sit in the office? Lao Zhou, I go. Is this old Sun's mouth so lax? Old 6. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The whole Lin Cheng takeout group is spreading the word. You've become famous. Lao Wu, don't around. And when people ask, just say you don't know me. Old 6. Evening. Song Huching returned to Jiji Tinglan, and after parking his electric car, he was just about to walk towards his home when he saw a black Rolls-Royce parked quietly underneath his house. If it was just an ordinary big labor, he estimated that he would just look at it more and forget about it. But this car actually hung a 3-land license plate, and it looked like it was coming from a good place. He watched quietly for a moment before turning and going up the stairs, but just as he pushed open the door, he realized that on the sofa in his home, there was actually a middle-aged couple sitting on the sofa, while at the dining table there was also a handsome-looking young man. You are Song Huching? The middle-aged man frowned and looked him up and down. I'm Song Huching, may I ask if you're? Song Huching looked at him in surprise. My name is Qin Chen, I am Qin Zimo's father, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Qin Zimo is downstairs in the car, and she doesn't want to meet with you again, so I'll be the one to relay it. Wait a minute, where's my daughter? Song Huching frowned. Zira. The door to Song Xiaoyuan's room opened, and when she saw Song Huching, she flew over and jumped into his arms. Father, they took Mr. Xiaoqin away and scolded me. Song Huching's complexion condensed and he said with a straight face, who scolded you? He. Song Xiaoyuan pointed to the young man. I didn't let them take away Mr. Little Kiss, and he pushed me. Okay, I get it. Go to your room. Song Huching placed her on the ground and gently patted her head. Song Xiaoyuan glared fiercely at the young man before darting into the room. Song Huching, this is Qin Zimo's fiancé and... Before Qin Chen could finish his sentence, he saw Song Huching take an arrow step forward. grabbing the young man's head and slamming it hard on the dining table. Ah! The young man was just about to scream when a ball of rag was shoved in his mouth. Song Heching then grabbed him by the collar and raised his hand in two mouths to dumbfound everyone. Do you know who he is? Qin Chen said angrily. I know. 80% is the heir of some group. Song Heching gave the young man another slap before letting go. I hit him, not because he is Qin Zimo's some fiancé, but because he bullied my daughter. You may have power and influence in Yangchang, but this is Lincheng. Do none of you want to go back? It doesn't matter to me. I have a rotten life. If I die, my daughter still has her mom to take care of her, but you guys are different. If you die here, then all your glory and wealth will be gone. You. A trace of scorn flashed in Qin Shen's eyes, and that young man was even more frightened and a bit weak in the legs. This guy is crazy, right? Have Qin Zimo come up and speak to me personally, Song Heching said lightly. Otherwise, you can't get out of Lin City. Oh, you scare me? Qin Shen sneered. You a takeout. Well, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Song Heching take a kitchen knife from the kitchen and shove it into the young man's hand, then asked him to hold his neck and took a picture with his cell phone. Although it's not so much as to cause any substantial impact on you, this photo will be posted on the internet. Song Heching threw the chopper on the table. By the way, what group's heir are you coming from? You. The young man was dumbfounded. Where had he seen such an asshole? He was worse than a punk. Mr. Qin, you don't have much time. Song Heching shook his cell phone. Within 3 minutes, if Qin Zimo doesn't come up, then you rearranged a fiancé for her. Rearranging fiancés? Qin Chen was stunned. Don't you want to be with Qin Zimo? I want to, but it depends on her attitude. Song Heching shrugged and said, if she can't carry your pressure, then she will have a hard time in the future. Instead of that, it's better for everyone to get together. Qin Chen and Mrs. Qin glanced at each other, both raising their eyebrows slightly. This guy doesn't look like a simple delivery man. Chapter 31, No Marriage. No. Qin Chen ultimately didn't dare to play hardball with Song Heching and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Less than 3 minutes. Qin Zimo then pushed the door and walked in. Only she was haggard at this time. Her eyes were slightly red. It looked like she had just cried. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it now, Mrs. Qin walked over and reached out to take her hand. Song Heching then quietly looked at Qin Zimo for a long time before waving his hand and saying, there's nothing more. You guys go. Well, Qin Chen and the others were all looking at him with incredulous faces. What do you mean? Mrs. Qin frowned. It doesn't mean anything. Song Heching shook his head and said, I am just confirming your identities, since you are her parents. If she herself is willing to go with you, then I have nothing to say. Song Heching. Qin Zimo's tears suddenly slid down his cheeks. If you have any requests, you can mention them, Qin Shen said with a straight face, but I don't want you to pester my daughter. You also know that you are people from two worlds, and you won't have a good result together. Your house looks like it has more than 3 office buildings. Song Heching looked at Qin Zimo and joked. Qin Zimo pursed his lips and looked at his parents. Why don't you guys wait for me downstairs in the car? I'll be down later. Good. After Qin Chen glanced at Song Heching, he gave another wink to the young man, and the group of 3 walked towards the door. Qin Zimo, on the other hand, walked to the door and confirmed that they had gotten off the elevator before he turned back and returned to the house. Song Heching, something has happened to my family. I need to go back and deal with it. Aha. Song Heching nodded with a smile. Is it that your family's business has encountered problems and your family needs you to step in to maneuver around? How do you know? Qin Zimo was surprised. Guess. Song Heching stepped forward to dry the teardrops in the corner of her eyes. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting. Do you not want me? Qin Zimo reached out and wrapped his arms around him, bawling. How could I? Song Heching laughed and scolded. Isn't this waiting for you to finish your family business? You trust me. At most half a year. When I'm done with it, I'll be back. Qin Zimo said in an urgent voice. Well, I believe you. Song Heching reached out and hugged her. 10 minutes later, downstairs, Song Heching set Song Xiaoyuan up and watched the black Rolls Royce go away. Daddy, will Mr. Little Qin come back? Do you want her back? I hope so. Mr. Little Qin is so nice to me. Song Xiaoyuan hugged his head and said, and teacher Xiao Qin even pulled the hook with me and said that she will come back when the new year is over. Yes? Song Heching let out a light laugh. Then you wait for her to come back. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. I ate. Song Xiaoyuan whispered. Father, will you be sad? No. Song Heching joked. No one in this world, except you will make me sad. I definitely won't make you sad. Song Xiaoyuan earnestly stretched out her small hand. Pull the hook. Pull the hook. Song Heching reached out and hooked his hand with hers, then walked towards the elevator. An hour or so later, Song Xiaoyuan was already asleep, and Song Heching was sitting alone in the living room. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. He got up and went to open the door. but was dismayed. What brings you here? Didn't we hear that Qin Zimo is gone? Su Qing frowned. What is this encounter? Why did she suddenly leave all of a sudden? Song Huching was just about to speak when the elevator doors opened again. Sir, you're, the delivery man exclaimed, catching both men's attention. Old Wood? Song Huching was also stunned. Why did you run here? You. After Old Wu glanced at Su Chang, he hurriedly said, you take your takeout away first, there's something we'll talk about later. After he finished speaking, he handed the takeout to Song Huching, turned around and entered the elevator. Song Huching looked at the closed elevator door and glanced at his phone again, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Now that's something that can't really be explained. Inside the living room, Su Qing looked at the table full of kebabs and grilled fish and couldn't help but frown. What the hell is going on? What else could be going on? After Song Huching opened a haul of beer, he glanced at her, and when he saw her nod, he opened a can for her as well, before he slowly said, the story of a rich girl and a commoner getting together, and the rich girl's parents beating them with sticks. Rich girl, how rich? Su Qing sneered. Visual estimate of her family's assets should be in the hundreds of millions. Specifically how many hundreds of millions cannot guess. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders, but her parents' car is a Rolls-Royce of the 3 landmarks. It is estimated that the Xiangjiang side of the business is more. Why do I feel as if you aren't sad? Su Qing was surprised. Sad? Why not? Song Huching helplessly said, seriously, if she can handle her parents, I really want to marry her. After all, she is wholeheartedly devoted to Xiao Yuan. I can see it. Just for Kun? Subaru picked up her beer and took a sip. Sisters, I am a second marriage with a baby, not a high-flying handsome. Song Huching shook his head too. Before doing something, surely I have to consider for Xiao Yuan first not. However, this matter of her has also given me a reminder. What reminder? Subaru wondered. Not thinking about getting married. Song Huching did not have a good mood. She and her boyfriend talked about 6 years. Her parents did not come to find. This and I together only a few days. Parents are looking for the door. Speaking of which, I also feel strange. How come you guys have been together for only a few days, before her parents came to take her away? Su Qing was surprised, because she really wants to marry me. Song Huching sighed. Otherwise, her parents would not be so anxious to run from the field to. After all, her kind of family, love to play can be. Move the real thing is not. Su Qing looked at him and was silent for a long time. It was a long time before she sighed. Why didn't you stop her if you knew everything? Are you out of your mind? Song Huching laughed and scolded. A woman said to you that she wants to marry you, unless you don't want to be with her, otherwise you don't agree. Not waiting for her parents. She will get you killed first. Asterisk 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 you. Su Qing instantly blanked him. By the way, was it Xiao Yuan who called you? Song Huching was curious. Aha. Su Qing nodded. She said that teacher Qin is gone, and you are very sad. But I really still can't see how sad you are. Nerve, I'm not a child. It's hard not to write my sadness on my face. Song Huching slowly ate the barbecue. But, I still feel sorry. Perhaps because of Song Xiaoyuan, he really wanted to marry Qin Zimo for the rest of his life. But there are some things that always go against his wishes. Chapter 32, Don't listen to your father. He's heartless. You're actually quite good. Don't get down on yourself. Su Qing softly consoled. There are still many women in this world who don't look at their family background. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. I'm really not as fragile as you think. I can even give up Ruan Xingyao. What else can I give up? It almost slipped out. He'd even accepted that he'd come to this hellhole. And really, anything else was nothing to him. That's good. Su Qing took a long breath. Seriously, why do you care about me so much? Song Huching raised his beer and said, as far as I remember, we don't seem to have any special interactions. Do we? I care about you? Su Qing's eyes widened. And then she said with a red face, don't you put gold on your face. I just like Xiao Yuan. I don't want her to be hurt because of you and soft. That's good. Song Huching nodded with a smile. What do you mean? Su Qing's eyebrows knitted. What do you mean by that's fine? I'm afraid that you have something against me. So it's hard to make friends with you, isn't it? Song Huching snickered. Since you don't have any thoughts about me, then we can be friends. You. Su Qing was instantly furious and glared fiercely at him. Sisters, take a walk. Song Huching raised his beer and clinked it with her. You're my first friend in this world. Come on, don't you still have a bunch of deadbeats in Linchang? Su Qing gave him an angry look, but still touched him. You said you were a deadbeat. That doesn't count as a friend. Song Huching laughed out loud and then began to jerk the skewer. Su Qing, on the other hand, looked at him with complicated eyes and did not speak. The two sat like that for a little over half an hour. Song Huching took out his cell phone and deleted Qin Zimo's flying message, then snapped off his calling card and threw it in the trash. What are you doing? Su Qing was surprised. She has her way to go. I have my way to go. It's hard to believe that you really think that I'm a child and will believe her words? Song Huching laughed and scolded. You. Su Qing looked at him and sighed. Song Huching, which one is really you? Well, what does it mean? Song Huching was surprised. In the past, you were indecisive. Even if Soft scolded you, you wouldn't talk back. You would only sit on the sidelines in aggravation. Su Qing smiled bitterly, but now you, very decisive, is completely different from before. People always grow up, don't they? Song Huching pointed to the wedding photo on the wall and said, marriage will make a man grow fast, and the effect of an unfortunate marriage should be multiplied by 2. Ha ha ha. Su Qing burst out laughing. Where did you learn the crooked reasoning? That's the truth, alright. Song Huching laughed. Still drinking? If you don't drink, I'll find you a chauffeur to send you back. What's the matter? Just now you said you were friends. Now you want to kick me out? Su Qing laughed and scolded. Softy went on a business trip. I'll sleep here with Xiao Yuan today. You brought clothes? Song Huching was surprised. I have it in my car. Su Qing lightly laughed. You are not out of love. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I will take care of Xiao Yuan for you for a period of time, so that you don't have to go to work and worry about her. Let's just forget about it. Song Huching shook his head and said, I always have to learn to take care of her. Money by myself, this thing can't be earned. You go and busy yourself. This matter of Qin Zimo had taught him a lesson that being a shirker was not an option, and that no matter who it was, they could not replace him in taking care of Song Xiaoyuan. Not knowing what's good for you, Su Qing gave him a blank look, but didn't force it. The next day, early morning, when Song Huching woke up, Su Qing had already made breakfast. Song Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, sat quietly at the dining table, propping her chin up and wondering what she was thinking. What's wrong? Missing Mr. Qin? Song Huching teased. Yeah, don't you want to? Song Xiaoyuan said with a wink. Think so. It wasn't a long time together, but she's not a wrong person, is she? Song Huching rubbed her head. But people always have to look ahead, don't they? You'll meet countless people just like Mr. Qin in the future, and if every one of them can't let go, then you'll be very sad. Scum! Su Qing cursed coldly. Cut! Song Huching rolled his eyes and headed toward the bathroom. Xiao Yuan, don't listen to your father. He's a heartless person. Su Qing whispered. He has a conscience. What can he do? Song Xiaoyuan sighed. Teacher Qin was taken away by her father. She can't make her father angry for me and my father, right? Well, Su Qing looked at her in surprise, and for a moment she actually didn't know what to say. The three of them went downstairs after breakfast. Song Huching walked to the electric carport when a small white Mercedes drove by and honked at him. After he waved his hand, the Mercedes then sped off. Not, dude, you changed chicks again? Little Flathead said in surprise. It's not just the chicks that have changed, the cars have changed too, alright. Someone sighed. I said, you guys are so gossipy? Song Huching said helplessly. I said I'm just a friend. Why do you guys keep thinking in that direction? Shoo! Little Flathead and the others were all looking at him with squinted eyes, the contempt in their eyes almost overflowing. Come on, you won't believe me if I tell you. You'll know later. After shrugging his shoulders, Song Huching straddled the electric car and then sped off. Damn, what's so great about being handsome? The little Flathead reached out and made an extremely indecent gesture at his back, and the others silently raised their middle fingers at the sight. Song Huching hadn't ridden out far when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Drip! Your new order has been delivered. Please check back soon. Asterisk 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 Lincoln Normal? Song Huching looked at the address on the order and couldn't help but curse. It's a small half-hour run from here. Still, this was the first order after all, and after gritting his teeth and taking it, he sped off towards the store. Speaking of which, Lincheng Normal was still his and Ruan Xingyao's and Qin Shu's alma mater. Half an hour later, Song Huching rode his bike to the basketball court, and before he could pull out his phone, a pretty little girl walked over. My takeaway. Yours? Song Huching looked at her sideways and politely said, report your cell phone tail number. The girl didn't nag and just gave her cell phone's tail number. Enjoy. After Song Huching handed her the takeout, he was about to leave when he was pulled back by the little girl. Delivery man, don't go yet. Well, Song Huching looked back at her. Is there something wrong with the food? No, my boyfriend is going to have breakfast, but their team is missing one person. You go ahead and top it off. I will give you $100. The little girl pointed to the basketball court and said. Song Huching looked at the basketball court and suddenly his eyes became complicated. He just wanted to deliver a takeaway. Why is it such a big deal? Chapter 33, it's only exciting when there's a goalie to score. Hurry up, it's almost time for center field. The little girl urged. Not. I don't know this stuff either. Song Huching said bitterly. It's not like you're going to. Just go up there and get a head count. The little girl opened her own small carry bag and pulled out 2 tickets. I will give you 200. Just top 20 minutes. Are all college students so posh these days? Song Huching couldn't help but freeze. Phew, the whistle blows. Halftime. A rather handsome boy ran over, and after reaching out to take the breakfast in the little girl's hand, he complained, "Damn, the teammates are too good." That's true, they don't know how to play ball. After the little girl echoed, she smiled brightly and said, "I'll find you a replacement, so you can finish your breakfast before you go abuse them." Good. The boy glanced at Song Huching, and then under the envious gazes of all the boys, he sat down on a stool to the side and slowly began to eat his breakfast. Hurry up and get ready, it's your turn later. After the little girl shoved the money into Song Huching's hand, she ran over to the boy and shushed him. Song Huching silently put the money away and then walked over to a few boys. "No, guys, it's not appropriate to have me a delivery substitute, is it? It's not the first time anyway, so feel free to play along." A burly man bristled. "Damn, he's the one who has a lot of things to do every time he eats breakfast at this hour." "Well, every time?" Song Huching was quite surprised. "Not every time," another tall thin man also disdainfully said. "This guy is deliberately showing off, as if who doesn't he know that Ningya Ting is his girlfriend." "I poo. Brothers, you all hate him so much, why do you still want to be teammates with him?" Song Huching said helplessly. "How do you think we want to be randomly assigned?" The skinny tall man skimmed his mouth. "We don't want to play with him, but people can bring a group of sisters to watch the ball. Not to play with him also have no way ah. Well." Song Huching looked sideways and was seeing the girl called Ningya Ting sitting with a group of girls. "I have to say, Ningya Ting looks beautiful, and her group of friends is really not bad. Of course, what it looks like with makeup removed, then only God knows. Dude, don't worry about it, look at your size, play point guard, just pass the ball and leave the rest of it alone." The lanky boy patted Song Huching on the shoulder. "With so many people watching the game, why don't you get a classmate to fill in for you?" Song Huching pulled out a cigarette and dispersed it. "Ooh, China, ha?" After the tall and thin man gave him a surprised look, he shook his head and said, "This is Zhang Shuai's own request. However, we feel that if a more powerful one comes later and we still win the fight, where will he put his face?" "Zhang Shuai? That's an arrogant enough name." Song Huching smacked his lips. "This is a nickname. People are called Zhang Yang. People are handsome, so girls call him Zhang Shuai." The burly boy gritted his teeth. This face-watching world. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. "Bro, handsome doesn't have to be about the face. It can be stated in many ways, doesn't it?" "Oh, what does that say?" The crowd gathered around. "The face is important, but it's not decisive." Song Huching lit a cigarette and pointed at Zhang Shuai. "Look at him. In fact, if you want to say how handsome he is, I think it's still good, but if he is standing next to Ningya Ting, this effect is different, isn't it? Even if you have no feelings for him, you will take a closer look at him for a few moments to see what he is capable of, and actually be able to pick up such a good-looking girl. This person in fact, and your family's dog is the same reason to look at it for a long time. It seems that it is not particularly difficult to look at it. Asterisk 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 makes sense." The tall, skinny guy slapped his thighs. "That's not?" Song Huching laughed softly. "So you guys step up your efforts, and when the time comes, you will also get a beautiful girl. What Zhang Shuai Li Shuai? They count as a bird." "No, this Ningya Ting has been talking to Zhang Shuai for more than a year. Not quite a chance, right?" The lanky boy hesitated. "What the hell? I let you pick up a girl, and you're thinking about prying her out?" Song Huching twitched the corner of his mouth and reached out to pat his shoulder. "Brothers, have goalkeepers scoring goals to be called wonderful?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone stood in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. "Brother, it looks like you have a story," the tall, thin man said with a straight face. "Brothers, do you believe me when I say that back then I chased the prettiest girl in the whole school at the stadium?" Song Huching laughed lightly. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. "I thought it was just an ordinary delivery boy, but I didn't realize that it was actually a deep hide." Phew. At the sound of a whistle, the match was officially started. Song Huching took off his helmet and shook out his hair before taking off his black knight's vest again and standing to the left of the lanky boy. Asterisk 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 brother, I somewhat believe your words now. The tall and thin man laughed bitterly. "You have this long face. Ningya Ting can't escape you, right? Shallow, isn't it?" Song Huching joked. "You guys are young and like young girls, and my tastes at this age have changed early." Puffing, the boys around them laughed. Phew, another whistle. The referee throws the basketball toward the sky. The lanky boy in the opposite center jumped at the same time, but then a white light flashed. "Wow!" A gasp came from the entire edge of the stadium. The lanky boy hurriedly looked sideways, only to see Song Huching speeding towards the opponent's basket. The opponent rushed back on defense, but Song Huching stopped sharply at the three-point line and jumped up to shoot. Brush! The basketball should go into the net. Phew, the referee blew a whistle. 3 points are valid. Bull. The tall skinny guy and the rest of his teammates all came up to high-five Song Haching. Base do not 6. Song Haching laughed lightly and then returned to defense. Ning Yating and Zhang Shuai on the side looked dumbfounded. Where did this person come from? In the second round, the opponent serves. The point guard received the ball and Song Haching immediately met him. The opponent had a rather disdainful look in his eyes, and was about to make a nice turn to avoid him when he realized that the ball was gone from his hand. He immediately greeted his 3 remaining teammates back on defense to block. Song Haching dribbled with one hand, sidestepped his man and then jumped up. Horseback riding and archery. Brush. Another 3 points arrived. Brother. I'll kowtow to you. The lanky boy screamed and was ready to pounce, but Song Haching dodged him. Looking is okay, hugging is not. Ha ha ha. The entire basketball court laughed. Zhang Shuai was somewhat unable to sit still and accelerated his eating speed. After all, the eyes of Ning Yating on her side were almost falling on that delivery man. How could it go on like this? Round 3. Zhang swallowed the last bite of his fries over the water and raised his hand to signal a change. Song Haching also noticed his movements, so after receiving the ball from the tall, thin man, he flew towards the opponents under the basket. The other party had prepared for this, and immediately the 3 of them surrounded him, preparing to pin him down. But Song Haching pointed to the basket with one finger and jumped in full view of the crowd. Boo! A foul shot that made everyone look silly. This kid is just over 5 feet 8 inches tall and he can actually dunk like that? If I had this kind of physical quality in my previous life, I would have gone to play in the NBA, and ate up my finance. Song Haching sighed inwardly. Chapter 34, It's better for us ordinary people to recognize reality. Snap. There was a round of applause from off the field. Song Haching held his hands flat, and after bowing slightly to them, he high-fived the tall, thin man and the others who rushed over. Big brother, you're too good. A little something. Song Haching reached out and patted their shoulders. Still waiting to work. We'll play together next time. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Ning Yating and straddled his little electric donkey and sped off. Hey! Ning Yating shouted, but Song Haching not only didn't stop, but instead sped up and disappeared in front of the crowd. You're just going to run away after you've played your ass, aren't you? Zhang Shuai hated and gnashed his teeth, and later on, he must complain about that. Near noon, Song Haching came to the South County Hotel as usual. Brush. Everyone looked sideways with rather complicated eyes. Well, what are they doing? Song Haching walked over to old Joe and sat down. Little Song, you're a rich second generation here to experience life, aren't you? Lao Wu laughed bitterly. Richie rich? Song Haching pointed at himself and said, Big brother, have you ever seen such a frustrated rich second generation? Don't pretend. Everyone knows. Old Chin sighed. People invite you for 30,000 a month, you don't go. Instead you are willing to run a takeaway. What is this not experiencing life? Oh old brother, this is where I have to say a few words about you. Song Haching said helplessly. $30,000 a month is indeed tempting, but this money has to have a life to get it, doesn't it? Well, what do you mean? It wasn't just old Chow. Quite a few people had gathered around. Let me ask you, according to the market in Lin Chang, what person can't be hired for $30,000 a month? She had to come here to find me. Why do you think that is? Song Haching leisurely said. Does she want to bag you? Someone sneered. Hey man, point taken. Song Haching hypocritically said. Doing our business, are capable of hard work. Seriously, if she wants to package me, I say I am not willing. That is coaxing the ghost, but this thing cannot be done. What do you mean? Old Chin was surprised. If she's happy, is it hard to believe that her husband is also happy? Song Haching laughed bitterly. Ooh, the entire square was in an uproar. This is something that can't be done. Lao Wu hurriedly said. If this is caught in bed, people have power and influence. Get us killed like playing. You must not be confused. Who says otherwise? Song Haching laughed bitterly. So it's not that I don't know how to appreciate, but really that's a fire pit. If this is to jump in case you can't turn over, what can we do? Song Haching. A sudden roar startled everyone. Song Haching's body stiffened, and looking sideways, he couldn't help but reveal a smile that was worse than crying. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Brush. Old Joe and others were very unrighteous to change the table, and Song Haching couldn't even pull it. If I didn't come, I wouldn't have known I was a rich woman. Su Mei sneered. Hey, that's right on point. Mr. Su, Song Haching hurriedly said. Look at you. Natural beauty. Even if it is draped in a sack on the body, it is non-rich or expensive. Who dares to say you are not a rich woman? You. You're the one draped in a sack. Su Mei glared at him angrily. I have a dealer coming. In the afternoon you accompany me, I will pay you by the day. There's a dinner party? Song Huching was surprised. There is, after all, Before Sumei could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Song Huching waving his hand. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I have a child at home and I have to pick her up from school this afternoon. Well, Old Wood and the others who were eavesdropping were filled with shock. Song Huching looked can be very young. They really did not expect this guy children have. I know you have children. Sumei pursed her lips and said, I can go with you to pick her up at that time when we finish eating. I will send you back. Or not. Song Huching shook his head and said, Mr. Su, I am really sorry that my daughter has been stimulated recently and can't see strangers. Sumei instantly wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at him in exasperation. I swear, this is not a lie. Song Huching hurriedly said. Poof. Sumei snorted coldly and got up to walk towards her seat. It was then that Lao Wu and the others came together. No, Xiao Song, cannot be delayed to earn money. This woman looks a little bit of meaning to you. You do not really. Hanging her. Asterisk. You can say such words? Song Huching was surprised. Look at all the fuss you're making. Old Sun walked over with a cigarette in his mouth and scolded with a smile. If you don't feel at ease with your daughter, when her kindergarten is out of school, you will bring her to me. By the time your sister-in-law watches her. Well, there's still this kind of service here? Song Huching was surprised. Do you think you are the only one with a child here? Old Joe laughed bitterly. Doing our line of work, there are many single fathers. Everyone is picking up the child after school, and then put it here, to run a single themselves. Wait until you get off work at 7 or 8 o'clock and then come back here to pick up the kids. Son is a good man. Song Huching sighed. What good guy or bad guy? I'm earning money alright. Old Sun laughed and scolded. The hosting fee is 100 a month, including one dinner. I say Old Sun. Almost done. Lao Wu mysteriously said. People Xiao Song has a girlfriend. I also saw it yesterday like a heavenly fairy. Ooh, really? Quite a few people gathered around. Really? Tall and good looking. No worse than this female boss. Lao Wu swore. No, really? The crowd was a bit disbelieving. Song Huching did not mention his wife. Then everyone defaulted to the fact that he was divorced. This kind of thing is simply not too common in the industry of takeout workers. After all, delivery men and sports cars are one and the same, and they work longer hours than sports cars, which gives a lot of women something to work with. You take him at his word. Song Huching did not have a good mood. That is my friend. Accurately said that my ex-wife's friend. My ex-wife is not a business trip. She sent something to my daughter. I'd say you boys are really unenlightened. Lao Wu painfully said. People want to have a figure. Want to have a look. You kid do not know to seize the opportunity? Oh old brother, why do you all think it's me who can't look at each other, and not them who can't look at me? Song Huching said quietly. I'm not self-depreciating but beautiful girls have to spend money to raise not people casually as skincare products. We have to twist the throttle out of the sparks, do you believe it? Well, everyone gave him a surprised look, then fell silent. Song is right. Old Joe lit a cigarette. We ordinary people, it is better to recognize reality. Hey. The crowd dispersed with some interest. Only Lao Sun looked at Song Huching with complicated eyes. He always felt that this kid did not tell the truth. Chapter 35, Su Ching, do you like me? Afternoon. Song Huching ran until 3:30 and hurried toward the kindergarten. I didn't expect to find Su Ching already waiting there when I waited there. Well, what brings you here? It's not because I'm afraid you're too busy. I don't have much to do anyway. Su Ching laughed. Nothing to go find a boyfriend to talk about a relationship is not? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What's the point of following my girl around every day? And in love. Su Ching laughed and scolded. You and soft from the university talk, graduated and married. Now is not a divorce end? After she finished, she handed over a file. Well, Song Huching took a look and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. I've already read the paternity report. Another appraisal center has already sent him the electronic file of the appraisal report. Song Xiaoyuan is indeed his biological. You really suspect Softy and Qin Chu? Su Ching frowned. No, I've never suspected Qin Chu. Song Huching spread his hands and said. Well, why? Subaru wondered. Do you remember what Qin Zimo called Qin Chu last time? Song Huching laughed. Dead liquors? Su Qing's pretty face was slightly red when she uttered those three words. That's right, dead liquors. Song Huching disdainfully said. That kid thinks he has a few money, chasing Ruan Xingyo every day without letting go. But in reality, his money is nothing but a mirror. His old man is happy to give him a few subs, not happy to stop his card. He has no place to cry. He might really like Ruan Xingyao, but if he's with Ruan Xingyao it won't end well. I don't think his family will accept a divorced woman. That's a bit of an absolute statement on his part, but it's generally true. Of course, if Ruan Xingyao was worth a lot of money and had the ability, maybe the result would be different. But Ruan Xingyao had almost no advantage other than being pretty. Hey, Su Qing sighed. You do see clearly, but this kind of thing is only afraid of what might happen. In case? What if what? Song Huqing was surprised, taking a step back. In case Ruan Xingyao and Qin Shu get together, that's their business. What does it have to do with me? Well, Su Qing looked at him in a daze, then smiled bitterly. Song Huqing, do you not have any feelings for Softy at all? If you fall in love, 80% of you are also dead-licking dogs. Song Huqing sighed. You're the dead-licking dog. You. Su Qing was instantly furious and was about to scold him, but Song Xiaoyuan trotted over, and she immediately shut her mouth, only but reached out and pinched Song Huqing. This guy talks so angry. Daddy, Auntie Susie. Hey. Song Huqing reached out to pick her up and laughed softly. Were you a good girl at school today? Did you make the teacher angry? No, I was good and got a big red flower. Song Xiaoyuan pointed rather proudly at the large red flower on her chest. Awesome. Your old man didn't even get this. Song Huqing laughed. Hey. Song Xiaoyuan let out a laugh, then took off his own big red flower and pinned it to Song Huqing's chest. Now daddy also has a big red flower. Ha! Song Huqing burst out laughing and set her on her neck. When Su Qing saw this, a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Although this guy's personality had become nasty, he was treating Kun better than before. Shoreline, downstairs. Su Qing, if there's nothing else, you can go first, Song Huqing said with a straight face. I'm not that busy at work. I have no problem bringing Little Garden. Who said it was for you? Su Qing gave him a blank stare and said, Can't I play with Little Garden if I want to? Come on, then we're going to play in the park now. Are you going? Song Huqing laughed. Go on. Why go? I'll drive. Su Qing was about to leave, but he stopped him. Better take my car. Song Huqing said rather awkwardly. Now our homeowners group has begun to suspect that I am doing shady business. Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't force it anymore. The three of them then went to the parking lot. Only Song Huqing couldn't help but freeze for a moment as soon as he pulled open the car door. Yo, your interior decoration of this car is pretty good, Su Qing complimented. The all-black style is pretty cool. Inside the sofa leather cover, including the steering wheel, are all replaced with black leather cover, while the feet step on the foot cushion is replaced with red. The two colors collide. The style immediately up. I didn't change this thing. Qin Zimo did. Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Oh yeah? Su Qing slightly raised her eyebrows and said, It seems that you really intend to marry her, even letting her toss her own car. Hey. Song Huqing sighed and got into the cab. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Xiao Yuan to the back seat. Linchang Park is not too far away from Xidinglan. The drive is only about 15 minutes. This park was built especially for the nearby neighborhood, with a huge man-made lake dug in it and a lot of koi carp raised. It is because of the rise of this park. Many vendors also saw the business opportunity, set up stalls here, selling snacks, or playing balloons, archery and whatnot. Anyway, to earn a little bit of money for children. Daddy, I want to go to Naughty Castle. Song Xiaoyuan pouted. Success, but yes, be careful and protect yourself. Song Huqing pinched her little nose. As you wish. Song Xiaoyuan immediately happily wrapped her arms around his neck and fiercely kissed him on the cheek. The so-called Naughty Castle is a large inflatable air mattress with slides and stuff, and there are a lot of little kids running around like crazy in it, while the parents are sitting outside playing on their cell phones. After Song Huqing paid the money, he took off Song Xiaoyuan's shoes and threw them on, while he himself took the shoes and found a lounge chair to sit on. Su Qing, on the other hand, sat on his side, staring blankly at Song Xiaoyuan. Subaru, do you like me? What? Su Qing snapped her head back and was met with a pair of sparkling eyes. I'm not narcissistic, but I feel as if you do treat me differently. Song Huqing directly said. You said that you like Xiaoyuan, but I have some disbelief. We are all adults. Some things are better to say clearly. You, don't be narcissistic. How could I like you? Su Qing scolded with a red face. Be honest, will you? Song Huqing lit a cigarette. It's not like I'm a little cutie. You let Xiaoyuan bring me so much money. Whether you care about Xiaoyuan's life or my life, I can still tell the difference. He is not a little cute. You can't take 100,000 or $100,000 from a good friend, can you? Of course, he was a little curious himself. After all, in his mind, the two really had nothing special to do with each other, and not he looked down on the predecessor. But if Qin Shu is a dog licker, then his predecessor is a dog licker pro, commonly known as a professional dog licker. Chapter 36, Is it possible that I have special skills? You. Su Qing instantly looked at Song Huqing in some panic. It seems that this blunt talk is really scaring her. That's okay. Song Huqing said softly, with your condition, any man can be found. If you really like Xiao Yuan, you can give birth to one yourself. No? Su Qing didn't say anything, just glanced at him and then lowered her head. You really don't remember anything? Well, Song Huqing frowned slightly. Did something really happen to us? In sophomore year, Softy wanted to break up with you, and then you called me, and asked me to ask Softy out for you, and she wouldn't come out, and then we found a place to drink. Su Qing's voice was like a mosquito, but she said, we were both drunk and then you mistook me for her. Is so dog-eared? Song Huqing was shocked, although he was not good at imagining. The direction of this story was indeed a bit out of his expectation. I didn't know what to do at that time, so I left first. Su Qing lowered her head and said, no, once isn't so fetishized, is it? It's hard not to believe that I have a special skill. Ouch. Before Song Huqing could finish his sentence, he ate a big mouth. Song Huqing, if you keep talking nonsense, you'll see if I don't beat you to death. Su Qing glared at him fiercely. It's not a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Song Huqing covered his face and snapped, just because of that one time so you didn't look for another boyfriend? Then you teach me. What should I say to my boyfriend? Su Qing reddened her eyes and said, don't think I don't know that you men. Don't say it on your mouth, but you must mind it in your heart. That's not necessarily true. Song Huqing sighed, who has not been young. Big brother does not laugh, second brother is not. I don't believe you. Su Qing wiped the corners of her eyes and laughed coldly. If Qin Zimo was that kind of woman, would you be so obsessed with her? Where can you tell that I'm obsessed with her? Song Huqing was surprised. You can fool others. You still want to fool me not? Su Qing rolled her eyes and said, you look like you don't care about anything, but in fact, you are the most emotionally heavy. The reason why you deleted Qin Zimo is that you don't want to let yourself cause trouble for her. Well, Song Huqing's eyes instantly became complicated. You said that you want to marry her. That means that you think highly of her. Otherwise you just got divorced. How could you have such thoughts? Su Qing said in a hateful voice. Can't it be that I'm heartless? Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Heartless? Su Qing squinted. Soft hurt you like this. If you don't really like, you will still get married. There is a ghost. You now have money, have time. Outside do not know how many little girls waiting for you. There was one thing she hadn't said, and that was that Song Huqing seemed to have grown a lot more handsome since the divorce. In the past, he could only be considered somewhat handsome, but now if he walked out, anyone would have to look at him a few times. Fair skin, B waist and ape arms. I don't know if it is an illusion. She even feels that Song Huqing has grown much taller. In the past, the height difference between the two of them was not much, but now he was a head taller than even herself, and for the sake of this, she even looked at Song Huqing's shoes, thinking that he had folded height-enhancing insoles. Hey, Song Huqing sighed, you should have told me earlier. What? Su Qing was surprised. If you told me earlier, I would have been with you at that time. Song Huqing shrugged his shoulders and said, getting married after we got married. The days are not bad. Come on, you can't even keep Qin Zimo. It's hard not to be able to pass my sister's hurdle. Su Qing laughed and scolded. She is very picky. The boyfriends my parents introduced to me, she can't see a single one. Well, is she sick? Song Huqing was surprised. What does your blind date have to do with her? She got married and had a child on her own, and let you stay single? Screw you. She's not married, boyfriends either. Su Qing helplessly said. Sisters, what's her age? Song Huqing said in horror. Asterisk 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 off. Su Qing couldn't help but scold. My sister is prettier than me, and she also has the ability to chase her. People can be lined up from Linchang to Shanghai. Well, is it possible that she likes women? Song Huqing whispered. Song Huqing, Su Qing delicately reprimanded. If you talk nonsense again, I really want to beat you. Come on, I'm just kidding. Song Huqing laughed softly, then sighed. But it's not a thing for you to be so single, is it? Let's too. Seriously, I don't know what kind of family you are, but listening to you say so, I can't get past your family. You just don't want to get over it. Otherwise why can't you get over it? Su Qing skimmed her mouth. Soft and I talked about what happened when you divorced. Qin Chu's family is not particularly rich, but it's not bad. The fact that you didn't put someone like him in your eyes at all shows that you can actually handle it, but you'd rather let Qin Zimo go. I'm a bit puzzled. She herself is not happy to be with me. Song Huqing leaned back in his chair and smiled bitterly. As soon as I went back, she was downstairs in the car. That means she has made up her mind to go. Well, she didn't even say it to you personally? Su Qing was surprised. That's the problem. Song Huqing exhaled a mouthful of smoke. But where she personally spoke to me about the predicament she is now experiencing, then I would fight for my life to keep her. But she did not. Maybe it's because she doesn't dare to face you? Su Qing comforted. Sisters, marriage is a lifetime event. Song Huqing reached out and patted her shoulder. If even this matter, the two are not afraid to face together. After the marriage, there are many big storms and waves. By the time she is also so gone, it would be better not to get married. Su Qing stared at him in a daze. It was a long time before she pursed her lips and said, if she confessed all this to you and said she wanted you to get on, would you change for her? Song Huching couldn't help but stare at his words. He glanced sideways at Song Xiaoyuan, who was running wildly in the naughty castle, then shook his head and said, let her family have 1 billion and 100 billion. Things. She made a bad decision. Su Qing sighed, both regretful and somewhat grateful. Maybe. Song Huching sighed softly and didn't speak again. Su Qing also fell silent. Only after a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, Song Huching, if I am with you, but we don't get married, are you willing? What's up? You want to bag me? Ouch. As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he ate another big mouthful. You say again. Su Qing glared at him fiercely, her ears reddening. Chapter 37 Parents. Just kidding you. Song Huching laughed softly. Qin Zimo I cannot keep. If replaced with you, I cannot keep even more. I am such an ordinary person. I should find an ordinary person to get married, and should not have any non-thinking. You're a regular? Su Qing pointed to the big Jeep parked on the side of the road and said, is this something that ordinary people can afford? A car that doesn't mean anything at all. Song Huching shook his head and was about to say something when suddenly the phone rang. However, he just looked away and lapsed into silence. Su Qing also glanced at his cell phone and smiled bitterly. I wonder how to explain this to your parents. That's more than true. I just didn't think of how to face them. Song Huching gave an ambiguous laugh before picking up the phone. Brat, been calling you for 3 days now. Why don't you answer? A growl came from the other end of the line, startling everyone in the neighborhood. Mom, is not picking up. This is not busy at work? Song Huching laughed bitterly. Busy at work? I called Xingyao and she said she was out on a business trip. Both of you are busy. What about Xiao Yuan? Mother Song angrily scolded. It won't starve her to death. Don't worry. Song Huching laughed. I don't care. This weekend you bring Xiao Yuan back for dinner, or I can't spare you. Mother Song sneered. Weekend. Song Huching just wanted to say something, but Su Qing tugged on his sleeve, then pointed to her cell phone. What's the matter? Had to make me and your old man come to see you, didn't you? No, isn't the weekend tomorrow? Song Huching helplessly said. Then if you want to say so, I don't simply come straight back today. Hey, that's what you said. The phone changed to a male voice. Song Huching, all men, a mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails. Hurry to book a ticket. I and your mom wait for you to eat a snack. Well, Song Huching pondered for a moment before smiling. Success. Then I'll come back now. Hey, that's right. Song Mother snatched back the phone and smiled broadly. Hurry to book a ticket. Your father and I will wait for you at home. Got it. After Song Huching hung up the phone, he looked at Su Chung. What are you doing looking at me? Su Chung moved her gaze away, a little embarrassed. Why don't you come back with me? Song Huching's words made her stand up violently. What do you mean? I'm going back with you? Su Qing's face was filled with incredulity. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? Although he is now divorced, but in the end has not yet received a license as not it, he followed him back. This is like words? What's in it? Song Huching smiled and said, you don't have anything to do anyway, so follow me and have some fun. What the hell do you want? Su Qing lightly bit her thin lips. Hey, you don't know. My old man and my mom don't have a good temper. They were against me marrying Yuan Xingyao in the beginning, but I myself insisted on marrying her. Now that it has become such a mess, they will beat me to death. Song Huching said bitterly, if you follow along with the words, you can also help me explain a couple of sentences not. Well, Su Qing looked at him with an odd expression. If you go along on your own, you should get beaten up even more, right? Linchang is the capital city of Jiangzhou province, but Jiangzhou province belongs to the inland, not a very developed province, while Song Huching's hometown is in a small county, about 4 hours drive from Linchang. After the three of them casually found a small store to deal with a bite, they hurriedly ran home to organize Song Xiaoyuan's clothes. By the time he arrived at Jiang County, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Although Song's father and mother were not in particularly good condition, they both had units belonging to the workers of the shipping agency, and both were in their 50s and had not yet retired. However, the unit welfare benefits are good. Earlier years when the distribution of housing let them catch up, so now live is also the unit's family building. Song Huching stopped the car and lit a cigarette. Song Huching, Xiao Yuan is asleep. Su Qing whispered. Let her sleep. Song Huching sighed. After I finish this cigarette, we will go up. You're afraid? Su Qing laughed. Kind of. Song Huching glanced upstairs and smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't know how to explain my divorce to my parents. I just don't know how to face them. If you're really scared, just say I seduced you. Su Qing's words scared his cigarette away. No, say that again. that is. Anyway, they won't beat me. At most scold me a few times, Su Ching said with a red face. What do you think this place is? Song Huching helplessly said. Do you believe that as long as you dare to say this, they can hang me on the signboard at the entrance of the district and beat me? Well, you've been beaten? Su Ching said in horror. That's not true, but I have seen other people being beaten by their parents like this. Song Huching arched his hand and said, Auntie, don't add to the chaos. Here are all their neighbors for more than 20 years, they won't care about my face. Then, I'll just keep quiet then. Su Ching pursed her lips and put her head down. Alright, get up there. Song Huching pulled open the car door and reached out to pick up Song Xiaoyuan before heading upstairs. Su Ching, on the other hand, followed him with her suitcase. The old house didn't have an elevator, but it was nice that the stairs weren't too high. Song Huching stopped at the door of the third floor and knocked on the door of the room. Here it comes. Footsteps sounded after the house answered. Oops, garden's asleep. Ha! A woman in her early 50s reached out and took Song Xiaoyuan. She had fair skin and a gentle look, especially when she smiled. It made people feel like spring breeze. This is Song Huching predecessor's mother Wen-yun. Just her temperament and looks name are inversely proportional. That is notoriously fiery. Young, a house quota was robbed by improper means. She held 2 kitchen knives and went directly to the director's office, and then became famous. Unit leaders have changed I don't know how many, but who are all polite to her. Mom! Song Huching had just shouted out when a man came over behind Wen-yun. Perhaps it was the long years of laboring at the docks that made him a bit out of his old age, but he had a sturdy body and decent looks, so he could tell that he was a handsome man in his youth. Boy, why are you still standing around out there and not coming in? After Song Shan laughed and cursed, he then snapped his eyes wide open. Auntie and uncle, how are you? I'm Su Ching. Su Ching, who was standing behind Song Huching, bowed slightly with a red face. The atmosphere went cold for a moment. 3 minutes later, parlor. Song Huching and Song Shan sat side by side, while Su Ching sat slightly restrained at the other end of the sofa. None of the three spoke until they had settled Song Xiaoyuan down when Yun walked out. Chapter 38, You're in good health. I'll sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Song Huching, what do you mean? Subaru and I are just friends. Song Huching looked at Wen Yun and smiled bitterly. But my marriage with Ruan Xingyao did have some problems. Wen Yun stepped forward and raised his hand, but Song Shan stopped him. Cough cough cough. He coughed twice and glanced at Subaru. The meaning is obvious. There are outsiders present. Save face for the child. She mentioned it or you did. Wen Yun pressed his fire. This doesn't matter. Song Huching exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, Anyway, it's all like this. There's no point in dwelling on this. Snap. Wen Yun slapped him on the head. You speak properly to my mother. Well, Song Huching rubbed his head and smiled bitterly. Isn't this just talking properly? Who does the child belong to? Song Shan said sharply. Me. Song Huching pointed at himself and said, The child and the house all belong to me. Ruan Xingyao is considered to be at a disadvantage. How did it come to this? Wen Yun frowned. You're asking me? Song Huching pointed at himself and said, I don't even know how I came to this point. Anyway, she felt that it was not easy to have a good time with me. And of course, I felt the same way. Since both of them feel bad about their lives, wouldn't it be a little better to separate? When Yun fire came up again, grabbed him and whacked twice. Brat, you don't think I don't know you that bit of flowery intestines? You come back to this also with a small Su. Auntie, Song Huching and I are really just friends, Su Ching hurriedly explained, and Soft and I are also high school classmates. We've known each other for many years. Well, when Yun and Song Shan glanced at each other, their eyes both a bit gloomy. I said, you can't talk, just say less into it? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, if you say that, later on they'll think we've already hooked up. In an instant, Su Ching turned red from her face to her neck. Hey, Wen Yun sighed. No wonder when I called Softy recently, she was a little embarrassed. It seems that you guys are really not destined for each other. Maybe. Song Huching shrugged, but I am now living a good life, and I have a new job, and time to take care of Xiao Yuan. Changed units? Song Shan frowned. Didn't you do a good job there? Why did you change units? It's hard to make money. It's hard to change units for fun, right? Song Huching blankly glanced at him. I can't rely on those few $1,000s for the rest of my life, right? Isn't it good to have more paths while I'm still young? Song Shan was about to start cursing, but he was held down again by Wen Yun. It's too late today, so you guys go get some rest, and we'll talk about this when you get up tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she pulled Song Shan away. Well, Song Huching had a mouthful of foggy water. What kind of routine is this? No scolding, no beating, just let it go? Song Huching, where do I sleep at night? Su Ching whispered. We have a guest room in our house. Song Huching got up and led her towards the guest room. only to open the door and the entire group was dumbfounded. The guest room was piled with clutter at the moment, and it looked like the house was getting ready for a big cleanup. Su-ching also instantly understood when she saw this scene. Song's father and mother were 80% on purpose, knowing that there was only one room left in the house, so they ran ahead. Come on, I'll take you out to a hotel. Song Huching was about to retreat when the door to the master bedroom opened. Wen Yin took a chicken feather duster and patted the wall at this time, sneering, Song Huching, you know the rules of the house, don't you? No going out after 10? Song Huching immediately had a face of egg pain. Mom, I'm not 18, we're alone in a room with a man and a woman. It's not appropriate, is it? Why is it inappropriate? Xiao Su sleeps on the bed, you sleep on the floor. Wen Yun bristled, I've laid foam boards on the floor, and there's bedding too. It won't freeze you. She really isn't. Song Huching said bitterly. No, isn't that better? You're all friends. What's wrong with friends sharing a room? Song Shan also walked to the door of the room. Aren't you a bully? As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, Wen Yun walked over with a chicken feather duster raised, scaring him so much that he immediately pulled Su-ching to hide in the room. Brat, take one step slower and I'll break your legs. After Wen Yun outside the door cursed, there was then the sound of a door closing. How about I just go out and stay in a hotel? Su-ching whispered. Fine. You roll over the window and jump down. Song Huching smiled and said, what do you mean? Su-ching was surprised. The rule of our family is that after 10 o'clock, the door is unlocked. I don't have a key and can't open it. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders. Nonsense, how can you not have a key? Su-ching bristled. Well, I have, but it's better not to challenge their bottom line. Song Huching said helplessly. Once you leave, they still don't know how to toss me around. But Su-ching looked at the furnishings inside the house and put her head down. This house is a second bedroom, but the environment is good. There is probably a more than 20 square feet, with a small balcony not to mention. There is also its own independent bathroom. You're fit. I'll take the bed. You sleep on the floor. With that, Song Huching opened the cabinet and took a bedding and threw it on the floor. What do you mean? You sleep in the bed? Su-ching said with a face full of shock. Or what? This bed is mine. Song Huching straightened up and said, I'm going to take a shower first, so lay it down yourself. After he finished, he grabbed his clothes and dug into the bathroom. Subaru kicked the covers hard. This guy is such a gentleman. When Song Huching finished his bath and came out, he found that the bed on the floor had already been made, while Su-ching was sitting on the bed, glaring fiercely at him. I say sis, aren't you tired? Song Huching yawned and said, don't make a fuss. Something tomorrow. No, I want to sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Su-ching delicately said, okay then. Song Huching agreed in one bite, and after smoothly turning on the air conditioner, he laid down on the floor. Well, this was a good way to get Su-ching to not be able to do it. She sat on the edge of the bed and thought for a long time before she said in a hateful voice, Song Huching, did you trick me into making your bed? Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? Su-ching immediately jumped down from the bed, but she didn't know what she stepped on. Her legs were crooked, and she actually lunged straight towards him. Stop it. Song Huching hurriedly reached out to block it, but touched a soft mass. Well, Su-ching looked at him, then at his hand, and for a moment she actually didn't know what to do. Song Huching propped her up with both hands, also a little disoriented, and his hands even subconsciously squeezed a little. Yeah, Song Huching, you're going to die. Su-ching was instantly disgraced and hurriedly climbed up, taking several steps back and glaring at him. Chapter 39, Song Huching, you coward. Accident. Song Huching gave a sarcastic laugh and was also a little embarrassed. This girl's body is absolutely amazing. How does her waist hold up when she carries two guys this big out every day? Poof. After Su-ching gave him a blank look, she got up and walked towards the bathroom. Song Huching was breathing a sigh of relief when suddenly a foot stepped directly on his chest. Humph. Let you bully me. After Su-ching gave a smug laugh, she flew into the bathroom. Well, Song Huching looked at the closed bathroom door and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. First time I saw this girl, she was like an iceberg, but I didn't expect to realize that this little girl is quite playful after getting acquainted. Su-ching's heart was also in turmoil at this time. She didn't even know what she was thinking. She actually went and stepped on that guy's foot, and I wonder if he'll get mad. She took a shower as she thought about what was on her mind. By the time I got out again, it was half an hour later. Su-ching carefully glanced towards the ground, and immediately puffed up her cheeks in anger. How can this guy fall asleep so quickly in this situation? She stood there for half a day looking at it carefully, but eventually got a little discouraged. Song Huching wasn't pretending, he was really asleep. There's a little light snoring if you listen carefully. Su-ching was a bit angry, and when she passed by Song Huching's side, She stretched out her foot and kicked him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching jolted awake and immediately looked left and right. This look made Su Ching laugh. It's not even 12 o'clock and you're going to bed? Or what? Song Huching didn't have the heart to say, if I don't get up in the morning, Xiao Yuan has to get up too, right? That's true. Su Ching sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and looked at the guitar hanging on the wall and said, You still know how to play an instrument? That's not mine, it's my father's. Song Huching yawned and said, Song Huching, you really think I'm a cutie, can't you? Su Ching pointed at the guitar and stared. 16th birthday gift. Has words written on it. Yeah, I hadn't noticed this. Song Huching snorted. Humph, you don't have a word of truth. Su Ching gave him a blank look. What the hell do you want to do this late at night when you're not sleeping? Song Huching sat up. It's nothing. I don't sleep too well in a strange place. After Su Ching carelessly said a sentence, she whispered, What exactly do you mean by aunts and uncles? It's obvious. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Sensei, whether you are my friend or not, they created the opportunity first before saying, if you are really my friend, we happen something, I do not suffer, no? Can't you say that politely? Su Ching was so ashamed that she picked up a pillow and smashed him. You are not stupid. You have guessed it, but also what to do in a circle? Song Huching shrugged. They saw that I was divorced and had a child with me. Also worried that I couldn't find it. You don't know how many girls around you, and you still can't find them. Su Ching sneered. You and Soft are only separated for a few days. Qin Zimo was already living in your home. I said, who are you fighting for? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Ruan Xingyao didn't even say anything. But you're angry. What's wrong? Jealous? Eat your ass off. Su Ching instantly blushed. Who do you love to be with? Who you love to be with? And what does it have to do with me? That's true. After Song Huching moved his neck, he said with a smile on his face, how about we discuss something? What is it? Subaru said warily. Why Don? You sleep in a little bit, and the two of us make do? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Sleeping on this floor. I'm really not used to it. No. Su Ching refused in one bite. It's outrageous for us to sleep in a room, but we also have to sleep in a bed. Oops, why did you come up? She looked at Song Huching already lying on the bed and couldn't help but reach out and push him. Stop it, I'm going to sleep. Song Huching yawned and said, if you really cannot, you will be on the ground for a night. You cannot sleep anyway. Lying on the ground to play the phone is the same. Asterisk 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 you. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Su Ching wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at him with a puff of air. Song Huching rolled right over and closed his eyes. He was physically fit, but he wasn't made of iron. Was he? Su Ching waited for half a day and didn't wait for him to reply. So she couldn't help but reach out to kick him again. But before she could retract her foot, it was grabbed. With a slight tug, Song Huching took her in his arms. Good girl. Stop it and go to sleep. You. Su Ching was so embraced by him that she was instantly disoriented and whispered. Song Huching, what are we doing here? Friend. Song Huching laughed softly. No. Would you sleep with your friend in your arms? Su Ching said obstinately. Then what do you think counts? Song Huching said helplessly. Can't be considered a friend anyway. Subaru whispered. Subaru. Song Huching moved back and looked her in the eyes and said, I don't want to get married again. One time is enough for something like Qin Zimo. I didn't say I was going to marry you. Su Ching did not have a good temper and patted him. Then his voice was like a mosquito but said, Anyway, I cannot be considered a friend with you. As for what kind of relationship we have, you take your own time to think about it, and tell me when you think clearly. Okay, I'll take my time thinking about it. Song Huching nodded with a smile and was about to sidle over to sleep when he was tugged. You're hugging me, think, whispered Subaru. Hugs are fine, but no messing around. Song Huching was wary. I'm not a random person. Song Huching, I'm going to bite you to death. Su Ching was instantly disgraced and directly pounced on him and bit him. Song Huching couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at her coquettish appearance. When did you say we were last here? Well, Su Ching immediately felt her body a little soft and pouted. Song Huching, you are not allowed to bully me. Better go to bed. Song Huching gritted his teeth and got up to the floor. To his not he have a can endure. But Su Ching this matter in the end is still confused. The other party so many years are not married. It is obvious that cannot pass that hurdle. That means this girl is the kind that recognizes death. If this moves her, I'm afraid it's really not going to end well. He was thinking about these things when suddenly a small white hand reached out behind him, along with murmurs in his ear. Song Huching, you coward. Ha, I chickened out? Song Huching disdainfully said, that bed is older than Xiao Yuan's age. I am afraid that it will fall apart. Song Huching, let's start as friends. Su Ching reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Exhaling, let's both not put so much pressure on each other. Well, Song Huching looked at her mesmerized eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 40. If it's not a mistake of principle, there's nothing that can't be overcome. Don't move. Sleep well. After rubbing her head, Song Huching took her in his arms. It wasn't that he had the stamina of Lu Xiaohui and could sit back and relax. It was just that he truly considered Su Qing as a friend. After all, he had been in this world for almost a month now, and Su Qing was the only one who was really nice to him, and the kind that didn't ask for anything in return. Song Huching, did Softy divorce you because you have problems in that area? Su Qing said quietly. Don't come with that. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Let's wait until I think this through. Poof. Subaru twisted her body and turned her back to him. Song Huching was about to say something when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. Brush. Su Qing immediately rolled over and climbed onto the bed, still covering herself with the air-conditioned quilt. What again? Song Huching got up and opened the door, rather helplessly. Just now I was confused by your anger. Didn't I cook a snack for you to eat? Wen Yun glanced sideways at Su Qing and whispered through clenched teeth. You really sleep on the floor. Ha! Stop it. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he shouted sideways. Su Qing, don't pretend to get up for a snack. When Su Qing heard his words, she sat up a little embarrassed. Table. A small charcoal stove was being set up at the moment, with some skewered small barbecues and a case of ice-cold beer next to it, which caused Su Qing to be quite dismayed. They think outside barbecues are unclean and expensive, so usually we jerk off at home. After Song Huching explained, he greeted her and sat down. Su, make yourself at home. Eat what you want, drink what you want. After Song Shan greeted him, he started grilling skewers. Hey, thanks uncle. Su Chung hurriedly answered and looked sideways at Song Huching. Kid, is it that Softy thinks you earn too little? Wen Yun said in a deep voice. There are reasons for this, but I don't think it's a decisive factor. After Song Huching handed a cigarette to Song Shan, he also lit one himself. This person is going to change. She can't be 18 forever. Her eyes are slowly broadening, and it's normal for two people to get tired of each other. Well, Wen Yun was silent for a moment before he spoke. I and your old man have saved some money over the years. You first take it and spend it. Every month after that, your old man and I will save a little more and give you 8,000 a month. No need for. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Song Shan. Kid, don't have too much pride. Back then, we did oppose you and Softy being together, but since we're married, they're two people, and if it's not a mistake of principle, there's nothing we can't get past. Your father is right. Back then I was not too poor for your father? Wen Yun sighed. Now the times are different. Women spend a lot of money. We don't have any big expenses. You and Softy make up the days and forget about it. Su Qing was slightly lost in thought as she listened to the words of the two. Song Huching's parents, they're really good to Softy. Hey, young people's business. You won't understand even if you talk about it. Song Huching shook his head. I said that money is not the main factor. And a stiff upper lip. Well, halfway through his sentence, Song Shan saw a car key dropped on the table and couldn't help but cautiously say, lighter? Asterisk 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 you. Real car. Song Huching laughed and scolded. All these years, I have not honored you with anything. This car is sent to you. This. Song Shan put the kebabs on the plate and looked at them carefully for a long time, still a little unsure. Is this Mercedes? Mercedes-Benz Big G, landing at almost $3 million. Su Qing whispered. Where did you get that? Wen Yun glared. Earned. Can't it be stolen and robbed? After Song Huching rolled his eyes, he pulled out his cell phone and placed it in front of them. Some years ago, he made a little bit of stock, and then he partnered with someone to do business and also made some. This is the bank's record of the payment. Fortunately, that system is still reliable. There is a complete record of the purchase of accounts. Otherwise in this financial control society is quite strict. Not to mention the $3,100,000 are checking you a bottom of the sky. Good boy. There's something to be said for that. Song Shan rejoiced. Ah Yun, I told you. That Taoist priest used to tell my son's fortune and said that he had a good destiny. Now do you think it's true? Asterisk 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 you. When Yun scolded, that blind man also said that you can drive a luxury car in the future. Well, in the middle of her sentence, she suddenly looked at the keys on the table. Can't it be that the blind man's math is so accurate? No, you're really giving it to me? Song Shan rubbed his hands and said, you yourself are now doing business. You also need to have a car to support the facade is not. What if you go out to be despised? If you want it, take it. If not, forget it. Song Huching blankly glanced at him and said, I'm such a big man, don't I have some sense of propriety in what I do? Hey, that's. Song Shan suddenly old face red. You are better than me and your mom. Not, you are better off than me. I have not even mixed a car in my life. The unit didn't give you a car? What's wrong with keeping a car for no money? Wen Yun rolled his eyes. That 12 hands of the van. He mother. That thing is not even a few years younger than Song Huching. Song Shan said with a bitter face. I dare not step on the gasoline door hard. I am afraid that it will die in my hands. Puffing. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll cover the gas, insurance, and maintenance. For you, okay? Song Huching laughed and cursed, pulling out his cell phone and transferring $50,000 over. Then not so much, Song Shan said with a red old face. Okay, here you go, you take it. After Wen Yun cursed without a good breath, he looked sideways at Song Huching and said, You did it on purpose, didn't you? What willfully? Song Huching was surprised. Your kid all these years can never reveal with us that you have money. We also give you a home loan every month. Wen Yun said in a deep voice. In that case, that soft should also not know. Kid, how can you still have second thoughts? Song Shan also said seriously. Come on, then give me back the car and the money. Song Huching bristled. No, this code to a code. Send out things. How still Xing want to go back to the the car book in the car, right? Tomorrow weekend. The DMV does not seem to work. Ouch. Before Song Shan could finish his sentence, he received a blow to the head. Go open your beer. What's with all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? After Wen Yun glared at him, he looked at Song Huching with complex eyes and said, You have had your own opinions since you were a child, and you don't have to ask what to worry about. Since you do it, it must have the reason to do it. But things can't be done this way. What do you mean? Song Huching frowned. You pay off the mortgage and give the house to Softy. Wen Yun's sentence caused Song Huching to instantly go numb. Let's get you ing loaded. It's a good thing the house is on the line. Chapter 41, Bastard. Shut the ing door. Hey, that's a good offer. Song Shan also squarely said, Soft in the end or with you for so many years. She did not mix anything. It is not appropriate. You if you do not have the ability. This matter is not to say, you now have money, that the house to her. It is not in vain that she gave you a child. No, you guys wait. Song Huching pointed at himself and said, I'm your own son. That's right, isn't it? Screw you. Softy is our own daughter-in-law too. Wen Yun slapped on his head. That house is only how much money? Full reckoning now still have to pay back a 400,000 or so. You do not pay back. Then your father and I pay back the mortgage, counting us as a gift to her. Su Qing looked at the two with a stunned expression. It was a decision that did take her somewhat by surprise. We'll talk about this later. Song Huching didn't want to bring it up again. Not so much the house. It's just that he doesn't have so much money in his hand right now. Otherwise it would be fine to give it to Ruan Xingyao. Just know it in your heart. Song Shan sighed softly. Kid, or that. If Soft didn't do anything wrong to you, then if you are like this, it is really a bit of a loss for people. If you don't have money, so be it. Now that you have money, it's got to be a good thing, doesn't it? Okay, I get it. After Song Huching shook his head, he raised his glass and said, Come on, take a walk. Song Shan and Wen Yun also raised their glasses and laughed softly. Xiao Su, don't freeze. As if we are friends, have a drink together. Hey. Su Qing immediately clinked her wine glass with them. The midnight snack lasted over an hour. Song Huching was yawning and preparing to go to sleep when he was stopped by Song Shan. Don't go. Let's go down and take a look. Or what if I drive the wrong way tomorrow? That's right. I haven't even ridden in such an expensive car yet. Let me see it too. Wen Yun also laughed. Puffing. Su Qing couldn't help but be happy. This family is a lot of fun. Come on, let's go. Song Huching helplessly headed downstairs, and Wen Yun also took Su Qing's hand, signaling her to go down and have some fun together. Downstairs, TSK, 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 this is still $1 million luxury car after all. It's different. Song Shan sat on the driver's side and sked the steering wheel. Why don't you take it out for a spin? Song Huching egged on. Snap. Song Shan gave him a direct blow to the head. Do you really think I'm drunk? If this is out of the door, in case you get caught, hello to drive the car back again, right? Ha ha ha. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He can't drive it back, but my old lady has a driver's license too. Wen Yun sneered. So he's simply trying to watch me go in, is he? Song Shan raised his hand and gave Song Huching another blow. I'll be damned. What's wrong with being addicted to fighting? Song Huching opened the front cabinet of the car and pulled out the car book and driving license as well as the spare key. Here, everything is here. You yourself have time to take it to the transfer. Song Shan flipped through it and couldn't help but be surprised. Ooh, you've only bought this car for a month, not even isn't it still new? Can I fool you with a used car? Song Huching rolled his eyes before turning to get out of the car and flinging the door shut. I'll go. Rabbit cub, close the car door gently. Song Shan couldn't help but complain. That's right, if it's not your car, it doesn't hurt, right? Wen Yun also chimed in. Come on, you guys cuddle up in the car and go to sleep. I'm going back. Song Huching yawned before heading upstairs. Su Ching hesitated and whispered, Auntie and Uncle, then I'm going to rest as well. Come along. Wen Yun laughed, I can't see clearly in this darkness, so I'll see tomorrow. Hey. Song Shan sniffed and got out of the car as well. Inside the bedroom. Are you afraid to drive this car? Just think of Chin Zimo. So that's why you gave the car to Uncle? Su Ching pursed her lips. That's not so bad. Song Huching hands pillowed his head said, just I do not use the car now, so simply send my old man forget it. Now think about it, before they are still unintelligent, my parents in this life, and did not enjoy any blessings. Liar. Su Ching wrinkled her agaric nose and said, the interior decoration of this car is all made by Chin Zimo. You obviously don't want to look at this car. Well, it's true that I don't want to, Song Huching said helplessly. Poof. After Su Ching hummed lightly, she whispered, if you are having financial difficulties now, then I will lend you money first. Didn't Auntie and Uncle say they want to give the house to Soft? I'm pissed off just talking about it. Song Huching said rather grudgingly, what do you think they were thinking? I sent them a car. They gave the house to Ruan Xingyao. I'm also really convinced. Your parents are nice. Su Ching hesitated for a moment, lying on his side and said, in fact, Soft really did not do anything wrong to you. Just Chin Chu wishful thinking. Speaking of which, aren't you apologizing to your good girlfriend for lying with me like this? Song Huching squinted. Asterisk. Su Ching instantly blushed, and after pushing him, she rolled over to face him with her back, just waited for a long time, but did not see the other side of the movement, cannot help but secretly turned his head to see. At this time, Song Huching had already closed his eyes and was sleeping very sweetly. This guy, Su Ching couldn't help but mutter, but she still leaned down at his side and gently wrapped her arms around him. The next day, when Song Huching woke up, it was already 3 rods of sunrise, and Su Ching, who was on his side, didn't know where she had run off to. He opened his cell phone and looked at it, realizing that it was being blasted with messages. I said Song, why don't you come to work today? Lao Zhou, you boys aren't running off with a rich woman, are you? Old wood. Asterisk. Reply to the message will not be out of the way, right? Lao Zhou. After the crowd shouted at the group and saw no response, they sent him another private message. Called home by my mother and father today and will be back on Monday. Old 6. I'll go. You kids swindled? Old Sheen. Damn. It's a good thing you wrote back or we'd all be up at your house looking for you. Lao Wu. Good boy. Missing a day of work. Old Chow. Song Huching looked at the messages sent by the crowd and couldn't help but laugh. He's been in the workplace for so many years, he doesn't have many friends. I didn't expect to make a lot of friends here. Knock knock. Who? Song Huching shouted. Zira. The door to the room was opened. You shut up? Su Ching did not have a good temper and said, Auntie and Uncle have made a good meal. Hurry out to eat. Why are you so angry? Who bullied you? Song Huching was curious. You're still good for it. Su Ching snapped. You abducted me to your home, but you yourself are sleeping at home. What do you take me for? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Come on, count me out. I'll take you out for a stroll later. That's more like it. Su Ching sniffed and immediately returned to her anger. Chapter 42, Grandma, I'm not a dog. When Song Huching took a shower and went to the living room, Wen Yun was feeding Song Xiaoyuan. No, Mom, she's 4 and can eat on her own. What do you care? Old Mom fed you until you were 7 years old. Wen Yun gave him a blank look. Puffing, Su Ching couldn't help but laugh. Come on, count me as redundant. After Song Huching shrugged his shoulders, he looked at Song Xiaoyuan. Where do you want to go to play later? I'll take you there. Grandpa said he'd take me fishing this afternoon. Song Xiaoyuan said in a milky voice. Daddy, are you going? Fishing? You took her to the river? Song Huching looked sideways at Song Shan. That's not safe. Why don't you play somewhere else? Hey, why are you kids so nosy? Song Shan couldn't help but spit out. Your mom went along too. What's the matter? She still can't look after a child? Then your little electric motor. Well, Song Huching instantly reacted. Ooh, so it's a new car to show off to your friends, right? I said why are you guys dressed up today? Do you kid owe a beating? Wen Yun glared. Dead child, why are you so annoyed? In the end eat or not? Not eat, I take it to feed the dog, she said, and gave Song Xiaoyuan a spoonful in her mouth. Grandma, I'm not a dog, Song Xiaoyuan protested. Ha ha ha. Song Huching burst out laughing. Grandma didn't say you. I said your dad. Wen Yun hurriedly said, you're much better behaved than your father. I'm annoyed just looking at him. Right. Speaking of which, Xiao Yuan will soon be on summer vacation, right? Song Shan squarely said. Anyway, your mom and I unit is not much to do. You send Xiao Yuan back to us to bring it. You also go to busy your career. Forget it, she'll just follow me. Song Huching shook his head and said, She is used to staying in Linchang, and she is afraid that she is not used to returning to Jiang County. Yo, old Song, this is different with a few dollars, Wen Yun said in a conspiratorial manner. Who hasn't grown up drinking river water? That's not true. Song Shan also sneered. This went out for a few years. To come back are not used to stay. If I had known this, I should not have let him go out in the first place. This forgetful thing. Hey, just talk. Don't personally attack Song Huching laughed and scolded. Besides, people Xiao Yuan is not necessarily happy to stay with you guys. No, I'd love to. Song Xiao Yuan hurriedly said. Grandparents said that when I'm on vacation, they'll take me to the countryside to catch loaches and to take pictures of toads. Are you crazy? This big sun. You'll be dried up in the sun later. Do you believe it? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Damn, old Song, brought my chicken duster. Wen Yun said angrily. What is it? You were not in the countryside so much when you were a child as how? I talk to you. How do I say more and more angry? I'll get the knife. Song Shan stood up and was ready to head towards the kitchen. Come on. I'm wrong, aren't I? Song Huching glanced helplessly at Song Xiaoyuan and said, You really want to be here? Aha. Song Xiaoyuan nodded her head vigorously. I want to go to the countryside to play. Success. Song Huching sighed. I hope I still recognize you when you start school. Song Huching, do you really want to get your ass kicked? Wen Yun slammed his chopsticks down so hard that Song Shan shuddered in fear. Okay, don't tell me. I won't tell you, okay? Song Huching helplessly said. This is no more than 2 days away from the vacation. Simply she stayed with you, and I was too lazy to take her back. Hey, that's right. Wen Yun immediately smiled. I will make a phone call to her homeroom teacher, and she asked for 2 days off. Now the end of June. It is not bad to go to these 2 days. Hey, Song Huching gave Song Xiaoyuan a disinterested look, then lowered his head to eat. Little Sue, later on, your aunt and I will take Xiao Yuan out to play. You let Song Huching take you out for a spin. Wen Yun joked. Although our Jiang County is not as prosperous as Linchang, the border town has its own flavor. Hey, thanks auntie, Su Qing hurriedly answered. It's not right, Song Shan suddenly exclaimed. Kid, aren't you and Softy also high school classmates? Then how come you don't know Su Qing? Isn't Ruan Xingyao a transfer student? Where would I recognize it? Song Huching gave him a blank look. Uncle, in fact, Soft and I have known each other since we were young. We were classmates from elementary school to our first year of high school. And then she transferred to Jiang County, and I still studied in Linchang. Su Qing explained. So it is. Song Shan came to a realization. Okay, have you eaten well? Eat well and hurry to go. Wen Yun greeted. Success. Song Shan also followed and stood up, looked at Su Qing and said, Little Sue, later you guys eat and go play to go. Table or something. Your mom and I. No, your aunt and I will come back to clean up. Hey, Su Qing answered with a red face. With those words from Song Shan just now, he was subconsciously thinking of him as Ruan Xingyao, right? After Wen Yun put a small hat on Song Xiaoyuan, he gave to put a sunscreen jacket on her, and only then hurriedly went downstairs. Auntie and uncle are so nice. Su Qing sighed. Not. Why do you call your aunts and uncles? Can't uncles and aunts? Song Huching curiously said. Well, yeah, why should I call my aunts and uncles? Subaru also cocked her head in thought. Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at her and continued to lower his head to eat. Only when he finished eating and was ready to go out, he was shouted at by Su Qing. I'll clean up the dishes first, didn't they say? Are you crazy? Really waiting for them to come back to clean up? After Su Qing glared at Song Huching, she took the dishes and went to the kitchen. I say, there's really no need for that. Song Huching leaned against the kitchen doorway and helplessly said, You also see what my parents are. They have always been the ones who have something to say, are not very likely to talk to you about these false ones. What do you know? Su Qing gave him a playful blank stare and said, Why is Auntie Count so good to Soft, but not soft and diligent? At least, when she is in your house, she will be very diligent, right? Well, Song Huching immediately looked at her with complicated eyes. You still really want to be my parents' daughter-in-law? Poof. Su Qing coldly laughed. Song Huching, I know that you can make money. Even if you can't make money, you still have a way to solve my family. You don't touch me even if you don't touch me. If you touch me, you have to marry me. Damn, I'm glad I didn't do it yesterday. Song Huching palpitated and patted his chest. Yeah, I'll fight you. With a chirpy rebuke, Su Qing pounced on him, reaching around his neck to bite. Zira. The gate was opened. Well, Song Huching and Su Qing looked sideways at the same time, only to see Song Shan standing dumbfounded at the door. I am sorry, I forgot to bring my plunge net. After Song Shan said somewhat incoherently, he hurriedly ran to the balcony to get the coping net, and cast an apologetic look at the two before leaving. You guys continue. I didn't see anything. After saying that, he darted down the stairs. It's over. There's no ing way to explain this, Song Huching muttered. Su Ching, on the other hand, covered her face and her ears were red. Chapter 43, this chick doesn't really want to pry Wan Xingyao's corner, right? Now. What now? Su Ching whispered. What to do? Cool it. After Song Huching gave her a blank look, he lifted her suitcase out. Well, what does this mean? Su Ching was surprised. Come on, sis, Song Huching helplessly said. If we don't go now, do you believe that they will have to be tried in 3 chambers this evening, and then we will admit or not admit? Acknowledge. What? Su Ching played dumb. Stop it. Song Huching sighed. Your best friend and I haven't gotten a divorce certificate yet, and the others are even if. In case you and I are known by Wan Xingyao, what can we do if there's a change of heart? This. Su Ching instantly became entangled as well. She did want to be with Song Huching, but she didn't want Wan Xingyao to be upset. Okay, go back to thinking and withdraw. With a big wave of his hand, Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and started buying tickets. Don't look at Jiangxian is a border town, but still through the high-speed rail. From here to Linsheng, then, full of almost an hour's drive. It was only when he was at the high-speed train station that Song Huching called Wen Yun and was sprayed by the other party for a whole half hour. If it wasn't for the lack of cell phone reception through the tunnel, the other party would have continued to curse. Shoreline. No. What are you doing following me back here? You're not going home? Song Huching was curious. Softy is still on a business trip and hasn't returned, and I don't have anywhere to go, so I might as well follow you and play. Su Ching rationalized. Ooh, what do I owe you? Song Huching blanked her and said, things can be said clearly, this lonely man and woman. In case something happens, you cannot blame me, coward. I'm not afraid of you if you can't touch me when you're cuddling and sleeping together. Su Ching wrinkled her nose. Hey, didn't I say that in case something happens, you shouldn't blame me? Song Huching winked. Blame it on you. Su Ching took the pillow and smashed him, and said with a red face, anyway, if I don't marry you anyway, then I won't get married in my life. Your family isn't in a hurry? Song Huching was surprised. Anxious. But I do not have a sister. Su Ching bristled. She is not as good as me. If my parents dare to force her, she dares to not go home for the rest of her life. Awesome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. Poof. Su Ching gave him a blank look and turned around to go out. Song Huching didn't bother to ask her where she was going, and just laid down on the sofa to rest. I don't know if it's an addiction to running takeout, or if it's just not his day off, but he actually kind of misses riding his little motorcycle. He lay down for a while, a little sleepless around, and sent a message to the group. Guys, I'm back. Where are the singles more? Report the location as fast as you can. Old 6. Asterisk. It's $8 and 820 red packets again. How many people are in our group? Hurry up and die and come to Hushi. There's a lot of singles here. Lao Zhou. To hell with Hesher. Lincoln Normal. Hurry up. Lao Wu. Guamao. Go. Old Sheen. After glancing at the time, Song Huching donned the black knight's vest and surged into the takeout army. 7 o'clock in the evening. After he finished delivering the last order, he was about to take the order, but suddenly remembered that Su Ching might still be at his house, so he twisted the gas and rushed towards the shoreline. Just as soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw Su Ching was looking at him with her arms around her chest, puffing up. Yo, who offended our second Miss Su? You. Su Ching apricot eyes round open said. I went to buy a food effort. You people ran away. Today is not said to accompany me shopping? Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. If it is Jiang County, I can still accompany you to stroll. But where is this? This is Lin Chang'a. You grew up here. Not more familiar than me? You. Su Ching was about to say something when the phone on the table rang. She patted over to the phone and couldn't help but frown as she picked up the call. Where are you? A slightly condensed voice came from across the room. I'm at home. What's wrong? Su Ching said with a red face. I'm at your house now. The other party sneered. I give you 20 minutes. You better hurry back, or I will come over to arrest you. You. Su Ching was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm playing outside with my friends. You have something to say directly. No, I have to meet and talk to you. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone straight away. Your mom? Song Huching said carefully. You. My sister. Su Ching said with a hateful voice. She has always been so domineering and accustomed to it. With that, he dove into the kitchen and started cooking. Well, Song Huching stroked his chin and looked at her back thoughtfully. The voice on the other end of the line was a little distorted, but he always thought he'd heard it somewhere before. 5 minutes later, the meal was warmed up, but Su Ching lifted her bag. Not having some together? Song Huching was surprised. No, Su Ching sighed. My sister, seldom go to my Place this time 80% is encountering something wanna find me to talk about. I have to go to watch her. Do not go out of the way at that time. Sisterly love can be sung. Song Huching applauded. Bummer, take your time eating. I'll come clean up tomorrow when you're done. After Su Ching gave him a playful blank stare, she turned around and headed out. No, what do you mean come tomorrow to clean up? Song Huching shouted, but the only thing that responded to him was the sound of the door closing. This chick, she doesn't really want to pry Wan Xingyao's corner, does she? After muttering inwardly, he looked down and began to eat. But the meal was only half eaten when suddenly the cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a friend request from Qin Zimo. Well, Song Huching was momentarily dazed. He only deleted Qin Zimo at that time, but did not pull black. The other party can continue to add him. So he immediately clicked on blackout and went back to eating with his head down again, sighing slightly. After all, they were from two worlds, and it was not good for anyone to get entangled. It's night. Song Huching lay on the sofa, idly watching the soap operas of this world. Seriously, the dramas in this world were not even as good as those in his world, and he even wondered if the writers were still living in the 90s. He fell asleep looking at it, and when he woke up again, it was dawn. 500 single rewards have been delivered, giving 5 entries into the lottery. Well, Song Huching shook his head, his eyes full of incredulity. 3 free drawings for 100 orders, 5 for 500 orders? Is that 5,000 orders 50 times? If you do the math like that, feathered ascension really doesn't seem to be that difficult. With a thought, the large transparent screen appeared in his mind. First draw. The screen flickered and countless prizes began to surface. Golden Legend. Golden Legend. Song Huching clenched his fists and shouted through the house. Chapter 44 The Golden Legend. Obtained the Sumeru ring. Please check. Asterisk 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 what a golden legend. Ha! Song Huching looked at the orange ring with a stunned face. Said ring was actually a small ancient copper-colored circle, not very big, but looked very delicate. He thought about it for a moment, but put it on his left ring finger. Sumeru ring, 30 cubic meters of built-in space, no access to living things. Well, Song Huching felt the breath of the heartland and his entire body went wooden. Is this thing the legendary storage ring? The couch was gone when he thought about it, and then he thought about it again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching covered his foot and yelled, it's a ing, couch crashing foot. After he had played for half a day, he suddenly tilted his head and thought, can it be that there are really immortals in this world? After thinking for half a day and not coming up with a clue, he simply gave up. Second draw. Get the Porsche 918. Obscure. Song Huching cursed before choosing to continue the lottery. Gained $50 million in cash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't want money. Give me the artifacts. Third draw. Acquire Taijiquan. Grandmaster level. Yo ho. Purple? Song Huching raised his sword brows slightly. He used to practice sparring for a while. Unusual 1 or 2 people he can still, but more than 2, he can only hold his head on the ground. It's not bad to get a kung fu defense now, and it's purple. Fourth draw. Receive a set of homes in the Proctor's mansion. Song Huching chose the lottery with an expressionless face. Fifth draw. Get the song Red High Heels. Proficient. I'm red your ass. Song Huching couldn't help but burst out. It wasn't that the song wasn't good. It was mainly that it was a song he would have been able to sing alright, even though it was only at the level of a McMansion. But what did he need it for? Never mind. It's better than thanks for the patronage. He sighed and got up, heading for the bathroom. It was only when he finished his shower and just came out that he saw Su Ching sitting at the dining table, where sandwiches and milk were being placed on the table. Well, what brings you here? There's not much going on anyway, so I came to see you. Su Ching bristled. What's the matter? I'm not welcome? That's not true. Song Huching laughed. This is not afraid that you have something to do? Yesterday you left in such a hurry. Hey, stop it. Su Ching said bitterly, my sister wants me to go to work, as a vice president in a subsidiary of our company. Your honorable second Miss Su, letting you go to a subsidiary? Song Huching was surprised. That's rather what I asked for. After all, I don't want to work with her either. Subaru sighed. Out of town or Lin Chang? Song Huching laughed. Pro City, of course. Su Ching gave him a blank look. It is because of Lin Chang that I don't have the heart to refuse. If it is out of town, I don't go. What's the matter? Lin Chang girls don't marry out? Song Huching joked. Not at all. Just don't want to go out of town. It's quite good in Lin Chang. Su Ching looked at him, and suddenly her eyes rolled. Why don't you follow me to work at the company as well? I'll get you a vice president as well. Stop it. Song Huching cried and laughed. If we both find a company to mix, okay. This is your own industry. You still take care of it as well. Poof. Su Ching wrinkled her nose and whispered, you don't have to go to work today, do you? Not today. I'm off on Sunday. Song Huching shook his head. That's great. So what are your plans for today? Su Qing said with interest. Arrangements? Song Huching looked at her, rather hesitantly. Although he didn't care about that Lin Chengfu, but he still wanted to go to see it. When Yin had said that he would leave this house to Ruan Xingyao, there was no point in him relying on it. As for whether he should let it go to Ruan Xingyao or not, it was not within his consideration. After all, in his mind, he was just an outsider, not qualified to handle his property for his predecessor. What's the matter? Did you hook up with a little girl and it's not suitable to take me? Su Qing huffed. That's not true. Song Huching sighed. It's not that my mom said she wanted to leave this house to Ruan Xingyao, so I plan to go and pay off the bank loan, and move to a new place. Well, did you find an apartment? Su Qing said with a stunned face. Wasn't this only said the day before yesterday? How long has it been? If you're happy with that, you can go buy a house now too. Song Huching bristled. Humph, being rich is terrific? After Su Qing cursed with a smile, her eyes gleamed as she said, I don't have much to do anyway. I'll accompany you to see the house. That's inconvenient, isn't it? Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he saw the other party lift up his clothes. He hurried forward and pressed her hand, smiling bitterly. Sister, what are you doing? Bastard, you hugged and hugged me yesterday. Today you treat me as an outsider, right? Su Qing delicately rebuked. Song Huching, let me tell you, me Su Qing is not the kind of watery person. I identified you, then I must follow you. You're not. I am. Song Huching said bitterly. Well, what do you mean? Subaru froze. I said I'm the kind of watery person. Song Huching sincerely said. You follow me. That winter don't even need to buy a hat. Green hats by the dozen. Yikes. Song Huching, go to hell. Su Qing grabbed him and wrapped her arms around him, biting him hard on the neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching hurriedly reached out to tickle her, something he was experienced in. The more you push her, the tighter she bites. Yikes. Su Qing covered her chest and stared at her big eyes with a grudge. Do you have to take advantage with this kind of tactic every time? Can't you be a little more honorable? You don't listen to what you're saying? After Song Huching cursed inwardly, he snapped. Don't make a scene, in case it really rubs off on you. It's not good for you or me. Humph. Just you wait. Su Qing pursed her lips and snorted coldly. Waiting for what? Song Huching was surprised. Not telling you. After Su Qing gave him a blank look, she got up and started to clean up her plate. Song Huching looked at her back, despondent. What to do? This girl looked like she was really relying on him, but he really didn't have the slightest intention of getting married now, or perhaps he didn't want to get married at all. At that time, he wanted to marry Qin Zimo. It was because he had just come to this world, and he was still quite fragile, and now he slowed down to get married, and he married a fart. Su Qing was very handy, and when she finished washing the dishes, she beamed. Go, I'll accompany you to look at the house. Can we not go? Song Huching said bitterly. Song Huching, you really think I don't dare to do anything to you, don't you? Su Qing let out an angry cry and directly pounced on him on the sofa. The two men looked at each other, their breath audible. For a moment, the air seemed to be still. Chapter 45, how about I trade this car for your Mercedes? Song Huching looked at her inside. Su Qing, I'm really not worth it. Whether it is worth it or not is only clear to me. Su Qing's long eyelashes trembled for a moment, exhaled like orchids and said, I know that you can't let go of the softness. If you remarry her, then you'll keep me outside. That's outrageous. How could Ruan Xingyao and I remarry? Are you crazy? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Do you know why she traveled? Subaru said quietly. Well, Song Huching sniffed. His face changed greatly. What do you mean? She doesn't want to leave, right? Asshole, a little bit of contract spirit or not. After the expiration of the 30-day cooling-off period for divorce, if the divorce is not finalized within 30 days, it is considered to be automatically withdrawn. Out of professional sensitivity, he remembers these terms well. I don't know, but I think she's deliberately dragging it out. Su Qing laughed bitterly. Song Huching immediately pulled out his phone and called. What he never expected was that the other party actually turned off his phone. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and sent a text over. Have a meeting. Come back and do the paperwork. Ruan Xingyao. The response from the other side was also succinct. Phew. Song Huching took a long breath and looked at Su Qing. She still wants a divorce. Yes? Su Qing did not deny it and looked at his eyes and said, whether she wants to divorce or not, but I don't want to accommodate her anymore. What? You don't mess around. Before Song Huching finished speaking, Su Qing had already lifted up her clothes. Song Huching, if you keep squirming like that, I'll die with you. No, I mean, the curtains were left open. Poof. Su Qing snorted coldly and ran barefoot to draw the curtains. Song Huching leaned on the sofa and looked at her and said, Sister, I'm really not a good man. You have to think. Clearly I wanted to marry Chin Zimo at that time. It was a little stimulation. I know. Su Ching winks and says, but you can't stay unmarried for the rest of your life, right? I have waited for so many years. I also want to give myself an answer. You. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, his mouth was gagged. Strawberry. It was the last thought that crossed his mind. An hour or so later, Su Ching walked out from the bathroom, and after seeing Song Huching leaning on the sofa and smoking, she couldn't help but blush slightly. No, sis, how can we put our clothes on? It's not appropriate for you to be like this. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Humph. I know you're worried about me and Softy, but that's my business, not yours. Su Ching sat on his side. Okay. Song Huching shrugged and went to the bathroom as well. Su Ching looked at the mess all over the place and couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. She still couldn't believe how she could do something so crazy. Half an hour later, the two stepped out of the elevator. Su Ching hesitated for a moment, but still went forward and took his hand. Song Huching froze slightly, but said nothing. Hey, why is there a car parked in your space? Su Ching was quite angry. The people in this neighborhood are too unqualified. How to park indiscriminately, and also with the car coat cover. How? When their own parking space is how? Don't yell. After Song Huching pinched her face, he pulled out a car key. Drip! The headlights flashed under the jersey, causing Su Ching to be slightly startled. You bought another new car? Sort of. Can't go out with you and rub your car every day, can I? Song Huching sighed and reached out to uncover the car coat. Wow. Even Su Ching, who had seen the world, could not help but cover her mouth in surprise. A silver Porsche was quietly placed there. Scissor doors, streamlined body, all of them showed its dignity. Even though she was not very familiar with cars, she knew that this car was certainly not cheap. Like? Song Huching snickered. Like? Subaru nodded her head vigorously. How about I trade this car for your Mercedes? Song Huching said with a straight face. What? For my Mercedes? Su Ching was stunned. My car is only more than $1 million, and I drove it for several years. I usually have to take Xiao Yuan out to play. Driving this car is actually not very convenient. Song Huching rubbed her head. Didn't you just become vice president? This car goes well with you. Is this your gift to me? Su Ching said with a red face. Well, a gift for you. Song Huching laughed. Of course, if you like. I like whatever you send me. Su Ching reached out and wrapped her arms around him, murmuring softly. Song Huching, I like you so much. That's not what you said when you didn't see this car. Song Huching joked. Nasty. Su Ching huffed and slapped him. This guy, he's an atmosphere destroyer. Alright, you drive. To the Lincoln House. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he pushed her into the driver's side. Lincoln House? You bought a house there? Su Ching was surprised. Sister, you're at least second Miss Su. You're not so shocked, right? Song Huching said helplessly. This house they said to give to Ruan Xingyao. I have to have a place to go to, don't I? You. Su Ching gave him a hateful look, carefully pulled open the car door and sat up. While she did have a nice family, it wasn't like she was spending money on such a flashy sports car. She took a deep breath and started the vehicle. Then with a gentle tap of the gas pedal, the Porsche immediately roared, causing many of the car owners in the parking lot to stick their heads over to look. Porsche 918? A startled cry caused Su Ching, who was about to pull out of the car, to slam on the brakes. Well, Song Huching looked sideways and couldn't help but be happy. Yo, dude, holy, why you again? The little flathead balls out. No, you're not driving your big G anymore? Switch to a 918? No, it's her car. Song Huching cheerfully took out a cigarette and handed one over. This car she just got her hands on. I'm not running 2 laps with her. TSK. Xiaoping Tu looked at Su Ching's pretty face and couldn't help but bite the cigarette in his mouth. This 918 car is considered to be the first one in our Linchang, right? You recognize this car? Subaru teased. I know it, it doesn't know me. The small flathead stroked the body and said bitterly. Porsche Concept Class Sports Car, 218 horsepower, top speed of 302. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that this car is more than $14 million. Well, Su Ching glanced sideways at Song Huching, who had a bland expression, and her heart was filled with consternation. How much money does this guy have? A $10 million sports car, and you gave it to her just like that? Gotta go. Thanks, Cope. Song Huching laughed. When we turn around and have a drink, listen to you talk about the car. After all, my friend and I, we don't understand this thing. Why buy this car if you don't know what you're doing? The little flathead immediately pounded his chest, as if the artifact was being held in the hands of a pig. Hey! Song Huching let out a dry laugh and gave Su Ching a wink. Subaru understood and stepped on the gas. The Porsche, however, rushed out like a sword. Sis, pedal slowly, this car picks up speed fast. Little Ping Tu shouted behind him, causing Song Huching to stifle his laughter. This dude is really a car lover. Chapter 46, How much money do you really have? Linchang is built according to the Linjiang River, so the Linjiang River as the central boundary, divided into the east and west of the river. But Linchang from the new first-line city, there is the east expensive west cheap saying. Offices and large shopping malls are almost all built on the east side of the river, while the west side of the river is home to various universities, making it a sprawling university town of sorts. The Linchang Mansion stands next to the Linchang Bridge, not far from the China World Trade Center, facing the Linjiang River, belonging to the first line of luxury residences. This level of residence, which is inherently private, generally does not allow outside vehicles to enter. May I ask who you're looking for? The security guard came over. I'm the new owner here. Please help register my vehicle. Su Qing lightly smiled. New owner, may I ask which building? The security guard was surprised. Su Qing didn't say anything and looked sideways at Song Huching. Unit 1, Building 49. The king of the building? The security guard exclaimed in shock and immediately said, Hello Mr. Song, I'm the head of security here. Wu Xingshang. Hello. Song Huching nodded at him with a smile. Can we go in now? Sure. Wu Xingsheng immediately waved his hand to signal, and after the security guard sitting in the security booth opened the guardrail, they ran out in a swarm and stood in 2 rows. Well, what does it mean? Song Huching was surprised. Brush. The security guards pulled out fireworks tubes from behind them. Lin Chengfu Security Brigade. Congratulations on Mr. Song's new home. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks and confetti were flying in the sky, which added a bit of joy. Ha! The Lin Chang house actually has this service. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. I wasn't expecting that. Song Huching shook his head, signaling her to drive inside. Just as he was about to find his way, a motorized balance scooter pulled ahead and began to lead the way. TSK, TSK, in the end it's still over 100,000 a square foot residence. There's no excuse for this service. Su Qing shook her head and laughed bitterly. Over 100,000 a square foot? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. Other than the 4 super tier 1 cities, he really hasn't heard such exaggerated numbers. 10 minutes or so later, the Porsche followed the balance car into the parking lot. It's just that the parking lot here is not on the ground floor, but on the first floor, which is the same as saying that the entire first floor is hollowed out and made to be used as a parking lot. After the security guard on the balance car sidestepped and got out, he immediately began to direct Su Qing to back up the car. Song Huching couldn't help but shake his head and fished out a handful of cash. When the car was parked, he was about to tip the security guard, but the guard refused. Mr. Song, this is a service within the property fee, and we're not allowed to charge tips either. Okay then. Song Huching smiled and shook his head, pulling out a cigarette and handing one to him. This time the security guard did not refuse. After receiving it with both hands, he said with a straight face, Mr. Song, these 12 parking spaces in front of you are yours. You can use them as you please. 12 spaces? Su Qing was first stunned, and then she was relieved. Who can afford this place and doesn't have a few cars? Thanks. Song Huching looked at the security guard and nodded, then curiously said, Can not change one of my parking spaces into one with a charging pile? It's no problem. Please ask which model of tram it is. We'll get in touch right away. The security guard immediately said, No, an electric car. Song Huching said with a straight face, It is that kind of small electric donkey. You know it, right? Well, the security guard was first stunned, then hurriedly said, If it's an electric motorcycle, there's a parking space next to it that's dedicated to you, and it doesn't belong within these 12 parking spaces. After he finished speaking, he guided Song Huching to the corner of the parking space, where a large parking space with 7 or 8 charging sockets was also painted at this time. Is this public, or is it personal to me? Song Huching was curious. Yours personally, the security guard hurriedly said. This is an exclusive parking space belonging to the first building of Linchang. Your set of house also has an exclusive elevator to go up. Do you want me to take you there? Yes, please. Song Huching nodded with a smile. What's your name? Free of your name, just call me Little Li. The security guard smiled before leading the way. Song Huching and Su Qing followed him. In fact, when I say lead the way, I'm really just pointing out a step. In the middle of the 12 parking spaces, there is a special gate, and once inside, there are 2 elevators. These 2 elevators are dedicated to the 49th floor and do not stop at other floors. Okay, thanks. Song Huching thanked him politely. You're welcome, enjoy your stay. Li bowed slightly before backing out of the elevator room. Inside the elevator, how much money do you actually have? Su Qing said with complicated eyes. I don't have any money. It's not that I won $5 million last time I bought a lottery ticket. Song Huching joked. $5 million? Are you kidding a child? Su Qing rolled her eyes and pouted. If you're not happy to say it, I won't ask. Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and did not reply. The elevator was fast but not at all bumpy. Only when the elevator doors opened. Both men were shocked. At a glance, the whole Linjiang can be reflected in the eyes. In other words, the corridor is made of glass. Only this is a special glass. The outside cannot see the inside. But the sun can come in. The floors were high. The corridor alone was almost 6 meters high. After Song Huching froze for a moment, he glanced sideways and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. You're still too much of a turd yourself. How can a house with a dedicated elevator not be a one-story home? The hallway was spacious and the fire door was one that could only be opened from the inside. So the shoe cabinet was placed on the outside, hollowed out in the center with no decorative items. Want to change your shoes? Subaru whispered. Change your shoes? Song Huching was about to laugh at her a few times, but the other party opened the shoe cabinet, in which brand new slippers were being placed. Winter and summer ones, not to mention that the sizes were complete. It's your first time here too, isn't it? Su Qing bristled, knowing and asking. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he changed into his slippers, then walked up and entered the password. Master, welcome home. The door opened with a slightly mechanical female voice. With that the lights in the house came on. This has to be 400 square feet, right? Su Qing pulled Song Huching's hand in surprise. The house is fully equipped with appliances and is of a modern style. The living room alone was more than 100 square meters, and to the left of the living room was an all-glass swimming pool and bathing room, probably more than 100 square meters as well, with all-glass structures on 3 sides, and at this time the water was sparkling under the sunlight. And to the right again of the living room is the dining room and kitchen, plus 4 guest rooms, almost all of which have ensuite bathrooms, and each of which is very spacious and well lit. Of course, the 49th floor, almost the highest building in the entire Lin City, is permeable on all sides, and it would be a ghost if the lighting is not good. Chapter 47, Don't look at you, but I'm telling you, it's hopeless. After Su Qing visited for a bit, she pulled Song Huching to the 2nd floor. On the left side of the 2nd floor is the master bedroom, which is almost 100 square feet as well, with a laundry room and check room next to the master bedroom, and on the right side, a very large terrace. The terrace fence is very high, almost 3 meters, and is also made of one-sided glass, so that almost the whole of the Pro City can be seen in full view. This house of yours must be at least tens of millions of dollars, right? Su Qing sighed. Pretty much. Song Huching shrugged. Anyway, around is just a house, easy for you to say. After Su Qing gave him a blank look, she pulled him to sit down under the parasol and reached out to press her hand on the side. Click! A mechanical voice sounded. Immediately afterward, a curtain-like object protruded from the wall and enveloped the entire terrace. Seeing this, Subaru pressed again. Cold winds came from all directions, slowing the temperature of the terrace. How much electricity does this ING cost a year? Song Huching gritted his teeth. With such a large terrace, this curtain is not completely opaque, which is equivalent to a hard confrontation between the sun above and the air conditioner below to cool it down. Puffing, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. You can afford this place and you're worried about the electric bill? It's time to save and spend, isn't it? Song Huching sighed helplessly. Make a monster. Su Qing moved over from her own recliner and softly said, if Softy knows that you bought the house here, she will be very surprised. You won't tell her, will you? Song Huching laughed. Of course not. Su Qing snapped. We are now like this. I still tell her. This is not to find trouble for yourself? Hey, MS. Su, words must be clear. We didn't have anything happen. Song Huching bristled. Good you Song Huching, what's the matter? You don't recognize your debt, do you? Su Qing chortled and leaned down to press against his body. Don't make a scene. In case someone sees it, then it's all over. Song Huching laughed and scolded. We live so high up. How can others see? Su Qing delicately said. And, the glass here is all one-sided. Even if someone lies outside the glass, they can't see it. Well, Song Huching wrapped his arms around her and said with odd eyes, how do I feel? You seem to have changed like a person. When he first met Su Qing, the girl was cool and uncharacteristic, but now, it's like a leprechaun. Humph, in front of your own man, it's certainly different from outside. Su Qing exhaled her breath like an orchid and said, Song Huching, anyway, you are not allowed to not want me, or I will jump from here, and this house of yours will become a murder house. That can't be. This place will at best become the talk of the Lincheng house, staging a scene of catching a mistress. Song Huching joked. Junior? Su Qing apricot eyebrows coldly erected. I am the first to come. Other people are the junior. When it comes to arrest, it is also me who arrests others. You who? Song Huching said with interest. What would you do if you caught me with someone else? Drive her out? Ah, it's hard not to also invite her to dinner? Su Qing blankly glanced at him before leaning over his chest and said, "Anyway, I'm relying on you. If you dare not want me, I'll die with you. TSK. Song Haching shook his head with a bitter smile. He was really not sure what the girl liked about herself. Crane Ching. Su Qing suddenly shouted with a red face. No, Su Qing, we are also old people. We cannot be like this, and it is broad daylight. After Song Haching said that, he was ready to get up and run, but Subaru pressed him back into the recliner. The next day, early morning, Su Qing didn't want his Porsche after all, at least not now. After the two of them took a cab to Shore Zidingland, Song Haching went to the parking shed while Su Qing went to the parking lot. Buzz off. University City, the cafeteria is being serviced today and the list is bursting at the seams. Old Wood. Be right there. Old 6. After Song Haching returned a sentence, he flew towards Hushi. By the time he made it to the college town, his cell phone started vibrating violently before he could even park the car. He immediately picked up a couple of individual orders before rushing towards the Lin Chang Teachers Training Center. It wasn't that he had to hold on to the Lincoln Normal, it was just that it was more familiar to him. Old Wood really didn't lie. There were so many orders today. Song Haching from the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon. The single volume which is less down. He can also slightly breathe. He parked his electric car at a charging post to charge it and went into a bistro by himself. What can I get you? A beautiful girl came over, about 17 or 18 years old, with a fair and beautiful appearance, and a very good figure. At least, when Song Haching was studying, he had not seen a 17 or 18-year-old girl who could grow into this. When the girl saw Song Haching staring at him, she couldn't help but frown and take a step back. Seeing this, Song Haching withdrew his gaze, and after casually ordering a 2-dish meal and a soup, he turned on his cell phone. The girl was relieved to see this and turned to the back kitchen. Guys, I'm here at Lincoln University and there's a girl who's pretty as hell. Old 6. Lincoln University? Isn't that the small fry against the North Gate? Old Sheen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Sheen is awesome. How did you know? Old 6. Look at your uneducated look. We already knew. That girl is called Yun Ning, a junior at Lin Chang University, in the finance department. Lao Wu. Holy, what the hell? You guys know this too? Old 6. Kid, you have to learn. That girl is the school beauty of Lin Chang University. You know the school beauty, right? Ever since the restaurant got that girl, the takeout business has been bad. Old Joe. Well, why? Old 6. Because everyone goes to dine in. The boss which sometimes has indirect takeout. Ah. Old Sheen. Kid, that girl looks good. You are not single now. Hurry up and do it. Lao Wu. Screw you guys. Is it hard to live alone? Why look for one to add to the trouble? Old 6. Say you are fat, you still wheeze on. Chasing that girl can be lined up from the east of the river to the west of the river. Don't look at your kid has a few points of beauty. I tell you, no chance. Old Joe. Song Haching was chatting happily in the group when suddenly the table was knocked on. Well, when he raised his head, he was met with a pair of beautiful eyes. Delivery boy, what were you running for last time I called out to you? Ning Yating huffed and sat down across from him. Song Haching was about to say something when suddenly Yin Ning walked over with the dishes, and she was quite surprised to see Ning Yating. It looks like the two should know each other. It was only to his surprise that Ning Yating merely glanced at Yin Ning before placing her gaze on herself once more. Chapter 48. Are you trying to rob me? Wait, I don't seem to know you. Very well, right? Song Haching carefully said. Why don't you recognize me? You even charged me $200. What's the matter? Don't recognize the account? Ning Yating huffed. Ha? Yun Ning covered her mouth in surprise and looked at the two in horror. No, your words have to be clear. I received $200 from you. It was for your boyfriend to go to play ball, not to do something else. Song Haching egg pain said. What boyfriend? Who are you talking about? Ning Yating was surprised. What about? Zhang Shuai? That's the name, right? Song Haching laughed. Zhang Shuai? Well, you said Zhang Yang. He's not my boyfriend. Ning Yating blanked him. No? It was Song Haching's turn to be surprised. How can the two look like boyfriend and girlfriend? No. He pays me $5,000 a month to accompany him in his plays. Ning Yating bristled. Acting? What good is that? Song Haching was surprised. This way he can gain more people's attention. Ning Evening Ching spread her hands and said, and many of my friends around me hooked up with him, should also be proud of being able to pry me away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Masterful. Song Haching was stunned. It was an angle he still hadn't really thought of. Damn. Young people are really something nowadays. What master? He only has so little living expenses, for a month almost all of which are paid out by me, and sometimes when he goes out with others, he can't even afford to buy a cup of milk tea. Ning Yating said disdainfully. Well, the master, but the financial resources are not enough. Song Haching lamented. I heard Wei Daong say that you are a student of our Lin Chang normal? Ning Yating suddenly said. Wei Daong? Who is it? Song Huching was surprised. It is the one who played with you. The tall thin one. Do you remember? Ning Yating gestured. The fat one is called Wang Hao, and the skinny one is called Wei Daong. Oh yeah? After Song Huching laughed, he pointed at himself and said, what did you call me when we met just now? Takeout delivery? Ning Yating said with some uncertainty. Yeah, I'm a delivery boy. What makes you think I'm a student? How can a student have time to deliver takeout? Song Huching gave her a blank look. Screw you. Our school also has a lot of people part-time delivery takeout, okay? Ning Yating skimmed. Look at you. About the same age as me. Freshman or sophomore? Sister, are you serious? My daughter is 4 years old, and she's still a freshman or sophomore? Song Huching said helplessly. Ha! Ning Yating exclaimed, then looked him up and down. I don't have any other meaning. Is that I am part-time the general manager of our Lin Chang normal varsity basketball team, and I want to invite you to join our basketball team. Sister, I'm really not. Song Huching helplessly said, although I am an alumnus with you, I graduated 6 years ago, but I can't ask a Big Ten senior to be on the varsity team, right? It's not appropriate either. Ning Yating looked at him and was silent for a long time before she spoke. You didn't lie to me? Hey! Song Huching sighed and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. What is your name? I will go to investigate. If what you say is true, even if it is true. If what you say is false, you see me not to pull you out. Ning Yating said in a deep voice. My name is Qin Chu. Song Huching reported a name and then continued to eat with his head down. Good. Ning Evening looked at him carefully for a few moments before getting up to leave. After Song Huching glanced at her, he turned his gaze back to Yun Ning, who was reading a book not far away, and shook his head slightly. The girls nowadays are so good looking from one generation to the next. When he finished his meal, he smoked another cigarette, and that's when he settled the bill and left. Yun Ning was about to go clear the table when his cell phone rang. She looked at the phone, slightly out of breath, and didn't answer it until it hung up. 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Huching was about to go home after running the last order. Suddenly received a message from Su Qing, probably meaning that her company was too far away from Lin Changfu, and that she would come over to him when the weekend came. This made Song Huching quite happy. Other than solving his physical problems, he still preferred to be alone. After he casually found a restaurant and settled his dinner, he rode less than 100 meters when suddenly a silhouette rushed out and crashed straight towards his electric car. I go to your grandfather. I have a Mercedes-Benz behind me. You touch porcelain should also go to him, ah? Song Huching angrily cursed afterward, but still stopped the car and prepared to go up to see the person lying on the ground. The man, however, struggled for a few moments, still trying to run forward, but he didn't know whether he had broken his leg or bumped into something else, and after taking 2 steps, he fell and sat on the ground again. How dare you run? With a bellowing cry, 5 or 6 people rushed out. They were all pugnacious men, and the bald one at the head even had a scorpion tattooed on his head, which was quite an artist's touch. Perhaps sensing that someone was looking at them, the bald head looked over sideways and met Song Huching's eyes. Delivery boy, watching your mom? The bald head viciously said. You just hit my girlfriend. You don't have $20,000 today. You don't want to go. Girlfriend? Song Huching looked at the person on the ground, cloaked, and could not see the appearance, but he still shook his head and said, report to the traffic police first. I will call the insurance company. With it he pulled out his phone and was just about to dial out. One hand was on his neck. Lousy let you take $20,000 out, not let you shout at the insurance company to take $20,000 out. Do you understand? The bald head was full of fierce face and said, well, together. You are trying to rob me? Song Huching said rather innocently. Robbery? The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Kid, I just robbed. What? The bald man reached out to play with his cell phone. Sneered. I give you 2 choices. First, you give me 20,000 yuan. This matter is also over. Second, Lousy beat the out of you today, and then you eat it for me. This matter is also over. Hey. Song Huching sighed slightly and removed his helmet. You guys are sure it was a robbery, right? You who? Kid playing a setup with me? The bald head pulled out a butterfly knife from his pocket and played with it in his hand. If you don't have money, it also becomes. I know a few rich women. You accompany them to play, and it also counts against the bill. You say, why are you so cheap? Song Huching lit a cigarette. What did you say? The bald guy said with some incredulity. Are you calling me cheap, or what? Song Huching took an arrow step forward, and with a twist of his right hand, he grabbed the bald man's hand, and then after sidestepping and kicking over one of his minions, he grabbed his hand and stabbed 7 or 8 times at the minion's shoulder blades. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, He twisted the bald man's hand again with a backhand and stabbed himself in the shoulder blade a dozen more times. But even so, Song Hutching still didn't let go of the bald man's hand. Instead, he kicked him in the calf, and the bald man screamed and fell to his knees. Song Hutching waved his right hand. That butterfly knife flashed a silver light, inserted in the thigh of the little brother behind him who wanted to sneak attack, and then directly left and right to open a bow, raised his hand to the bald head's face to shout violently. Chapter 49. How can you be worthy of the same name as Hansima? Big brother, I was wrong, really wrong. The bald man's face had swollen like a pig's head at this time. In addition to the little brother who had received 2 knives, the remaining 3 people stood still, not daring to move. It's not true that they came out to hang out, but they've never seen this formation before, grabbing someone and stabbing them a dozen times. That's crazy, isn't it? Wrong? What's wrong with you? Song Hutching laughed softly and put his motorcycle helmet on his bald head. The others were slightly stunned. What was this about? Come over to. Song Hutching beckoned to the 3 remaining minions. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. The 3 juniors immediately became bitter. Song Hutching frowned slightly and stepped on the hand of the little brother who had been stabbed in the thigh. And that little brother immediately screamed and was just about to put his hand out, but he reached out and grabbed it. With that, he held the little brother's hand, pulled out the butterfly knife on his thigh, and swung it with force. A silver light flashed, and that butterfly knife was accurately inserted into the thigh of another junior. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The hit junior immediately fell to the ground, covering his thighs and wailing frantically. Can we come over now? Song Hutching smiled and looked at the 2 remaining minions. Hey! The 2 minions immediately walked to him in a well-behaved manner. Now you 2 take turns beating on the bald guy until I'm satisfied. Song Hutching lit a cigarette. You're a ing bully. The bald man roared in anger and was about to storm up, but Song Hutching pressed down on his head and slammed it hard towards the ground. I'm a ing delivery boy, and you're grabbing me and bullying me? Mother asterisk 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 her. You look like a dog and you dare to blackmail me? It's also thanks to the sound laws of China now, or else I would have gotten you directly sunk in the river. The 2 boys looked at the bald man who kept kowtowing, and their legs were trembling with fear. This guy is not ing normal. Song Hutching was a bit tired after smashing for a while. With that, he looked at the 2 minions with his cigarette in his mouth. The 2 minions immediately understood and went up to punch and kick the bald man. The hand down that is no mercy. Do not know thought they have a father's murder revenge it. Half an hour later, Song Hutching took off the helmet of the little electric donkey, looked at the vomit on the helmet, and couldn't help but sigh, and took the helmet and ruthlessly smashed it into the bald head. Boo! The helmet shattered in response, and the bald man covered his head. Blood bubbled through his fingers and his face was white with fear. It was a good thing this was a remote trail, or he would have had to shout for help. Look at how you've soiled my helmet. Now what? Song Hutching said slowly. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it, won't I? The bald man squeezed out a smile. Never mind. I'm not such a cheapskate. Song Hutching sighed, pointing to the scared and trembling little brother next to him. He stabbed you twice. This matter is considered to settle the account. Don't be, big brother. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The bald man shuddered and reached out to give himself a mouthful, leaving 5 bloody palm prints on his face. Well, that was quite a slap in the face. After Song Hutching smiled, he glanced sideways at the woman who had curled up into a ball holding her legs. It was just that she was cloaked in hair and still couldn't see her face, but her figure was quite good, and he always felt something familiar. Big brother, why don't we go to the hospital first? The bald head licked his face and said, we are definitely not trying to escape. It's just that people like us are dead, but we also want Big Brother to carry the charge of murder. That's not good. Murder? What killing? Song Hutching bristled. There is no fingerprint of mine on that knife. In case they hang up, that is also the result of you stabbing each other. What does it have to do with me? You. The bald man was immediately shocked, but then softened his stance and said, Big brother, there is now surveillance everywhere. You are still young. If something happens, we can apologize to you. The little thing is quite a talker. Song Hutching looked at him with a smile and pointed at the woman. Talk to me about. What is going on with that person? She owes our company money. This is not just find her well, but she saw us run. We chase her. Bitter Facebald said. I did not think she also hit your car. Simply ing looking for death. Ooh, Song Hutching couldn't help but laugh. You kid is a bit interesting. What's your name? Hua Guang. Snap. Song Hutching directly slapped him upside the head. You ing bull me again. You're worthy of the same name as Han Sima even with your demeanor? No, my name is Hua Guangming. The bald head covered his face and said, Big brother, I'm not done with this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who told you to talk slow? Song Hutching smoothly threw him another slap before standing up and walking towards the woman. The woman shrank back at the sight. Sis, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? I hurt my leg, why don't you take me to the hospital? The woman hastily raised her head, but it caused Song Huching to faintly stare. Is that you? Isn't this girl the Yun Ning that I met just this afternoon? It's you? Yun Ning also looked at him rather surprised, then gritted her teeth and said, You take me away, just take me wherever you want. You're nuts. Song Huching cried and laughed. You owe money to other people's finance companies, so they mustn't ask you for money? Big brother is wise. Hua Guangming immediately came together. This is not a good person. Borrowing money and playing disappearance. I poo-poo. A little integrity is not there. I pay back the money on time every month. Yun Ning gritted his teeth. I also your grandfather. A month to pay back $1,500. Even the ing interest is not enough. This is called to pay back the money? Hua Guangming disdainfully said. In the beginning, if it is not to see that you still have a few points of color, you really think that our company will lend money to you? Snap. Song Huching backhanded him and slapped him to the ground. Asterisk 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 you. I first finished the traffic accident. You deal with your own business into it? First come, first served. Understand? Got it. Big brother, you first. Hua Guangming said with a smile on his face. Chin Chu, I recognize your appearance and remember your license plate. You hit me. Either take me to the hospital now or you bet on my death. Otherwise I will definitely call the police to arrest you. Yun Ning gritted her teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching instantly got an egg on his face and looked sideways at Hua Guangming. How much does she owe you guys? 5. One of the juniors held out his right hand, but his speech stuttered a bit. $500,000? Song Huching frowned. No, it's 5. 5 million? Song Huching got serious. Mother asterisk 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 Hua Guangming gave his little brother a mouthful before winking. Big brother, she's no more a heavenly fairy than she is worth $5 million. Isn't she? It's $50,000. Snap. Song Huching raised his hand and gave him a mouthful, saying in a bad mood, it's only $50,000. You guys are still like eating people? As for that, chapter 50, is that thieving so cruel? Big brother, it's not a company rule, Hua Guangming said with a bitter face, we are the people below. For the company to ask for accounts only. Well, that too. Song Huching bristled. She borrowed $50,000 from you. How much does she have to pay back with interest? Big brother, what else are we talking about interest? Hua Guangming righteously said. We just need to get our capital back. I only have 30,000 in hand, and I still pay you 15,000 every month. I have already paid it back for half a year. Yun Ning gritted his teeth. 9 out of 13. Ha! Song Huching said with interest. Big brother is a connoisseur. Hua Guangming gave a thumbs up. This is not what we do. If you can borrow money elsewhere, still define us? Also, Song Huching laughed. Do the math. What is the combined interest? This. Hua Guangming first took a step back before carefully saying, together it is 67,004. Big brother, this is not considered black. Okay, I'll give you 70,000. And the extra will count as medical expenses. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone. 70,000? Not only Hua Guangming's group. Even Yun Ning looked at him with odd expressions. This guy, he can pull out 70,000 bucks? Well, what? No? Seeing that they didn't move, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh and scold. Then this matter must be made clear. If not, then I'll leave first. Don't meddle. Hua Guangming bravely came over and pulled out the QR code. Song Huching scanned it and then put it back on his phone. FMS arrived. $70,000 in full. The crowd listened to the broadcasting sound of Hua Guangming's cell phone, and their mouths opened wide. By the way, her accounts are fine. You guys won't ask her for the money, right? Song Huching laughed. No. We're a formal finance company. How could we do this? Hua Guangming hurriedly said. That's good. After Song Huching laughed, he looked at Yun Ning. Sister, that is considered my compensation for your medical expenses. We do not owe each other. After he finished speaking, he straddled the small electric machine and twisted the throttle, only to find that it was unresponsive. It's hard to believe that it's crashed. Song Huching frowned and was about to call out to Hua Guangming and a few others to help push the cart, but when he turned around, he realized that they had long since disappeared. Well, running that fast? He's scared of you. Yun Ning limped and stood up, seriously said, Chin Chu, money I will return you as soon as possible. You leave me a phone number. Playing hard to get. Song Huching blankly glanced at her. If you had the means, would you still be in such a state by the debt collectors? Yun Ning instantly flushed her pretty face and gritted her teeth. If I say I'll pay it back, I'll definitely pay it back. And did you believe me when I said I could fly? Offline. After Song Huching snorted, he pushed his motorized cart towards the front. Seeing this, Yun Ning gritted her teeth and also followed him, helping to push the cart. No, What are you doing? Song Huching was wary. I'll help you push it to the place where the car is being repaired, Yun Ning said in a deep voice. No, just hurry to the hospital. Song Huching skimmed his lips. Don't die halfway across the country when the time comes. Who's to blame for this? I just twisted my foot. Yun Ning lowered his head and said, the stores here close and shut down early. If you push the cart, I don't know how far you have to push. Yes? Song Huching cocked his head and thought for a moment, then pulled out his cell phone and sent a message. Less than 10 minutes. 2 little electric donkeys then drove by. Well, is everyone okay? Oldwood stopped the car, concerned. Nothing much, but it's so late. You guys still haven't gotten your work done? Song Huching handed over a cigarette. What kind of work does a single man collect? Old Sheen laughed and scolded. The two of us are just about to go to Hadom to try our luck. Isn't this a coincidence? Come on now, pay the market price. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he glanced at Yun Ning. Old Sheen, you suffer. Send her to the hospital. How much did it cost? I will transfer it to you. Well, both of them turned their heads at the same time, and only then did they realize Yun Ning's presence. ISN she, T that who? Lao Wu exclaimed. I'll go. Little Song, it's okay. Old Sheen also squeezed his eyebrows and said, cut the ing bull and hurry up. Song Huching laughed and scolded. What time is it? I still have to get my car fixed. I see that she is nothing. Or, I will send you back first, and then you will see if you want to go to the hospital? Old Sheen said in a serious manner. Nerve, she's a student at this point. The dorms are closed early at this hour. Lao Wu smiled and said, Xiao Song, you can't just leave people alone when you hit them here. That's true, Old Sheen said righteously. At this hour and a girl, where do you want them to go? You first bring the person home to take a look, and then send them to the hospital if it's not possible, right? There's something wrong with you. Song Huching cried and laughed. She's such a big person. Can't she still be abducted by human traffickers? I don't have my cell phone with me, and I don't have any money on me, Yun Ning said with a red face. Hey, this is not a coincidence. No, this is not no way. Lao Wu hurriedly said. Xiao Song, you ride my car. Take her to the front. I let the old Sheen pull me. Follow you. I say, let's just exchange some cash for her, won't we? Song Huching said helplessly. If that's not possible, let's go get her a room. Getting a room without ID? Old Sheen squinted. Did you go out with your ID card? Let's talk first. I don't have it. I didn't bring it either. Oldwood also tightened his voice. You guys. Song Huching had no choice but to straddle Lao Wu's electric car. Yun Ning, red-faced, limped into the back seat. Old Sheen immediately got a lasso from under the car seat and tied the two cars together, and the group drove towards the Linchang Bridge. It was still hot, but the river breeze made it very pleasant. After Yun Ning glanced at Song Huching, who was riding a bicycle, and then at the brightly lit banks of the Linhao River, she suddenly felt that such a life seemed not bad, ordinary, but very cozy. The two struggled together and then were able to put down roots in Lincoln. She was rambling when suddenly Old Sheen caught up with her. That's not right, Old Song, this isn't going in the direction of your house, is it? My house was taken by my ex-wife, and now I'm moving out, Song Huching said rather helplessly. Ex-wife? Yun Ning looked at the side of his face, slightly lost in thought. I'll go. That thieving is so cruel? Old Sheen said angrily. You still have a child. She took the house away. What about the child? Kids? Yun Ning's entire body was bad. She also thought that at the hotel, this guy was telling lies to deceive Ning Yiting. Well, isn't this guy's name Qin Chu? What do they mean by calling this guy Xiao Song? Chapter 51, Little Song. Are you a rich kid out to experience life? Seeing him so gossipy, Song Huching simply sped up, and after crossing the Linchang Bridge, he found a late-night snack stand near Lin Jiang House and parked his car. Well, not going home? Old Sheen was surprised. Let's all have a snack. After Song Huching parked the car, he shrugged his shoulders and said, anyway, it's all at this point. You two single old men. It's not much fun to go back. It's also possible. Old Sheen nodded. This thing of yours can be a little strange. We will help you to calculate it. What's the situation? Oldwood came up to the table. You talk to him at. After Song Huching pointed to the Old Sheen, he assisted Yun Ning to find a seat, then ordered with the waiter. And by the way, he also wanted a case of cold beer. Xiao Song, this can be said in advance. We drink wine, cannot ride a bicycle. Old Sheen seriously said. I can't even hit that car anymore, so I'm still riding my ass off. Song Huching laughed and cursed before looking at Yun Ning. Do you want a drink? No, I'm fine with beer. Yun Ning whispered. Then I don't care about you. After Song Huching opened a bottle of beer for each of them, he took a sip. First of all, how? Old Sheen frowned. You're having a good time. Why is the house suddenly gone? It's not my old lady. She thinks that people have been with me for so long, gave me a daughter. Nothing mixed. That's not appropriate, so leave the house to my ex-wife. Song Huching spread his hands and said, Not, our old lady is not a problem here? Lao Wu pointed to his head and said, That's a house not $3,000 or $5,000, said to give. How am I supposed to know what she thinks? She originally made the down payment on that house, and she's the one paying the mortgage, so who she's happy to give it to is her business. Song Huching shook his head. This, Old Chin and Old Wu looked at each other and both fell into silence. At that moment, the waiter came over with the barbecue. Song Huching glanced at Yun Ning, who kept gulping, and directly took a handful of barbecue from the table and handed it to her. Thanks. After Yun Ning blushed and said thanks, she tried her best to eat as gracefully as possible. Old Song, do you have someone outside? Old Chin raised his wineglass and clinked one with Song Huching. What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. What he means is that during the marriage between you and your daughter-in-law in the beginning, was there someone outside, so our old lady could not look at it and gave the house to your ex-wife? Lao Wu carefully said. Nerves! Song Huching cried and laughed. If this is really the case, then the house still need my mother to give it. She does not know to want. Well, that too. Old Chin nodded with approval and then said with complicated eyes, It's okay for you to rent a house, but our daughter can't rent a house. It's not ready to buy another set. Song Huching said, We can't be suffocated by urine, right? Can't we live without that house? It's also true that you kid is capable of getting money. Lao Wu laughed and scolded. We won't be able to. We'll be struggling for this house in this life. Speaking of which, none of you are married? Song Huching teased. The son is almost married. Old Chin laughed and scolded. It's just that he and his old lady are in the county, and I work here. When I save up the down payment money for him, he comes to live in the city, and I go back to accompany my mother-in-law. My child is still small. 80% still have to struggle for more than 10 years. Old Wu shook his head and said, At least let him finish his education not. Otherwise relying on my daughter-in-law's little salary in the county town. A family of 4 will starve to death. Take your time. The bread will come. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he raised his wineglass and clinked it with them. During the drinking, Lao Chin and Lao Wu kept making eye contact. Yun Ning could see it all and reached out to pull on Song Huching's coat. Song Huching, however, didn't say anything and just focused on eating and drinking. A good half hour. Old Chin really couldn't help himself and whispered, Xiao Song, are you a rich second generation out to experience life? What the? Richie rich? Song Huching opened his mouth wide in surprise. Dude, are you drunk? Where do I look like a rich second generation? Don't you lie to us, Lao Wu said with a bitter face. Last time, your female friend, that is the one I have seen. People go out and drive a Mercedes-Benz. I saw it in the China World Trade Center. The lady friend? The one who came to the South County Hotel to look for me? Song Huching was surprised. No, it is the one that goes to see your daughter, Lao Wu said very euphemistically. Subaru. Ha? Song Huching bristled. She's actually the ex-wife's best friend. Ex-wife's best friend? Old Chin and Old Wu were shaken and filled with admiration. Yun Ning, however, clustered her eyebrows and moved to the side. You guys are crazy as what? Song Huching laughed and scolded. My ex-wife is an ordinary office worker I cannot keep. It is difficult to. Her best friend can still look at me? Xiao Song, it is not that I am a person leaning on the old Chin side. You are still young. To engage in money is important. What bull love? That is false. When you have money, and then find a mother-in-law, then give you a big fat boy, it is also regarded as a son and daughter, is not it? That's, Lao Wu picked up. Xiao Song, we just don't have your looks. If we did, we certainly wouldn't come to deliver. No, didn't I tell you guys that clearly last time? That female boss. Hey, this old brother is going to say a few words about you. Old Chin waved his hand to interrupt Song Huching. We know that the female boss is married, but people are still good to you. These days you didn't go to Nansien. She came to find you twice, and it looks like she's quite infatuated. Screw you, people are married. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Cut the ing bull. Lao Wu bristled. Their assistant can say that their old boss is single. Hi. Song Huching raised his glass and said, although I would like to eat soft rice, but the conditions do not allow. We have hands and feet, still have to rely on their own, is not it? You. Old Chin and Old Wu both shook their heads. The 4 of them broke up after almost 2 hours of snacking and 2 dry cases of beer. No one rode bikes though, they all took cabs. After Song Huching sent Old Chin and Old Wu to the car, he looked sideways at Yun Ning. Where are you going? I don't have anywhere to go. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. When they came to collect the debt, my cell phone fell into the sewer, and the boss's wife was afraid of affecting the business and did not let me do it. Does it have anything to do with where you live? Song Huching was surprised. I don't actually live at the school, I live at the store. Now that they quit me, I have no place to live. Yun Ning looked down and wiped the corners of her eyes. Do you think I'm 3 years old? There are schools that don't live. You live in a store? Song Huching sneered. I don't have the money to pay for a dormitory. Yun Ning tilted her head, 2 lines of tears falling down her cheeks. Chapter 52. If I yell molestation now, we both have a place to stay. Can't afford to pay for your dorm room? This reasoning did make Song Huching froze for a moment. Our dormitory fee is 15,000 a year. I don't have so much money. Yun Ning said with his head down. Well, Song Huching frowned at her. Today she was wearing a half-new short sleeve, a pair of denim shorts underneath, and a pair of small white shoes on her feet, which looked quite fashionable. It doesn't look like someone who can't even come up with 1,500 anyhow. This clothes is I want and other people donate clothes there. Yun Ning lowered his head and said, a lot of neighborhoods are not clothing donation boxes. Well, if I have nothing to do, I will go there to guard others to donate clothes. I will ask them to ask. Yes? Song Huching sighed, carefully said, sisters, not we look down on people just your conditions are so. This university is not must go. You say? Why can't I go to college? Just because I'm a girl? Yun Ning said with some annoyance. Should I just be like the people in our village, marrying someone when I reach 18 and giving them a child? You can work in a factory, can't you? Song Huching snapped. I went into the factory to work. How can my brother get a wife? Yun Ning wiped her tears and said, they sold me to the bachelor in the same village and asked for $50,000. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't be able to get out now. Hey, Song Huching was quite curious. You just got your hands on 30,000, but people want 50,000. How did you get this money? Yun Ning was so angry that she was shaking. Are you out of your mind? I work 3 jobs a day. Can't I save a little for myself? Otherwise, what about my tuition? What about my living expenses? If she hadn't been able to beat this guy, she would have had to punch him in the face. Well, that too, Song Huching suddenly realized. But I still have a small problem. You say. Yun Ning gritted his teeth. That is, if you go to college, you always have to pay your first year's tuition, right? Song Huching was quite curious. How did you get that first year's tuition? Part-time job. Yun Ning laughed bitterly. After I finished the college entrance examination, I followed my sister from the same village to go to the factory, to work 16 hours a day, and I earned $13,649 in 2 months. Ooh, earning quite a bit. Song Huching complimented. Are you done asking? Yun Ning sneered. Take me back after asking. I'm sore and tired now. Why don't I give you $2,000 and you go find a friend to deal with for one night? If you can't, it's okay to find a convenience store to stay. Before Song Huching could finish her sentence, her hand was grabbed by Yun Ning and reached into her clothes. If I yell molestation now, we'll both have a place to stay. No, sis, calm down. It's not a good idea to play like this, or we'll be in the newspaper tomorrow, or the society section. Song Huching's forehead was sweating. Then will you take me back or not? Yun Ning said in a hateful voice. Bring, but you have to ask me to take my hand out, right? I have to call out for a car, Song Huching said with a bitter face. Poof. Yun Ning grabbed his hand with his right hand and didn't let go, and waved it with his left hand. A cab steadily stopped in front of the two, and after the master driver rolled down the window, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw the two in this state. Dude, there's no need for a cab, right? There's a hotel right behind you guys. Yun Ning immediately blushed, but she still pulled Song Huching's hand and wouldn't let go. Song Huching fell face not red heart not jump said, just now my hand was injured. She gave me a look at. Master, Lin Changfu to go not? Well, the proconsul house? The cab master shot him a rather odd look, but smiled. Go on, get in. Hey, Song Huching led Yun Ning to the car. Little brother is not bad Lin Chang house almost gathers the richest people in our entire Lin city. The cab master joked. The houses there, the cheapest one flat has to be $70,000 to $80,000, right? Well, Yun Ning instantly looked at Song Huching with a face full of dismay. I don't know. The house my parents left behind. Song Huching laughed softly. This thing is just needed for us, expensive or not. Anyway, it will not be sold. No, that's. The cab master responded and then didn't say another word. Are you kidding me? A $70,000 to $80,000 house and you're telling me it's in demand? Just your grandma's ass. This guy is 80% pretending. Living in Lin Changfu's not even have a car? 20 minutes or less. Song Huching and Yun Ning came down. The cab master didn't leave either, but just sat there smoking, quietly watching the two. Yun Ning's feet hurt a little after taking 2 steps, so she couldn't help but reach out and pull him back. You slow down. Gotta. Song Huching sighed, and after taking 2 steps, he was surprised. Why do you say? I don't let the cab drive the car in? Well, Yun Ning also froze. Can cabs go in? Hey, it's useless to ask you. After skimming his lips, Song Huching walked over to the security booth. Wu Xingxing immediately walked out with Xiaoli, his face full of concern. Mr. Song, what's going on? Nothing, my car broke down, so I took a taxi back. Song Huching took out a cigarette and dispersed a circle. That is, our neighborhood cab can go in? No way. Wu Xingxing shook his head and said, Xiaoli went to bring the sightseeing car over to send Mr. Song and this lady back. And by the way, let Xiao Wang call over the doctors in the district. Hey, Li responded and then rushed to the security booth. Well, the neighborhood configuration is good. There are actually sightseeing buses and doctors. After Song Huching sighed, he whispered, Old Wu, how much does a flat cost for a house in our neighborhood now? If we go by the market price, your set should be around $300,000, but there's a market without a price, and I haven't seen any owners sell the house here. Wu Xingxing shook his head. Well, is it? Song Huching was non-committal and curious. What about our property fees? 30 per square. 30? That expensive? 31 months. Wu Xingxing laughed bitterly. He always felt that Song Huching was either playing a trick on him or he was the young master of one of the big families, and he was actually still obsessing about the property fee after this house was bought. Song Huching was truly a bit shocked. If 31 square feet a month, his house is over 400 for a single floor, and the top is a gift, so that's over $10,000 a month? He suddenly felt that it was only right to have a doctor in this neighborhood with a tour bus, otherwise who would be happy to pay such an expensive property fee? Mr. Song, the car is here. Wu Xingxing said softly, please assist this lady to get on the car. Dr. Chen is also on his way. Good. After patting his shoulder, Song Huching led Yun Ning onto the sightseeing bus. Yun Ning was still in a state of confusion at this point. This guy's house. $300, 000 a square foot? It wasn't that she didn't believe it, she simply couldn't. The cab driver parked on the opposite side of the road was also dismayed. What is this situation? What's going on here? Anyone can enter the Lin Chang mansion now? Chapter 53, Ning Yating, she's playing with fire. I don't dare to. Building 49. Yun Ning sat in the living room looking at the decor of the house and was quite uneasy. She was even afraid that she had soiled the expensive sofa. And in front of her, a female doctor in her late 40s was looking at her feet. Mr. Song, it's nothing serious. It's just a wrench. I'll just help her straighten it out. Okay, please trouble Dr. Chen. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Part of the job. After Dr. Chen let out a laugh. He then pinched Yun Ning's small foot and twisted it slightly. Ouch. Yun Ning's eyes widened when he shouted. Her feet actually did stop hurting. Okay, Dr. Chen took off his gloves and put them into the medical box, and instructed, it doesn't matter if you walk normally, but don't do any strenuous exercise. Nurture for a couple of days and you'll be fine. Hey, thanks doc. Yun Ning nodded his head hastily. By the way, Dr. Chen, what about the medical expenses? Song Huching laughed lightly. It will be deducted from your prepaid property fee at that time. Dr. Chen smiled. The bill will be sent to your phone later. I see that Mr. Song's family hasn't hired housekeeping for the time being, and we have a cooking aunt at the property office. We can help you with 3 meals a day and cleaning, and if you need anything, just press button 1 directly from the landline, and our company will try to arrange it for you. Okay, thanks. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Farewell then. Dr. Chen smiled before turning to leave. Song Huching didn't have the pretense to get up to see her off, but just yawned and looked out the window. I don't know if Xiao Yuan, that girl in Jiang County, is used to, so big sun, don't sunburn into a little black girl is good. He was thinking about his mind when suddenly a fragrant breeze brushed by his side. Mr. Song? Well, Song Huching glanced sideways and was met with Yun Ning's slightly reddened pretty face. What shall I call you? Didn't you just yell? What else do you need to call out? Song Huching laughed and scolded. I should at least know your name, right? Yun Ning whispered. You saved me and are my debtor. I don't even know your name. That would be too much. Song Huching. Which 3 words? Song of the Song Dynasty, Crane of the Burning Harp, and Ching of the White Clothes. Song Huching laughed lightly. You don't have to repay me for anything. I almost ran you over. It's only right to compensate you for some money. It's different. It was me who crashed into your car. Yun Ning said with a straight face. Cut the crap. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Sister, you don't want to rely on me, right? I told you. I can be married and have children. Yun Ning instantly turned red. Am I that kind of woman in your eyes? What kind of woman? Song Huching pointed out the window. Not only women, men are the same. All want to live a good life. This is human common sense only. You now get into this. Even a place to live cannot be mixed up, but also talk about what such and such? Yun Ning pursed her lips and spoke only after a long time. I'll work for you, right? I'll be a nanny for you. Laundry and cooking with the kids can Give me $2,000 a month. I just need $200 in cash, and the rest is payback to you. Well, what do you need $200 for? Song Huching was surprised. Yun Ning almost didn't explode with anger. Why was this person so curious? And was he brainless? Being a woman yourself, you have to ask for money those days of the month, don't you? Not convenient to say? Song Huching laughed. Buy tampons, do you hear me? Yun Ning wiped her eyes, but the tears grew more and more. Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. No other meaning, just simply curious. To ask, if you feel offended by you, I apologize with you. It's normal that a rich kid like you wouldn't understand how someone like me really lives. Yunin wiped her tears with her shirt. That said, if you don't feel offended, then I'm kinda curious. Ning Yating can earn $5,000 a month. There's no reason why you can't. Song Huching joked. You hang a few more kaiju like Zhang Shuai. With your looks, earning tens of thousands of dollars a month won't be a problem, right? Ning Yating, she's playing with fire. I wouldn't dare. Yun Ning took a deep breath and said, rich people aren't little cuties either, especially the kind of vanity like Zhang Yang, who definitely has thoughts about Ning Yating. The more Ning Yating comes into contact with him, the more dangerous it is actually. If one day, Zhang Yang waits for her to let her guard down and does something to her, that would be a scream. Hey, Song Huching looked at her in surprise. I can't imagine that you can still see this clearly. You're quite smart. I was the top student in our senior high school. Yun Ning said with a red face. Provincial scholar? Song Huching stood in awe. City scholar. Is provincial scholar that good? Yun Ning snapped. The city scholar is also good. According to reason. To the above, and the school should have given you money to. Song Huching was surprised. How could you not even mix the tuition? The city made up $200. 000 and the school gave $100. 000. Yun Ning sighed. But do you think that the money will fall into my hands? What were your parents thinking? Song Huching laughed bitterly. There is such a promising daughter like you. Should go all out to provide you with education is right. How do they still think of selling you? Because I picked it up. Yun Ning said word by word. I was lost by my parents since I was a child. My parents didn't have any children at that time, so they picked me up. But then they gave me 2 sisters and 2 brothers, still quite capable of giving birth. Song Huching sighed. Their family, I'm the outsider. Yun Ning said, and then reddened her eyes. I used $50,000 to buy my account. Now my account is in the school. Okay. Song Huching sighed before lighting a cigarette. Why did you go on a takeout run? Yun Ning couldn't help but speak up. The money you earn from running takeout in a month isn't even enough for the property fee, right? What do you know? This guy's not allowed to go to work, is he? Song Huching blanked her. Every day nested in the home. The class is not on. That, and what is the difference between rice worms? Besides, work does not distinguish between noble and lowly. Little comrade, your thinking can't be trusted. Humph. You think I don't know people like you? Yun Ning despised. It's nothing more than borrowing the name of delivery and hooking up with girls everywhere. Yeah? Then you're so pretty. Do you see me hooking up with you? Song Huching skimmed his lips. You don't think that every human man thinks by his lower body. At least I'm not. He thought for a moment that he was being too absolute and added. At least I'm not right now. Yes? Will you give me $3,000 a month while I'm with you? How many? Cough cough. Song Huching choked on the smoke and kept coughing. Yun Ning hesitated, but reached out to pat his back to smooth his breath. Chapter 54. Good night, mother *******. 3,000. I only need $3,000 a month. Yun Ning said with a red face. If I graduate from college and can go out to work, then I don't want your money. I will support myself. No, what do you figure? Song Huching pointed at himself and said, figure I'm older? Figure I don't bathe? How old are you? Yun Ning said with a straight face. 40. Song Huching said in a serious manner. Poof. Yun Ning grunted coldly and lifted the copies of the real estate license and ID card lying on the coffee table. Do you really think I'm a little cutie? Is that so? You're only 28 years old. Only 28? Song Huching snatched the document and stuffed it into the drawer before scolding with a smile. Girl, what's your gun? 21. Yun Ning slightly put her head aside. You are also just 7 years older than me. My parents introduced me. Already 36. You're still not married to someone? After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he stretched out. Don't bull. Tomorrow at dawn. You go away. We don't know anyone. Are you looking down on me? Yun Ning said in a deep voice. I won't even look at you. What do you mean by looking down? Song Huching bristled. You. Yun Ning was instantly furious and glared at him fiercely. Take an early break. After Song Huching yawned, he walked towards the upper floor, but just as he went up the stairs, he retreated back. By the way, this weather isn't too cold. It's not a problem for you to sleep on the sofa, right? Roll. Yun Ning picked up the pillow and threw it hard. This guy is so insulting. Good night. Not. Makabaka. As soon as Song Huching's words fell, another pillow slammed over. He darted toward the stairs. Yun Ning huffed and puffed at the stairway, and then looked sideways at the landline on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the one key. She said a few words, hung up the phone, then got up and opened the glass door of the pool, sat down by the pool, looked at the brightly lit Lin Chang, stunned and a little lost in thought. I don't know how much time has passed. The doorbell rang. Yun Ning hurriedly opened the door, only to find that there was no one outside the house anymore, just a small bag on the floor. After carefully placing the bag on the side of the pool, she looked around for a moment, before stripping off her clothes with a red face and jumping into the pool. Late night. Song Huching was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt someone wrapping their arms around him. He subconsciously reached out and rolled his hand over to cradle the man in his arms. Only after he sniffed gently, he felt something was wrong and hastily opened his eyes. But what came into view was a small, flowery face, and a cell phone held high in her white lotus root arm. Asterisk 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 fairy jumping. Ha! Song Huching was so alarmed that he quickly turned on the table lamp, but he was even more dismayed when the table lamp was turned on. Why are you stripped like that? He let out an angry cry and hurriedly wrapped Yun Ning in the air-conditioned quilt. Inwardly, he sighed. The girl's body was too foul. 200 a month I will give you laundry and cook and bring the child until I graduate. If after graduation, you still want me to continue to do it, then I will continue to do it. Yun Ning squarely said. You threatened me? Song Huching said angrily. If 200 is too much, it is okay to give 100, but you have to charge me $50 for the bus card. Yun Ning looked away and whispered. You're too far away here. You have to cross the Linjiang Bridge. $50 bus passes? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. Even in his 2 lives, this was the first time he had ever heard such an outrageous request. I go to class in the morning. I am afraid that I can't catch up. I can walk back by myself at night. Yun Ning lowered her head and said. Song Huching looked at her in a daze for a long time before saying, you put your clothes on, and we'll both talk. After he finished, he grabbed the air-conditioned quilt and wrapped it around himself. After all, he wasn't wearing much himself. Yikes! Yun Ning immediately covered her chest with both hands and looked at him with a red face. This guy, he must have done it on purpose. Terrace. Song Huching brewed 2 cups of instant coffee and set one in front of her. Yun Ning just wanted to pick it up and take a sip, but he stopped him. Boiling water. Slow down. Well. Yun Ning sniffed and immediately put the cup down. What the hell do you want? Song Huching rubbed his temples. Seriously, with your posture. Monthly income of 100. 000 is not too much. Pestering me a takeaway to do what? The money I owe you. I can't pay it back for a while. Maybe not for a long time. So I can't think of any other way. Yun Ning said seriously. And if I follow you, I'll have a place to stay and won't have to worry about 3 meals a day. I said, on your terms. I'm not that kind of woman. Yun Ning roared angrily, causing Song Huching to tremble in fear and almost spilling his coffee. He looked at her with rather odd eyes as he fumbled to put the coffee away. I don't want to suffer anymore, but I also don't want to be that kind of woman. Yun Ning howled. I can see that you really dislike me and have little interest in me. So, Song Huching carefully said. So? What so? Yun Ning froze. So, what was that you just did? Song Huching gestured. That is, what ran into my bed. He was a little confused by the other man's logic. The fact that you can't see me either means that you have a very high vision or that you are a decent person. Yun Ning wiped a handful of tears and said, but either way, you're a reliable person. What if I like men? Song Huching suddenly said. Ha! Yun Ning shrank back in horror, but did not know what she remembered, and said with a red face, if you like men, then I will help you correct it. This guy even has a daughter and he's talking about liking men. What an asshole. Song Huching didn't say anything, just looked at her seriously. This girl was at least 1.70 meters in height, with a very delicate look, white skin that blew, especially the long legs and the small waist that was in a firm grip, as well as the huge fruit. Seriously, Su Qing had to give her a pass when she saw her. This is not the most special. The most special is the girl next door temperament on her body. If placed in the previous world, without 100,000 a month really cannot go down. At least, that's how he valued it himself. When Yun Ning saw him looking at her, she first shrunk back before gritting her teeth and pushing her chest forward. Don't worry, a family like yours will certainly not let you marry me. If your future wife thinks I'm not suitable here, I'll live outside. If you can keep her from finding out about our relationship, I'll live here and babysit for you as well. Okay. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Well, what does okay mean? Yun Ning looked at him with slight consternation. Chapter 55. Why don't we just forget about it? You take care of the children for me and clean the house. I will give you 5,000 a month. Song Hutching seriously said. $5,000. As for the money you pay me back, now is not urgent. After you graduate from college and find a job, you can slowly pay me back. Yun Ning looked at him in a daze for a long time before she lowered her head and said, why are you so good to me? You call that ing good? Song Hutching was filled with contempt. This girl didn't seem to have eaten any good pork. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yun Ning couldn't help but blush and say, do you have a girlfriend now? Yes. Song Hutching smirked, and there is more than one, so you better stay away from me. That's not much more than me. Yun Ning laughed bitterly. I knew that there must be a lot of women around the side of a person like you, so finding me is really the same as finding someone else. Why don't I introduce you to a boss who? Snap. Before Song Hutching could finish his sentence, he received a hard slap. You don't think you can insult me like that just because you give me money? Yun Ning angrily said, I am a person. I am not a cargo, much less a gift you give to others. Well, is that what I mean? Song Hutching was quite aggravated. I don't care if you mean that. If I hear you want me to find someone else again, I will fight you, and if I can't beat you, I'll jump from here. Yun Ning gritted her teeth. Well, am I a jumping mecha? Song Hutching looked at her rather depressed. How is it that once on the roof of this building, Su Qing also said she wanted to jump down, and this Yun Ning also wanted to jump down? Poof. Yun Ning sneered, picked up the coffee and drank it in one go, then got up and walked towards the stairs. Song Hutching looked at her back and sighed slightly. He didn't feel like the girl was interested in either money or people, and he was a little confused as to what she really wanted. It's night. Song Hutching had just fallen asleep when he suddenly felt wrapped in someone's arms again. After he opened his eyes, he said rather helplessly, Sister, why are you here again? What if you don't definitely give me a paycheck? Yun Ning said with a red face. No, listen to me. Well, Song Hutching had only gotten halfway through his sentence when his mouth was gagged, a cherry flavor that covered the mouth. But he was too late to enjoy it at this point. After all, the other man had bitten his tongue raw. Having no choice but to reach around her, he began to teach her proper kissing techniques. A good half hour, the two separated. Song Hutching was about to say something, but his head was covered by the air-conditioned quilt. The next day, early morning, when Song Hutching woke up, the sky was already bright. He hurriedly opened his cell phone and found that the group chat of the Lincheng takeaway group had exploded. Almost all of them are asking him how things really went yesterday. Yesterday? Song Hutching jolted awake and pulled back the sheet to look at it. The blinding blush on the sheets made him laugh bitterly. What the is this called? He leaned over the bed and smoked a cigarette for a long time. At this point, the door to the room was pushed open. You get up. I'm going to change the sheets, Yun Ning said with a small face. No, change what sheets? Song Hutching was surprised. If your girlfriend sees you, you're dead. Yun Ning lowered her head and said, don't hurry to get up. I still have classes in the afternoon. I have to go to school. The meal is ready. Downstairs, you go to eat it. After she finished speaking, she saw that Song Hutching still hadn't moved and couldn't help but reach out to pull him up. But after seeing Song Hutching's state, he took 2 more steps back, his face reddening. I said, shall we talk? Song Hutching laughed bitterly. No chit-chat. Anyway, I'll keep what I promised you, and you'll keep what you promised me. Yunin tilted her head to the side. Then you have to tell me what you figure, right? Song Hutching sighed. Yun Ning opened her mouth, then looked out the window. I think that as long as after we are like that, you will not drive me away again. On what basis? Because you hit me. You didn't just walk away, and you were willing to pay my debt. Yun Ning lightly bit her thin lips and said, the most important thing is that you beat up Baldhead and the others, and you gave them back their medical bills. That shows that you are actually very reasonable. What the hell kind of logic is that? Song Hutching was filled with speechlessness. He always felt that this girl wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't have much proof. Hurry up. Yunin reached out and pulled him up before pushing towards the bathroom. After giving her a look, Song Hutching turned on the water and started to bathe. Just by the time he finished washing and came out, his clothes were already laid out on the bed, from his underwear to his socks, to his black night vest, neatly arranged. This girl, she really thinks she's a babysitter. He let out a laugh before starting to get dressed. First floor. Yun Ning was currently propping up her chin, looking at the meal on the table, slightly lost in thought. What's on your mind? Well, Yun Ning raised her head and was facing Song Hutching's eyes, and could not help but look away with a red face. Hurry up and eat. By the way, I don't want this year's salary. I let someone send me a cell phone yesterday. When she finished, she set her cell phone on the table. Ooh, apples? Song Hutching was quite surprised. Who sent you? Why also send this cell phone? Can send me one? Ha? Yun Ning looked at him in surprise, then pointed to the cordless phone next to the coffee table and whispered, I just called the property yesterday and asked them to send me a cell phone and they sent this. Asterisk 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 and a cell phone on the property? Song Huching immediately became excited. If that's the case, can't he go ahead and claim one as well? He was mulling it over when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Mr. Song, yesterday you spent a total of $15,800 whole dollars. It will be deducted from the property fee. Your current balance is $984,200. What's wrong? Yun Ning wondered. Damn it, this cell phone is deducted from my money. Song Huching said sadly. So, that's why I said I don't want my salary this year. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. I also didn't expect that they would actually give me this cell phone. A 10,000 plus cell phone was something she had never dreamed of. Her heart was bleeding after she checked the price herself this morning. She would have hated to return her phone if it didn't have pictures on it. Forget it. After Song Huching sighed, he shook his cell phone and said, let's add a flyer. Good. Yun Ning turned on her cell phone with a red face. After the two exchanged flyers, suddenly the phone vibrated. FMS arrived at $100,000. Yun Ning looked at him in surprise. What do you mean by this? That's right, why don't we just forget about it? Song Huching immediately covered his face with both hands after he finished speaking. Sure enough, snap. Yun Ning raised her hand and gave him a resounding slap. Chapter 56, Worthy is my car. Song Huching, I don't want to hear this a second time. Yun Ning gritted her teeth. Hey, don't say it. Can't I just not say it? Song Huching hurriedly said. Poof. Yun Ning pursed her lips and said, what time do you get off work in the evening? I prepare dinner. Let's fly in when the time comes. Song Huching said bitterly. I don't know what time I get off work. In the takeaway business, it would be too harsh to say what time you have to leave work. Then I'll meet you at home after work and you'll give me the password to the house. Yun Ning lowered her head and began to eat. I'll send it to you. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and sent a string of passwords over. Yun Ning glanced at it, then returned a receipt and continued eating. Song Huching looked at the simple 3 dishes and 1 soup and couldn't help but sigh slightly. He couldn't figure out what the girl was after for a long time. After all those reasons she gave were far-fetched. After lunch, Yun Ning cleared the table, and when she was ready to go out, she saw that Song Huching, who was sitting on the sofa, had also stood up, and couldn't help but feel warm inside. Is this guy waiting for her? Come on, I'll take you to school. Aha! Yun Ning followed him out the door after he answered with a lowered head. It was only after she had gone out and pressed the house code once more that she was relieved to see the front door open. No, sister, where is the trust between us? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Trust? The first time you wanted to give me away. The second time you wanted to send me away with money. Do you deserve my trust? Yun Ning said in a deep voice. Well, it's true that I'm not to be trusted. Song Huching sighed before walking into the elevator. Yun Ning looked at his back and the corner of her mouth grinned slightly, then immediately resumed that cold look. Only when she followed Song Huching to the parking lot, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Is this guy so rich? Although she did not recognize all the cars, but the Porsche logo she still recognized. Such a sports car, must not be a few million? Get in the car. After Song Huching greeted him, he saw Yun Ning standing there somewhat at a loss for words, and couldn't help but slap his head. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to open the door of this car when I first saw it. After he finished, he reached down and pulled the scissor door open for her. You don't have a word of truth. Yun Ning pouted and sat in. Only she didn't dare move a muscle. Didn't even dare touch the door handle for fear of breaking the car. Song Huching couldn't help but be dumbfounded and couldn't help but lean over and come over. Yun Ning immediately clenched her fists nervously, then closed her eyes tightly while her cherry mouth was slightly half open. Click! A crunch made her open her eyes. Well, what are you doing? Not feeling well? Song Huching was surprised. No. Yun Ning was instantly disgraced and glared at him fiercely. No, you didn't think I was going to kiss you, did you? Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Yun Ning came over, hugged his head, and kissed him fiercely. Drive. This time it was Song Huching who couldn't get back. Only he didn't realize that Yun Ning's hands were trembling slightly. Boom! A car hissed. The Porsche sprinted out, and Yun Ning was slightly lost in thought as she looked out the window at the scenery that swept by. Take care, Mr. Song. A security guard stood at the sentry station and saluted him. Song Huching opened the window and threw a cigarette over before stepping on the gas and speeding away. Lincoln University. Holy, that's a cool car, isn't it? My dream car. This is a concept car, right? Countless students stopped in their tracks as they looked at the silver Porsche. This scene, on the contrary, made Yun Ning blush. How about I send you outside the school and you walk back? Song Huching laughed lightly. No, I'm going to be late. After Yun Ning answered with a stern face, she took a deep breath and pulled open the car door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yun Ning my youth is over. Buried today. I fell out of love. Really? Countless boys let out wails, while many girls threw over looks of both envy and contempt. Yun-ning stepped out of the car and hesitated for a moment before finally waving at Song Huching, which led her towards the school building. Only when she was halfway there, she couldn't help but look back. At this point, in front of the Porsche already stood two young and beautiful girls, only to see them standing in front of the driver's side, full of smiles, saying something. Yun-ning gritted his teeth and turned back. After glancing at the beautiful woman who was about to leave a phone call for Song Huching, he said in a deep voice, "Don't you still have to work? What are you still doing here?" "Well, I'll be going in a minute." After Song Huching let out a laugh, he waved at the two beauties, then rolled up the car window and sped away. "Humph, what are you so proud of? It's just a big shot, isn't it?" "That's not true. I used to think how innocent she was." The two beauties sneered one by one. Yun-ning, however, walked expressionlessly towards the school building without even glancing at them. The two men could not help but become even more angry at the sight. Song Huching drove his car to the place where he had a snack yesterday and was planning to find someone to tow his car away, but when he got out of the car, he was dumbfounded. "Worthy is my car?" he cried out in grief, startling a number of passers-by. Someone wanted to start cursing, but after seeing the Porsche on his side, they immediately swallowed their words. "Brothers, the guy I eat with has been stolen." Old 6. "What the hell? That Yunin is a karma waste? Lao Wu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What comprehension skills do you have? Xiao Song, was it cut all the way through?" Old Sheen. Asterisk 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 I'm talking about my electric car being gone. Where do you guys think? Old 6. "Ha, the electric car is gone? Hurry up and call the police." Lao Zhou. Yeah, hurry up and call the police." Old Wood. "Still there from yesterday? Do you want me to come and take a look?" Old Sheen. "Forget it, I'll call the police. You guys don't come, there's no point in coming." Old 6. After Song Huching exited Flying News, he bitterly called the police. An hour or so later, he walked out of the police station with a return receipt, but the police officers who took statements looked at him with a strange look, a kind of "are you here to amuse me" feeling. After all, driving a Porsche of more than $10 million, said his electric car was stolen is already very ridiculous, but also said that he is a deliveryman. That is even more ridiculous. What makes him more depressed is that there is surveillance at the late-night snack stand, but his electric car is parked in the dead center of the surveillance. Song Huching is quite depressed to drive the car back to the Lin Chung house. Originally intended to get off the car to go home to rest, but he thought about it, felt that halfway is not his style, so he took a car to go to the Bangshi Tinglan. After straddling the Apulia, which was already a bit rusty and gray, he sped to the South County Hotel. Old Sun here not only provides food, but also equipment. Chapter 57, Good Faith Lies? I go. Xiao Song, you really from that female president? Ah, Old Sun looked at the handsome Apulia and was quite surprised. From A, my car was stolen. It was borrowed from a friend. Song Huching said bitterly, hurry up, get a Black Knight takeout box. I am waiting to start. Not, you riding a motorcycle of more than 100,000 yuan for delivery? Old Sun said with odd eyes, can you run out of gas money and maintenance costs? Stop ing around. Song Huching helplessly said, I borrowed to run for 2 days. When I get my car back, I will ride an electric car. Old Sun didn't say anything, but just looked like I believe you. I'm your grandson. Come on, count me in for nothing. I'll get it somewhere else. After Song Huching blankly glanced at him, he straddled the Apulia and was ready to leave, but was pulled back by Old Sun. Don't go away. You're really running takeout with this? Hands off. I'll have it ready for you in a minute. After Old Sun dropped a sentence, he ran back to the house to get 2 Black Knight takeout suits and a takeout box, and very skillfully loaded them for Song Huching. That's right. Song Huching sighed before handing him a cigarette. How much? Together 80. You give 60, forget it. The car was stolen. The loss is not small. Old Sun sighed. Come on, you have to feed your family too, don't you? Song Huching swept up the 80 before straddling the Apulia. Let's go. Waiting to get started. Just wait. Old Sun shouted. Anything else? Song Huching looked at him sideways. I'm fine, but, you seem to be not. Old Sun pointed to the Mercedes-Benz business parked not far away. Song Huching had just turned around when he saw Sumei, dressed in a gray professional suit, slowly walking towards him. Today Sumei's face was slightly powdered, her hair was slightly coiled up, revealing a slender neck, and a small heart-shaped pendant hung around her neck, dropping down to her snow-white chest. The slender thighs were covered with black stockings and matched with a pair of black-faced, red-soled high-heeled shoes, and the whole thing looked as delicate as it could be. Sue, what Sue? Sumei split her head and face as a rebuke. I call you, do not pick up. Send Flying News also do not return. Song Huching, What do you mean? Well, I didn't go back home 2 days ago. Song Hutching snapped. Back home? Sume frowned and said, where is your hometown? What's your parents' phone number? Puffing, old son couldn't help but laugh. Song Hutching also had an odd look on his face. Sume then realized that there was a problem with her question, and could not help but blush with a pretty face and said, I'm just trying to prove the truth in your words. I have no reason to lie to you, no? Song Hutching said with a bitter face. Mr. Sue, let's just say what's going on. I'm still waiting to start work here. I have a reception I would like you to accompany me to. Sume positively said, this evening at 9:30. You accompany me to go with me, as my assistant and interpreter, and the wages will be given to you according to what we agreed. No, I have this car. Before Song Hutching could finish his sentence, he saw her wave her hand. From the passenger side of the business seat immediately came a young lad who, without saying a word, bowed deeply to himself. Mr. Song, my name is Fong Jia. I will drive the car to the indicated location for you. Well, Song Hutching and Old Son looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This ING comes with a driver, and a motorized driver at that? When Sume saw Song Hutching not moving, she immediately reached out and pulled him down from the Apulia, then ordered, Fong Jie, you park the car downstairs at the company. Yes, Mr. Su. After Fong Jie answered, he immediately took the helmet in Song Hutching's hand and placed it in the takeout box, while he himself took a helmet from his backpack and put it on before speeding off. Follow me. Sume pulled Song Hutching towards the business car. No, I haven't promised you yet, Song Hutching said helplessly. I have something to do in the evening. My daughter. I'll send someone to pick her up at the nursery later. This reception is important to me. After Sume said that, she pushed him into the car and followed herself. Old Son looked at the business car that sped away, could not help but smack his lips. What in the world is this kid? You can't really tell if he's a rich kid, eating a $12 covered dish and drinking a $3 Coke. But you say he's not a second-generation rich guy, right? He rides a motorcycle of more than 100,000 yuan, and the girls around him are all better looking than each other. Can't read it. Business car. What kindergarten is your daughter in? What time does school end? Sume said softly. She went back to my hometown. Song Hutching snapped. My parents are taking her, so I don't need to pick her up for now. You lied to me again? Sume stared up at once. No, this is a kind lie. A kind lie. Song Hutching said with a red old face. You said I'm married and a rich woman, and that's a good lie? Sume said through clenched silver teeth. Song Hutching immediately lowered his head in shame. Poof. When Sume saw this, her face slowed down a little. Neither spoke again, and the business car slowly pulled into the State Tower. Are we returning to the company? Song Hutching couldn't help but speak. No, I'm taking you to get some clothes. Sume gave him a blank look and said, all the dignified people in Linchang will come at night. You can't go in this outfit, can you? Okay. Song Hutching sighed. He wasn't too used to suits anymore. Instead he felt that jeans and a white t-shirt suited his style better. After all, when a suit came to his door, he was either selling insurance or selling insurance. The elevator stopped at the 9th floor of the ITC building. It was only then that Song Hutching realized that there was a big store here, and it sold almost all the big international brands. Sume stepped forward with her high heels for a few steps, and after realizing that he didn't follow, she hesitated for a moment and finally took his hand with a red face. Well, what are you doing? The first time to come to this kind of place. Is a little nervous, but these salesmen are snobbish to snobbish, but will not explicitly bully people. You don't worry, Sume said softly. Song Hutching burst into tears. He was tempted to say to Sume that he used to have his clothes made by a tailor who came to his home to take his measurements, and as for other luxuries, people sent him pamphlets on a quarterly basis. But all this was said to no purpose except to add to his own sorrow. The two just held hands and walked through the mall. Song Hutching tried to pull his hand out several times, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by Sume. That is, until they entered a rather low-key store with no logo in it, not even a name. Is Mr. Su this the one? A short old man approached, and he wore white cuffs on his hands. Song Hutching didn't even need to think about it. This person was 80% an old tailor. Tailor? He immediately looked at Sume with an odd expression on his face. What does this girl want? Chapter 58. I hate people who pretend to be poor and cheat girls the most. This is Master Guan, the most famous tailor in our Lin city. Sume introduced. Not a dare, not a dare. The old tailor humbly said. It is just an old tailor who relies on his craft to eat. Mr. Song is a talented man, but it is a good match for Mr. Su. Well, Song Hutching looked sideways at Sume. What did you say to the tailor? Sume's pretty face reddened, and she said with a stern face, Master Guan, measure him. He is about the same stature as my father, but he is a little taller and thinner. More than that. Master Guan shook his head. His arms are a bit longer and his waist is much shorter than your father's. The proportions are not the same thing at all. Yes? Su-mei did not comment, walked forward 2 steps, looked at Song Huching and said, "How do I feel? You are much taller than the last time I saw you? Perhaps some days of not seeing you have made my image even more magnificent in your mind." Song Huching sighed, puffing. Master Guan couldn't help but laugh. The boy is a delight. Su-mei, however, blankly glanced at him, and then she stood at his side and began to select the material. "I say, Master Guan, it's too late to make clothes now, isn't it?" Song Huching laughed. "It's definitely too late now." Master Guan shook his head and said, "But tonight's investment meeting specifications are not too high. Where 2 decent ready-made clothes to go to also become. Right, leather wallet, tie clip as well as cufflinks are in my match." He was looking at Su-mei when he said this latter sentence. "No, I bought all these things." Su-mei shook her head. "Looks like it's too low class for me." After making a joke, Master Guan recorded Song Huching's figure data and then waved his hand at the apprentice. The apprentice immediately understood and came pushing a large coat rack. The racks were lined with all kinds of suits, long, wide and short. Su-mei immediately stepped forward and after looking at Song Huching, she took a blue and gray suit before taking 2 coats. "No, sis, it's summer, there's no need to take a coat," Song Huching said helplessly. "And for the investment meeting, if you're just going to get along, you can dress casually." Su-mei and Master Guan both looked at him in surprise. Song Huching, however, ignored them and just reached for a shirt and another thin silver suit. "Little master, a pair of brown leather shoes with laces." "Okay, Mr. Song." The apprentice immediately went to the other side, pushing a shoe rack along. Song Huching went up and looked around for a while, and after choosing a pair of leather shoes, he walked towards the fitting room. "This Mr. Song doesn't look like what you said." Master Guan lit a cigarette. "Didn't you say you don't allow smoking in your store?" Su-mei bristled. "I'm the boss. I call the shots, don't I?" Master Guan laughed softly. "I now somewhat understand why he is avoiding you." "Why?" Seeing that the topic couldn't be diverted, Su-mei couldn't help but get serious. "He can't see you," Master Guan half-truthfully said. "From the time he entered my store until now, he did not have a trace of trepidation and surprise in his eyes. Even when you were choosing clothes for him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Indicates that he has a disdain for your taste and even thinks you don't know how to dress for business." "I don't understand?" Su-mei's eyes widened. She took over her family's business right out of college, and in less than 8 years, the company's performance has doubled several times. You have an eye for people, but it's still almost interesting," Master Guan joked. "The clothes that Xiao Qiu launched just now, the set, that Mr. Song took is not the most expensive, but the fabric is the best and the most suitable for him. He understands this?" Su-mei was a little unconvinced. "At least more than you know." Master Guan shut his mouth after he said that, because Song Huching had already come out, and at that moment he was wearing a silver-gray suit, the collar of his shirt slightly open, and the length of his pants was just long enough to cover his shoelaces, but not a minute too long. Clothes set off the person and the person matches the clothes. It made his whole person look especially slender, especially those long legs, making Su-mei have to move her eyes. If there has to be a downside, it's the lack of a good belt. Snap! Master Guan snapped his fingers. Xiao Qiu immediately understood and pushed a cart over. Push carts are all belts. Each one is particularly beautiful and very textured. More importantly, the logo on it, either Hermes or LV. 9. Master Guan winked at Su-mei. Su-mei blankly glanced at him, then quietly looked at Song Huching. Song Huching, however, just glanced at it carelessly before choosing a simple style belt and tying it on his body, and the number of the strip taken was none other than 9. Su-mei looked at Master Guan rather surprised. How did he guess? Mr. Song really has a good eye. This set of clothes is the best we've only had. Ready for the model to take for display. Master Guan laughed softly. And the belt we originally matched with is the one. For number 9. Yes? Song Huching shrugged and looked sideways at Su-mei. I've chosen my clothes. Where are yours? Do you want to go put on makeup and do your hair, too? Su-mei blushed and said, it's just upstairs. Let us go over there together and take a look. Okay. Song Huching nodded indifferently, looked at Master Guan and laughed softly. Your tailor store inside the material can be very expensive. If you drop a cigarette down, that can be a big loss. Ha! Master Guan couldn't help but smile. Thanks for reminding Mr. Song, but I'll be careful. Can you smoke if you're careful? Song Huching was surprised. Or else. Before Master Guan could finish his sentence, he suddenly blackened his face, only to see Song Huching also lit a cigarette, and then looked at the cufflinks in his store. Puffing, Su-mei couldn't help but laugh. This kid. Master Guan was also a bit teary-eyed. He clearly wanted to smoke himself and ended up lulling himself with words. What do you see? Su-mei came over to Song Huching's side. He's not looking at any of them. He just wants to smoke a cigarette here. Master Guan laughed and scolded. Well, how did you know? Su-mei was surprised. Because didn't you just say you bought the wallet, cufflinks, and everything? If you did, what else did you buy? It's not like this stuff can be used as food. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You have quite the understanding with Master Guan. Su-mei laughed bitterly. Silence? Song Huching and Master Guan glanced at each other with some wicked chills. I don't like men. When the two said this in unison, Su-mei burst out laughing. What I hate the most is people who pretend to be poor boys and cheat girls. Master Guan sneered. I also hate it when someone pretends to be a sissy and cheats on a girl. Song Huching bristled and reached out to fold his orchid finger back. Ha ha ha. Su-mei burst out laughing. It's funny how these two get together. Chapter 59. I'm not greedy for your money. I just like to play truth or dare. Inside a hair salon, Song Huching sat on the sofa flipping through a magazine while Su-mei blew out her hair. Mr. Su, is that your boyfriend? The barber joked. No. Su-mei's pretty face reddened, but she said with a stern face, he is my partner. Yes? The barber laughed softly. Or else, you'd better check out first or I'm afraid your partner has been hooked. Su-mei looked back and couldn't help but frown. Song Huching at this time is throwing the magazine to the side, holding a beautiful woman's hand to say something. That serious look. Do not know also thought that in the business talk. Mr. Sheen, am I really waterlogged this month? Yes, Song Huching said in a serious manner. As far as I know, Pisces is not too lucky this month. Look at you. You are quarreling with your boyfriend, right? Yes. The beauty beamed. I haven't seen anyone else for half a month. Either a meeting here or there. A man's career is his priority, isn't it? Song Huching laughed. If you have a water reversal, you still have to go out and take a walk, and spread your heart more. If you really can't, go to the beach and swim or something. Does Mr. Sheen have time? If there is time, we can go together. Go to. Song Huching was only halfway through his words when he suddenly felt his palm enveloped by a shadow. Tilting his head to look up, he was met with a pair of icy eyes. He immediately let go of the beautiful woman's hand, and said in a serious manner, I'm afraid I don't have the time this month. Okay. The pretty girl spat out her tongue before reaching out and shaking his hand. We'll make a date when we have time then. I'm going to go wash my hair. She glanced at Su-mei before sprinting away. Mr. Sheen, Su-mei sneered. When you do bad things, you like to use Chin Chu's name, don't you? No, when doing good, I also use his name. Song Huching said with a smile on his face. Poof. Su-mei grunted coldly and broke his grip. Smoothly, he crumpled the pink business card into a ball and tossed it in the trash. Mr. Su, this I have to say a few words about you. That lady's father is the president of the enterprise. We do business. More friends more road is not it? Song Huching said in a serious manner. Yes? What kind of business is Mr. Sheen in? Su-mei sneered. Where is the company address? How big is the company? Our company, that would be great. Market capitalization of tens of billions, hundreds of thousands of employees. Ouch. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, his ear was grabbed. Wait until the day you become the boss of the Black Knights. Su-mei tugged him and headed out, causing many people to snicker. 10 minutes later, Cafe Chino. Well, you also invested in the cafe? Song Huching was quite surprised. I own the store. I didn't think of what to do at first, so I opened a cafe, thinking that it would be good for me to come and sit by myself when I have time without anyone else to drink. Su-mei rambled. You can smoke here. I don't ban smoking here. Yes? Song Huching pointed to the no smoking sign on the wall with a bitter smile on his face. You can smoke, I said. Su-mei said with a straight face. Okay. Song Huching sighed and took a sip of his coffee. It tastes good. No wonder there are a lot of people in this cafe. There was just a piano there for show, but no pianist was invited over to play. You know the piano? Su-mei followed his gaze. No, I'm a delivery boy. How would I know this? Song Huching waved his hand. What's wrong with a delivery boy? Self-support is better than anything. Su-mei said softly, but, I think you should know the piano. I really wouldn't. Song Huching shook his head and lit a cigarette. How about we play a game? Su-mei squared her shoulders. Rock, paper, scissors, truth or dare. Not playing. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Now to 9 o'clock in the evening there are still a few hours. If it is really not possible, I will go to do my own thing first. We meet at 9 o'clock into it? After he finished speaking, he was just about to get up when he heard Su-mei leisurely speak. 10,000 a game. Win or lose. Well, Song Huching immediately sat back and said in a serious manner. I'm not greedy for your money, I just like to play truth or dare. Puffing, Su-mei instantly smiled and stretched out her white right hand. Rock, paper, scissors. Well, Chang, what brings you here? After Song Huching shouted, he was about to change formation, but he met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling. Tricky deduction. Su-mei laughed softly. Okay. Song Huching sighed. Truth or dare? Sume smirked. Sincerely. Song Huching leaned back in his chair. Why did you get divorced? Sume said with a straight face. Well, I'm not divorced. Song Huching bristled. Knock knock. Sume knocked on the table and said in a single word. We're playing truth or dare. I really didn't get divorced. The divorce license isn't even in my hands yet. Song Huching complained. You. Sume gave him a rather annoyed look. So how are you and your wife doing now? That's a problem, isn't it? Song Huching said carefully. Count. Sume gritted her teeth. Divorce cooling off period. She's on a business trip right now, waiting to come back to register. Song Huching shrugged. Okay, again. Rock paper scissors. Why did you divorce her? Sume asked again. It's her who wants to divorce me. She thinks I don't have much motivation and doesn't want to follow me through a hard life. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Again. Rock paper scissors. With your ability, earning money is not too difficult, right? Sume seriously said. Not to mention that you go to work as a publicist, even as a translator. You have to make tens of thousands of dollars a month, right? This is called living a hard life? I used to work in a small company, and I got about $6,000 a month, and she felt that she couldn't see a future. Song Huching said helplessly. Do you like her? Sume asked again. Hey! Song Huching shouted rather disgruntledly. 10,000 for a question. You answered directly. Sume said in a deep voice. Well, Song Huching froze for a moment, then helplessly said, she doesn't even like me. Why should I like her? Good. Sume nodded and asked again. Why did you go for delivery? Was it to escape the relationship? Would you believe me if I said no? I simply like delivering takeout? Song Huching carefully said. I believe. Sume laughed softly. Earning money is not particularly difficult for you, at least in my opinion. Thanks for understanding. Song Huching let out a long breath. You go play a song for me. I'll give you 50,000. Sume pointed to the piano. Even if you go play Two Tigers, I'll still give you 50,000. Song Huching looked at her and was silent for a long time. Say, your family doesn't make counterfeit bills, does it? Really don't treat money like money? Roll. Sume cried and laughed as she cursed. What's going on in this guy's head? Chapter 60, That May of Sume. Song Huching sat in front of the piano, staring blankly at the black and white keys. In his previous life, his parents forced him to learn for a while, but he wasn't very interested. But in the end, under the temptation of his mother saying that a boy who knows the piano is more appealing to girls, he practiced the piano for 10 years. 10 years later, practicing the piano had become a habit. He gently stroked the black and white keys, remembering his parents in that other world, and felt slightly melancholy inside. Sume sat not far away, propping her chin up and watching him. Suddenly, the sound of the piano, dreams that you can't wake up from, red under house arrest in the red line. All that's left of the excitement is the pain of exhaustion. Song Huching's clear voice resounded in the cafe, causing everyone to stop talking and stare at him with unblinking eyes. Sume sat up even straighter and listened carefully to his chant. At this point, the chorus kicks in. Whether happiness is too light to be heavy, overuse doesn't itch or hurt. Rotten red hollowed out pupils, finally hollowing out, finally having a beginning and not an end. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Sume, on the other hand, clenched her small fist slightly. This song, did this guy write it himself? 4 minutes later, the last note fell. Snap. Sume took the lead in applauding, and only then did the others wake up as if from a dream, sending applause to Song Huching. Song Huching stood up and after lighting a cigarette, he gave a curtain call salute to the crowd. It was only then that he walked over to sit across from Sume. Very nice song. What's the name of this song? Sume asked. The Red Rose. Song Huching laughed softly. Red Rose? Sume looked at him rather surprised. Yes, the May of Sume. Song Huching joked. $50,000 to listen to me play a song. More or less have to take a little real effort out, not? Make a monster. Sume gave him a blank look, got up and laughed. I'm going to the bathroom. Want paper or cigarettes? Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 Q. Sume laughed and cursed before sprinting away. Only when she exited the coffee shop, she flew to cover her chest. The Red Rose? This song, is hard to believe that he wrote it for himself? No way. Absolutely no way. She slapped her face gently, trying to calm herself down. How can that guy like himself when he sees himself and runs away? But why did he write the song? 20 minutes later, when Sume returned to the coffee shop as usual, but found that Song Huching had already disappeared, she immediately frowned, and when she saw the jacket that was resting on the stool, her eyebrows were only slightly stretched. She walked over to the bar and whispered, "Where's Mr. Song?" Just now a takeout clerk walked in to get takeout, and after greeting him, he chased him out. The clerk said bitterly, "Takeout man?" Sume froze slightly and walked briskly towards the stairwell, but before she could get closer, she heard talking inside. "Little Song, You still say you're not rich? I'm really not. It's just a temporary cameo. Song Huching looked at Old Chin with a bitter face. What the are you talking about? This outfit of yours must cost at least $1,000, right? Old Chin squinted. I don't care. Treat yourself to a midnight snack. Eat. Heck, I'm really not rich. Song Huching said helplessly. The clothes are someone else's. I'm just working for them. Part-time. Really? Old Chin was a bit unconvinced. I lied to you so you believe it, right? Song Huching skimmed his lips. Okay. Old Chin sighed. Damn. If you are a rich second generation it would be so good. After I go out also have a powerful blow, is not it? If you keep blowing awesome with me, you're going to go overtime on this order. Song Huching squinted. Asterisk. Old Chin angrily rebuked, quickly dropped his cigarette and ran out, but he did not walk 2 steps, and then turned back. Eat a snack at night. Call Lao Zhou and Lao Wuan. Got it. Song Huching laughed and cursed before dropping his cigarette as well. That's a hell of a lot of chance encounters to be friends with a delivery guy. By the time he got back to the cafe, Sume was sitting there sipping her coffee slowly and methodically. Where were you just now? Met a friend. Song Huching shrugged. Let's go back to the office. Sume got up and said, I still have a few things to take care of there. Just in time to have dinner at the company. Okay. Song Huching was indifferent. No, Mr. Su, Mr. Song. When Xiao Zhang saw the two, he immediately came up to greet them. Aha. After Su Mei answered, she reached out and tugged on Song Huching, who wanted to bull Xiao Zhang, and headed toward the office. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but spit out his tongue when he saw this. It seems better to have less contact with Mr. Song in the future. Su Mei's office is large and well lit. The furnishings, however, were simple, save for a rather stylish desk, a large bookshelf, and a large sofa set. Sit yourself down while I take care of some business. Good. After Song Huching answered, he laid down on the sofa. Seeing this, Sume couldn't help but turn up the air conditioning temperature of the office a bit, and only then did she look at the documents seriously. I don't know how much time has passed. When she raised her head, she realized that Song Huching had already fallen asleep, but the guy was so quiet when he slept that she hesitated to sneak a blanket over him. At this point, there was a knock on the office door. Sume frowned slightly, then got up and walked out. When Song Huching woke up, it was already dark outside the window. He stretched and glanced at the blanket he was wearing and couldn't help but grimace. I don't know how much perfume this thing has been sprayed with. It smells a little cloying. Before he could get out, the office door was pushed open. Sume carried a few lunchboxes and walked in. After seeing the blanket he still had on his body, she couldn't help but blush, but still pretended to be careless and said, Up, let's eat first. Good. After Song Huching answered, he was about to help set up the lunchbox. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Hey, are you coming back for dinner today? A female voice came from the end of Song Huching's phone, causing Sume, who was holding chopsticks, to be slightly stunned. Not coming back. I have something to do today. You eat first. Song Huching laughed. Got it. The other answered and then whispered. What time are you coming back? I don't know. There's still work that hasn't been dealt with yet. You sleep first. Song Huching laughed softly. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, call the property company. Good. The other party hung up straight away. Girlfriend? Sume said with a slight raised eyebrow. No, a friend. Temporarily helped me clean up. Song Huching shook his head. For now? Sume sneered. Does she live in your house too? Well. Song Huching immediately looked at her with an odd expression. Sume knew that she had slipped up and didn't say anything else, just lowered her head to eat, but she was quite distracted. Chapter 61, Forgive me, they are all faithless people. 9 o'clock at night. Song Huching and Sume sat in a Bentley and slowly drove into the Hilton Hotel. Along the way, though, the two barely spoke. To be precise, Sume basically hadn't spoken much to him since that phone call, but Song Huching was happy to be quiet. The two got out of the car as they walked into the ballroom. Instead, Sume stepped forward and took his hand. Well, Song Huching glanced at her, but didn't say anything. All the way, Sume all smiled and greeted the crowd, but instead, everyone's attention was not on her, but on Song Huching. Song Huching didn't shy away from the stage and greeted them with a smile as well. At this point, an old man with a florid white head approached, a glass of wine in his hand. Mr. Su, no introduction? Mr. Ming. The corners of Sume's mouth twitched slightly, but she flew back to normal. This is Mr. Song, the vice president of our Chinhua. Mr. Song. After taking a closer look at Song Huching, Mr. Ming extended his hand. Hello, my name is Su Ming. Su, Song Huching looked at Su Mei in surprise. This old boy's name is obviously Su. What's with the Mr. Ming? In the Linchang business world, there are too many people with the surname Su. I like it when people call me Mr. Ming. Su Ming joked. Hello Mr. Ming. My name is Song Huching. Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. Mr. Song is a talented man, and he is serving in Chino at a young age. His future is unlimited. Su Ming complimented Mr. Ming's fallacious praise. It's all thanks to the boss's promotion only. Song Huching slightly owed his body and said, and a junior like us Chien Nua also have to rely on the care of seniors like Mr. Ming, in order to have a future in the future, is not it? Ha ha ha. Su Ming burst out laughing. Mr. Song is really good at talking. I saw a few old friends. Excuse me, go ahead, Mr. Ming. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Before Su Ming left, he gave Su Mei a meaningful glance, causing Su Mei to not be able to help but slightly blush with her pretty face. Looks like today's reception isn't simple, Song Huching said softly. Oh, how? Su Mei was surprised. See that old boy just now? He was followed by 4 people. One of them was a secretary, and the other 3 were translators. Song Huching sighed. And with these specifications, it's less like a reception and more like an investment meeting. The main officials of Lin Chang are all here. Su Mei glanced sideways, suddenly stared wide-eyed, and hurriedly said, you first turn around. I will go to understand the situation. Good. After Song Huching smiled, he took a glass of white wine from the plate carried by the waiter and sat down in the corner. But he hadn't been sitting down for long when a figure walked over. Song, my friend, Mohammed? Song Huching stood up in quite a surprise and gave him a big hug. Didn't you say you'd gone back to Karth? How come you're back so soon? The sales of the perfume were very good that time, and our company made a big profit. Now I was sent here to talk about the follow-up contract. Gamal laughed softly. Originally I arrived 2 days ago, but I heard that you were traveling, so I didn't go to Chino. Thanks a lot. Song Huching put his arm around his shoulder and said, when the reception is over, in the evening we will talk about the details of the contract in detail. Song, I will honor your customs, Gamal said seriously. Thank you for your respect. Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. The two looked at each other and both laughed out loud. What are we talking about? So happy? A male voice rang out. After Gamal glanced sideways, he immediately introduced, Song, this is Nasser, my cousin, who also wants to purchase a batch of perfume. I prefer to be called by my Chinese name. Nasser laughed softly. How do you call it? Song Huching joked. Zhao Zhitian. Nasser said breezily. Good name. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. Oh, what's so great about that name? Gamal wondered. Ri Tian. In our China can form the word Hao, and our god, named Hao Tian. Song Huching said seriously. But we, like you, respect our own beliefs, so we split the word Hao into day and sky to gain goddess favor without offending him. Snap. Nasser clapped his hands and said, Song, you are the most knowledgeable person I've ever met. When I came to China, when unusual Chinese people hear my name, they only laugh but never respect me. Forgive me, they are people without faith. Song Huching said with a slight bow. Never mind. Nasser laughed softly. I don't care to be friends with them either. After all, people without faith are scary to us. Nasser, I'll make an appointment with Song later. He'll host a banquet for us. Gamal smiled ambiguously. My God, Gamal, have you betrayed your faith? Nasser said solemnly. Nasser, we are all businessmen, and businessmen naturally have to respect local customs. Gamal said seriously. You won't be able to talk business if you use this condescending stance. Nasser was stunned. Then after glancing at the expressionless Song Huching, he immediately said, You're right. Since we're here, then we naturally have to respect the customs of our partners. Song, why don't we find a place to sign the contract first? That's not good, is it? Song Huching hesitated. After all, it is an investment meeting. Always have to let the organizer finish his speech before we can sign the contract. No, Song, this reception is mainly for their textile industry. It has nothing to do with our perfume industry, Nasser said with a straight face. Okay then, Song Huching reluctantly said. Okay, I will discuss with our president. By the way, how much is your order? I'll have someone prepare it. I want a quota of 300 million this time. Gamal immediately said. But deliver the goods within 3 months. I want 500 million. Nasser said softly. Chinese perfume is very popular in our country now. Okay, if you two will excuse me. After Song Huching said that, he searched the arena for Su Mei, but before he could take 2 steps, he was tapped on the shoulder. Song Huching, why are you here? As soon as Song Huching turned around, he was met with a pair of shining eyes and a wary husky face. What are you looking at? Softy is asking you. Chin Chu frowned. I don't have time for your bull asterisk right now. Song Huching bristled. Ruan Xingyao, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After he finished speaking, he was ready to go find Su Mei, but he was tugged by Ruan Xingyao. Song Huching, can we talk? I can't, according to the terms we previously negotiated. After shaking his head, Song Huching was just about to leave, but he was stopped by Chin Chu again. Song Huching, what do you mean? Don't give your face away. Chapter 62, I've apologized to Mr. Zheng. Chin Chu, don't force me to slap you here, Song Huching said in a deep voice. This hall is full of people with faces. I will give you a slap. Later you cannot raise your head later. You. Chin Chu shrank his neck rather fearfully. This is really daring to do it. Song Huching, how did you become so savage? Ruan Xingyao said quietly. What's it to you? Song Huching some impatient. Ruan Xingyao, let's get together and part. You do not always drag. Really meaningless no? You. Ruan Xingyao immediately reddened her eyes. When Chin Chu saw this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Song Huching, don't think that you started rumors and lies just because you've fallen for a rich woman. Are you sick? Song Huching helplessly said. Brother, I divorced her. Shouldn't you help me speak? Now you're still ing around. What's the matter? You're happy that I'm not divorcing her? Ha, this. Chin Chu instantly reacted. Right, this and soft divorce. The beneficiary is not himself? One's own stop doing what? Come on, really stop. Song Huching took a deep breath and said, I have friends over there, so please make yourself at home. After he finished, he began to continue looking for Su Mei. Song Huching. Ruan Xingyao was about to say something, but Song Huching walked away at a brisk pace. She looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh quietly. After 6 years of marriage, except for the wedding day, it seemed like it was the first time she had ever seen Song Huching appear in front of her in such a suit. When Song Huching found Su Mei, he saw that her face was gloomy, and in front of her, another middle-aged man with a big belly was chattering away. Mr. Su, if you ask me, your Chino is really just a small workshop. The last time you bumped into carts business, that was your luck. This time you won't be so lucky. Mr. Zhang, when it comes to business, it's just a matter of each person's ability. Su Mei sneered. To each his own? That was because I wasn't there last time. Otherwise our Majia's business could have been taken away by you? Mr. Zhang disdainfully said. You. Su Mei was about to say something when her arm was pulled. Boss, I have something for you. Su Mei looked at Song Huching with a stunned expression. This guy actually called himself boss? Yo, raised a little white boy ah? Mr. Zhang sneered. Such. A month is afraid of 50 or 60,000, right? Pretty much. Song Huching smiled and said. But if Mr. Zhang goes to the sea, he is estimated to starve to death, right? Puffing. Su Mei couldn't help but laugh. Ouch. Mr. Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly. After so many years, this is the first time someone has spoken to me like this in Linchang. Well, are you the emperor of Linchang? Song Huching toned slightly higher. Mr. Zheng, should not be mixed underground, right? We're serious businessmen. We don't play with this. Mr. Zhang looked at the eyes of the people around him who were both surprised and disgusted, and immediately said, You kid, don't talk nonsense. I'm also a serious businessman. Can a decent businessman say in Linchang? No one dares to talk to me like this? Song Huching said with a bitter face. How about, Mr. Zhang, tomorrow I will set up 2 tables at the Lincheng Hotel and kowtow to you to make amends, okay? You, Mr. Zhang's face changed drastically. At this point, Su Ming and a handsome-looking middle-aged man walked over. What happened? Secretary Qi, Mr. Ming, is nothing. I am just joking with the late generation. Mr. Zheng hurriedly said. Yes, nothing much. Song Huching hurriedly said. This is something we will handle. I have already apologized to General Manager Zhang. Will you shut the up if you don't know how to talk? Mr. Zheng hung on for dear life. Secretary Qi glanced at Song Huching and waved his hand. Immediately a young man came and whispered in his ear what had happened. Zhang Ziqiang, you're good. Secretary Qi gave a thumbs up. I don't even dare to say such words in Linchang. You can be much more capable than me. No, Secretary Qi, let me explain. Mr. Zhang's face went white with fear. No need to explain. Secretary Qi laughed softly. I would like to see. What is the last name of this Linchang? After he finished, he walked away. Mr. Zhang, how can you talk like this? Su Ming pretended to sympathize. Even if you joke with the younger generation is not so many foreign guests on the occasion. You want people to cheese secretary face to where to put it. Well, boy, I remember. Well, Mr. Zhang was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Song Huching's expectant expression and immediately covered his mouth. Mr. Zhang, go on. I'm listening. Asterisk off. After Mr. Zhang glared at him, he walked to the side and depressedly took a drink from his wine glass. Good boy. Well done. Su Ming patted Song Huching's shoulder and said, These 3 words have made Zhang Zichun suffer a great loss. It's useless. At most he'll be fined a little money. Song Huching shrugged. Oh, what does that say? Su Ming was surprised. You look at him like that. 80% is a business. If it does not involve other aspects, it is nothing more than checking the tax, fire and other things of his company, and find some pain for him. Song Huching bristled. Is it hard to really take someone in? Not so much. You boy. Su Ming burst out laughing. Hey, Su Mei. However, sighed. Zhang Zichun took care of Gamal's translation. Estimated that this time, we can't receive the follow-up order from Cardi. Yes? Song Huching was surprised. An interpreter can decide such a big thing? Of course I can't, but it's not just the interpreter. Even Gamal's entourage was taken care of by them. Su Mei laughed bitterly. We've only taken the first step out of the country, and we didn't expect to be dead in the water. It's in the eye of the beholder. Song Huching laughed lightly. Do you have Xiao Zhang's phone number? Give it to me. Who? Su Mei was surprised. Zhang Yi? Right. You give her to me. I have something to say to her. Song Huching hurriedly said. You. Su Mei raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, but after seeing Su Ming on the side, she had to bite her tongue and give her phone number to Song Huching. Song Huching was not ambiguous, and after taking down the phone number, he went aside to fight. It doesn't matter if you can't do business. It's good to solve your life's problems, Su Ming said with a smile. Poof. Su Mei grunted lightly and turned her head away with a red face. After Song Huching finished the phone call, he just wanted to go to find Gamal, but found that he and Nasser were surrounded by Zhang Zichun with his men, so he couldn't help but let out a light laugh, and Super found a corner to sit down. At this point, a fragrant breeze brushed by his side. Ruan Xingyao carried a glass of red wine and sat down beside him. Saruji, can we talk? Say it. Song Huching was quite helpless. He felt that there was nothing to talk about between him and Ruan Xingyao. Chapter 63, Sister, you must be really good at playing with ripping bells. Mom called me and said you left me the house. No, it's that she's leaving you the house. Song Huching looked at Ruan Xingyao and said, this has nothing to do with me, although I also don't know why she did it. You. Ruan Xingyao opened her mouth and whispered, actually, I don't necessarily want to divorce you. Hold it. Song Huching immediately said, Ruan Xingyao, don't come to this set. We two divorce is final. I don't know who persuaded you, but that's your business. We've been married for 6 years and we don't have any feelings at all. Do we? Ruan Xingyao said with some annoyance. Getting attached to you? No kidding. Song Huching sneered. When you brought a man and forced me to divorce in front of my daughters, have you thought about my situation? Just because I don't bother with you doesn't mean I don't bother you. Xin Shu he came. By himself. Ruan Xingyao said angrily. That's your business. I don't care what your relationship is. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Song Huching bristled. The house is reserved for you. You can go to the closing anytime, but I hope you keep your word. Fine. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to do the formalities. Ruan Xingyao said in a cold voice. Thanks. Song Huching took a long breath. You. Ruan Xingyao was just about to say something when suddenly there was a sound of high heels on her side. She glanced sideways, but it was a pretty girl in professional attire. Mr. Song, not too late? No. Where's the contract? Song Huching laughed. Here it is. Zhang Yi hurriedly pulled out the contract from her bag and handed it to him. After looking carefully for a while, Song Huching was about to open his mouth, but then he caught a glimpse of Ruan Xingyao and couldn't help but get up and say, let's go to the side to talk. Yes. After Zhang Yi answered, she immediately followed in his footsteps. Ruan Xingyao looked at his back and couldn't help but redden her eyes. She felt that Song Huching really didn't like her anymore. Other side. Secretary Qi was speaking while Song Huching and Zhang Yi whispered the terms of the contract. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi hurriedly took the contract and left. Before Song Huching could breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Shu came over again. Song Huching, can we talk? What do you want again? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Man, I really have no problem with you chasing Ruan Xingyao. You stay wherever you want, okay? Don't you dare. Qin Shu laughed coldly. You're just like a ghost. Where we are you're where we are. You're a shadowy soul, aren't you? What are you here for? Song Huching was surprised. Qin Shu immediately turned red in his old face and snapped. This is an investment meeting. I'm here to talk about business. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I'm here on business too. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I really did not follow you here. We talk about our own business. Isn't this quite good? Talking business? Who are you kidding? Qin Shu laughed coldly. You 80% is to take the opportunity to deliver takeout to mix in. Dressed like a man. I still cannot know what you are thinking? Song Huching was just about to give him a few hits, but he didn't expect Su Mei and Ruan Xingyao to walk over at the same time. Huching, what happened? Saruji? Su Mei frowned at Ruan Xingyao. Ms. Nguyen, Please address me by my full name. Song Huching rolled his eyes and said, and, trouble you to take this Mr. Chin away into it? I really have something. What can you, a delivery boy, have to do? Chin Chu sneered. Shut up. Sume boarded her pretty face and said, Chin Chu, you'd better pay attention to your wording. Song is always the executive vice president of our Chiennua. If you're so impolite again, I'll let someone invite you out. Vice president? Ruan Xingyao and Chin Chu were both stunned. And, who is this lady? Sume said in a deep voice. My ex-wife. Song Huching sighed. I think the two of them have a problem in their brains. I have explained to them many times that I am not following, but they do not listen. Ex-wife? Sume reached out and took Song Huching's arm, laughing lightly. Ms. Ruan, I hope you can recognize your own identity and stop pestering my boyfriend. I know your divorce from him is still pending, but since you've signed the divorce papers, you're no longer legally married, so please behave yourself. Boyfriend? Ruan Xingyao's body swayed and almost didn't fall. Mr. Su, don't let him fool you. Chin Chu said sharply. This kid has a girlfriend, a kindergarten teacher. He has always liked to evening rich women. This matter everyone. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he ate a big mouthful. Chin Chu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll immediately call your father. Sume said angrily. I want to see how Chin Igwa disciplines his son. Mr. Su, it's true. Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Song Huching already has a girlfriend. It's my daughter's kindergarten teacher. That has nothing to do with you either. Sume did not give the slightest face and said, also, we are both women, but your behavior is really disgusting. Yourself with a man to flaunt, but in front of the ex-husband's girlfriend to wantonly denigrate. It's beneath me to deal with someone like you, so goodbye. After she finished speaking, she took Song Huching's hand and walked away. Ruan Xingyao, however, was shaking with anger. It was the first time in her entire life that she had been pointed at her nose like that. Softy, why don't we go? Chin Chu covered his face and said, this woman has a big head. We can't afford to offend. You go? I want some peace and quiet. Ruan Xingyao walked over to the sofa on the side and sat down, but her eyes were dead set on Song Huching and Sume. Ouch. What are you pinching me for? Song Huching cried out bitterly. I thought you said you didn't have a girlfriend. What's up with that kindergarten teacher? Sume glared. No, sis, we are in an employment relationship. You are too broad in this matter, right? Song Huching said helplessly. But you're out there using my name of Chino. Sume justified. You are the vice president of our group. Shouldn't I know if you are married and have a girlfriend? And looking at your ex-wife, it seems like she's not happy to divorce you. If you're emotionally confused, it's going to have a huge impact on us. Chino. Well, Song Huching looked at her with an odd expression. Sister, you must be very good at playing with tugging bells. What do you mean? Sume was surprised. You're so good at ripping. It's a shame you don't go play ripping bells. Song Huching sighed. Nasty. Sume's pretty face reddened and pushed him. Honestly, what is your relationship with that kindergarten teacher? Male and female friends, but broke up. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Sume instantly widened her eyes. Aren't you still in the marriage cooling off period? In this month's time, you talked about a girlfriend and broke up again? Right. Song Huching spread his hands and said, you know I'm not a good person just by looking at me, don't you? Isn't it normal to break up? Go to hell, scumbag. After Sume kicked him hard, she flew towards the hall. Song Huching sat on the sofa, frantically rubbing his legs, though was wearing pointy heels, and her hands were ing black. Chapter 64. This translator's brain is full of mush. After Song Huching rubbed his leg for a while, Zhang Yi hurried over. Mr. Song, this is the contract. Let's see. Song Huching flipped through the contract before handing it back to her. You're coming with me. Yes. Zhang Yi immediately followed him. The two walked right up to Gamal and laughed softly. Muhammad, what is Brother Righton talking about? Mr. Song, do you know the rules? Zhang Ziqiang sneered. I am now talking business with the two of you. What do you look like when you come over? What did he say? Gamal asked. Mr. Gamal, Mr. Zheng said to host a banquet for you. In the evening, the interpreter said hurriedly. A feast? Gamal frowned. Is that what he meant by that? Yes. The interpreter was full of smiles and said, he knows that you are on a plane tomorrow night, so he wants to take you to play a little bit in Lincheng, and he has prepared a lot of beautiful women. Song Huching's eyes widened at once. Gamal and Nasser blacked out at the same time. Don't you know our teachings? Mr. Gamal, Mr. Zheng is very sincere. The interpreter winks. He guarantees that the two of you will have a great time today. Gamal and Nasser looked at each other and couldn't help but grimace. Is that something that can be said? Lu, tell this Mr. Zheng that we have always abided by the rules of the church and won't do that kind of thing. Mr. Nah sir, we are all men. The interpreter smiled ambiguously. Right now Mr. Zhang's car is parked downstairs. We can leave right away. You, Nasser held back his anger. You need to watch yourself. You're an interpreter. You can't make decisions for us. Lu Chang immediately realized that the bad thing, hastily remedied. I do not mean that. If you two do not like, he can take you two to worship. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. God ing does worship. This translator's brain is all mush. Enough, Gamal said with a dark face. You tell Mr. Zhang that we are not accustomed to worshipping with outsiders. Also, we don't need you to serve as an interpreter anymore. Ha! Lu Chang was dumbfounded and hurriedly looked at the other youth wearing a turban. Big brother, I think Mr. Zhang is very sincere. Abra, you disappoint me. Gamal sighed. We came over to talk business, not to have fun. Look at you. You must have followed Mr. Zhang to that kind of place, right? My God. Nasser was horrified. Abra, I'll be sure to tell my cousin's husband that you betrayed your faith. Abra's face went white. Both of you. I think this Mr. Abra was just hoodwinked by that Mr. Zhang and didn't go to a windy place. Song Huching laughed softly. We are all young people, out to do business. A little pawn is hard to avoid, isn't it? Yes, I fell for Zhang's trap. Otherwise I would never go to a place like that. Abra said hurriedly. And you actually went? Gamal said angrily. Abra, you are really a disappointment. You now go back to the hotel to reflect well, and when you will be in Cardi, you yourself and father to explain. Abra's legs weakened and she almost didn't fall to the floor. Zhang Ziqian listened to the translator and hurriedly came over. Mr. Gamal, we don't mean that. We respect your faith very much and would never take you to that kind of windy place. Lu Chang glanced at Song Huching rather scornfully and honestly translated Zhang Ziqian's words. This guy is listening. No need. Nasser squared his shoulders and said, I think that the one who respects our faith the most is still Song. He is humble in nature, very polite, and never mouths obscenities in front of us. I think he's the one that's going to be our most trusted partner. Cousin is right. Gamal said righteously. I have 4 wives, so Zhang, please don't use women to test our loyalty to the faith. Zhang Ziqian wanted to say something else, but Gamal and Nasser both bowed to him with folded hands before heading off to the side. You play a good game. Zhang Ziqian gritted his teeth. Don't think I don't know where you took that foreigner last time. Well, Song Huching was surprised. Mr. Zhang, you don't think I really took them to find a beautiful woman, do you? Isn't it? Zhang Ziqian was surprised. Of course not. Song Huching skimmed his mouth and said, Head a piece of cloth. The world I am the richest. How rich they are, don't you know? You are surrounded by a lot of beautiful girls. Is it less around them? What's more, they do business all over the country. What big scenes have they not seen? Relying on a few women to take the contract. You have underestimated them. Zhang Ziqian looked at him, and his eyes were suddenly complicated. Could it be that one is really on the wrong track? Take your time to realize. Mr. Young. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder before walking towards Gamal. Damn, little man. Zhang Ziqian cursed with a grimace before walking away resentfully. What do these foreigners really like? Corner. After Song Huching handed the contract to Gamal and Nasser, the two didn't even look at it before handing it to the attendants behind them. After all, reviewing contracts is not their specialty. Song, I've taken a liking to Great Britain lately, Gamal exclaimed. I find that country both gentlemanly and beautiful. Oh yeah? Song Huching nodded with a smile and looked to Nasser. What about you? Which country do you like? I think Soviet Russia and Great Britain are fine, Nasser said in all seriousness. It seems we all have the same hobby. Song Huching raised his glass and clinked it with them. The two of them looked at each other and both of them revealed excited smiles. There are some things that can't be done, but it's important to be able to have someone force you to do it. It's all about business. After all, even if the Almighty knows about it, He will forgive them. The contract was heard quickly. In less than half an hour, the other side was reviewed. Gamal and Nasser signed their names at the same time, while Song Huching handed the contract to Zhang Yi, signaling her to run and give it to Su Mei. Su Mei was so angry at the moment that she didn't bother to see what Song Huching was doing, and when Zhang Yi handed over the contract, she couldn't help but stare. What's wrong? Su Ming wondered. Song Huching negotiated an $800 million contract for me. Su Mei froze a little and said, 800 million? Su Ming's tone couldn't help but rise a bit higher, drawing many people to look over. Mr. Ming, what contract was negotiated? Making Mr. Su so excited? Secretary Chi walked over with a few people. Secretary Chi, thanks to your blessing, Su Mei's Chino has negotiated contracts of $300 million and $500 million with Cartel and Coddle respectively. Su Ming hurriedly said, good. Secretary Chi smiled broadly and clapped his hands. Jianhua took the lead to become a single. It seems that our investment promotion will still have an effect, right? Sumei at this time, but did not have the heart to listen to him, just looked towards the not too far away. But in addition to Gamal's entourage, where there is still Song Huching and their silhouettes. Chapter 65, a legend has finally come out of the Linchang takeaway world, a large entertainment club. When Sumei hurriedly arrived, Song Huching had already changed his clothes and was sitting there calmly smoking a cigarette. How did you do that? Well, what? Song Huching was surprised. I heard someone say that obviously Zhang Zichun prepared many beautiful girls to entertain them, but they were angry. Sumei said with a red face. It's easy. Song Huching spread his hands and said, men, there is no such thing as not being horny. Don't look at them as rich, but their puritanical rules and regulations are actually quite strict. Well, then Sumei was a little hesitant. I forced them. Song Huching perked up and said, if they want to do business with us, they have to follow our rules not. If he does not follow our rules, we will press him to sign the bill okay? Sumei looked at him with a hellish face. This is us begging them, right? Who said that? Song Huching bristled. It's not true that they are a party, but they also need to have the right supplier, right? We are mutually beneficial. Speak human. Sumei reached out and pinched him. Well, this group of hatted ones are actually just that. Song Huching said helplessly. They would love to come out and play, but they don't dare to. First of all, it's not good for other people to know about this, and second of all, their beliefs don't allow them to say that, but I drew a line that they had to be made to follow, and naturally they were happy to do so. After all, there was a reason to convince themselves, wasn't there? That's it? Sumei was surprised. How complicated do you think it is? Doing business, as long as we can make money, who are we cooperating with? Song Huching said indifferently, but wouldn't it be better to work with someone who fits the mold? You. Sumei lightly bit her thin lips and was about to say something. Suddenly Song Huching's phone rang. Hey, Xiao Song, have you finished working? Let's have a snack together. Old Wood's voice rang out. Almost. Song Huching laughed lightly. Send a location. I'm coming over now. Success. Lao Wu answered and hung up. I'll go too. Sumei ghosted in. What? Song Huching looked at her with a stunned expression. I also go to eat a snack. I didn't eat enough for dinner at night. Sumei boarded a small face. By the way, I will settle today's expenses to you. By the way, the order I will count with you at 10%. Is it okay? No need. Song Huching shook his head and said, people were originally rushing to Jianhua's to come. Without me, you can just as well talk about it. No. Sumei shook her head and said, Gamal came to Linchang without telling me, indicating that his willingness to cooperate with us is not great, and Zhang Zichun made all the preparations. Without you, we cannot sign. Whatever then. Song Huching shrugged. I'll settle your account when our first shipment arrives. Sumei whispered, we don't have that much cash now that the company has put all the money into the goods. Could be. Song Huching nodded with a smile, and then said with a straight face, you still have to have someone waiting here, although they don't remember being able to come out tonight, but how can you receive them tomorrow and take them to visit the factory or something? Gamal, even if that Zhao Jitian is not. Nah sir, he is the first time to cooperate with us, although there is a foundation of trust in Gamal in it, but still cannot be sloppy. I've made arrangements. Sumei looked at him and pursed her lips. What did you do before? How do I feel? You also look like a businessman? Setting up a stall on the street is called doing business, and there's nothing great about doing business. Song Huching bristled. Poof. After Sumei gave him a blank look, she pulled him towards the stairs. No, where is this going? Song Huching was surprised. I'll go back to the company to change. You've changed. I can't wear this to a late night snack, can I? Sumei rationalized. Well, that too. Song Huching shrugged. After the two hurriedly rushed back to Guamao, Sumei quickly changed into her daily wear before following him down the elevator. It was just that neither of them drove, but Song Huching rode a motorcycle to take her to the late night snack spot. Sumei seemed to be riding a motorcycle like this for the first time, and although she was wearing a helmet, she still had her arms wrapped around Song Huching's waist in a death grip. Nine Brothers Barbecue. It is not very far from the Linchang house, although it is the riverside, but it is already far away from the main city. Otherwise the Linchang riverside is an inch of land. Little Song, here. Before Song Huching could park his car, he saw Lao Wu not far away standing up and waving. Sisters, here we are. Hands can be loosened. Poof. Sumei's pretty face blushed and after releasing her hand, she got off the motorcycle and took off her helmet. Ooh, the entire nightstand burst into an uproar. Song Huching looked sideways and was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 how are they all ing peers? Little Song, you really brought someone. I'll be damned. There's finally a piece of legend in the Linchang takeout world. *******ing awesome. Hearing the uproar of the crowd, Sume couldn't help but blush and put her head down. I'm used to seeing big scenes, but this kind of occasion is still a bit unbearable. No, we're friends. Song Huching also took off his helmet and explained to the crowd. Don't fool around. Something will happen when the time comes. Shoo. The crowd was filled with contempt. A friend? A friend goes out for a late dinner with you at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock? And they don't drive a nice Mercedes to ride with you on a motorcycle? Apulia won't make it either. Alright, little Song is thin-skinned. Don't laugh at him. Old Wood and the others came over to relieve themselves and then brought the two men to their seats and sat down. Let me introduce you. This is Sume. Song Huching laughed softly. Over there is Old Zhou, Old Wu, and Old Qin. Hello everyone. Sume fell to greeting the crowd. Hello Mr. Su. Old Zhou and the others also nodded with smiles. We ordered some barbecue. Do you see anything else to add? Old Wood came over with the list. Song Huching took a look and couldn't help but laugh. These guys were saving him money and didn't order many kebabs. After checking off a few items with a pen, he handed them to Sume. Sume, however, shook her head and laughed softly. I'll just eat a little after you guys. Okay then. After Song Huching handed the list to Lao Wu, he laughed and scolded. 2 cases of beer. So little enough for anyone to drink. Success. Lao Wu agreed readily and ran to hand the list to the receptionist. I say, brothers, why did you pick such a place? Song Huching said curiously. What this place? 9 Brother Barbecue and is our takeout man's home base. Well, he and old son do daytime. Do night. The future night hungry. Directly come here to come. The takeout man discounted by 70%. Old Qin cheerfully said. Chapter 66. Although Song Huching and I are talking about friends, we don't interfere with each other's careers. Oh, there's a story here? Song Huching disassembled a set of tableware by hand and set it in front of Sume after scalded it with boiling water. Thanks. After Sume whispered her thanks, she quietly propped her chin up and listened to the crowd chat. Brother 9 is an old-timer in our Lin Cheng takeout world. Lao Zhou sighs. He is the earliest batch of takeout workers. That person is so righteous. To everyone, used to be the group leader of our takeout group. Some years ago on the Lin Chang River sightseeing freighter is not overturned it. 9 brother with a group of delivery workers down the river to save people. People are saved up, but the delivery workers died 5. Hey, Song Huching was quite saddened, but he held Sume's hand in his, signaling her to keep quiet. Sume's body couldn't help but tremble a little when he held her like that. No, the top made up some money, and with the help of everyone, opened this 9 brothers grill, where the widows of those outfitters work. Old Zhou cheerfully said, everyone is fine to come here to eat barbecue, but also help them not? Nice. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Xiao Song, do you still deliver takeaways now? Lao Wu said carefully. What do you call that? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What am I going to do if I don't deliver takeout? Well, everyone looked at Sume and fell into silence. Although Song Huching and I are talking about being friends, we don't interfere in each other's careers. Sume raised her beer and said, he is also not the kind of person who relies on women to support him, so everyone can rest assured. No, Song Huching was only in the middle of his sentence when the back of his foot was stepped on. Xiao Song is good at everything, just too strong self-esteem. Old Qin sighed. With his ability, sitting in the office, how good, to come to run takeout. That's right, the first time I saw him, I knew he wasn't an ordinary person. Old Zhou laughed bitterly. I'd say you guys are about done. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Everyone is an ordinary person. There is nothing high or low. Come on, go one, walk one. The crowd all raised their glasses. That's when the kebabs came up. After Song Huching took a few skewers and set them in front of Sume, he chatted with Old Qin and the others. Speaking of, Xiao Song, you really leave the house to your ex-wife? Old Qin whispered. Hello, Lao Wu and Lao Zhou shouted at the same time. It doesn't matter. Sume laughed. I know about him and his ex-wife. It's no big deal. Mr. Su's atmosphere. I'll toast you. Lao Zhou raised his glass and clinked it with her. That house is not I want to leave her. Is my parents want me to leave her? Song Huching helplessly said. They said that people have been with me for so many years, and they don't have any. Least let people have a place to stay, right? Our old lady is too kind. Lao Wu sighed. Have you found a house now? We can't let our daughter down. Found it. Song Huching laughed. For the time being, I'm still getting it. My daughters were taken to the countryside by my parents to play. Honestly, I'm kinda not happy about it. Oh, what does that say? Old Zhou was curious. How sunny this weather is. My girl is so pretty. If she gets a tan, what if she can't get back white? Song Huching said. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst out laughing. If you can't, you pick up your daughter and send her to my place. Sume blushed and said, you don't have time to work during the day. I'll bring her to the company to play. She was still thin-skinned after all. and didn't have the heart to say that she would let Song Huching go over to live with her as well. If I could pick it up, wouldn't I have picked it up a long time ago? Song Huching bristled. It's only right for an old man to want a granddaughter, isn't it? Old Chin laughed. My son is about to get married. If you give me a grandson or granddaughter, I'm afraid to think about it every day. That's. Song Huching touched them. Why don't you get your parents over here? Su Mei whispered. After all, they're getting older, so they can take care of each other when the time comes. Mr. Su, you're this. Lao Wu gave a thumbs up. Old Chin and Old Zhou are also quite envious. After all, there are too few girls willing to live with their in-laws nowadays. They haven't retired yet. Even though there's nothing going on in the unit, they still have to go on point, don't they? Song Huching shook his head. Okay. Su Mei shook her head and stopped talking about it. The crowd chatted and drank, and over 2 hours passed. Still, everyone stayed true to the principle of drink and don't ride, and took cabs back. Where do you live? Do you want me to send you back? Song Huching laughed. I don't want to go back. Let's go out and sit down. Su Mei said softly. Sister, it's after 2 o'clock. Why don't you go back? Song Huching said helplessly. There will be plenty of time to sit in the future. Su Mei was about to speak when suddenly the phone rang. Daughter, where is it? A female voice came from across the room. Out having a late dinner with friends. Why? Your sister is back and has been waiting for you for hours. Su's mom laughed within the phone. You're hurrying back. She's throwing a tantrum, saying that if you don't come back, she'll go looking for you. You tell her to go find a boyfriend. What's the point of pestering me every day? Su Mei laughed and scolded. What pestering you? Su Mei, you hurry back, or you do not go to me in the future. A scream came from the other end of the line. Okay, got it. Su Mei hung up the phone after answering helplessly. Alright, let me get you a cab. Song Huching laughed. There are few cars here. Let's go to the front and take a car. Su Mei took his arm and said, this. Song Huching looked at the cab parked on the side of the road ready to take the order and fell into deep thought. Hurry! Su Mei reached out and pulled him back before moving forward. Song Huching had no choice but to follow her. The two walked for a while afterward. Su Mei not only didn't take a cab, she pulled him toward the river. No, sis, throwing yourself in the river is not an option, Song Huching said with a bitter face. Can't we go back and hang ourselves? Asterisk. You. Not a good word. After Su Mei laughed and cursed, she pulled him to a platform. This kind of platform extends out from the riverbank. Half in is river. Looks like a wooden structure, but is actually concrete. But it is sturdy. It's usually just for people to take a walk and sit and relax. Song Huching sat on a stool and lit a cigarette, exhaling a mouthful of smoke before looking at Su Mei, who was leaning against the guardrail. Although she was just a pair of ordinary washed jeans coupled with a pair of crystal high heels, her slender legs and marvelous figure were completely outlined. The upper body was wearing a loose half-sleeve crewneck t-shirt, but the slightest movement revealed her proud capital. Was it good? It's okay, Song Huching answered frankly, fearlessly and looking at her brilliant star-like eyes. Chapter 67, I'm sorry for her. Song Huching, let's talk about friends? Su Mei said with a straight face. No. Song Huching refused without thinking. You still miss your ex-girlfriend? Su Mei raised her eyebrows. That's not true. Song Huching sighed. So it's because you can't see me? Su Mei sat down next to him. Song Huching did not answer positively, but instead said with interest, what do you like about me? I don't know. Su Mei shook her head. Anyway, just wanted to see you. Well, is it? Song Huching was quite surprised. There really didn't seem to be any reason to like it in his opinion. Tell me about you and your ex-girlfriend. Su Mei took off her crystal sandals, curled her legs, and leaned against his shoulder. Ex-wife or ex-girlfriend? Song Huching joked. Both want to hear it. Su Mei tilted her head and looked at him. I want to know what you did that they would leave you. Can't you just let me leave them? Song Huching laughed bitterly. It won't. Su Mei shook her head. People like you are the most soft-hearted. If they don't take the initiative to go, you 1T drive them away. Well, where do you get the idea that I'm soft? Song Huching was stunned. He was nicknamed Bloody Hands Butcher. Once killed the stock market, sending countless foreigners to the rooftop. Old Joe and the others talked about 9-story. You wanted to help his family back then, right? Su Mei blinked her big eyes and said, then you heard that this barbecue stand was made by his family, so you didn't tell me to mind my own business, right? It's not the same. Song Huching was only halfway through his sentence when she interrupted. It's really all the same. Su Mei laughed softly. You are actually very powerful. 3 words can send Zheng Zichang away, and 1 shot can take care of Gamal. But I give you a commission. You are not good. Showing that you don't love money so much, that's no reason for you not to pay me for my labor. Song Huching reminded. Nasty. After Su Mei blankly glanced at him, she delicately said, tell me about it. I also want to know what you really went through. I'm not really sure. Song Huching sighed and began to tell the story of him and Wan Xingyao. 20 minutes later. How could she? Sumei was quite angry. She actually brought a man and embarrassed you in front of your daughter. Is she still a human being? Well, is this what you're angry about? Song Huching was surprised. Or what? Sumei hate voice. She wants to divorce you, want to pursue a better life. This is no excuse, but she actually did this. That is trampling on your dignity as a father. Don't let me see her next time or I'll have to teach her a lesson. That's not true. Anyway, it's already divorced. Song Huching shook his head. I'm not that generous. Sumei sneered before wondering. What about you and your ex-girlfriend? That's even more bull ********. Song Huching sighed and talked about him and Chin Zimo. A good half hour. Sumei just said with an indignant face. What is she doing? She doesn't come to talk to you herself, and lets her parents come to talk to you? What a coward. Well, is it? Song Huching looked at her rather surprised. Why not? Sumei coldly said. If she really has something, she can talk to you herself. She doesn't open her mouth herself and lets her parents come and talk to you. That means she doesn't have the courage to face it all. Since she doesn't have the courage, she can't make it on her own, let alone any future life. It's better to simply give up on such a relationship, or else you'll have to suffer in the future. So what if it's you? Song Huching wondered. If it's me, is my parents' company in trouble? Sumei bristled. Their business is in trouble, and if it all depends on me stepping in and marrying someone I don't like in order to solve it, then they could simply shut down the company. Your parents raised you so well, wouldn't it be selfish of you to do so? Song Huching teased. What do you mean by selfish? Sumei's eyes widened. If they don't have money, I try to earn money to give them but you want me to sacrifice my own happiness in this life to fulfill their business, then what am I? A piece of merchandise? Crooked reasoning. Song Huching pinched her nose. Not at all. Sumei blushed and said, anyway, if I'm allowed to be with someone I don't like, I'd rather go jump off the Linjiang Bridge, but a lot of things are out of place in this world. Song Huching looked at the sky full of stars and let out a long sigh. Not every woman in this world is so unassertive. Sumei reached out and wrapped her arms around him, and delicately said, at least in my opinion, I want to be with you. No one can stop it. I have a girlfriend. Song Huching rubbed her head. Although we have encountered some problems for the time being, it is still not good for us to be like this in the end. Yes? Will you marry her? Sumei said with a straight face. Marriage? Song Huching froze for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Don't joke. I'm 28 years old, and still divorced with a boudoir, and whoever is married is harming people, is not it? Ha! Since you don't want to marry her, it's you talking to her for fun, isn't it? Sumei blinked her big beautiful eyes and said, I'm different. I'll marry you and I won't mind your daughter. It's not a question of disliking or not. Song Huching said seriously, if we get married and we have children later, then the situation is different again. If you don't like it, I don't have to have children. Sumei said softly. Well, are you crazy? Song Huching looked at her with a surprised expression. Really? Sumei smiled brightly. I don't have to give birth myself, and I even got a beautiful daughter for nothing. Where can I find such a good thing? I think you're drunk. Song Huching slapped her on the side of the head. Go back. It's late. I'll get you a cab, he said and stood up. Song Huching. Sumei suddenly shouted. Song Huching turned his head, but she threw her neck around him and her slightly cold lips pressed up. Sumei's body was soft and a little cold. Song Huching tried to struggle, but she held on tight. There was no way out. So he sat down and straddled her over his lap. I've got my hands free, so I've got to have a place to go, don't I? So he very naturally slipped his hand through the hem of her shirt. Well, Sumei instantly widened her eyes, subconsciously pressed his hand with her hand and said with a smile, don't you have a girlfriend? I'm sorry for her. Song Huching sighed. Make a monster. Sumei let out a small laugh, once again wrapped her hands around his neck and leaned her head on his shoulder, her breath a little rushed. Song Huching, this look is my first kiss. Sister, what's your age? Song Huching exclaimed. Song Huching, I'm going to bite you to death. Sumei reprimanded and gently bit on his neck, leaving a teeth mark. Chapter 68. You're good at being a good wife and mother. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Song Huching said helplessly. What's the matter? Really afraid that your girlfriend will see it? Sumei sneered. If she sees it, she sees it. Anyway, you won't marry her. What are you afraid of? Sumei, I really do have a girlfriend. Song Huching laughed bitterly. It's not good for us to be like this. Really? Sumei squinted. If you didn't put your hand on me, I would really believe you. I'm a scumbag. Song Huching snapped. I like it even if you're scum. Sumei lightly hummed. Anyway, as long as you do not get married, I will not give up for a day. Have you ever been in love? Song Huching wondered. Nope. Su-mei rationalized, but isn't falling in love the same as doing business? You don't stop until you reach your goal. Okay. Song Huching sighed. He felt that anything he could say to her would be in vain. At this point, Su-mei's phone rang again. Hey, Su-mei, are you coming back or not? The man on the other end of the phone screamed. If you don't come back, I'm going to come out looking for you. I know. I'll be right back. Isn't this accompanying a client? Su-mei was quite dissatisfied. I signed a big order today. Isn't it normal to accompany a client for a late-night meal? Humph. Hurry back or I'll come out too. The other man's tone slowed a little. No. Yeah. Su-mei suddenly screamed, startling the man on the other end of the phone. What's wrong with you? No. Nothing. After Su-mei glared at Song Huching with a red face, she reached out and grabbed his strange hand and said softly, I twisted my foot just now. I'm calling a car to come back now. Are you okay? The other man said with concern. Never mind. That's it. Take a cab. After Su-mei hurriedly hung up the phone, she pouted. How are you like this? Almost heard by my sister. Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know you'd react that way. Nasty. After Su-mei reached out and patted him, she said with some reluctance, I have to go back. My sister went back to my parents' house today. If she doesn't see me, she will have to make a scene. How old is your sister? Still so pestering? Song Huching teased. Not too young to get a boyfriend. Su-mei helplessly said, every day you know to follow my ass. A little annoying. Ha, aren't you not looking for a boyfriend either? Song Huching laughed lightly. Poof. After Su-mei blankly glanced at him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and greeted him once again. I don't know how much time has passed. After the phone rang for the third time, it was only with some reluctance that she stood up. Go back. Good. After reaching out to straighten her clothes for her, Song Huching took her hand and walked to the side of the road. I'm also going to spend a few days at the factory tomorrow after I receive Gamal and the others, so I'll come back to you when I get back. Su-mei said softly. Got it. Take care of yourself. After waving his hand and beckoning a taxi, Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and tapped the license plate, which led to a light laugh. Message me when you get home. Aha. Su-mei just pulled open the car door, but did not know what to think of, turned around and hugged him and kissed him fiercely, before drilling into the back seat, signaling the master to hurry up and drive. Buzz off. Song Huching's phone suddenly vibrated. If your girlfriend asks, just tell her I bit you on the neck and tell her to come to me. Su-mei. Ha. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. This girl is not like a billion-dollar president. Obviously a love-brain little girl. Half an hour later, Lincoln House. Song Huching had just entered the door when he saw Yun-ning sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a puff of air. Well, who offended you? Why didn't you send me a message if you weren't coming back? Yun-ning frowned. I'm back, aren't I? Song Huching spread his hands and said, today, I went out to help a friend talk about a business. Well, have you had dinner then? Yun-ning's tone slowed down. Eaten, have you? Song Huching laughed. I had instant noodles. Yun-ning lowered her head and said, if you're not here, I'm too lazy to cook alone. You can't get enough instant noodles. After Song Huching rubbed her head, he picked up the phone on the coffee table and said a few words before turning around and going upstairs. Yun-ning was about to follow him, but he stopped him. Ordered you a takeout, so wait here for now. Got it. Yun-ning's pretty face reddened and she sat back on the sofa. When Song Huching came out of the shower, he found that the pajamas were already laid out on the bed. This girl, with a bitter laugh, he put on his pajamas and went downstairs. Yun-ning was currently sitting at the dining table while a fried chicken set meal was placed in front of her. At this point, I'm afraid I'm at the limit of what I can buy fried chicken. What? Not appetizing? Song Huching snickered. I'll wait for you to eat together. Yun-ning said with some embarrassment. I don't have to. I ate back. You eat. Song Huching let out a laugh, but didn't leave, instead pulling out a stool and sitting across from her. Yun-ning took small bites after glancing at him. What room am I staying in? Well, which room are you in? Song Huching looked at her rather dismayed. Although your girlfriend hasn't come in the past 2 days, I can't stay in your room, right? Yun-ning lowered her head and said, what if she comes back, and I also have my own books and some clothes to put away? Okay. Song Huching shook his head and laughed. There are so many rooms upstairs, just pick one you like. Aha. Yun-ning nodded before continuing to eat. By the way, have you taken your driver's license yet? Song Huching asked. Took the test. Yun-ning blushed and gently nodded. Well, Song Huching looked at her rather surprised. I originally had a job that I went to give someone as chauffeur at night. Yun-ning whispered. Then a guest got drunk and wanted to want that me? So I didn't dare to go anymore. Valet? Song Huching shook his head with a bitter smile. You really have done everything. I have to live. Yun-ning said seriously. Aha. Song Huching looked at her and didn't say anything else. Both were silent for a long time. It was only then that Yun-ning spoke. Are you tired today? Why don't I give you a massage? You know massage? Song Hutching was truly surprised now. No. Yun Ning fiercely glared at him, which lowered his head and said, I read and studied today. You run takeout so hard. You have to write all day. I will give you a press. You can also be easier. Song Hutching looked at her in a daze for a long time before he spoke. You're suitable to be a good wife and mother. Yun Ning sniffed, not daring to raise her head, but inwardly she was quite sweet. This guy can talk too. Chapter 69, this guy is not pretending at all, is he? It's night. Yun Ning couldn't help but pout when she came out of the shower and saw that Song Hutching had already fallen asleep. Still, she straddled him and gently rubbed his shoulders. This guy doesn't usually see much exercise. How come he's still in such good shape? Yun Ning cocked her head and thought for a moment, unable to help but blush a little. It was only when she saw the shallow teeth marks on Song Hutching's neck that she first froze, then pursed her lips. Not in the mood to continue massaging him either. He lay on his side and turned his back, but she tossed and turned a bit, unable to sleep, and with a sideways glance at the sleeping Song Hutching, she couldn't help but push him a bit angrily. Asterisk. Song Hutching snapped, opened his eyes and looked at Yun Ning in surprise. Sister, the sky is almost bright. Are you not tired? Not tired. Yun Ning grunted coldly, but never asked. After all, in what capacity could one question him about who he spends his nights with? Stop it. Song Hutching reached out and wrapped his arms around her, softly saying, good boy. Sleep. Poof. Yun Ning twisted her body, but still didn't break free from his embrace. She looked into his closed eyes, gritted her teeth, and dove under the covers. I'll go. Song Hutching exclaimed in shock and couldn't help but laugh a little bitterly. This girl, I'm afraid she's been stimulated by something, right? The next day, when Song Hutching woke up, Yun Ning was already up early. He got out of the shower and shook his head when he saw the clothes laid out on the bed. It's close to noon now, and I've been slacking a bit lately about my career. In the dining room, Yun Ning sat down on the dining table at this time, propping up her chin and not knowing what she was thinking. Do you have class today? Well, Yun Ning looked at him in surprise before shaking her head. Our professor went out. No class today. Then come with me after dinner. Song Hutching laughed lightly. Good. Yun Ning nodded and reached out to set up the dishes for him. There were silences as both men ate. A good half hour. Only then did Song Hutching put down his chopsticks and light a cigarette. Actually, I think we're friends. Can say what we have to say straight out, can't we? Who were you with last night? A girlfriend? Yun Ning said softly. No. Song Hutching shook his head and laughed bitterly. Actually, I also find it very troublesome now. What trouble? Yun Ning said in a tight voice. It's... Song Hutching was just about to speak when suddenly the phone vibrated. Song Hutching, didn't you say you'd be at the Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning? You're playing with me, aren't you? Ruan Xingyao's rather angry voice came from within the phone. Asterisk. Song Hutching was shocked. After flying upstairs and grabbing his things, he tugged the dumbfounded Yun Ning and rushed out. 20 minutes later, the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Song Hutching, you asshole. Sorry, I ran into something yesterday. I'm really sorry. Song Hutching bowed deeply to Ruan Xingyao, then carefully said, is it too late for us to go in now? The cooling off period is all over for re-registration. Ruan Xingyao was only halfway through her sentence when she then looked at Yun Ning, who had taken off her motorcycle helmet and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Didn't you just break up with Qin Zimo? And who is this? Well, Song Hutching was slightly stunned and was just about to open his mouth. Yun Ning, however, took a step forward and said softly, hello Miss Ruan, I am Song Hutching's friend. Not the kind of relationship you think. Friend? Ruan Xingyao sneered. I've been married to him for 6 years, but I didn't know he had a friend as beautiful as you. Just met. Yun Ning didn't say anything else after smiling. You wait. Song Hutching looked at Ruan Xingyao and helplessly said, Sister, I have urged you several times. Isn't this because you traveled for business before you passed the cooling off period? I traveled that because of work. Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face. The big deal is that we will re-register and wait until next month. It'll have to do. Song Hutching sighed and headed inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. After Ruan Xingyao glanced at Yun Ning, she pursed her lips and followed him in as well. Another long wait of over an hour. The two again refused mediation and re-registered their divorce. Ms. Ruan, the house in Shoreline has been vacated, so you can move in at any time. If you have the time, we can go and get the closing procedures done. Song Hutching politely said. You moved? Moved where? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Ms. Ruan, since you're divorced, Mr. Song's affairs have nothing to do with you, right? Yun Ning said softly. He has no obligation to tell you about his private life. You. Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious and looked fiercely at Song Hutching. She's right. Song Hutching laughed. Are you free this afternoon? Let's go and get the formalities done. As for those things of mine, I'm fine anyway, so I'll go help you organize. Yun Ning said softly, that's fine, and by the way, I'll organize my daughter's things as well. Song Huching nodded. Organize what? What about her kindergarten if you move away? Ruan Xingyo said in a deep voice. I'm not very busy with work right now. Ms. Nguyen, custody is mine. Song Huching said with a straight face. If you want to fight me for custody, I don't mind fighting you in a lawsuit. Do you? You have time to take care of her now? Ruan Xingyo laughed coldly. I see you changing women around you one after another. Do you still remember who Xiao Yuan is? I can take care of her. Yun Ning spoke. I am a student at Linchang University, and I don't have much schoolwork every day. Every morning I send Xiao Yuan to school, and when the afternoon I will go to pick her up and come back on time. And then her life as well as reading and writing, I can take care of that too. Ruan Xingyao didn't say anything, just looked at Song Huching rather grudgingly. You can have everything except custody. Song Huching seriously said, as for the formalities of the house, if you are not convenient today, we will be able to do it some other day. If not, I will find someone to do it on behalf of you. Wait for another day. I have to work this afternoon. Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. The project in my hand has just been finished, and I have accumulated a few days of vacation. I am going to Jiang County to see Xiao Yuan. It's your freedom. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Poof. Ruan Xingyao let out a light hum and tilted her head to the side. Since there's nothing else to do, we'll go first. Sun He-ching waved at her before straddling the Apulia. Ms. Nguyen, goodbye. After Yun Ning politely spoke to her as well, she sat on the back of the motorcycle and reached out to put her arm around Song Huching's waist. Is this a friend? The corners of Ruan Xingyao's mouth twitched a little, especially when she saw Yun Ning leaning her head directly on Song Huching's back. Her lungs almost didn't explode. This guy is totally out of costume, isn't he? There was one woman after another around. Yesterday it was a female president. Today it's a college student. Chapter 70, I don't know what they like. Lincoln Square. After Song Huching parked the car, he led Yun Ning into the elevator. It was just Yun Ning's eyes darting around, feeling a bit new to everything. Your first time? Aha. Yun Ning nodded with some embarrassment. Well, aren't you in college in Linchang? How is it possible that you came to the Lin City Plaza for the first time? Song Huching was surprised. I don't have time. I need to earn money. Yun Ning shook her head. After my classes during the day, I have to work at the restaurant, and when the restaurant closes, I have to go to the fried chicken store until 11 o'clock, and then after 11 o'clock, I have to work at the barbecue stand until 2:30 in the morning. Song Huching looked at her with complicated eyes and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yun Ning couldn't help but whisper, it's actually not that hard, just get used to it. I didn't say you worked hard, that's what you asked for. Song Huching bristled. Poof. Yun Ning glared at him angrily, but didn't say anything. The two went straight up to the third floor after. Song Huching led her into a clothing store, and without even looking at her, he began to start picking up clothes on the racks. Yun Ning, who had nothing else to do, also walked to the shelf and carefully took a piece of clothing, but she wasn't looking at the clothes to see if they were good or not. She was looking at the price on them. When she saw that a simple t-shirt cost 3,999, the whole thing went bad. She couldn't earn that much money for a dress in a month of hard work, and the guy was surrounded by 3 salesmen carrying clothes for him at the moment. 10 minutes later, Song Huching directly scanned the code to pay, then said an address and led Yun Ning towards another store. This guy is so nice to his girlfriend. Yun Ning also had a tinge of sourness after he sighed inwardly. She didn't show it though, she just followed him silently. This time it was shoes and socks. Song Huching said almost nothing and went in to get them. In just under 10 minutes, the two walked out again. Even though Yun Ning was beside him, Song Huching still collected no less than 5 small notes. The two just went from store to store. Song Huching didn't say anything, and Yun Ning didn't dare to speak. 2 hours later, the two of them left the Pro City Plaza and arrived at the Pro City Auto Mall. Hello sir, what model would you like to see? A rather handsome-looking young man greeted him. Coming to your place and with a young girl? Of course I'm looking at the Beetle. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Is there a current car? Should I wait? Yun Ning reached out and tugged on his sleeve, whispering, are you buying it for me? No, what am I getting you? Song Huching bristled. Yun Ning pursed her lips and retreated to the side with her head lowered. Cow. After the young salesman gave an internal thumbs up, he carefully said, there are a few existing cars, just to see what color you need? Pink, yellow are fine. Song Huching laughed. Just your luck sir, there's exactly one in pink. The sales hurriedly said, do you think you'd like to take a test drive? No, you help me drive it to Linchangfu. Then tell the security guards there that Mr. Song bought it, and they'll take care of it. Song Huching laughed softly. Where can I scan the code? Well, the salesman froze for a moment, then was ecstatic. I will bring the QR code to the gentleman. Also please give me the identity of the gentleman. ID? Song Huching froze for a moment, and looked sideways at Yun Ning. I don't have an ID card. Lend you your identity for a moment. My ID? Yun Ning was stunned. You give the car to someone else at that time. They will ask, right? Them? The corner of the salesman's mouth twitched a little. It's nifty. It's true that drought kills drought and flood kills flood. I'll just deal with the transfer when the time comes. Song Huching lightly said. Hurry up. Put your identity to use. I have not gone to work for the past 2 days. People have opinions about me. That's not a lie. The group is about to explode. Asking him why he's working again today. Everyone advised him at length that he should not give up halfway. It makes him feel like he has to clock in and out of work every day to run a takeaway. Yun Ning glanced at him, took out his ID card from his pocket, and handed it to the salesman. The salesman smiled at her rather awkwardly before running off with the ID card. In no time, he brought the purchase contract and QR code. Song Huching just glanced at the contract for a few moments before scanning the code to pay. This operation made Yun Ning look all flabbergasted. How come this guy buys a car like he buys groceries? No, it's not as good as buying groceries. Other people buy groceries and have to pay back the price. Sir, we will arrange someone to send the car to you later. We have prepared a small ceremony for you on our side, and would like to invite you to attend it. The salesman said with a face full of deference. There you go. Song Huching nudged Yun Ning. See what giveaways there are. Take whatever you like. I don't know what they like. Yun Ning huffed. This guy is getting out of hand. It's not even enough to pick out a gift for one's girlfriend and bring oneself, but one even registers with one's own ID card, which is too much to take oneself seriously. Forget it then. No gifts. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Yun Ning stopped him. Why don't you want it? You can't be such a loser even if you're rich. Well, then what can I do if you're not happy to go? Song Huching said helplessly. Poof. Yun Ning glared at him before glancing at the salesman. The salesman immediately understood and hurriedly bowed. Miss Yun, this way please. Not far. In front of a pink beetle. Yun Ning stood there playfully, a smile barely hanging at the corner of her mouth. And in front of her, 7 or 8 sales held up a salute. Congratulations to the Honorable MS Yun for becoming the owner of our beetle. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh, but I don't know if the laughter was too loud. Yun Ning glared over with a red face, revealing dissatisfaction all over her body, but she also dutifully asked the salesman for all sorts of gifts, from car upholstery to foot mats, whatever she could get anyway. Half an hour later, not bad, quite good at living, Song Huching joked. Anyway, I chose what I like. As for whether your girlfriend likes it or not, I don't know. Yun Ning beamed. Until then, after Song Huching spoke lightly, he looked at the salesman and said, now send the car over. We're leaving. Hey, I'll arrange it right away. The salesman hurriedly said, Mr. and Miss Yun go slowly. I put my business card in the car. You can contact me if you have any questions. Good. Song Huching nodded with a smile, then straddled the Apulia. Yun Ning also put on his helmet and reached around his waist. The salesman muttered as he watched the motorcycle speeding away. Either that people have superior means it. Today this girl is afraid that she will not be able to escape. Chapter 71, isn't it a coincidence? It was also getting a little late. Song Huching didn't plan to go back for dinner either, so he rode his bike and took Yun Ning to the Lincheng Plaza again, looking for a rather upscale seafood buffet and walking in. After the two of them found seats and sat down, Yun Ning flew off to get food. If it had been any other place, she would have been heartbroken for the money, but the buffet, she had to eat her way back. When she came back again, she was like a waitress, with a huge tray in her hands, all full of food. I'll get whatever you want. There's a penalty for not eating it all. Song Huching knocked on the table and said, if you take so much, there's enough for both of us to eat. I can eat it all. Yun Ning red face said, buffet is not 2 hours. Well, I slowly eat is. You came to eat? Song Huching snickered. I heard it from my classmates. Yun Ning lowered her head and said, alright, eat slowly and get it afterward. Song Huching laughed. Yun Ning hesitated for a moment before pursing her lips. Do you think it's embarrassing for me to look like this? No. Song Huching dumbfounded. When I was in college, I had a principal when I went out to eat buffet with my classmates. Yun Ning looked at him curiously. Hold the wall in. Hold the wall out. Song Huching lit a cigarette. What do you mean? Yun Ning was surprised. Get up in the morning. In addition to water, nothing to eat. Has been hungry until 4:30 p.m. Legs are hungry and soft. Can only hold the wall to go in. Song Huching sighed. And then has been eating full 2 hours. Eat propped up, and then hold the wall to go out. Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching looked at her and couldn't help but smile as well. It was the first time he had ever seen the girl smile, or rather, the first time he had ever watched her smile closely. Yunning's face shape was not the traditional melon face, but rather on the goose egg side, and with this smile, 2 shallow pear swirls emerged on her cheeks, and those big beautiful eyes flickered slightly, making it impossible for people to move their eyes. What are you doing looking at me? She looked at the glaring Song Huching and lowered her head a little shyly. You look good, Song Huching joked, just like what Chao Zijian wrote, fluttering like a shock, one like a swimming dragon, if the light clouds of the moon, if the flow of the wind back to the snow. Yun Ning, red-faced, got up and ran away. Only when she ducked into a corner did she cover her chest and gasp for air. Growing up, I don't know how many people have complimented her on her beauty, but like Song Huching, who used Xiaoxi's Luotian food to describe her, it is absolutely unique. She glanced sideways at the stainless steel mirrors refracting the look and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose gently. I'm not Shinmi myself. At this time, Song Huching was eating slowly and methodically, when he suddenly glanced at the afterglow and couldn't help but be happy. I can't believe I ran into huskies here. Most of all, the girl beside the husky was not Wan Xingyao. Xinshu also felt that someone was looking at him. He couldn't help but look sideways, and under the 4 eyes, he was actually a little flustered. The girl on the opposite side also followed his gaze and looked over, and when she saw Song Huching, she couldn't help but be surprised. Xinshu. What? Xinshu was stunned. He is also called Xinshu. The girl explained, didn't I tell you that I met someone with the same name as you? That's him. Xinshu? The corner of Xinshu's mouth twitched as he angrily said, Song Huching, are you interesting? Going around outside using my old man's name to woo people. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but let out a laugh and joked, don't shout, wait for someone else to take a video, then you can chicken and egg. Well, Xinshu immediately covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly. Could be. Song Huching laughed softly, actually brought his elementary school sister out for dinner. You know her? Xinshu was surprised. Recognize Ning Yiting, isn't the school flower of Lin Chang normal? Song Huching laughed. Why are you lying? Ning Yiting said angrily. I don't know you, who knows what you want to do? Song Huching was unimpressed. But I didn't expect that you were actually with my classmate. Nonsense, we're just friends. Ning Yiting blushed slightly. Yeah, me and Athene are just friends. Xinshu hurriedly explained. Last time I went back to school to do something, I just happened to meet her. She is our school sister so I brought her out to eat something. Well, good. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Xinshu reached out and pulled him back, gritting her teeth. You won't say anything to Softy, will you? Of course not. Song Huching laughed and scolded. But, you have to pay something more or less, right? This meal is on me, okay? Xinshu said helplessly. Thank you, young Qin. Song Huching smiled and patted his shoulder. Xinshu was still about to say something when suddenly Yin Ning walked over and sat across from Song Huching, causing his eyes to barely glaze over. Yunen? Ning Yiting was also slightly surprised. Hello. Yun Ning merely glanced at her before turning his gaze to Song Huching. No, what is your situation? Xinshu painfully said. Didn't Mr. Su just say yesterday that you are his boyfriend? How come you brought her today? Yun Ning. Song Huching laughed softly. Damn, even the name is so nice. After cursing inwardly, Xinshu gritted his teeth and said, Song Huching, you're really not a ing thing. You're the one who's not a thing. Yun Ning's almond eyes glared. Can you speak properly? After Xinshu cursed, he helplessly said, School sister, Song Huching and I are college classmates, in the same class, and we are still in the same dormitory. Poof. Yun Ning gave him a blank look and lowered her head to eat. She's not your schoolmate. She's from Linchang University. Song Huching smiled and said, What the hell? Lincoln University? Xinshu suddenly hated the backslot teeth are almost biting. Song Huching, you a beast. People are the flowers of the motherland. You a divorced old man. So scourge people? Old divorced man? Ning Yiting looked at Song Huching with considerable surprise. What's wrong? Linchang University is the flower of the motherland, but our Linchang normal is not, right? Song Huching was quite dissatisfied. Ning Yiting is still sitting here. Who are you looking down on? When Ning Yiting heard this, she immediately sank her face. What's the matter? Educational discrimination. No, I didn't mean that. Xinshu hurriedly said. I just feel surprised. Simply surprised. I also graduated from Linchang Normal. How can I look down on my own alma mater? Yun Ning looked at his expression that was on the verge of tears, giggling and laughed. Xinshu looked at her 2 shallow dimples and actually froze for a moment. Chapter 72. What am I? A delivery man. If not a fish for others? It wasn't that Ning Yiting wasn't beautiful. After all, how could a girl who could be the school's top girl not look good? Except that she was wearing makeup and very mature clothes. Girls of this mold can be seen everywhere in Xinshu, but but like Yunning's small and fresh style, he was on the contrary very rare. I said, have you seen enough? Song Huching snickered. Well, Qinshu turned back to his senses, and when he saw Yunning's look of disgust, as well as Ning Yiting's furious glare, he immediately pushed his head aside and said rather awkwardly, cough cough cough, I wasn't looking at her. Hey, Song Huching let out a light laugh and lowered his head to start eating. I'm paying the bill anyway, how about we all make up a table? Qinshu said with a smile on his face. Could be. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Success. Qinshu immediately began to move the food on the table without seeing Ning Yiting's gloomy face. Yunning instead gave Song Huching a rather odd look. Although she thought the meal was expensive, it was nothing to Song Huching, but why did he want someone else to pay? Speaking of old Song, I still all congratulate you. Qinshu laughed. Congratulate me on what? Song Huching was surprised. Congratulations on your divorce from Softia. Qinshu deliberately raised his voice and said, you have not long been playing the idea and soft divorce, now as you wish. Sure enough, Yunning looked at Song Huching with considerable surprise after hearing his words. Did he initiate the divorce? Hey, Song Huching sighed and said, it's a pity today did not leave into. What? It didn't work out again? What do you want? Qinshu said angrily, you don't know how many kilograms you have yourself? Are you worthy of someone else? It doesn't match. Song Huching spread his hands and said, but this is not Ruan Xingyao business trip, missed the cooling off period, and now want to re-register. What can I do? You. Qinshu almost didn't explode with anger. Speaking of which, what are you so concerned about Ruan Xingyao for? Song Huching teased. Oh, almost forgot. You and Ning Yiting are ordinary friends. My bad. Poof. Ning Yiting snorted coldly, rather displeased. She wasn't stupid. How could she not see that this Qinshu was treating herself like a fish? Don't you bull me. Qinshu hated the voice. I cannot be married. And now my father urged urgently, let me find a girlfriend. Don't you have Ruan Xingyao? Song Huching smirked. After Qinshu glanced at Ning Yiting, he gritted his teeth and said, are you crazy? Ruan Xingyao is divorced. How could my family agree to me marrying a divorced woman? Also, Song Huching shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't mention this matter again. Qinshu stole a glance at Ning Yiting's face, and sure enough, after he said that, Ning Yiting's face immediately looked much better. Song Huching didn't say anything either, just lowered his head and ate. Yun Ning, are you in a relationship with Song Huching? Ning Yiting suddenly said. We're just friends. Yun Ning said softly. Yes? Ning Yiting laughed lightly. I have heard that a rich second generation drove you to school in a Porsche. Aha. Yun Ning nodded. That's also my friend. Old Song, you can't make it either. Qinshu sneered. We are together in the classmates for so many years. You are still so goose. People this clearly put you as a fish to raise it. No way. Song Huching sighed. I'm not like you have. There is a good father. I'm a delivery person. Not to give people as a fish as what? Well, Qinshu choked on the words. You're quite self-aware. Ning Yiting laughed softly. On our school's intranet, people have made an offer for that car, of more than 14 million. How much? Qinshu was surprised. What kind of Porsche? It costs so much money? Here. Ning Yiting pulled out her cell phone and handed him the photo. Qinshu couldn't help but widen his eyes after glancing at it. We Lincoln actually have 918? Huzzah! How I did not receive the news. Our Porsche car club also did not see anyone say a car club? Yun Ning was surprised. Yes, as long as the owner of a Porsche can join the car club. Qinshu was quite reserved. You think but all open Porsche. Everyone is a level. Shall not exchange more exchanges? Oh, Yun Ning didn't speak again after glancing at Song Huching. Old Song, it's not me talking about you. Qinshu said in a serious tone. Your self-esteem is not too strong. Like this, you come to my family's company to work, give you 8,000 a month. Don't I work at Chino? Song Huching joked. Cut the ing facepalm. Qinshu skimmed his mouth. I and soft-asked people Qiannua. They said that there is no such person as you. Okay, people sue that is poor you. You really think of yourself as Song General Manager? Hey, Song Huching let out a light laugh and didn't pick up on it. Little cloud. How old are you? Qinshu said with a smile. Senior. Yun Ning casually responded. Junior year? Wouldn't that be an internship? Qinshu immediately said. This way I give old Song a face. How about you come to my company to intern? Ning Yiting immediately frowned. Xiaoning, don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this for old Song's sake. Qinshu licked his face and said. Xiao Yun, when you and Xiaoning come together at that time, I will give you a guaranteed salary of 5,000 a month. No need. Yun Ning shook his head. I have a job now. As for the internship, we will see when the time comes. Little Yun, it's hard to find a job these days, Qinshu said in a serious tone. Our company does foreign trade, and the work is stable. By then I will take care of you a little bit to make sure that you can turn smoothly. Said no need. Yun Ning's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looked at Song Huching and said, I am full. Can we go back? Go back then. After wiping his mouth with a paper towel, Song Huching reached out and patted Qin Chu's shoulder. Xiao Qin, broke the bank. No, sit back down again. Why are you leaving? Qin Chu hurriedly said, I'll leave you two alone. Song Huching laughed softly. Xiao Ning, you guys play slowly, we go back first. Aha. After Ning Yating answered, she couldn't help but think of something. You guys live together? No, I'm a delivery boy. How can I afford a house? Song Huching sighed. That too. Ning Yating bristled and looked towards Qin Chu. The guy is handsome. Yes, but he's in terrible condition. Although Qin Chu was a bit frustrated, he looked all the way over. Most importantly, his family owns a company, doesn't he? Gone. After waving his hand, Song Huching led Ning Yating towards the door. Qin Chu was rather regretful that he hadn't even left Yun Ning's phone number. Otherwise, he had to pry Song Huching's corner by himself. Chapter 73. I think he looks like a cutie. Song Huching hadn't gone far with Yun Ning when the corner of her coat was tugged by her. What's wrong? Why do I feel that classmate of yours seems like a cutie? Yun Ning whispered. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by that? He went to school with you, so he must be the same age? Yun Ning snapped his fingers and said, look at him like that. And he said a few more words. He hated to tell me about his ancestors and 18 generations. This is not a little cute. What is it? People are sincere. Song Huching joked. Not at all. Yun Ning skimmed his mouth. Ning Yating is also a junior. 80% want to go to his company for internship, so that's why he came out to eat with him. And I think Ning Yating may not look at him. Oh, what does that say? Song Huching led her into a milk tea store and ordered 2 cups of milk tea before finding a seat by the window. I don't know. That's how I feel. Yun Ning shook his head. Ning Yating is a powerful woman. If she really wants to make a scene, your ex-wife is afraid that she can't cope. What's it got to do with me? Song Huching laughed and scolded. This their business. You just weren't fighting for your ex-wife? Yun Ning said carefully. You're overthinking it. Song Huching laughed lightly. I just think that Qin Chu is quite interesting. In Ruan Xingyo as a licking dog. That is, he likes people for many years. I did not expect him to be like this in front of Ning Yating. How can a dog change? Well, Yun Ning instantly reddened in the middle of her words. Song Huching didn't care, but just looked out the window at the crowd coming and going in a daze. Yun Ning hesitated before speaking. Do you want to tell Ruan Xingyao? What? Song Huching was surprised. Is the matter that Qin Chu just wanted to play with her and didn't want to marry her? Yun Ning lowered her head and said, what am I eating up? Song Huching laughed and scolded. How? That's their business. What does it have to do with me? Taking a step back, if Ruan Xingyao and fell for his tricks, it's also her own choice, isn't it? Also, Yun Ning was suddenly happy again for some reason. At that moment, the pickup collar on the table vibrated. She took it hastily and ran to the counter to fetch the milk tea. After removing the straw and passing, he set it in front of Song Huching. Thanks. Song Huching smiled before taking a sip. Yun Ning wanted to say something. Song Huching didn't say anything, just gazed at her. Yun Ning hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to say, who did you buy those things for? Not telling you. Song Huching laughed softly. Poof. Yun Ning looked at him with a puff of air. Do you think I want to know? I'm just afraid that by the time you have too many girlfriends coming to the door and asking about me, I don't know how to explain. And in case the word gets out and there's a scene, I'll see what you'll do then. Then I won't tell you either. Song Huching laughed. Yun Ning put her hands around her chest and glared at him fiercely. If you don't say it, I still don't want to know it. Anyway, when the time comes to make a mess, I will see what you do. You're rarely this talkative. Song Huching joked. Yun Ning gritted her teeth and didn't speak again. She was afraid that if she said any more, she wouldn't be able to resist throwing milk tea in his face. 10 minutes later. Are you done drinking? Drink up and go back. Yun Ning didn't say anything, just stood up silently. This state of affairs continued until the two of them returned to Linjiang Mansion. Mr. Song, Wu Xingxing greeted, full of smiles. Just now Hermes and Chanel sent you a lot of clothes over. And Volkswagen sent you a Beetle. The stuff we put outside the door of 49 for you. And the car is parked for you. And the keys are in a bag outside the door. Thanks. Song Huching handed over a cigarette. Thank you, Mr. Song. Wu Xingxing hands after receiving, full of smiles. Our district and the major brands have cooperation. Every quarter they will send booklets to the owners. This quarter's booklet, I help you, also placed at the door. If you have the need, our property will send someone to your home with clothes for you to choose. Of course, if you like to shop in the mall, We also have a special black card for 60% off in the Lincheng house. Your company's business is still quite extensive. Song Huching joked. It's all about better service to homeowners. Wu Xingxing laughed. By the way, if you clean up your side, you see when it is appropriate? Every day after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I guess. Song Huching laughed lightly. Okay. After Wu Xingxing noted it down, he bowed slightly and said, then every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon there will be a cleaning home to clean. If you are not convenient, we will go to clean it ourselves. And if there is a special situation, you can give notice to the property. Okay, thanks. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder. It's all we should do. Have a nice life. After Wu Xingxing finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Song Huching twisted the throttle tightly and headed toward the 49th. The two arrived downstairs. Yun Ning pursed her lips after looking at the pink beetle in the parking lot and followed him. After Song Huching opened the door to his room, he sat down on the sofa. Yun Ning, on the other hand, carried the bags in one by one. And I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she also purposely set them behind the coffee table, which made her sit beside him. Song Huching lit a cigarette and pointed to the clothes. You go and try. Yun Ning was stunned. What did you say? I say you try it. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. You flip around on these two clothes. Jeans are washed out of color not to mention. And your little white shoes, the heel is going to be broken. The next time if it is rotten on the road, you play barefoot back? By the way, you go to class in a beetle. Squeezing the bus is a waste of time. Yun Ning's mind was buzzing at this point, and it took a long time before she looked at him with red eyes. Song Huching, you liar. Well, I lied to you again. Ouch. Song Huching was pounced on the sofa by her before she could finish her sentence. You're a liar. The biggest liar under the sun. Yun Ning reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, so she kissed him as hard as she could. No, listen to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't you pull down my pants. Let's try on the clothes first, shall we? Song Huching wanted to talk to her, but she couldn't even listen. More than 2 hours later, Yun Ning was wearing one of his shirts and sat down cross-legged on his side, gazing at him. Don't come you treat me like livestock, right? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. He. Yun Ning instantly laughed, reaching out and taking a cigarette from the table, putting it in her mouth and lighting it before stuffing it into his mouth, while she herself wrapped her arms around him and leaned her head on his shoulder. Chapter 74, Ms. Sue is here. She'll be upstairs in about 3 minutes. Song Huching, does it look good? Yun Ning was wearing a pair of denim shorts, on top of which was a pink t-shirt, and her feet were wearing white socks and small leather shoes. The whole person was both fashionable and full of youthful vigor. It's okay. Song Huching nodded with a smile. I'll get another set then. After Yun Ning reached down and took off her clothes, she picked up another set and put them on. I said, you go back to your room to change also into in the living room to try clothes like what appearance? Song Huching laughed and scolded. We're the only ones in the house anyway. After Yun Ning wrinkled her agitated nose at him, she took another set and put it on. Song Huching looked at her smile and couldn't help but smile as well. What girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? It just depends on whether the conditions allow it or not. An hour or so later, Yun Ning tried on all the clothes and shoes, even the socks, before sitting on Song Huching, wrapping her arms around his neck and exhaling. How much did you spend on these clothes? Less than 3,000. Song Huching laughed lightly. Cheat. After Yun Ning rolled her playful white eyes, she playfully stretched out her hand to him. Show me the small ticket. Who keeps that? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Poof. Yun Ning grunted lightly, then laid out the clothes and shoes in the living room, scanning them one by one with her cell phone. What are you doing? Song Huching wondered. Let me calculate how much these clothes cost. Yun Ning said with a red face. You gave me a salary of 3,000. Let's see. How many years do I have to pay it back? You'll be able to pay it off soon after you graduate and join the workforce. Song Huching joked. Not at all. If you give me 3,000 a month, I have to work for you. Yun Ning seriously said. Anyway, the money is not paid back before. You are not allowed to drive me away. Then you have something to pay back. Song Huching laughed softly. That car downstairs is a few 100,000. Bet you're dry to what time to go? Well, that too. After Yun Ning nodded, he put away his cell phone. Then I will slowly pay back. And when the account is finished, you will drive me away again. No. What about the fact that you're going to live until you're 70 or 80 years old? Song Huching laughed. Then I will serve you until I am 70 or 80 years old. Yun Ning jumped onto his body again and wrapped her arms around his neck and said, if you die first, I will go and guard your grave. And if I die first, you will burn my ashes and scatter them in the Linjiang River. I still have to deal with your aftermath. Ha! Song Huching laughed and scolded. Well, that too. Yun Ning tilted her head and thought, then I'll save up some money and the funeral company will take care of it for me then. However, you still have to attend. I want to see you. Nerves. Song Huching laughed and cursed before leaning back on the sofa. Nerves are nerves. Yun Ning made a face at him before leaning over his chest. A good half hour. Only then did she whisper, Song Huching, this is the first time someone has bought me new clothes. First time? Song Huching was surprised. Yun Ning whispered. I grew up picking up clothes that other people didn't want to wear, and the only new clothes I've ever worn are the school uniforms issued by the school. It's kinda pathetic. Song Huching rubbed her head. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. After Yun Ning took a deep breath, she tilted her head and looked at him and laughed. However, I feel that from the day before yesterday, my luck has been good. Well, how? Song Huching was surprised. Because I met you. Yun Ning seriously said. You will take me to eat delicious food. You buy me new clothes, and also buy me a car. I think I am the luckiest person in the world. You can find a random rich second generation at school who has money, and they can too. Song Huching shook his head. Humph, I'm not going to. After Yun Ning wrinkled her little nose, she delicately said, Anyway, when I met you, it was the luckiest thing for me. What I owe you, I can't pay it back in this life. Then I'll pay it back in my next life. Live this life first. Where's all the talk? Song Huching reached out and slapped her on the side of the head and got up. I'm going to go swimming too. With that, he pulled open the pool gate. Yun Ning immediately followed, and after stripping off her clothes in 3 tries, she jumped into the pool. The next day, early morning, Song Huching was sleeping when suddenly the phone rang. Hey, Mr. Song, this is Wu Xingshang. Miss Su is here. About 3 more minutes to your upstairs. The voice on the other side was rather urgent. Who? Song Huching was startled violently, then sat up. Miss Su, her car is already almost in the parking lot. Wu Xingshang's voice became more and more anxious. Should we temporarily stop the elevator and stop her? After Song Huching hung up the phone, he gently pushed Yun Ning who was sleeping. Wake up, my girlfriend is here. Ha! Yun Ning snapped, and without saying a word, he pushed Song Huching off the bed. Then after taking a set of sheets and quilts from the cupboard and laying them out, he rushed out, clutching the changed sheets and quilts. Well, Song Huching was fuming a bit. Suddenly the phone rang again. Hey, Mr. Song, I am Wu Xingshang of the security department. Disturbing your rest. Your elevator seems to have some malfunctions. Please press it to see if the elevator can come down normally. Wu Xingxing's voice was polite. Can. Song Huching laughed. I look like it's normal up here. Oh, then there should be a problem with the button. We'll overhaul it right away. Excuse me. Wu Xingxing hung up the phone after saying that. This property is worth the money spent. Song Huching gave the property a hard nod. They are expensive for a reason, aren't they? 20 minutes later, after Song Huching finished his shower and got dressed, he saw Su Qing sitting on the sofa with her arms around her chest, and in front of her stood Wu Xingxing and Yun Ning. Say, what's going on? What's going on? Song Huching was surprised. Who is she? Su Qing pointed at Yun Ning. Ms. Su, I've explained to you. This is Yun Ning, an in-home housekeeper sent by our property. Wu Xingshang said with a bitter face. Mr. Song signed a 5-year contract with her. If he dismisses her, I'm afraid the impact will be bad. When did I say I was going to dismiss her? After Su Qing glared at him, she looked sideways at Song Huching and said, Why didn't you tell me when you chose the housekeeper? She's so young, can she be a good housekeeper? Well, Song Huching didn't react for a moment. Miss Su, you can rest assured that I studied home economics in college, and although I am young, I will definitely be able to handle it. Yun Ning said with a straight face. Captain Wu, there's nothing more for you here. You go first, Su Qing said in a deep voice. Yes. Wu Xingxing glanced at Song Huching before walking out at a brisk pace. Just wait until the moment he closed the door. He heard Su Qing speak again. Song Huching, are you kidding me? Housekeeping can wear the latest Chanel? ********. Wu Xingxing closed the door quickly. He knew that Song was on the ropes. Chapter 75. Aren't you my girlfriend? Hey. Song Huching gave a dry laugh and waved his hand at Yun Ning, signaling her to go upstairs. Yun Ning hesitated for a moment, but finally obediently went upstairs. Say it, what's the situation? Su Qing coldly laughed. Can't see, you still play quite flowery Gana Chin Zimo, and Kama Yun Ning. It's not even the weekend yet. You came running to raise hell. It looks like someone snitched on you Song Huching said as he took her by the shoulders. Poof. Su Qing twisted her shoulders and said rather annoyed. It's not Qin Chu, who ran to the soft one and complained, saying that you are not a thing, seducing other college students, and inviting the soft one to reveal your true face. Softy had to go to work and didn't have time, so I was told to come and see what was going on. That grandson. Song Huching couldn't help but smile. In fact, this is very simple. I can't deliver takeaways for the rest of my life, isn't it? I also have to earn some money, otherwise I really rely on you to support me. That's also not appropriate, isn't it? Humph. You still need me to raise you? Su Qing skimmed his mouth. The car you parked downstairs, the house you live in. Other people can't afford to buy it in their whole life. Hurry up. Don't beat a dead horse with me. Tell the truth. Hey. Song Huching he a tree breath. In fact, this matter is not complicated. Is that I rode a bike when I hit her? So bring her back to recuperate. And she talked to her after talking. Think she is quite an idea. And then what? Subaru frowned. Trying to train her. Song Huching said without a red face or heart. If you open a company or something in the future, you have to find helpers, not. And she is quite miserable. How? Su Qing was surprised. Song Huching told Yunning's story. She's so pretty that she would mix up like this? Su Qing was quite surprised. Hey, that's the problem, isn't it? Song Huching spread his hands and said, why do you think she got mixed up like this? Doesn't that mean she's not that kind of person? But if she's willing to go out of her way, how could she become like this? And you lied to me? Su Qing sneered. You said that you cultivate her. I believe, but cultivate her to buy her Chanel. There is a beetle in the parking space below. It cannot also be her own, right? It's all done by the property. Song Huching lied. It's not that last time I bumped into someone and then my clothes got dirty. So I let the property send a few sets of clothes to, not hide it from you. I'm still heartbroken. Yes? Su Qing glanced at him, picked up the cell phone on the table and called. Less than 3 minutes. Wu Xingxing then ran up, flanked by Shaoli. Ms. Su, your property recently sent clothes to Mr. Song? Su Qing blocked in front of Song Huching and said, yes. Wu Xingsheng said with a straight face, last time, Mr. Song brought that Miss Yun back in a taxi. Both of them were quite wretched. So Mr. Song asked us to send him a few sets of women's clothing. As you know, our Linchang mansion is a high-end property, and the partners are big brands like Hermes and Chanel, so we gave him a few sets of clothes from those brands. Poof. Su Qing looked at him rather unpleasantly and said, you guys are also really bloodthirsty, sending clothes to send such expensive clothes? Miss Su, truth be told, we don't know what Mr. Song and Miss Yun's relationship is, so in order to not let the owner lose face, we are dealing with it according to the top. Wu Xingxing compensated with a smile and said, and what about the car? Subaru's tone slowed slightly. Little Li, why don't you hurry to come and apologize to Miss Su? Wu Xingsheng chided. Ms. Su, I'm really sorry, I got sidetracked on this. Shaoli said bitterly, because we Linchang Fu this is no bus. So Mr. Song let me get a substitute car for Miss Yun. I originally thought that she and Mr. Song is that kind of relationship, so I contacted someone to send a beetle over. Mr. Song scolded me and said they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but as you know, I'm just a security guard, and if this car is returned, I'll have to be responsible for the damages myself, and Mr. Song took pity on me, so this was not pursued. Saying that, he even bowed deeply to Su Qing in a decent manner. Since it's a misunderstanding, forget it. Su Qing waved her hand and said, what forget it? It's come to this. I'm non. Song Huching became furious, but only halfway through his words, he was hugged by her. Forget it, what are you bothering with the staff? People don't know that you and Yun Ning aren't in that kind of relationship either, don't they? Now that you've opened your mouth, let's forget about it. Song Huching hypocritically said, it just so happens that I cannot use the car during this time. So, you drive that Porsche away. No, directly transfer to you. Mr. Song, we can do the transfer procedures on behalf of you here. Wu Xingxing hurriedly said, geez, what's it like for me to drive your car? I'm not one of your people? Su Qing slightly averted her face. Well, aren't you my girlfriend? Song Huching snapped. In that case, forget it. Su Qing immediately glared back at him and sneered. What's the matter? You still want to drive your car to school to pick up girls, right? This car of yours is on the Linchang Normal and Linchang University intranet. Everyone says that Linchang has a super rich second generation. Hey, Yun Ning's foot is not sprained, so I sent her once. Song Huching laughed bitterly. This is not a misunderstanding, which is what I am a super rich second generation. What my father's behavior. You are not unseen. Poof. Su Qing's face slightly slowed down. From his own small Kuan bag took out his ID card and handed it to Wu Xingsheng. I still have to use the car in the past 2 days. About when can I do it? By this evening at the latest. Wu Xingxing immediately said, by the way, Ms. Su, what about your Mercedes-Benz? We can help you sell the car here as well. Su Qing didn't say anything and just looked at Song Huching. Sold. Song Huching immediately said, I have not used the car recently. I have to go to work every day is not. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Driving a Mercedes-Benz waving through the city is not like that. Then you always have a car for transportation, right? Subaru smirked. When the time comes, just get a low-profile car for transportation. Song Huching licked his face and said, otherwise, when the time comes, it will make a big fuss again, and make your mood unpleasant too, right? Humph, count yourself good. After Su Qing pouted, she carried her own small Kuan bag and said, I will go with them to do the formalities. My company still has something to do and then come over at the weekend. Not staying here? Song Huching sighed. We are all as inappropriate as the cowherd. Puffing, Shali couldn't help but laugh, only to be pinched hard on the thigh by Wu Xingshang. You want to die, don't you, mister? Song has only just coaxed MS Su into doing well, and if something happens here, it's not going to be easy for everyone. Darn, what a cowboy. Su Qing reached out and patted him. Red-faced, I just took over the company. Thing is still quite a lot. When busy after this bout will be good. Then I also move over and you live together. Okay. Song Huching sighed rather regretfully. Chapter 76. This Yun Ning is the nanny you hired for Xiao Yuan, right? Good boy. After Su Qing hugged him with a red face and then forced her shyness to kiss him, she followed Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli towards the outside. When he heard the door close, a small head poked out of the stairway this time. MS. Su is gone? Gone. Song Huching paralyzed on the sofa. That Qing Shu is not a thing. I did not say he actually went to snitch. He wasn't meant to be. Yun Ning sat down on his side and wrapped her arms around him and laughed softly. What number is this MS? Su, what number? Song Huching was surprised. It's your girlfriend number several. Yun Ning boarded her little face and said, I have to recognize all the people, right? Otherwise, what if another reveals himself at that time? There's only one of her in total. Where are there several? Song Huching blanked her, and I haven't even been with her for a few days. I don't even know if she counts as my girlfriend. Well, how can it not count? Yun Ning was surprised. How about this? Song Huching lit a cigarette. She is my ex-wife's best friend. Is the kind of play from the student era. You know it, right? Ha? Yun Ning covered her mouth and looked at him in horror. This guy has too much guts, right? It's not what you think. Song Huching reached out and knocked her head, helplessly saying, anyway, I didn't have anything with her before. It was when I divorced my ex-wife that we got a little bit of that. MS. Su is pretty and rich. She's quite a match for you. Yun Ning sighed. That's the problem. Song Huching spread his hands and said, her family has money. I have no money. How can her family look at a delivery boy? No money? The corners of Yun Ning's mouth twitched as he glanced at the lavishly decorated house with a look like you're coaxing a ghost. Well, I have a little money, but it's nothing compared to them. Song Huching laughed bitterly, and they may not look down on my profession, no? Humph. What's wrong with delivery? Who isn't supporting themselves on their own? They still look down on us. We still look down on them. Yun Ning disdainfully said. Since this is the case, then you should not be with her and find another one? Find another one? Song Huching was slightly stunned, and Sumei's small face appeared in his mind. Well, who did you think of? Yun Ning said in a tight voice. There is another. I don't know if it counts. Song Huching sighed. The president of a corporation. I told her that I have a girlfriend, but it seems like she can't listen. The one that bit you? Yun Ning said and could not help but spit a mouthful. I pooh. She is really shameless. Obviously know that you have a girlfriend, and still go up to the top, but also the president. I see that she is not a good thing. Song Huching looked at her with a stunned expression and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Yun Ning also noticed his gaze, cannot help but thin anger. I and she can be different. I do not want to be your girlfriend. What is so good about being your girlfriend? Every day to eat vinegar or full of food. Do not even want to eat. I'm your nanny. I'm on your staff. I work for you. Don't think of me as being like her. Okay. Song Huching shrugged, then sighed again. Poof. Yun Ning gave him a blank look before getting up and starting to cook. Song Huching, on the other hand, lay down on the sofa and let out a long sigh. All of a sudden, the cell phone on the table vibrated. Miss Su is coming up. An unfamiliar text message caused Song Huching to hold his forehead. Less than 2 minutes, Subaru opened the door again and walked in. MS. Su. Yun Ning shouted obediently before continuing to cook. Su Qing looked at Song Huching, who was lying on the sofa, and only then did she put her heart down a little. Well, why again? I just had something to do this afternoon, and I just happened to be worried that you hadn't eaten lunch, so I came to cook for you. After Su Qing let out a laugh, she sat down on his side and laughed lightly. This Yun Ning is the nanny you hired for Xiao Yuan, right? How do you know? Song Huching said helplessly. Humph, the property here has housekeeping. You think I don't know? Su Qing said smugly. You just asked them to come and do the sanitation, but didn't ask them to cook. I knew you were hiring an individual to pick up and drop off Xiao Yuan. After all, there's a kindergarten here, but it's better to be comfortable with your own people. isn't it? Nothing gets past you. Song Huching rubbed her head. Hey, after Su Qing let out a light laugh, she whispered, you know what? My sister seems to be in love. Your sister? Song Huching was curious. Don't you guys not live together? How did you know? Feelings, Su Qing seriously said. She is in a very wrong state these days and actually did not call me for a single phone call. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. What's the matter? You have to have her in charge for you to be comfortable, right? No, you don't understand. Su Qing shook her head and said, she is still urging me to hurry up and fall in love. I said that there is no suitable. She said that as long as the eyes are compatible, what family background, are not important. In the past, she used to say that if two people come from different backgrounds, then they don't have a common language, and after a long time, every day is just it won't last. I think she's right, Song Huching joked. Look, aren't Ruan Xingyao and I living examples? I can't give her the life she wants, so it's best for the two to separate. Not at all. Su Qing bristled. I think two people together, the most important thing is to like each other. Money can earn, that is the best. Cannot earn, then cannot earn it. The day is not the same over? You say that lightly. Song Huching sighed. Which of the things you eat and use must not cost money? To put it bluntly, the amount you spend on skincare products every year is higher than an average person's yearly salary. How will you last with ordinary people? Women are pleasing to themselves. As long as you don't dislike me for getting older and uglier, it's not like I care what others think. Su Qing coldly snorted. Soft is not the same. She was taught by her gang of friends. Song Huching was about to say something else when suddenly Yin Ning walked over. Mr. Song, Miss Su, can eat. Aha. Su Qing stood up and took a small bag from under the table and handed it to her. Ms. Yoon, I'm very busy with work now. Please take care of He Chang. Right. There's also Xiao Yuan. She's also coming back after summer vacation. Okay, thanks Ms. Su. After Yun Ning took it, he placed it on the sofa to the side. With that, he walked over to the table and began to greet the two men as they ate. Chapter 77. Why does this knife look a bit familiar? Ms. Yoon, the craftsmanship is very good. Su Qing looked at the colorful and flavorful 3 dishes in one soup and complimented. It seems that Xiao Yuan and He Qing will have a blessed mouth in the future. It's all just random stuff. Yun Ning took a small bowl and after giving her a bowl of soup, she gave Song Huching a bowl as well. Nice soup. Song Huching smiled back. Thank you Mr. Song. After Yun Ning responded, she didn't move and picked up her bowl to start eating, but after she looked at the two sitting together, she couldn't help but have a bad thought. Well, Song Huching felt that someone's foot had been stepped on. He didn't move and looked down. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yun Ning was using her small white feet at this moment, stepping lightly on her own feet, her toes looking crystal clear even though they weren't painted with nail polish. The girl, he sighed before continuing to eat with his head down. Huching, that Porsche formalities are done. I can drive away. When the time comes, you don't have a heartache. Su Qing joked. I'm heartbroken now. Is it possible to backtrack? Song Huching laughed. No way. Su Qing blanked him. I won't give it to you even if you back out. Who let you run to school in that car? You're not allowed to be so flamboyant. Do you hear me? Got it. After Song Huching responded obediently, he reached out and touched the table. The girl was getting over the top. Her feet were up to her thighs. The three ate their meal. Su Cheng still wanted to get tired of Song Huching, but suddenly his phone rang. Song, we saw your car. Old Qing's tone was urgent. Lao Wu is leading people to stop him. You come over quickly. What? Song Huching was furious. I will come over. Immediately, don't let the people go. After he hung up the phone, he was about to rush out, but was stopped by Su Qing. What's wrong? What happened? My electric car was stolen. A few of my friends now see someone riding my electric car. Heck, my car also dares to steal. There is still a king's law? After Song Huching finished angrily, he rubbed her face. You get busy first. We'll talk again on the weekend. Hey, don't fight. If it doesn't work, we'll just buy another one. Su Qing hurriedly said. Got it. Song Huching dropped a sentence and ran out. Su Qing turned and looked at Yun Ning, who was cleaning up the dishes, and sighed slightly. Yunin, let's talk? Well, Ms. Su, Yun Ning was rather hesitant. You don't think that I really believe those bull ***** words of Song Huching, right? Su Qing laughed bitterly. I just came, and the elevator broke down. The property didn't even call the maintenance staff, so they just called Song Huching, and then the elevator was fine? How can there be such a coincidence? What's more, this house is tens of millions of dollars. If it's really because of the elevator malfunction that caused the accident, they can't afford to pay for it in the Linchang mansion. Yun Ning's eyes widened at once. Song Huching rode a Pulia and sped all the way across the Linchang Bridge to the neighborhood of Linchang University. He had just gotten out of his car when he saw more than 20 takeout workers were there surrounding him, and the other side had 7 or 8 of them, forming a standoff between the two sides. Song is here. I don't know who shouted, but the delivery men got out of the way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I bought this car. Whoever ing dares to say that I stole it, believe it or not, I'll just give him 2 knives. A man in a turban was playing with a butterfly knife with a sneer on his face. Song Huching frowned and looked at it. How does this knife look a little familiar? What are you looking at? The man had just turned his head after he had chided the surrounding area, and was met with Song Huching's icy cold eyes. He froze for a moment, then his legs went weak and he actually fell to his knees. Big brother, is he? A little brother stammered and shouted. I watched, saw it. The man didn't know if he was infected or frightened, and his speech was a little sloppy. Xiao Song, that's him, he didn't just steal the car, he had to beat people up. Old Qin said angrily. Hua Guangming, right? Song Huching smirked. Yeah. Big brother, it's me, bald. The man took off his bandana, which still had gauze wrapped around it. Snap. Song Huching raised his hand and slapped him. You're ing getting back at me, aren't you? How dare you even steal my car? Ooh, everyone froze. This little Song looks gentle. This is also too fierce. No, big brother, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Hua Guangming covered his face and said, I bought this car. The last time is not to ask for the account back. Well, the company sent some bonuses, so I bought this car. Snap. Song Huching backhanded him and slapped him again. You ing when I am 3 years old. I beat you in the front foot. The car was stolen in the back foot. Are you looking for death? No, big brother, this is really a misunderstanding. Being stabbed more than 10 knives of the little brother hurriedly said, you lend us 8 guts. We do not dare to steal your car. This car is me and the light brother in the second-hand market to buy. The other side also gave us an invoice it. Where are the tickets? Song Huching squinted. Brother Light, tickets. The little brother reached out. No, I didn't bring any paper to the bathroom yesterday and used that ticket to wipe my ass. Hua Guangming said with a pale face. Make it up. You keep making it up. Song Huching craned his neck. Big brother, I'm telling the truth. Hua Guangming was on the verge of crying. This car is really bought. I swear to God, if I steal this car, my whole ing family will die. No, even my brothers will die and the whole family. Aha. His minions were all nodding their heads vigorously as well. Really bought it? Song Huching frowned. Really? Hua Guangming wiped the sweat on his head, trembling from his pocket and pulled out the key. Big brother, like this, the car I do not want. I also compensate you for the mental damage fee. You see, can it? Song Huching didn't answer, just said in a deep voice, how much did you pay for it? 1,000. 1,009. Hua Guangming said carefully. I'll give you 4,000, but you have to help me find the one who stole my car and beat him up. Can you do it? Song Huching took out a cigarette and handed one to him. Don't worry, big brother. Hua Guangming immediately stood up straight. Other dare not say. Looking for people, we are professional. You leave a phone number to me. At the latest tomorrow have a letter. Add a flyer. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and exchanged flyers with him after. Transferred $4,000 to him. Big brother, you can rest assured that when you find someone, I can't beat him to death. Even I dare to blindfold. Really ing don't want to live. Hua Guangming gritted his teeth and said, get lost. Song Huching waved his hand. Hey. After Hua Guangming bowed to him, he flew away with his little brother. Only after running out of Song Huching's line of sight did the crowd let out a long breath of relief. Chapter 78. How the do I know what you guys look like when you're all dressed up like ghosts? Brother Light, we're just going to let it go? The little brother asked. Snap. Hua Guangming backhanded him with a big mouthful. Why did not stab you to death that day? Stabbed you more than 10 knives. Even ing minor injuries are not counted. Are you not the courage to get fat? No. The little brother covered his face and said, what I mean is, let's not go to the trouble of the person selling the car. This is also in broad daylight. If we are caught by that big brother at night, we will probably lose half of our lives today. All of them wet their pants last time. Only no one dared to mention this. Hey, yeah, I've got to get in trouble with the car salesman. Hua Guangming suddenly realized. Go, copy the guy. His mother almost killed me. Must not ask him to point out the spiritual loss fee? With a wave of his hand, the group immediately rushed to the bus stop. Other side. Brothers, thanks a lot. Any brother who comes to help today, go to 9 at night. My treat. Song Huching laughed. Little Song is righteous. The crowd all applauded enthusiastically. Success. See you tonight then. We'll go deliver the order first. Old Qin patted Song Huching's shoulder. Okay, Song Huching nodded, and then after parking the electric car under the roadside surveillance, he then straddled the Apulia and rode towards the Lin Chang house. Maybe it's because I haven't run in a couple days and I've had surprisingly good luck today. The list is one after another. Only the distance is out of control. He originally wanted to run just west of the river, but running across the bridge not to mention, but also more and more off. By late afternoon, it was actually in the residential neighborhood of South City. However, since he had the Sumeru ring, it made him worry a lot less. And anyway, the meal was made to look like whatever he delivered to the customer, and he got a lot of compliments. It was just that Song Huching felt weird. Using this to deliver takeout always felt like a waste. He was thinking about this when he came to an upscale apartment. After knocking on the door, it didn't take long for it to open. The other party just showed a head and a hand. Only when she took the takeout, she couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Song Huching? Song Huching also looked at her rather surprised. "You are, pretending you don't know me?" The door opened and a shapely woman in yoga clothes stood out, sneering, "What's the matter? Delivering takeout to supplement your family? Miss, we know each other?" Song Huching said carefully. This girl's height is at least 1.6 meters or more. Yoga clothes outline her body perfectly. There are still dense beads of sweat on the half round of her chest. It looks like she is doing exercise. "You." The woman looked at him rather angrily and said in a deep voice, "Lee Chung-moo, soft co-worker, do you have any impression?" "Yes." Song Huching was non-committal and bowed slightly. "Miss Lee, please enjoy your meal and take your leave." "You wait." Lee Ching-moo walked out carrying takeout and frowned. "The words aren't finished yet. Why are you running?" "Sister, you and Ruan Xingyao are BFFs, and I'm not, ah?" Song Huching spread his hands and said, "I still have work to do. It's not appropriate to gossip with you here alone, isn't it?" "What fits?" Lee Chang-moo did not have a good mood. "Lend you 3 guts you wouldn't dare to do anything to me. How are you and Softy doing lately? Still fighting?" You're asking me?" Song Huching was surprised. "Aren't you and her bosom friends? Why don't you go ask her?" She recently did not know what chicken blood. Every day at work on the buried hard work, after work but also to work overtime. Weekend about her to come out to drink afternoon tea, she said to accompany her daughter. Lee Chang-moo complained, and she chatted with the feeling that she was not in a high mood. "What is wrong with you guys? Divorced?" Song Huching said succinctly. "Isn't this what you all look forward to every day?" "I divorced her, so you'll have time to play together, right?" "Divorced from divorce?" Lee Ching-moo seemed to be stunned as well. "Then what are you doing with this delivery?" "To eat, big sister." Song Huching helplessly said, "I want to raise my daughter. Can not work, right? You have a man to raise. Ni no ah. Go to your. I also do not have a man to raise it." After Lee Ching-moo glared at him, he said in a bad mood, "You ate the gunpowder. I didn't fling you guys to divorce. What do you do with the gas on me?" "No, are you really that idle?" Song Huching sighed. "If I were you, I wouldn't stand in the hallway chatting with a man in this outfit." "What? Give out benefits?" "Well." Lee Ching-moo followed his eyes and immediately screamed, covering her chest, rather annoyed. "Song Huching, you're playing a hooligan, aren't you? And I said you were being a hooligan." Song Huching pointed to the next few rooms and said, "You stand in the corridor, as if you are doing an exhibition, and you are afraid that others will look at it? You." Lee Chang-moo was furious, and after glaring at him fiercely, she flew towards home. But just as Song Huching was waiting for the elevator, she pulled on another jacket and ran out, glaring at him with a puff of air. "What for?" Song Huching said with quite a headache. "What do you mean you just pretended not to recognize me?" Lee Chang-moo glared. "They were the ones who urged you to divorce. I didn't say anything. Do you want to click to confirm receipt first?" Song Huching laughed. "What do you mean?" Lee Ching-moo was surprised. "You order it first and then give me a 5-star review." Song Huching sincerely said, "I will then tell you why I didn't recognize you just now." Lee Ching-moo gave him a crooked look, but did as he was told. Song Huching pressed the elevator, and only then did he wrap his hands around her shoulders and slowly push her to the door of the room. "What are you doing?" Lee Ching-moo was surprised. "Hey." Song Huching sighed. "You guys are usually disguised like ghosts. How the would I know what you look like? If you don't say your name, face recognition can't even recognize you, let alone me." After he finished, he shoved her toward the house, then shut the door quickly and got into the elevator. "Song Huching, you're the ghost." Lee Ching-moo opened the door and chased after him, but the elevator door had already closed long ago and went straight down to the first floor. Asshole. She pressed the elevator quickly, cursing under her breath. Running the stairs is impossible. 23 floors to run down. That is long gone. At this point, the next-door neighbors who heard the commotion opened their doors and looked toward the elevator entrance. "What are you looking at? Didn't see a woman is what?" Lee Ching-moo angrily rebuked. The crowd immediately scrunched their necks and shut the door quickly. When Li Qingmu returned home, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but pull out his cell phone. Chapter 79. No wonder you don't like the female president. Shoreline. Ruan Xingyao, who was organizing her things, saw her phone vibrate and couldn't help but faintly open it. Softy, push Song Huching's flying messenger to me. I have business matters for him. Li Qingmu. After she saw this message, she couldn't help but glance at Yun Ning, who was in the process of storing her clothes, and ducked to the side. What do you want Song Huching's flying message for? Ruan Xingyao. He just delivered a meal to me, but he only delivered the meal, not the food, and I accidentally clicked on confirm receipt, and now I can't contact him. Li Qingmu. Moo, forget it, I'll order you another one. Ruan Xingyao. No way, did you get your money from the wind? Hurry up, it's not like I'm complaining about him, I'm just asking him to go get it for me. Li Qingmu. Ruan Xingyao hesitated for a moment, and eventually pushed Song Huching's flying message through, but she also kept a watchful eye and didn't give Song Huching's phone number to her. At this time, Song Huching was busy. After all, it's dinner time, and there are so many orders, but he also had the sense to run to the east. After all, he also said that he would treat Old Chin and the others to a late dinner in the evening, and it wouldn't do to be too late. 9:30 in the evening. Song Huching couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief after delivering the last order. He opened Flying Communications and was just about to send a message with Yun Ning when he suddenly received a friend request. Get this straight. Song Huching slightly froze, clicked on the other party's avatar and looked at it, and couldn't help but be happy. If it isn't Li Qingmu. In fact, he did speak with some venom. Li Qingmu is actually very pretty. After all, Ruan Xingyao is so beautiful, her best friend is not worse. The Li Qingmu on the avatar was painted with exquisite makeup, wearing a big red ancient dress, looking extremely dignified and beautiful, together with the imposing palace. It was very beautiful. At this point, Li Qingmu's cell phone, who was watching TV, vibrated, showing that Song Huching had passed her friend request. Without saying a word, she was ready to send a voice over to scold him, but before the voice could be sent, a big red exclamation point appeared. When she applied again, it showed that she had been blacklisted by the other party. Song Huching. Half the building's voice-activated lights came on. 9 Brothers Barbecue. When Song Huching arrived, Old Chin and the others had already arrived. There were 3 tables set up, not to mention the fact that they deserved to have all the barbecue and stuff ordered. He walked over and looked at the list and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The group helped him save money by ordering almost no meat dishes. He picked up his pen and sketched a bit more before walking outside and sitting down. Song, why isn't your girlfriend here today? Someone joked. She has to go to work. How can she be free like us? Song Huching laughed and scolded. That's right, she's a female president. Someone sighed. It's a toss-up whether it's a done deal or not. Song Huching shook his head and said, maybe it is a 3-minute heat. After this bout, she thinks clearly is not necessarily not. Don't be so pessimistic. Lao Wu hurriedly comforted. You are not bad. A table of talent, education and high. Wait for takeout delivery tired. And then a serious find a class. When a white collar. This is not also quite good. Who wants to go to work after running a takeaway? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Not to mention our job. At least it's free, isn't it? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed out loud. Time is free. This counts as one of the few good things about takeout as an industry. Everyone ate and drank well today, and I thank everyone for their help. Song Huching opened a bottle of beer and said aloud, in the future, if anyone has anything, just open your mouth. Good. The crowd immediately applauded. After Song Huching took a big gulp, he was about to sit down, but the phone rang again. Hey, aren't you coming back for dinner again today? Yun Ning grumbled. Look at me, how could I forget you? Song Huching hurriedly said, I'm having a snack outside, do you want to come? Come. Yun Ning immediately said, where are you? Send a location to me. Success. Song Huching put away his phone after sending her a location. What's up, girlfriend coming? Old Chow snickered. No, a friend. Song Huching shook his head and raised his glass to clink with them. Friend? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. 20 minutes or less. A taxicab pulled up in front of the barbecue stand. Old Chin and the others looked sideways, and what caught their eyes was a pair of straight, long legs. Asterisk. I don't know who shouted, and everyone looked at Song Huching with complicated eyes. I'm really sorry to be late. Yun Ning bowed slightly to the crowd with some embarrassment. No, we just ate too. Lao Wu hurriedly pulled a stool and placed it on Song Huching's side. Old Zhou then took the dishes and set them in front of Yun Ning. No wonder you can't look at a human female president. Someone sighed. Hey, the people in the neighborhood immediately shouted. The man immediately shut his mouth and drank in embarrassment. This is Yun Ning, my friend. Song Huching introduced. That one is Lao Wu, Lao Zhou, and Lao Qin. You should have met all of them except Lao Zhou. Hello Brother Wu, Brother Zhou, and Brother Qin. Yun Ning greeted nicely. Hello hello. Old Zhou and the others were busy laughing, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. No, you guys go on chatting like to chat about the president, and it does not matter. Song Huching laughed. Well, everyone froze for a moment, then silently gave him a thumbs up. Little Song, I'm kind of long-sighted. Old Zhou laughed bitterly. Don't think of this thing so nasty, then everything is good to talk about, isn't it? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What female president? Am I worthy of someone else? Think about it. Besides her, is there anyone else who would invite me to work? Hey, Old Qin faintly stared. You don't say. It seems like I met you twice. You were with that female president. That's not it. Song Huching skimmed his lips. Don't think of anything as too simple. Chicks are thinking that I don't like sitting in the office is what? That also need to sit steadily before What a ing shame if one bad thing happens and I get fired and come back to run the takeout. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed out loud. Yun Ning, on the other hand, secretly rolled her eyes and took a handful of skewers from the table, dividing half of them and setting them in front of Song Huching. Come on, everyone, one more go. Song Huching said aloud. I wish you all explosive orders every day. Cheers. The crowd raised their glasses as well, and the atmosphere warmed up. It was just that Old Zhou, Old Qin, and Old Wu were all secretly looking at Yun Ning, and they always felt that this kid's relationship with Yun Ning was not simple. After all, which ordinary female friend, and take food, and dishes and pouring water and handing paper towels, is just short of wiping Song Huching's mouth? With this kind of behavior, who'd believe it when they say they're just friends? Chapter 80, I'm not bad looking, I'll have a future in soft food. The crowd ate barbecue until 12 o'clock or so, only to find that it was only $1,000 when Song Huching went to settle the bill. It wasn't that he thought $1,000 was a small amount of money, but the fact that he had set up 5 tables and only combined them for less than $300 a table was rather mind-boggling to him. Little Song, your money didn't come from the wind, did it? The owner's wife joked. Each person only took 1 case of wine per table, and they paid for all the wine and food, they added later. Well, Song Huching froze slightly, then shook his head with a bitter smile. It is said that the righteousness of every dog slaughter generation, he has seen this time. After he paid, everyone had dispersed, perhaps because they didn't want to dwell on the money matter with him anymore. Even Lao Zhou and Lao Wu and the others left, leaving Yun Ning standing there playfully. How do we get back? Take a cab. Song Huching was just about to wave, but she stopped her. We're not far from here, so why take a cab? Let's just walk back. Walking back? Sister, it's still quite far away, alright. Song Huching said helplessly. I want to walk back. Yun Ning whispered. Well, Song Huching glanced at her for a long time before patting her head helplessly. Come on, walk back then. Aha. Yun Ning glanced at the surrounding takeout workers who were having a late-night snack, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to take his hand. All the delivery men who were drinking were breathing heavily. It was only after the two had gone away that someone shouted out in grief. Asterisk 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 ah. The others didn't say anything, just nodded silently. The boss's wife who was cleaning up the table also laughed bitterly, and said that there is a female president who is pestering Xiao Song, and Xiao Song does not agree to. It now seems that people have already had their hearts in the right place. The two of them walked out a long way before Yun Ning delicately said, Why don't you ask me why you want to walk back? What's there to ask? Song Huching bristled. Walk back if you want to. Poof. After Yun Ning blankly glanced at him, she softly said, Song Huching, why are you being so nice to me? I don't know. Maybe it looks good on you. Song Huching lit a cigarette. It's that simple? Yun Ning was surprised. Well, Song Huching tilted his head to look at her and said with a straight face, The first time I saw you, I was attracted by your looks, so I tried every possible means to inquire about you, and in the end, I looked for the group of bald guys to go and block you, just to have a heroic rescue. Would it make you feel better if I said that? Asterisk 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 you. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. The first time you saw me, you couldn't wait for me to hurry up and roll. If I hadn't been dead set on following you, you were afraid that you wouldn't have remembered who I was, right? What about you? Why are you following me? Song Huching teased. When you took me then and rode your bike across the Linjiang Bridge, I was thinking that you saved me, and if you weren't married, I'd be your girlfriend and then fight with you in this city. Yun Ning stopped and looked at the lights across the street and said, I've never resented the fact that you're a delivery boy. I even think that me getting a job, you delivering, and us living a simple life would give me peace of mind. Yeah, I have a Lin Chang takeout group. Do you want to go to a blind date? Song Huching laughed. Asterisk 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 you. After Yun Ning pushed him a bit, she said in a delicate voice, Song Huching, anyway, I rely on you in this life. You are not allowed to drive me away when you have money, and even more so when you don't have money. You're not leaving without money. Are you stupid? Song Huching looked at the leisure dock not far away and pulled her slowly over. You're such a proud person. If you run out of money, then you must have lost everything. Yun Ning tilted his head and looked at him. At that time, you have nothing, but me and Xiao Yuan. If I still go, then what will you do? Song Huching froze slightly, then reached out and wrapped his arm around her and leaned against the railing, listening to the sound of the water waves behind him without another word. Yun Ning leaned over his chest and softly said, if you have nothing left, at least there is me. If it really comes to that time, I want to find a rich woman. Song Huching sincerely said, you also know that I'm not bad looking. There must be a future in eating soft rice. Yun Ning's pretty face first turned from red to white, then from white to black, and opened her mouth to viciously bite on his neck. Song Huching, you're such an asshole. Well, you're starting to understand me. Song Huching agreed. Go to hell. Yun Ning huffed and pushed him, then walked forward, but after not taking 2 steps, he turned back and pulled him down under the bench. Well, what do you want? As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he felt his cell phone vibrate. He opened it and was dumbfounded. FMS arrived in the full $10,000. Since you want to eat soft rice, then I will experience it. First, Yun Ning gritted his teeth. No, sis, this is on the dock. In case, well, Song Huching's mouth was gagged by her as soon as the words left his mouth. With that, a small hand reached under his shirt. The next day, early morning, Song Huching woke up to a pair of sparkling eyes. Don't around early in the morning. Nasty. Yun Ning immediately pushed him a bit with a red face, and then only whispered, yesterday I was drinking too much wine, and I am not allowed to mention that matter again. Which thing? Song Huching was surprised. You aren't even allowed to mention yesterday anyway. Yun Ning reached out and wrapped her arms around him, rolling all over. How was so impulsive yesterday? Song Huching was dumbfounded and hugged her tightly as well. At this point, the curtains were automatically drawn. The sunlight poured in, making both of them feel a rush of warmth. The two of them were ear to ear for a while before they got up. Yun Ning had class today, so he drove the beetle in front, while Song Huching rode his little electric donkey, wobbling along behind him. Miss Yun, take care and have a safe trip. Li, who was standing guard, saluted the beetle. Yunin honked his horn in response as well. Yo, standing guard again today? Song Huching joked. Where's your captain? Why isn't he at the guard post? The captain has gone on patrol with his men. Good morning, Mr. Song, Xiaoli said with a smile on his face. Good. Song Huching nodded with a smile, reached under the car and took 4 cigarettes and threw them to him. Thank you for Su Qing. You and your captain take it and split it. This is what we should do. How can we be so kind as to still take your things? Li's smile grew even more fervent. Don't get all wishy-washy on me. Let's go. After waving his hand, Song Huching twisted the gas and drove towards the road. Take care, Mr. Song. I wish you all the best. Xiaoli saluted and then joyfully put away the cigarettes. Don't look at all the rich people here. But in the end, the ones who really know how to return the favor are still a minority. Chapter 81, Song Huching, you finally landed on my hands, haven't you? Xiao Song, Lin Chang University Town, Go, Lao Wu, go to the Harry Lin Chang University City, South City Speed, single explosion, Lao Zhou, Huomao squatting with a single, Lao Qin. After Song Huching looked at the 3 locations in the south of the sky, he hesitated for a moment and finally chose Lin Chang University City. After all, rushing to the South City and the National Trade Center was a bit of a distance, and the Lin Chang University City was the closest place to him. He rushed to the location Lao Wu said he was at and immediately turned on his cell phone. A new order has arrived. Please check. Start work. Old 6. You mother asterisk. A penny? Old me almost crashed in order to grab this red packet. Old Sheen. 2 lines of tears for loved ones when the line is not standardized. Old 6. Roll. Old Sheen. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he twisted the gas and started to blend into the takeout army. College town is really great. Everyone else eats at the right time, but college students eat when they get up. There were even 8 singles in one building, making Song Huching almost not happy enough to jump up and down. After Yun Ning got out of class, he greeted a lot of people pointing at him and walked towards his beetle, but before she could go far, she saw a familiar figure speeding past, and she immediately stopped and followed. Song Huching just ran down from upstairs, and saw an extra bottle of drink on the seat. He looked left and right, hesitated, or decided to throw the trash can. What if I drink this unidentified object? What if I die? But before he could get to the trash can, his cell phone vibrated. No throwing the drinks I bought. Yunin. Okay. Song Huching squinted and looked around, and after seeing the beetle not far away, he couldn't help but raise his drink. Open it and take a sip before straddling the small electric donkey and galloping away. Poof. Yun Ning, who was sitting inside the car, hummed lightly and drove towards the China World Trade Center. Near noon, Song Huching wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, was planning to ask Lao Wu to deal with a mouthful of nearby. After all, the South County Hotel can be a little far from the university city. Running around is not cost-effective. But before he could call, the order came back. Gotta. Work is important. Song Huching laughed to himself before driving to the merchant. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, he rushed towards the playground of Linchang University with the takeout. Only he had just carried the takeout to the locator and immediately turned his back. That's a mother asterisk. Not far from the shade of the tree, this time is set up a small table. The table in front of sitting 2 men and 2 women. The side also put a show business sign, written on the school recruitment. Chang Mu, what takeout are you ordering? I'll treat you to a delicious meal. A fat man in a suit laughed. Thanks, but I already ordered. Li Qingmu let out a light laugh and glanced at his cell phone. She realized that the delivery man was already less than 10 meters away from her. She immediately looked up and saw the delivery man with his back turned, and she couldn't help but get up and shout, "Delivery! Here! Asterisk. Dead is dead." Song Huching lowered his head and walked over, whispering, "Ms. Li, please enjoy your meal." "Thanks." Li Qingmu let out a light laugh and took the takeout. Song Huching immediately let out a long breath and lowered his head in preparation for a run. But just as he turned around, he saw a pair of black backless high heels, and the small feet on the heels were so white that they were even somewhat reflective in the sunlight. Looking further up, it was a short black wraparound dress, and I was just about to look further up when I heard an icy laugh. "Song Huching, you finally landed on my hands, haven't you?" Song Huching raised his head and was confronted with a pair of small faces like flowers but with thin anger, making him bitter. "Ms. Li, what a coincidence. Where's the school recruitment?" "Yeah, school recruitment." After Li Qingmu smoothly placed the takeout on the table, he picked up his cell phone and opened the Black Knight's interface. The delivery guy had a bad attitude and was harassing customers. "Don't meddle." Song Huching hurriedly reached out and covered her cell phone, smiling bitterly. "Sister Li, have something to say properly. Not to be like this is not it? If this girl really sent out this evaluation, not to mention whether the Black Knight believed it or not, even if he was just interviewed by the Black Knight headquarters, then he should not even mix in the takeout group in the future. He can't afford to lose this one." "What for?" a violent voice rang out, startling Song Huching. The two of them looked sideways, only to see a fat man dashing over. He just wanted to reach out and pull Li Qingmu to hold her behind him, but Li Qingmu had already taken a step back, making him pull an empty hand. After the fat man's mouth twitched for a moment, but he still said righteously, "Delivery. You still dare to touch Chang Mue's hand? Hooliganism, isn't it?" "No, what isn't?" the fat man angrily said. "You a delivery man, Toad still want to eat swan meat? Also don't look in the mirror. Hurry up and roll. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." "Hey, I'll roll right away." Song Huching was like an amnesty and was about to run away, but he was pulled back. "Zhang Boyi, he's my friend." Li Qingmu frowned. "And, don't take a bite of a takeaway. This is very disrespectful, know it? You just called me delivery boy too," Song Huching reminded in a small voice. "Shut up." After Li Qingmu glared at him, her pretty face was slightly red as she looked at the fat man and said, "You are not also still not eating lunch? I ordered fried chicken cola. Please eat." "Ha?" Zhang Boyi immediately turned red and stammered. "Chang Mu, you buy me lunch?" "Yeah, I'll buy you lunch." After Li Qingmu nodded, he reached out and pulled Song Huching's collar, and then walked towards the outside of the playground. "No, Sister Li, can I walk by myself? You are so ashamed of me." Song Huching couldn't help but slightly lower his head as he watched the group of college students reveal stupid and surprised expressions. If you dare to run, you're dead." Li Qingmu let go of his hand and walked ahead. Song Huching hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare to run. He was really afraid that his career would be ruined at the hands of this woman. The two walked a little ways before entering a small restaurant. Li Qingmu skillfully ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and then wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Song Huching with a smile. "Am I like a ghost today? How could I?" Song Huching took off his helmet and shook off his hair before saying with a smile on his face, "Sister Li, you are naturally beautiful. That's if your heart is more than dry. Your sickness is like a Western child winning 3 points and you have a meal. Honestly, I'm afraid that I'm going to become the public enemy of all the boys in Linchang University." Puffing, Li Qingmu couldn't help but laugh. Her smile caused the boys who were eating to look sideways. After all, who can resist looking at a big, beautiful woman with great poise? Chapter 82. You weren't sent by Wan Xingyao to fight me for Xiao Yuan's custody, were you? Song Huching, why did you divorce Wan Xingyao? Lee Changmu said with a straight face. I don't deserve her. Song Huching pointed at himself and said, look at me. I only earn a few dollars a month. Isn't she earning money herself? Lee Changmu frowned slightly. Not enough to spend. Song Huching frankly said, nowadays, how much money do girls spend? A month? You should know better than me in your heart. No? Since the status of the two are not matched, why force them together? You, Lee Changmu was dumbfounded. Song Huching, on the other hand, lit a cigarette and didn't speak again. At this point, the waiter served the meal. Only he looked at Song Huching with both contempt and some disbelief in his eyes. He really didn't understand what this great beauty saw in this delivery man. What are you looking at? Lee Changmu glared. What's wrong? You're looking down on people? You can't come to the store to spend money if you deliver takeout? No. The waiter immediately turned red and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Miss, I am sorry. I don't mean that. Get the hell out of here. Lee Changmu waved his hand in disgust. The waiter, as if pardoned, darted toward the back kitchen. I think it's better for you not to offend him, Song Huching carefully said. Why are you such a wimp? Lee Changmu glared. He looked down on you. What's wrong with me scolding him? Twice? Well, if you want to scold him, you have to scold him when the food is served, right? What if he spits in your dish? Song Huching sighed. What? Lee Changmu covered his chest, his face filled with panic. Just kidding with you. This store is full of cameras. He wouldn't dare. Song Huching smiled and said, you're dying. Lee Changmu reached out and viciously pinched the back of his hand. The next time you say that, I'll strangle you to death. Hey, Song Huching dryly laughed, then bitterly said, Miss Lee, either this meal counts as my. How about you give me a 5-star review? Humph, now you know to be soft? Why were you so arrogant yesterday? Lee Changmu sneered. I that which is arrogant only and you joke not? Song Huching said with a smile on his face. You also know that I still have a daughter to raise. If you really give me a bad review, this will affect my livelihood. Isn't it better to be influenced? Lee Changmu glared. You're a good college graduate, and you have work experience. To come to our company to work well. Stop it. You're an accounting firm. What can I go in for? Song Huching laughed bitterly. What accounting company? Our company changed the line of business a long time ago. Lee Changmu skimmed his mouth. Accountants can earn a few money. We are now doing the anchor with goods industry. Zhao Xinyan know it? I don't know, Song Huching said honestly. You, Lee Changmu angrily said. Don't you ever play with your cell phone? Zhao Xinyan started out as a singer, then changed her career to be an anchor, and now she's signed by our company, and is our company's first sister with goods. Oh, Song Huching nodded, then asked, so, what does this have to do with me? You just want to deliver for the rest of your life? Lee Changmu did not have a good mood. Now Zhao Xinyan recruiting an assistant. I recommend you to go. The base salary of 8,000 plus 2,000 performance, which is not better than you send takeaway, 10,000 a month? Song Huching was surprised. Right, Lee Changmu squarely said. The company is also responsible for your 5 insurance and 1 gold, so that your social security is also someone to pay for you, and when the future if Xiao Yuan married out, your pension is also guaranteed, is not it? Well, Song Huching hesitated for a moment before speaking. How about, you give me a 5-star review first? I'm afraid that if I anger you later, you'll give me a bad review again. Provoke me? What are you trying to say again? Lee Changmu was wary. Well, then I won't talk about it. Song Huching lowered his head and began to eat. You, Lee Changmu stared at him with a puff of anger for a long time before she took out her cell phone and wrote a large paragraph of praise for the text, plus a 5-star praise. Thanks. Song Huching let out a long sigh of relief. Can you say it now? Lee Changmu didn't have the good sense to say. Say what? Song Huching was surprised. What were you going to say? Lee Changmu glared. Song Huching, you're playing me again, aren't you? She said and was ready to reach for his collar. Come on. I'm just kidding you. Song Huching hurriedly said. What I want to say to you is that delivery is actually quite good. The time is free. The income is actually okay. And if we run to 5 stars, the company will also give us 5 insurance and 1 gold. Income is okay? How much do you earn in a month? Lee Changmu sneered. Here. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone and handed it to her. After glancing at it, Lee Changmu couldn't help but widen her eyes. You can earn more than $10,000 a month running takeout? Pretty much, Song Huching said without blushing. I like this job of mine. I think it's much better than going to serve people. Don't you think? You, Lee Changmu was dumbfounded. Don't look at her as a small white-collar workers, but a month of wages plus performance can be less than $10,000, and after deducting the 5 insurance premiums, the remaining $7,000 or $8,000. This meal is on me. After Song Huching beckoned the waiter to bring 2 glasses of Coke, he inserted a straw and brought it to her hand. You make so much a month. Why Wan Xingyou and want to divorce you? Li Qingmu inhaled a mouthful of cola, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I didn't used to make that much. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Before work, only 6,000 a month is not. Now divorced. I have to raise a small garden which shall not work hard If the unit price hadn't doubled tenfold, he would have gotten just over $1,000 with his performance last month. This month runs smooth. Half a month almost 3,000. But hard is really hard. He ran a day back. Also just want to lie down. Do not want to do anything. It's good to know the upside. Li Qingmu sighed slightly. You're a big man. Bringing up a child is still very hard. Especially doing your line of work. Working such long hours. If it's not possible, you can give the child to Ruan Xingyao to raise. Her job is at least stable enough. Song Huching was instantly alert. Li Qingmu, you are not sent by Ruan Xingyao to fight with me for the custody of Sha Yuan, right? Li Qingmu slightly froze, then burst into a rage. Song Huching, you less look down on people. Although Ruan Xingyao and I are bosom friends, we are not so good as to help her get custody. Also, after Song Huching tilted his head and thought about it, he got up and said, you eat slowly, I'm going to the restroom. After he finished speaking, he headed towards the store. Li Qingmu lightly grunted and didn't care, continuing to eat his meal slowly and methodically. But she waited for a long time and didn't see Song Huching come back, so she couldn't help but pull out her cell phone. But the moment she opened her cell phone, her entire body froze. She realized that she had neither the guy's phone number nor the guy's flyer. It can't be. That guy ran away, right? Chapter 83. You don't have to be so nice to me. Just as Li Qingmu was in a state of shock and uncertainty, the waitress that she had sprayed came over cautiously. Miss Li, just now that gentleman asked me to tell you. This meal he invited, but also asked me to pass on to you everyday fitness fart useless. He Zhang 2 Master Not Fitness also lived more than 100 years old? How did it happen? Li Qingmu subconsciously asked. Because his great-great-grandfather never minded his own business. After the waiter finished speaking, he scampered away. Li Qingmu's pretty face first flushed, then darkened. Softy, send me Song Huching's phone number. Li Qingmu, what do you need his phone for? Ruan Xingyao, who was accompanying Song Xiaoyuan to fish in Jiangxian County, frowned. What was Li Qingmu trying to do here? It's nothing, it's just that when I was delivering takeout just now, he left his bag at my place, and I wanted to deliver it to him. Li Qingmu. Ruan Xingyao's frown deepened when she saw this message. She didn't hesitate and directly called Song Huching. Half a minute later, Moo, why did Song Huching say for you to find someone to marry and stop idly meddling in other people's families' business every day? Ruan Xingyao. Song Huching. Li Qingmu was so angry that he was on the verge of smoking. It's not even if that guy doesn't know what's good for him, but now he's talking about him like that. However, she also knew what Ruan Xingyao's repeated excuses for not giving her Song Huching's phone number were due to. Can't it be that there is something else going on in their divorce? Song Huching didn't take this to heart at all, just happily delivering takeout. By the time I got home, it was 8:30 p.m. He had just walked in the door when he saw a pair of black high heels on the shoe rack. Back? Have you eaten yet? Su Qing's pleasant voice rang out. Eaten. Song Huching smiled. Why do you have time to come over today? After he finished speaking, he didn't move and glanced at Yun Ning, who was sitting at the other end of the sofa watching TV. Instead, Yun Ning winked at him, indicating that everything was fine. I have to travel tomorrow, Su Qing said bitterly. It is going to go to Yangqing for more than a month, to investigate the factories that cooperate. Everything is still about work. Song Huching smiled before heading upstairs. I'm going to take a shower first. Let's talk later. Su Qing took 2 steps towards the stairs before she said in a serious manner. Little Yun, I'm going to rest as well. Hey. After Yun Ning responded obediently, she inwardly sighed. Even though she knew the guy wasn't a good person, she was still a little sad when it really happened. For some reason, inside the bedroom, Song Huching was taking a bath when suddenly the door was opened. He let out a cry of shock and subconsciously covered his vital parts. Shout what? Su Qing blushed and said, I'll see if you have anything to help. Stop it. Bath time. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hurry out. I'm not going out. So what? After Su Qing glared at him angrily, she backhanded the door shut and locked it. Hey. Song Huching sighed, rather helplessly. The next day, early morning, when the sunlight spilled into the room, Song Huching opened his eyes, but the bed was empty, and he couldn't help but yawn as he got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. When they went downstairs, they found Yun Ning sitting at the dining table with her chin propped up. Well, where's Subaru? Long gone. Yun Ning bristled. She had to catch a plane before 7 o'clock and had already left, or the property sent someone to send her. From the property? Song Huching surprised to open the phone. Cannot help but slightly some egg pain. Just send a person. The property charged me $1,000? People are sent to deliver people with Rolls Royces. Yun Ning squinted. Okay. Song Huching sighed. $1,000. Seems to be okay for a service like this. Oof. Yun Ning grunted lightly and walked towards the upstairs. Well, where are you going? Song Huching was surprised. Change the sheets. Yun Ning dropped a sentence before disappearing into the stairway. Song Huching shook his head helplessly. This girl, it seems that she is not as generous as she said. 10 minutes later, Yun Ning walked down and saw Song Huching still sitting behind the sofa. She couldn't help but blush a little and sat down next to him, her long straight white legs still resting on his legs. There's something I want to talk to you about. There's someone outside? Song Huching was surprised. Yun Ning was silent for 3 seconds before angrily saying, Song Huching, I'm going to bite you to death. After she finished, she pounced. Stop it. Stop it. I've got work to do. Song Huching hurriedly hugged her. No, I have to make a scene. Yun Ning sneered and then pressed him down on the sofa. An hour or so later, Song Huching leaned on the sofa and smoked a cigarette. Helplessly said, Sisters, are in a better mood now? Poof. Yun Ning's pretty face reddened slightly and she gritted her teeth. If you're not going to work, see if I'll let you go out. You're a female hooligan, aren't you? Song Huching said helplessly. What did you say? Yun Ning's tone was an octave higher. Come on. I'm just kidding. Song Huching hurriedly reached out and wrapped his arm around her. Let's talk things over. You say I am a female hooligan again. Your class don't go to work. Yun Ning glared at him with a red face before she delicately said, You work every day. It's no fun for me to be at home alone. I found a job as an intern. That's a good thing. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Work doesn't have to earn much money. People always have to find something for themselves to do, right? You are in favor of me going out to work? Yun Ning was surprised. Certainly in favor. Song Huching rubbed her head and said with a straight face, You are not a canary that I raised. You want to go out and work. Of course I support you. But I'm your nanny. I still have to take care of little garden. Yun Ning lowered her head. Nerves. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Xiao Yuan I can take care of. Myself you go and do what you like to do. Then when Xiao Yuan comes back, I will resign? Yun Ning carefully said. It's really not necessary. Song Huching said with a straight face. Yun Ning, you are not an appendage of anyone, and you should not feel that you owe me anything. What you like to do you go ahead and do it. I absolutely support you. Yun Ning looked at him in a daze, then reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Song Huching, you don't actually have to be so nice to me. Song Huching looked at her big watery eyes and immediately pulled out his cell phone. What? Old Sheen, your grandmother is going to have a baby? Wait for me. I'll be right there. After he finished speaking, he broke away from Yun Ning's hand and flew towards the door. Song Huching, don't come back. Yun Ning picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it over, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, beautiful under the sunlight. Chapter 84 Song Huching, this is really damned With the lesson from yesterday's encounter with Li Qingmu, Song Huching pressed not to go to the university townside, and switched to the south side of the IFC. The IFC is not the same as the ITC, although they are all office buildings and white-collar places. However, most of the international trade is to do takeaways, while IFC is usually the majority of the financial sector. Once upon a time, Song Huching is also a member of this place. Little Song, come no, Lao Zhou. I've run 6 orders and you're asking me if I've arrived? Old 6. Good boy. Bull. Old Wood. See the weekly list. Old 6. The few people who were running orders had found a corner to crouch in. Go down the list. Top 29, Old 6. 189 orders. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boarded the list. Old Sheen. Damn it. Old Wood. So ing add up. Old Week. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Seniors, I apologize. Old 6. Song Huching sent a message and then began to travel between office buildings. I have to say, the Sumeru ring is good. He presses on with what it means to not be able to lift it. As long as it was a passing order, he was taking all of them without fail. 20 minutes later, Song Huching, who delivered 8 orders in one breath, was hiding in the stairwell to smoke a cigarette when 2 people suddenly walked in. Old Song? Song Huching froze slightly and looked at the 2 in surprise. The 2 men looked about 26 or 27 years old, suited and booted, with a license plate that read Jaha Media. The fatter one is called Zhang Yong and the thinner one is called Sun Jigang. What? Pretend you don't recognize it? Zhang Yong sneered. Yong, how do you talk? Sun Jigang laughed and scolded. Although we used to be colleagues, right, but this grandson is what virtues? You are not unaware of marrying a beautiful wife who cannot keep it. How humiliating. That too. Zhang Yong glanced at Song Huching, could not help but laugh. See this look? No. He still thinks he is our team leader. What is it? Still want to scold me as how? What am I scolding you for? Song Huching laughed lightly. You like to say then say. What? Is this but? See, you hate me so much. 80% is thinking of my ex-wife, right? Old Zhang. Not I say you ha. Look at you this way, like Piggy his second uncle, fat head and ears. My ex-wife, no matter how blind, will not look at you, is not it? U-I-N-G. Zhang Yong had just raised his hand when Song Huching brought his face over. Come on, son thief. Slap me here. This slap down. If I don't blackmail your pants off, I'll count you as not wearing them. Don't. Sun Jigang hurriedly went forward and wrapped his arms around Zhang Yong, sort of giving him a step down. And you? Song Huching looked at Sun Jigang and laughed and scolded. You ing look like a kidney deficiency, and you speak in a yin and yang manner. Those who don't know still think you are a yin and yang person, just like you, not to mention looking for a woman. You can't even keep a man. Stop fooling around and hurry home to take some 6 flavors of the earth pill. You. Sun Jigang was so angry that he was trembling, but he was again embraced by Zhang Yong. Brother, we are people of honor. Don't fall for his tricks. Click. The two men turned green with fear when they heard the sound of cell phones taking pictures. What do you think would happen if I took this photo and sent it to your company group? Song Huching smirked. Brother Song, don't be like this. We used to be your old subordinates, Zhang Yong said with a smile on his face. That is, Brother Song, when we ran the business back then, it was you who taught us by hand. Sun Jigang also hastily agreed. Snap. Song Huching backhanded the two men and gave each of them a big smack in the mouth. You. The two men were so angry they were smoking. The slap was not very forceful, but it was extremely insulting. You what you? Song Huching squinted. Lousy a takeout operator, but also afraid of you not. Come, we fight. Then look at the matter made a big deal. Your company discipline you or not. Don't be. Brother Song, we're wrong. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth and said. No way. Song Huching squinted. Unless you guys lie on your backs and do 50 push-ups each, this matter will not be considered finished. Otherwise, I'll have to send pictures of you guys kissing each other to your company. Success. Count on it. Sun Jigang angrily said. Song Huching, but the words can be said clearly. We do 50 push-ups, the photo you can delete, or else the big deal is that we are fish dead. Okay, now get to it. Song Huching sat on the stairs and lit another cigarette. The two men looked at each other and gritted their teeth and slumped to the ground. Report yourself. Song Huching kicks Zhang Yong's ass. You. Zhang Yong felt like he was about to explode with anger, but he didn't dare to resist, so he could only grit his teeth and start to report the number. By the time the two had made it to 21, suddenly the fire door to the stairwell was pushed open again. Zhang Yong, Sun Jigang, do you two not want to do it? Zhao Xinyan's side is on air and you two are doing push-ups here? A familiar voice came, causing Song Huching to glance sideways. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Song Huching immediately got up intending to run upstairs, but that man is also a ruthless man. Hastily pounced on him and pulled Song Huching's pants in a good way. Frightened, he hastily pulled at the waistband of his pants. Sister, playing dirty, aren't you? Song Huching. Li Qingmu coldly laughed. This time I see where you run. You better come down to me, or I can shout hooliganism, and I still have witnesses here. Witnesses? Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang were slightly stunned. Come on, I'll come down. You let go of me first, Song Huching said helplessly. No. Li Chengmu Shang grabbed his collar and put his on his shoulder, while he himself showed a horrified expression. Before Song Huching could react, she pulled out her cell phone and clicked pictures. Song Huching secretly said something bad in his heart. In the heat of the moment, the right hand slightly used a pinch. Ah! Li Qingmu immediately covered her chest and pushed him hard. Stinking rascal, what are you doing? Excuse me. Song Huching is also old-face red, hastily apologized. This is not scared by you. Really sorry. Excuse me? Li Qingmu's face was flushed red as he glanced at Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang, who were staring blankly, and couldn't help but angrily rebuke. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and roll. Hey! The two men reacted, gritting their back teeth after glancing at that palm print on her chest shirt. Song Huching, this is really damned. As Li Qingmu watched the two men leave, he glanced at the rest of his eyes and realized that Song Huching also wanted to run, and immediately stepped forward and grabbed hold of his collar. If you dare to run, I will immediately call the police now. I still have your fingerprints there. Auntie, why do you keep grabbing me? A delivery boy? Song Huching was bitter and rather helpless. Chapter 85, do I look so filial? You less stinky. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just worried about Xiao Yuan. Li Qingmu coldly laughed. Now Xiao Yuan is just a little bit how old? It is the time that needs to be taken care of. I asked my friends yesterday. They said that the delivery man has to run for more than 10 hours a day. How can you have time to spend with Xiao Yuan when you're working at such an intensity? Can't I just hire a nanny? Song Huching said helplessly. Ha! Li Changmu was angry and laughed. You repeat what you just said. Song Huching was just about to open his mouth, but he was pressed against the wall by the other party. Are you pig-headed? Li Changmu grabbed his collar and said angrily, do you have that money to hire a nanny? Don't you know to run a few orders less and accompany Xiao Yuan more? Damn, you make such a good point. Song Huching quipped. Roll. Li Changmu glared at him without a good mood before saying with a straight face, Song Huching, I think you running a takeaway is always not a long-term solution. How dangerous is a takeaway worker? In case something happens to you, then what about Xiao Yuan? Well, doesn't she still have her mom? Song Huching cocked his head. You and Soft are divorced. She is so young, won't she find another one? Li Changmu said in a deep voice. In this way, you print a copy of the information to me. I will help you to go to Zhao Xinyan to put in a good word and give her an assistant. Sister, at the risk of sounding presumptuous, Song Huching hesitated. You and I are not relatives. Why are you helping me so much? Can't it be that you have a crush on me? The hell with looking at you, Li Changmu said angrily. I just feel that Xiao Yuan is pitiful. Ruan Xingyao can't even look at the man. I don't want it. Okay, Song Huching sighed. Sister, I really don't need your help. Xiao Yuan is doing well now. And I can't be single all the time, can I? I'll find a girlfriend who can also take care of Xiao Yuan. You get a girlfriend, and that's a stepmother to Kun. Li Changmu's almond eyes widened. You're outside every day. What if Xiao Yuan is abused? Also, Song Huching helplessly said, but I think that delivery is really quite good now, and I don't want to change my job. Li Changmu was about to say something, but the door to the stairwell was pushed open. Well, Song Huching and her looked sideways at the same time, only to see a frosty-faced Ruan Xingyao glaring at them. What are you doing? Li Changmu was about to speak when his shoulders were wrapped around Song Huching. What's wrong with falling in love and never seeing it? Zhang Yong and the others outside the fire door were all in an uproar. Asterisk. You. Who's in love with you? Li Changmu broke free of Song Huching's hand and said sharply, Soft, listen to my explanation. I have nothing with him. I just want him to come to our company to work. Work? Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face. Moo. The company does not allow office romances. Don't you know? I know. I have nothing with him. Li Changmu was anxious. I just think that Xiao Yuan now has no one to take care of. He runs takeout every day. This Xiao Yuan must not suffer? You're worried about him? Ruan Xingyao sneered. He doesn't know how many women he has around him. And he's rich. He doesn't need you to worry about it. Rich as hell? Not only Li Changmu, even Zhang Yong and the others outside the fire door froze. This guy doesn't have more than $200 on him. What part of him looks like a rich man? He gave his father a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Over $2 million. Ruan Xingyao laughed coldly. 80% of his delivery is just to hook up with girls. Do you think he needs you to worry? After Li Changmu looked at Song Huching incredulously, she hesitated. Then why do you still want to divorce him? Yeah, why should I divorce him? Ruan Xingyao said angrily, because he lied to me. From the time I married him, he never said he had money. Is it possible that I really don't have any money? Song Huching spread his hands and said, like you said, if I'm delivering takeout to go hook up with a girl, I think it would be a little more convenient for me to drive a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Makes sense. Zhang Yongjin nodded his head. Brush. Li Changmu and Ruan Xingyao's eyes looked over as if they were sharp swords, and he immediately lowered his head. What's with the car? My old man bought it himself. Song Huching spread his hands and said, he bought a lottery ticket and won more than 3 million. This is not to buy a luxury car. Well, if that car is mine, why should I send him? I ride a small donkey. He drove a Mercedes-Benz G. Do I look so filial? Ruan Xingyao and Li Changmu were both silent. That's a good point. Okay. Song Huching reached out and patted Li Changmu's shoulder. Sister, I really appreciate your help, but I really don't need it. I'm running a takeaway quite well now, relying on my hands to achieve the future. After he finished, he tried to get out through the fire door, but after seeing the pressurized group of people outside the door, he had no choice but to turn around and walk down towards the stairs. Moo. As you can see, that guy is really not a good person. Be careful yourself. Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. Gee, I really don't mean anything to him. Li Changmu helplessly said. How high my vision is, don't you know? Worth no more than $10 million. I won't even look at a glance. I can look at a takeaway? That too. Ruan Xingyao was slightly relieved. Li Changmu had never found a boyfriend because she had a very high vision. Not to mention the average white-collar workers, even the small openings with weaker family backgrounds, she can't even look at them. Not to mention the takeaway workers like Song Huching, isn't it? Song Huching was unconcerned about such a hiccup and continued to be a happy takeaway. Evening. He was ready to go home after delivering his last order. After all, It had been several days since I had eaten dinner with Yun Ning, and tomorrow was Sunday, so it was a good time to give myself a vacation. But before he could get to his little donkey, suddenly the phone rang. Hey, where are you now? Sumei's voice came through. Now here in the IFC building. Just stand still. I'll be right over. No, hey. Song Huching looked at the cell phone that was transmitting a busy signal, and rather helplessly sent a message to Yun Ning, saying that he wasn't going back for dinner. Yun Ning returned a bloodied knife to show her displeasure. This girl. Song Huching couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After the two had made contact, Yun Ning was no longer as cautious as she had been at the beginning, but instead was full of youthful vigor, making him feel that he was also much younger in mind. He was thinking about this when suddenly a brand new Mercedes pulled up in front of him. After the car window rolled down, Sumei took off her own sunglasses, revealing that small, slightly powdered face. Get in the car. No, this little electric donkey of mine. Song Huching was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Fongjie with a smile on his side. Mr. Song, give me the car. I'll drive it downstairs to the company for you. Chapter 86. I've never disliked you. Do you believe me? Song Huching had no choice but to give the car to Fongjie. As usual, Fongjie pulled out his helmet from the backpack behind him and put it on before driving the small electric donkey in a hurry. What's the matter? You still want me to open the door for you? Sumei laughed and scolded. No, I'm just curious as to how you switched cars. Song Huching laughed lightly and sat in the passenger side. I didn't change my car. This car is for you. Sumei laughed. Ha, for me? Song Huching was stunned. What are you doing sending me a car for this good reason? Nothing. You do not have a daughter. Well, now the weather is hot, okay. If the weather is cold, you go to pick up and drop off her without a car is not convenient. Sumei lightly said. The fuel card is used in the name of our company. Maintenance also has a cooperative unit. You directly send the car to maintenance can be. Oh yes, the insurance expires. There is also a special person responsible for it. Song Huching's eyes couldn't help but get complicated as he listened to her ramblings. It's not an expensive car, but it's not cheap either, and it's enough to be on the threshold of $1 million luxury car anyhow. The other party gave him such a big gift, which made him a bit overwhelmed. What? Moved? Sumei snickered. That's not true. It's just that I don't feel like eating soft food. Song Huching whispered. A soft meal? Sumei suddenly laughed. What to eat? Soft rice. I temporarily do not have so much commission for you. This is considered the interest of your commission. TSK. Song Huching shook his head and said. Seriously, Sumei. Actually I have a girlfriend. I know. So what? Are you guys married? Sumei rationalized. And, you work outside every day and she doesn't call you. It means she doesn't care about you at all. She's away on a business trip. Song Huching said helplessly. Sumei, you're in good condition. Looks, work, ability, almost all top-notch. A woman like you, the men in Linchang are at your disposal. Well, didn't I just pick you? Sumei said with a slightly raised eyebrow. Well, Song Huching sighed and didn't speak again. Sumei didn't say anything either, just drove in the direction of the Linchang mansion. This made Song Huching's heart jump. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Luckily, Sumei just passed by the Linchang house and continued traveling ahead. She looked at Song Huching looking out the window, and could not help but laugh. This is called the Linchang house, and it almost gathers the richest people in the entire Lin city. Let us add gas, and wait for the future to buy a house here as well. I'm a delivery man. It's good enough to have a nest. What else to buy? Linchang Fu? Song Huching said helplessly. You're good at everything, but you're too unambitious. After Sumei gave him a playful blank stare, she traveled for